Our top business stories. Ahead of President Rodrigo Duterte's State of the Nation address, we speak with Bangko Sentral Assistant Governor Francisco Daquila on the administration's economic policies later on in the show. I'm Mike Kalimurong, and this is Business Roundup, where we make business your business. President Rodrigo Duterte will deliver his third State of the Nation address on Monday. Let's dig deeper on the Philippine economic outlook and market risks ahead of the SONA. We have with us Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Assistant Governor Francisco Daquila. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. And thank you for the invitation to be here in the Business Roundup program of CNN, and for us to be able to talk about the very important question of what is the outlook for monetary policy and for inflation.
Well, the IMF officials are in the Philippines to validate the country's economic outlook.
Yes.
Now, based on your discussions with them, what would you expect their assessment to be?
The assessment will always be that the Philippines is fundamentally sound. As you know, we've had a strong growth in the first quarter of this year at 6.8%. We expect that growth momentum will be sustained. And that has actually been demonstrated by our performance, because for the past several years, actually I think about 5 or 6 years, we have been growing in the range of at least 6% annually. And we actually have estimates that the potential growth of the economy has gone up to a range of between 6 to 7%. So we're growing at just about potential capacity, and that is why we had been able to grow faster than the historical average without causing overheating of the economy.
Well, that's actually a question that's been raised. I mean, there are certain economists that have raised it. Now,
Yes.
now we know Fitch Ratings recently affirmed the BBB
Yes.
investment grade rating, right? And but they also did warn of the overheating risks.
Yeah. But I would say that the performance has shown that the economy is not overheating. Actually, that concern may have been raised because of the recent inflation outturns. In June, for example, the inflation rate stood at 5.2%. For the second quarter of this year, it was at 4.8%, and that represented an uptick from the first quarter rate of 3.8%. But then again, the primary driver behind the inflation remains supply-side factors. And
you're referring particularly to things like oil and
oil in particular. I remember at the time when we made the assessment of the inflation in December of 2017, the projected level for oil would be about in the range of $62 per barrel for 2018. And so far, our projection is now up by $10 per barrel. This represents the market outlook also for oil. So even the market has been surprised by the developments in oil. And that has led to some supply side pressures on inflation. But the assessment remains that because of the very nature of the supply side on inflation, that by 2019 we would be back to within the target range. But
you mean target inflation range?
Yes, target inflation range. Actually, the projection is just a little bit above the midpoint of the target for next year. The midpoint is 3% for next year.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that in spite of the high growth, you believe that the economy is not overheating.
Yes.
What risk factors most concern you?
Well, I'll point out that in May, and in June. Two subsequent monetary board meetings devoted to the policy stance. The BSP has tightened monetary policy by 25 basis points in each meeting, and this is particularly addressed to the risk that there are some incipient indications that the initial supply side drive behind the inflation may be spilling over a little bit into the demand side. And that is what you see, for example, when you look at the composition of the basket, the consumer basket. You now see that there are a little bit more items that are above the 4% inflation ceiling for the of the government. Also, the number of CPI items, not only the number but the weight of those CPI items, that has been increasing lately. But again, when you look at the momentum of inflation, there has been an uptick this June. Month-on-month, inflation rose by 0.6%. But when you look at the drivers, one is education. That has a very strong seasonal component because it's June, it's school opening. And then there are increases in food prices because of weather-related disturbances, as well as rice.
But would we expect that the BSP hikes interest rates further?
In this morning's second quarter inflation report press conference, the governor has given quite a strong message that the BSP is ready to undertake whatever monetary policy action is necessary, and if warranted, a strong monetary response, a follow-through this August 9th meeting of the board. Of course, that will be data dependent.
How can we ensure that this strong growth actually becomes also one that's inclusive?
For one, on the part of the BSP, I think the biggest contribution of the BSP would be to maintain the commitment to the price stability mandate, because high inflation can eat into the purchasing power of consumers. Just to make things a little bit more concrete, the 5.2% inflation in June means that for every 100 peso budget in June of 2017, you would need about 105 pesos and 20 centavos.
Right, so provided we were able to manage the costs, I think that's one way you can help.
That's one. But again, all of these monetary actions of the BSP are meant to address the issue of possible spillovers into the demand side, and also some possible spillovers into inflation expectations.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Let's now take a closer look at the Duterte administration's economic policies. Joining us from Ateneo de Manila University, Salcedo campus in Makati is Professor Alvin Ang. Good afternoon, Professor Ang.
Yes, good afternoon, Mike.
So, Professor, we're 2 years into the Duterte administration. What's been the local economy's growth story so far?
Well, the last 2 years have been a story of momentum, as you have heard the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank. He explained that the economic policy in the last 2 years have not really changed so much, so we have benefited from the momentum of the past 6 years of growth.
Would you say that the growth has been inclusive or really felt by majority of the Filipinos?
Well, the inclusivity has continuously been a problem ever since the growth momentum was started about 7 years ago. So the challenge is really when this new administration came in, medium-term Philippine Development Plan was focused on expanding that growth through a strategy in the PDP called dispersion of growth. So it's really a process that they need to do very soon. It's quite a challenge as well.
Well, speaking of that policy as well as some of the others, what's your quick take on some of the administration's major economic policies? So whether it be dispersion of growth, a build program, or even the train law?
Well, let's first take the build. That's a very crucial policy, something that has been very boldly done, a target of about 6% of GDP infrastructure spending by the end of this administration. That hasn't been done in the past. The highest we have had is about 3% of GDP. And this is something that we're doing quite late, but this administration had the political will to go and do it. So I guess that's something that is very critical. But the challenge of that is that it requires a lot of resources. And that is why the train was an imperative, that we need to pass it. However, the train as it was planned, it was really something that generally we all agree as economists. However, the execution is something that we are facing a lot of headwinds right now.
Well, with the SONA upcoming, from an economic standpoint, what are you hoping to hear in the third SONA?
Well, actually, I was hoping that the president would say something about developing the new markets for exports primarily, that to more or less assure the investors that the extension of the train or the part 2 of the train and the rest would not change significantly the investment climate that they have here. It would improve even because of the lower taxes. So it is like, to me, the president need to address the headwinds that we are facing right now, which is the more or less the challenges brought about by the train in general, and then to talk about how to fund the build without really focusing on one borrow or one lender, but a possible expansion of who can help us in this huge infrastructure project.
In your view, in addition to that, what else should the president focus on in the third year?
In the third year, I guess what is very critical is to improve on communication, particularly in communicating economic policies. The train, I think, was a well-crafted policy, what was not communicated very well even among government agencies. And you have had new proposals that will affect the economy, such as the proposed new constitution, and then the recent ruling of the Supreme Court on the IRA of local governments. These are policies that need to be addressed very soon, because they will definitely affect not only the short term but also over the long term the fiscal sustainability of the government.
Well, federalism has been a hot topic, and Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Ernesto Pernia warned that the shift to a federal form of government may hurt the economy. What's your take on that?
Well, if you look at the cost, it was already explained by our colleague from the PIDS, Dr. Chuck Manasan, that it will cost an additional 55 billion pesos, if I'm not mistaken. Although we have not done our numbers, I guess the challenge there is essentially you are going to build new structures. And indeed, there will be some costs into it. It's not a simple transfer of resources, I guess. However, the important thing to look at in the aspect of federalism is not really just the economic impact, just like that. But the challenge of that is the governance capacity. Is it available in all of the regions when you do such things? So that would translate to another round of economic cost in the future.
All right. Thank you, Professor Ang. And that's the bottom line. I'm Michael Imurong. Thanks for watching Business Roundup.
Tonight, we check on peace and order in Metro Manila in the wake of recent attacks on local officials in the provinces. In this episode, we also talk about other law enforcement concerns. This is On the Record. I'm Pia Ontiveros. With us, National Capital Region Police Head Chief Superintendent Guillermo Eleazar, Southern Police District Director Chief Superintendent Tomas Apolinario, Northern Police District Director Chief Superintendent Gregorio Lim, Chief Superintendent Joselito Esquivel is Quezon City Police District Director, Senior Superintendent, I just promoted you, Senior Superintendent Bernabe Balba, Director of the Eastern Police District, Chief Superintendent Rolando Anduyan, Manila Police District Director, so General Eleazar and General Apolinario, General Lim, General Esquivel, Colonel Balba, and General Anduyan, thank you very much for being here. Welcome to the show. Sir, let's begin with you. SONA is on Monday, State of the Nation address. Every year we go through the usual preparations, but what will make this different this time around?
Well, actually, during our talks with those who will be participating on this particular activity, we're able to coordinate with the leaders of those who are conducting protest rally. So last Saturday, we met them and we talk about the plans that we have shown to them. Actually, we have two plans, the deployment plans. One is the traditional plan wherein they will be staying in along Commonwealth Avenue. Ito yung dating deployment during the previous administration. But for the past two SONAs, hinayaan natin that they can stay closer to the Batasang complex, which is just 100 meters or 50 meters away from that place. So right now, they requested that they will be staying in Commonwealth Avenue.
Oh, ayaw na nila doon malapit sa Batasan.
Yes, kasi ang iniisip nila doon is masyadong marami doon pagka-participate sila sa kanila ngayon at mas maganda kung they will be staying in Commonwealth Avenue. Okay. So that's the plan and we have agreed on this particular issue. Now, another challenge is those who are supporting or supportive of this government. So there are pro-Duterte groups who will be joining this particular...
and they will be where? In Commonwealth or in the Batasan?
Yes, since those militant groups will be occupying Commonwealth Avenue, so they decided, or we have decided, to let them occupy the place that the militant groups occupied last year. So ito ngayon yung sa may malapit sa Batasan Bansa. Not really in front of Batasan Bansa. But
like 100 meters from the gate.
Yes, right? Last time they occupied just the front of the Batasan complex, itong sa may DSWD. Pero ngayon, dito sila dun sa may IBP Road, which was previously
And you don't
occupied.
Expect, wala namang kinaasahang gulo?
No, hindi natin nakikita yon kasi nga, based on our experience with these groups, particularly the militant groups, dahil meron tayong usapan, we came to an agreement. And if there's an agreement, so guidelines will be in place so that any violation or deviation from the guidelines, then we can do our intervention like dispersing them. But for the past 2 years, for the past two SONAs, and including other activities that they were in Quezon City, while talking to them, nagkaroon ng magandang agreement kaya hindi nagkaroon ng anumang untoward incident.
So wala nang barbed wire, walang...
Yes, just like what we have done for the past 2 years, walang barbed wire, no container bans, and the members of the CDM or
Civil Disturbance
Management contingents will have no firearms, so only shield that can be used kung ginagamit natin umbrella pag umuulan. So that is the directive of our Chief PNP General.
Okay lang ho yan? No firearms?
Yes, actually talaga namang ang CDM supposed to be walang firearms, but we have security teams. Pero medyo malayo yun. At kung kinakailangan, saka lang sila lalapit. But we have prepared for contingency plans. Actually, nagkaroon tayo ng contingency planning as well as simulation exercises, not only from the police. We will deploying around at least 7,000 police personnel. But we will be augmented by the Joint Task Force NCR of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, around at least 300. Then meron din tayong augmentation coming from the MMDA and also from the Department of Public Order and Safety of the Quezon City LGU, Bureau of Fire Protection, and other concerned agencies. So all in all, ito yung magtutulong-tulong, pati na rin yung mga barangay tanods of the 3 barangays na malapit sa area. And we are hoping for a peaceful SONA dahil nga sa in place na ngayon yung kanilang place where they can have this demonstration and programs.
Okay, but of course there will be someone in charge, the what you call the overall ground commander, who will be in charge, who will call the shots on the ground and who will be answerable if something happens. Ganun po ba? General Esquivel, kayo po yun. What are you expecting?
Upon the instruction of my regional director under overall supervision of the Chief PNP, Police Director General Oscar Albayalde, I have, it's a continuing plan, it's a live plan because many interested people like the pros and the antis have demanded a particular space and a particular congregation area before they finally march up. So all of these things are being considered with about 9,500 police personnel and with support from the other LGUs like the Department of Public Order and Safety and the MMDA. All things are system go na tayo kasi lahat na ng consideration as to the security, as to the traffic flow, we have addressed all of that. And we are now at the end of our final coordination, both the antis and the pros, parang tapat-tapat na ngayon kasi magmumove 40,000 yung pros at around 40,000 din yung anti. And we have a specific space. So, ihahatid namin both yun. Sa kanilang, as the regional director have said, yung anti would be occupying somewhere in Commonwealth before Home Depot up to the Convergence area. And while the pro-government or pro-Duterte will be occupying IBP Road just up to the Polytechnic University.
40 plus 40, 80, we're expecting 80,000 rallyists.
Yes.
And anytime we have a huge crowd like that, it can always be a problem or a very big challenge, hindi po ba? I mean, you never know exactly what's going to happen.
Precisely. Kaya nga ang NCRPO under the leadership of our regional director are looking at everything. Ang ating level of preparation ay parang ASEAN template. So, meron kami tinatawag na security sub-task group na meron yung commander, meron yung investigator, meron yung medical team, meron yung BJMP, meron din special reaction unit.
BJMP, Jail and Management.
Because we have a prison ban ready to arrest people if they violate the agreement or if violate any law. So yung isang aming security sub-task group, kumpleto ng component yun. At may innovation ang ating regional director, yung tinatawag nating support security task group karapatan.
Karapatan?
Yes,
Meaning?
you can ask our regional director about
Well,
that.
actually, we will be deploying 13 security sub-task group and 8 support sub-task group. Itong security sub-task group, ito yung mga CDM that will be deployed all over the place. Sa vicinity ng Batasan Pambansa. Yung security, yung support sub-task group naman, dinagdagan natin ng SSTG Karapatan. So ito ngayon, this is led by our human rights officer and it will be augmented or assisted. We requested CHR to provide us with their representative.
Is this the first time we've had something like this? Parang
Well, actually,
ngayon ko lang
every year we were inviting the CHR to send a representative during our coordinating conferences. At ngayon nga, we
But now you're going to bring them along, no?
Yes, we invited them.
Okay.
And based on our coordination for the past days, sinabi naman nila na magpapadala sila ng tao that who can join pag-ikot nila doon. Actually, meron man sila mga agents talaga, field representatives na field doon. Pero this time, it will be working hand in hand with the police.
Yeah. Para wala nang reklamo.
Yes, actually, it will
Andyan na
serve
yung
two
CHR,
purposes,
no?
di ba? Well, itong para sa aming ma-define yung aming accountability and responsibility. At the same time, they will be our unbiased defenders just in case merong mga, mga paratang sa atin na ibibigay. So sila yung makakakita nung ano talaga nangyayari sa ground.
But we're only concentrating on the 80,000 rallyists. Do we have any other concerns in terms of civil disturbance?
Yes, well,
Like somebody
actually,
else, other people outside.
Yes,
people outside those.
by the way, yung 40,000, kanila yung mga figures na galing sa kanila.
Okay.
But based on experience, just like last year, around 50,000 lang yung dumating dun sa, yung maximum na yun, dun sa,
Pareho.
sa anti. And
Yeah.
sa pro, around 5,000. So total of 20,000. Pero, well, we can say na yun yung sinasabi nila, but it's, it's still something na we have to see kung talagang they can invite this number of
Pero
people.
wala na tayong ibang concern, sir, na other groups outside these pro and anti groups. In other words, wala
Nag-unite na
tayong
kasi sila.
info.
This is the first time that the anti, itong mga militant groups have joined together. So dati ang aming pag-usap sa kanila, hiwa-hiwalay. Pero ngayon nagsama-sama na sila. And also, last year, the pro-Duterte groups, magkakahiwalay din sila.
Yeah.
But now, they were talking to each other. Kaya we're expecting na, kaya nga yung ating Plan A and Plan B, gagamitin pa rin. Yung Plan A sa Commonwealth is for the militant groups. And yung ating Plan B, na dating ginawa natin dito ngayon, last SONA, it will be for the pro-Duterte groups.
Okay. Kanina nabanggit yung mga laws. Kanina kasi you said that you will have jail and management personnel just in case merong mag-violate ng batas. And you need to, detain them at that point, no?
On my part, this is about SONA. So we are expecting so many mobilization, both from the supporters and those against government. So itong kahabaan ng Commonwealth Avenue ay sasara natin. So compared with previous SONA, even before this administration, since we have construction here along Commonwealth Avenue, we're expecting monstrous traffic. So my advice or my appeal to the public is kung wala po kayong gagawin naman sa araw na yun sa SONA, sa Monday, huwag na lang kayong pumunta doon sa may area ng vicinity ng Batasan Complex dahil napakadili ng traffic. At huwag na kayong mag-contribute sa congestion ng traffic doon at hindi para huwag na kayong ma-stress din. So for those who will be joining the SONA, panatili nating maayos at tahimik ang pagdaraos ng activity nito.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the 5 district directors of the NCRPO, General Anduyan, MPD, Colonel Balba, EPD, QCPD, General Esquivel, General Lim, NPD, and General Apolinario, SPD, and General Guillermo Eliazar, Regional Director, NCRPO. Sir, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. This is On the Record. I'm Pio Ontiveros. Thanks for watching.
It is Monday, July 23. It's a new day, everyone. I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo.
Good morning, I'm Andre. Felix, Ria, Christine, and I will keep you company until 7:30.
Hello and welcome. I'm Christine Jacobs, Sunday-house. Good
All
morning.
right, good morning. It's a fine Monday. Well, maybe not so fine in terms of the weather, but it is a big day because it's the SONA day, and we are going to take a look at what to expect today. We also will talk to NCRPO Regional Director, Chief Superintendent Guillermo Eliazar to talk about, the preparations in place. Obviously, this is the biggest political gathering on the nation's calendar, so definitely we will be talking about security.
And
That fast already, third station
I
as
know.
a State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. We're going to get to hear 2 years in with his administration. We'll get to find out about what's been happening to our country for the past how many years now.
of course, we invite all of our televiewers to do stick around for our CNN Philippines special coverage of the third State of the Nation address by our President Duterte. And, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of surprises and the people will be looking forward to. And, of course, the much-awaited speech, which he said would only be maybe about 35 minutes.
So he says, if that happens, that will be his shortest speech so far.
And security measures will be, all around. And along with that, we also have on set Mike Alimurang, our business analyst, and he'll be talking about, certain issues that the president would discuss later on and what else needs to be done for our economic growth here in the country.
And also tune in for road closures and rerouting due to the SONA, and as well as some updates on the weather affecting Metro Manila traffic. Again, do stick around until 7:30 for these stories and more. Meantime, here are the morning's headlines.
Several lawmakers are planning to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez before President Rodrigo Duterte delivers his third State of the Nation address. The president is expected to sign into law the Bangsamoro bill that the government says will end decades-long conflict in Mindanao. eyes are on President Rodrigo Duterte at 4 p.m. as he delivers his third State of the Nation address during a joint session of both houses of Congress. Later this morning, the 17th Congress will open its third session.
CNN Philippines is closely monitoring preparations and what's happening inside and outside the Batasang Pambansa. Our correspondents are on the ground. Joyce Ilas is at the House of Representatives. Our senior correspondent Cecil Lardizabal is at the Senate, and they will be monitoring the opening of the sessions this morning.
We're also monitoring protests outside the Batasang Pambansa. Our George Cahiles will be with protesters against the Duterte administration along Commonwealth Avenue, while Rex Remitio will be reporting on security preparations for the SONA and the pro-administration rally that will be happening later.
Several roads around Batasan are also closed in preparation for this afternoon's SONA, and later on the show, we'll give you traffic rerouting as well as the traffic situation in that area at this hour.
All right, let's go first to our correspondent Rex Remitio. Rex, please describe to us the police presence there at this hour.
Well, you can see right behind me how the security has been tight, how the traffic has been regulated ahead of President Duterte's third State of the Nation address. Police personnel are deployed in almost all areas, and they're screening every vehicle that's nearing by the Batasan Pambansa complex. And militants are only allowed to assemble up to the Commonwealth area, unlike in the past 2 years where they were allowed to get near the Batasang Pambansa complex. The National Police is deploying 6,000 to 7,000 personnel stationed in different areas surrounding the Batasang complex. The so-called force multipliers like the armed forces, the MMDA and barangay tanods will also complement the police forces. The PNP is confident they can handle the 7,000 to 10,000 protesters gathering for the President's third SONA. PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde says not all of them will come at the same time. Most of them will gather at around 3 in the afternoon. This is when the President arrives at the Batasan Pambansa and later to deliver his third SONA. Albayalde is also not expecting the protesters to become violent as they have had dialogues with them this past week. But if the militants do, the PNP chief says they're ready to handle them with maximum tolerance and respect for their human rights. Albayalde also says they haven't received any information that some groups like the communists will infiltrate the ranks of protesters. The PNP chief, however, is not discounting any possibility. He says they're still hoping they would protest peacefully. Meanwhile, pro-Duterte groups are expected to assemble in front of the Batasan complex at around 9:30 in the morning. They are nearer than where the anti-Duterte protesters will be allowed to stay from the Batasan. They're being called to wear white with the President's face on it as much as possible. Special Assistant to the President, Bongo, is inviting supporters to join the gathering. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Rex Remitio, reporting there. Later in the program, we'll speak to NCRPO Regional Director Chief Superintendent Guillermo Eliazar to check on the security preparations of the police for the SONA this afternoon.
A historic day for Filipino Muslims in the South. President Duterte is expected to sign into law today the creation of a new autonomous region for the Bangsamoro. This law is a product of years of peace negotiations between the government and the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. The government says this piece of legislation will contribute towards ending close to half a century of armed conflict that has killed more than 120,000 people. Our senior correspondent David Santos gives us a preview of this new political entity.
The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region aims to succeed where the almost 3-decade-old autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao has failed. But like the ARMM, the Bangsamoro government will also be an experiment. For the first time in our country's history, this restyled regional entity will take a parliamentary democratic form of government. Constituents will elect 80 members to the Bangsamoro Parliament, half of which will be party representatives. The rest will come from the different districts, as well as from sectors like women and indigenous peoples. Among the 80, they will select a chief minister who will head the parliament. But first, a plebiscite will be held to determine the Bangsamoro territory. Provinces and cities in the current ARMM will vote if they agree to join the new autonomous government. Their votes will be counted as region and not as individual areas. Also voting in the referendum are the cities of Cotabato and Isabela in Basilan, as well as 6 towns in Lanao del Norte and 39 barangays in North Cotabato. But Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato as provinces will also have to vote if they are willing to let go of their towns and barangays to join the Bangsamoro. There's a provision that allow other areas in Mindanao that want to join the Bangsamoro government to file a petition to be included in the plebiscite. Once the Bangsamoro core territory is established, President Duterte will appoint 80 people to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority or BTA. The BTA will serve as the interim government until the first elections are held in 2022. Bangsamoro elected and appointed officials as well as employees will be required to comply with their own code of ethics for public officials.
Tiwala kami na magiging matino yung pamumuno sa Bangsamoro government. First, hindi namin tinatago ito. Our commitment to our people is that we will eliminate corruption in the government.
5% of the country's customs and internal revenue tax collection, estimated at about 60 to 70 billion pesos a year, will be allocated to the Bangsamoro as some sort of a startup fund. It will also get a 50 billion peso fund spread over 10 years to finance rehabilitation of conflict-torn communities like building roads, schools, and hospitals. Only 25% of the national taxes collected in the region will be remitted to the national government. Revenues from the exploration and use of natural resources will go entirely to the Bangsamoro, but those from fossil fuels and uranium will be shared equally with the national government. As part of the transition, about a third of the ARMM's 29,000 employees will have to go. The majority who will stay are social and health workers and school teachers.
Doon sa mga gusto mag-empleyado sa gobyerno ng Bangsamoro, walang discrimination. We assure you of this. Kung sino yung qualified, gusto mag-apply.
The Bangsamoro government will have more than 50 regional powers, with its Organic Act explicitly stating it will uphold the Constitution.
Made sure that the Bangsamoro is a integral and inseparable part of the Republic of the Philippines.
Bodies of water like Lake Lanao and the Sulu Sea, utilized by both the Bangsamoro and the national governments, will be co-managed. Islam will play a vital role in the region's judicial as well as educational systems, such as the Sharia courts and the madrasa schools. But implementation will still be supervised by the national government. The Bangsamoro Regional Police will be directly under the Philippine National Police. Former rebels can join the police force and qualifications can be waived only if they apply within 5 years after the Bangsamoro Organic Law is passed. They are still required, though, to complete the educational requirement for a regular policeman within 15 years after their entry to the PNP.
Better than what the arm was given, and I'd say it will be a measure that will be acceptable to 99% of our Bangsamoro brothers and sisters.
We did everything, almost everything that you wanted. We're handing it to you. You owe it to yourselves, to your sacrifices, to the people of Mindanao. Make it work.
David Santos, CNN Philippines.
Heads up, motorists, it's already 6:12 in the morning. Brace yourselves for heavy traffic along Commonwealth Avenue for President Rodrigo Duterte's third State of the Nation address. Right now, let's check the latest in this area. Up on your screen right now, Commonwealth Avenue, corner Batasan Road. The MMDA says the northbound lane is closed to traffic to secure the area for possible protests. Those are the lanes on the right side. As you can see, security there is also tight. Several policemen are already deployed there right now. Later on, we'll also tell you how you can pass by the northbound stretch of Commonwealth Avenue. Meantime, for vehicles traveling south, check the left side. Prepare for some delays. If you're off the Quezon Memorial Circle this morning, traffic there is starting to build up.
A big day at the Batasang Pambansa ahead of President Duterte's SONA this afternoon. The House of Representatives opens its third regular session this morning, and sources have told CNN Philippines there is a move to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez during this session. Our Joyce Ilas is at the House of Representatives. Joyce, tell us more about this development.
Ria, after a 2-month break, congressmen go back to their legislative work this morning. But a big change is also looming here at the House of Representatives. A possible shakeup in the House leadership when session resumes at 10 in the morning today. Now, 3 congressmen have told CNN Philippines that there is a move to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez from his post today, and that former President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo may replace him from his post. Now, the 3 lawmakers declined to be named but confirmed to CNN Philippines that first daughter Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio asked for their support in ousting Alvarez and in electing Arroyo as the new speaker. One lawmaker said a congressman would move to declare the position of House Speaker vacant as soon as session opens at 10 this morning. Once approved, a motion to elect Arroyo as House Speaker would be made. Another lawmaker said that Carpio Duterte has been talking with Arroyo about taking over Alvarez's post since April. There's been bad blood between Carpio Duterte and Alvarez since early this year, after the House Speaker allegedly declared her part of the opposition. He made the comment after President Rodrigo's eldest daughter formed a regional political party, Hugpong ng Pagbabago. Alvarez, the Secretary General of the ruling party, PDP Laban. Now, another lawmaker also told CNN Philippines that some allies of Arroyo and Duterte Carpio will be meeting this morning ahead of the morning session here at the Batasang Pambansa. Now, another highlight in today's morning session is the consideration and the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law for the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The President is, or once ratified, the President is expected to sign this bill into law during his SONA later today. Ria?
All right, Joyce, going back to what you were saying about the possible ouster of Speaker Alvarez, do they have the numbers to support this?
Yes. Ria, we have yet to know if they have the numbers to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez from his post. But as far as we know is that there will be several meetings that will be held this morning. And one of those meetings is among allies of Duterte Carpio and also former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. I guess we just have to wait and see later when session resumes whether or not the speaker will really be ousted from his post. Because as it is now, everything is still a plan. Ria?
Okay, well, this is already the 3rd and last year of the 17th Congress. So far, how many of the President's priority bills have been passed into law?
Yes, based on congressional records, a total of 96 bills have been passed into law. Of these 96, 30 are national bills and 64 are local bills and 2 are joint resolutions. However, of these 96 bills, note that only 5 are among the priority measures or the priority legislation of the Duterte administration. Now, these include the tax reform bill, the extension of the Philippine passport validity to 10 years, and extension of the driver's license to 5 years, the Free Internet Access in Public Areas, and also the Ease of Doing Business Act. Now, this will be 6 later, however, after the President signs the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Note, however, that in the last 2 years, the House of Representatives has passed on 3rd and final reading a total of 429 bills, 160 of which are national bills. Recall that House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez has repeatedly said that the House of Representatives can do its work, unlike the Senate, which he called the mabagal na kapulungan or the slow chamber. Of course, the opposition lawmakers here at the lower chamber have repeatedly said that measures here in the House of Representatives are passed, not only because the President enjoys the support of the supermajority here at the House of Representatives, but also because a number of contentious or controversial measures were being railroaded to ensure their passage. Ria?
All right, thanks a lot for that, Joyce. Joyce Ilas reporting live there from the Batasang Pambansa. Now, as Congress resumes session today, lawmakers from both the House and the Senate will have their hands full with many of the president's priority bills up for urgent passage. Our senior correspondent Cecil Ardizabal reports some lawmakers are also pushing for bills that may not sit well with the administration.
Busy days and weeks ahead for members of Congress as they resume lawmaking on July 23. At the House of Representatives, lawmakers will give urgent attention to priority bills of the Duterte administration amid perceptions that the president has full control of Congress. Top on the agenda are the proposed Bangsamoro Basic Law, the Package 2 of the Tax Reform Law or Train 2, Federalism, and Charter Change. The BBL is expected to be signed by the president on or before the SONA. Train 2, or the tax reform package that focuses on corporate tax, federalism, and charter change, will face strict scrutiny in both houses of Congress. The minority bloc of the lower house is pushing for their own agenda. The SOGI bill, also known as the Anti-Discrimination Bill, the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund Bill, Expanded Maternity Leave Bill, and Security of Tenure Bill. All of this, says Akbayan Party List Representative Tom Villarin, are far more important than the administration's agenda.
We're addressing the specific needs of the poor sectors of our society. We're confident that we could get the support of other House members, lawmakers. Because again, this is not a bill for the opposition. This is a bill for the majority of Filipinos.
The legislature is also facing pressing issues, such as rising prices of commodities and the intensified campaign against criminality and illegal drug trade. And some lawmakers believe this too should be addressed with urgency. Progressive lawmakers at the House filed a resolution to investigate police operations against loiterers or tambays. Senator Antonio Trillanes has a similar concern and also wants a probe. For Senator Sani Angara, he seeks to create a nationwide education and awareness program on illegal drugs instead of focusing on the proposal to have minors undergo drug testing. Senate Minority Leader Frank Trilon calls on the administration to re-examine its law enforcement policy.
Right now, there is a breakdown of law and order. The feeling of our people is that there is a culture of impunity.
In the long-standing conflict of the South China Sea, some senators want to get more involved in matters affecting foreign relations. Trilon supports the call to undertake a foreign policy audit amid the seemingly favorable stance of the Duterte administration towards China.
In our system of government, the Senate is the partner of the executive in foreign relations. It is only correct that the Senate be informed of how our foreign affairs, our foreign relations is being conducted. Otherwise, we will be in the dark.
Senator Laila de Lima has called for an immediate Senate investigation into the reported harassment of Filipino fishermen by the Chinese Coast Guard in Scarborough Shoal. Senator Win Gatchalian wants to examine closely the administration's Build, Build, Build infrastructure program. He has filed a resolution seeking to look into the program's financial requirements and monitor the modes of financing incurred. Gatchalian says this will ensure transparency and accountability. Senator Bam Aquino is pressing for the suspension of the higher excise tax on petroleum products to help people cope with rising prices of goods and services. With too many agenda, lawmakers should work double time to meet their target, especially that the filing of certificate of candidacy is just months away and that re-electionists will be very busy soon with their campaigns. After the SONA, the Senate will take up the draft federal constitution during an all-senators caucus. Senator Kiko Pangilinan, chair of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendments, does not see a conclusion as yet after last Tuesday's hearing, which means the lower house should not tackle charter change pending a recommendation from the Senate.
Hindi maaring magkaroon ng house-only chacha at hindi maaring ma-ignore ang Senado.
It's uncertain for now whether or not senators will prioritize cha-cha in their agenda. But the Senate leadership says any proposal, be it charter change or no elections in 2019, will have to undergo the regular legislative processes. Cecil Ardizabal, CNN Philippines.
already 6:30 in the morning. Now back to our roads. We go straight to Commonwealth Avenue near St. Peter's Square in Quezon City. Now, in case you missed it, the northbound side of Commonwealth Avenue is closed due to traffic. Those are the lanes on the right side of your screen. Now, on the left side, traffic on the southbound lane looks very busy as well. Prepare for a slow drive. As you can see, vehicles are moving at a crawl going to the Quezon Memorial Circle. You're on New Day, and this is CNN Philippines. Their outfits can either distract or push for advocacies. A closer look at the trends in SONA fashion later in the program. Don't go away. New Day. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to New Day. Ahead of the President's third SONA, the third regular session of the 17th Congress is opening just a few hours from now. Our senior correspondent, Cecil Ardizabal, is at the Senate. Cecil, what can we expect from the upper chamber today?
Ria, we will be expecting only 22 senators to attend the opening of the session later today, as Senator Laila De Lima is still detained, and former Senator Alan Peter Cayetano has been appointed as Foreign Affairs Secretary. One of the things that we are expecting this morning is the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report of the proposed Bangsamoro Organic Law, which is expected to be signed into law by the President during a State of the Nation address later on at 4 p.m. Now, we'll be getting more about what are the priority agenda of the Senate for the opening of the third in regular session of the 17th Congress, as Senate President Tito Soto had said last week that he had asked senators, each of them, to submit their priority agenda so that they will compare it with that of the House of Representatives, and then perhaps, hopefully, come up with a common agenda with the executive department. Now, one of the most contentious issues still among the priority agenda of the Duterte administration is charter change. But here at the Senate, senators have yet to make a stand on that, as the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendments, headed by Senator Kiko Pangilinan, has yet to submit a committee report because they will still be having more hearings or meetings on charter change. This despite the fact that House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez has been pushing for charter change and scrapping the midterm elections in 2019. He also said that the House of Representatives can go on to convene as Constituent Assembly even without the Senate, but of course that'll be the subject of an all-senators caucus tomorrow, July 24. But of course, later in the afternoon, we expect all senators to proceed to the Batasang Pambansa to listen to the State of the Nation address of the President. And before that, of course, there will be more discussions about the priority agenda this morning when session formally opens at 10 a.m. Ria.
All right, Cecil, with there being talk about the possible ouster of Speaker Alvarez, how will this affect the way the Senate is currently viewing potential charter change?
Right now, Ria, the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, which is tasked to hear charter change, has yet to submit a committee report, as we were told by Senator Kiko Pangilinan, who is the head of, or the chairman of the said committee, has said that there will still be hearings. Of course, we expect hearings in the next weeks to come, of course, but they will be discussing charter change tomorrow when Senate President Tito Soto will conduct or will lead an all-senators caucus that's happening tomorrow, July 24. So right now, the Senate has yet to act on charter change because there will still be hearings by the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, which is tasked to hear charter change. Ria.
All right, thanks a lot, Cecil Ardizabal, reporting there live from the Senate.
It's already 6:36. Now moving on to our traffic report. Commuters and motorists should take note of the traffic plan for today's SONA. Cheska Buencamino gives us a look.
This is the Batasang Pambansa. On Monday, July 23rd, here's where all of the action will take place for SONA 2018. The MMDA says the northbound stretch of Commonwealth Avenue will be closed to traffic from Home Depot until the U-turn slot before Batasan Road. A zipper lane will be open to allow counterflow on the southbound lane. Now for vehicles going beyond Batasang Pambansa, you can take North Avenue onto Mindanao Avenue, turn to Sauyo Road, make a left on Regalado Avenue until you reach Commonwealth Avenue towards your destination. Now here's another option. Take Visayas Avenue, turn at Congressional or Tandangsora Avenues onto Sauyo Road, left on Chestnut Street, then make another turn on Fair Lane until you arrive at Commonwealth Avenue. Now for southbound motorists going to Quezon Memorial Circle, you can make a right on Fair Lane or Regalado Avenue onto Old Sauyo Road, left on Mindanao Avenue until you reach North and Visayas Avenues towards your destination. Cheska Buencamino, CNN Philippines.
Still on the roads, time to check traffic again on Commonwealth Avenue. This is near St. Peter in Quezon City. For motorists traveling south, your lanes should be on the left side of your screens. Right now, that area leading to the Quezon Memorial Circle looks like a virtual parking lot. As we can see, vehicles are barely moving. It is a bumper-to-bumper situation right now. On the right side, that stretch leads north. Traffic here is close to motorists. Take note of the alternate routes we are showing you throughout the program. You're watching New Day on CNN Philippines. We get a closer look at the Duterte administration's economic policy with our business anchor and correspondent, Mike Alimurong. Back in a moment. This is New Day on CNN Philippines.
Welcome back. We are hours away from witnessing President Rodrigo Duterte deliver his third State of the Nation address. Among the issues that the president is expected to discuss is the country's economic growth.
Especially now that the train law has been implemented. To discuss this with us, we have our business anchor and correspondent, Mike Alimurong. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Good morning, Christine.
Okay.
Good morning, Ria.
All right. Good to see you.
And well, you know, Friday, I guess you discussed with the Ateneo de Manila regarding the issues that surround the country, the economic issues that surround the country.
That's right.
And we have Professor Ang, yeah?
Yeah, so Professor Ang shared his thoughts on the Duterte administration's economic policies. Here's a portion of my interview with him.
The last 2 years have been a story of momentum, as you have heard the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank. He explained that the economic policy in the last 2 years have not really changed so much, so we have benefited from the momentum of the past 6 years of growth.
Would you say that the growth has been inclusive or really felt by majority of the Filipinos?
Well, the inclusivity has continuously been a problem ever since the growth momentum started about 7 years ago. So the challenge is really when this new administration came in, their medium-term Philippine development plan was focused on expanding that growth through a strategy in the PDP called dispersion of growth. So it's really a process that they need to do very soon. It's quite a challenge as well.
Well, speaking of that policy as well as some of the others, what's your quick take on some of the administration's major economic policies? So whether it be dispersion of growth, a build program, or even the train law?
Well, let's first take the build. That's a very crucial policy, something that has been very boldly done, a target of about 6% of GDP infrastructure spending by the end of this administration. That hasn't been done in the past. The highest we have had is about 3% of GDP. And this is something that we're doing quite late, but this administration had the political will to go and do it. So I guess that's something that is very critical. But the challenge of that is that it requires a lot of resources. And that is why the train was an imperative, that we need to pass it. However, the train as it was planned it was really something that generally we all agree as economists. However, the execution is something that we are facing a lot of headwinds right now.
Well, with the SONA upcoming, from an economic standpoint, what are you hoping to hear in the third SONA?
Well, actually, I was hoping that the president would say something about developing the new markets for exports primarily, that to more or less assure the investors that the extension of the train or the part 2 of the train and the rest would not change significantly the investment climate that they have here. It would improve even because of the lower taxes. So it is like, to me, the president need to address the headwinds that we are facing right now, which is the more or less the challenges brought about by the train in general, and then to talk about how to fund the build without really focusing on one borrow or one lender, but a possible expansion of who can help us in this huge infrastructure project.
In your view, in addition to that, what else should the president focus on in the third year?
In the third year, I guess what is very critical is to improve on communication, particularly in communicating economic policies. The train, I think, was a well-crafted policy, what was not communicated very well even among government agencies. And you have had new proposals that will affect the economy, such as the proposed new constitution, and then the recent ruling of the Supreme Court on the IRA of local governments. These are policies that need to be addressed very soon, because they will definitely affect not only the short term but also over the long term the fiscal sustainability of the government.
Well, federalism has been a hot topic, and Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Ernesto Pernia warned that the shift to a federal form of government may hurt the economy. What's your take on that?
Well, if you look at the cost, it was already explained by our colleague from the PIDS, Dr. Chuck Manasan, that it will cost an additional 55 billion pesos, if I'm not mistaken. Although we have not done our numbers, I guess the challenge there is essentially you are going to build new structures. And indeed, there will be some costs into it. It's not a simple transfer of resources, I guess.
Okay, Mike, so my question would be, what would be your take on Professor Ang's comment, of course, regarding the administration's economic policy? And he did mention, about the challenges of the train law and how can we, afford and pay the build program.
Well, Christine, Professor Ang correctly mentioned that the administration has done a very good job in maintaining the country's strong growth, and he was very supportive of some of the major economic policies of the administration, particularly the build program and the train law. And he correctly points out that the Philippines needs to really ramp up its infrastructure in order to facilitate growth and catch up with its neighbors. And that should be the focus. In the past, we haven't spent enough to accelerate growth. However, he did say that while the policies are generally good, the execution and the communication needs improvement. For example, having the increased excise taxes in the train law coincide with higher oil prices may not have had the best effect. Also, while the build program is promoting a lot of new projects, how they will be funded and how quickly they will get done is less clear. The private sector at this point appears to be looking for more opportunities to participate. Professor Ang also did say that it was crucial that the president is able to ensure a stable investment environment for investors with the additional proposed changes in Train 2, 3, and 4. That includes reducing corporate taxes and adjusting tax incentives. There's really a lot of uncertainty. And so some companies are in a wait-and-see mode before making huge investments.
That's right. All right. Well, he did also mention the possible effect of federalism. So he did say something like, wala pang numbers. But do you think the impact will be very big? And what will that effect be?
Well, a shift to federalism, Ria, definitely comes with a lot of uncertainty. Some countries like the United States and Germany have made federalism work quite successfully. However, many of them started out either as a federal state, such as like the United States has, or had undergone a very violent process. Belgium in the more recent times is probably one that has been able to make the shift rather successfully. What is certain, however, is that any shift will cost a fair amount of money to build the necessary structures and systems to make it work. One economist estimated the cost at around 55 billion pesos, and that's just for the additional personnel that will be needed. While another estimated it to be as high as a little over 2 trillion pesos if you consider really setting up the structures and systems. And what we're really talking about is increasing the size of government. So we'll now have to set up multiple state or provincial governments, each of which are capable of delivering their own education, healthcare, and social welfare and security services. And many regions aren't prepared for that. And given that we are already operating at a budget deficit, it isn't clear that the shift is something we can't afford at this time.
Okay, and a lot of people are, talking about, the Build program, and I know you mentioned that recently. And you also spoke with Secretary Pernia about, how are we actually going to pay for all these infrastructures and the loans that we have?
I think that's really the big question that's on the table. And, well, Christine, the administration is really full steam ahead in the Build program. According to Secretary Pernia, it will be financed through a combination of taxes, official development assistance, and commercial loans. Now, the economic managers appear confident that the country's strong GDP growth will outpace the increased debt. And so the hope is that the increased revenue will be responsible for paying the higher debt, at least in theory.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us.
In theory, thanks a lot for joining us. That was CNN Philippines business anchor and correspondent Mike Alimurong. He will be joining our discussion before the president. SONA, our senior anchor and correspondent Pinky Webb, will speak to analysts and subject matter experts and from 2 p.m. until the president delivers his SONA at 4.
Moving on to our top story, netizens are gearing up to hear President Duterte deliver his third State of the Nation address this afternoon. So we ask you, what do you want to hear in the President's SONA? Facebook user Jack David is looking forward to hearing about the status of the government's infrastructure projects, foreign direct investments, and the effects of the train law. The netizen also hopes the President would avoid unnecessary side comments and cursing. Patrick Enriquez wants to hear about Mr. Duterte's decision on a proposed draft on federalism. He is curious if the President has approved the draft charter of the Consultative Committee. Meantime, Tess Tawingan hopes the President will stick to his script during the SONA. She says she wants Mr. Duterte to read the prepared speech and refrain from blasphemous rhetorics. And this netizen hopes the President does not sugarcoat anything. He says, quote, "Ang gusto kong marinig ay ang katotohanan, hindi tulad ng dati na ang sarap pakinggan ng mga salita ngunit wala namang naipakitang magandang gawa," unquote. Hashtag SONA 2018 is a trending topic on social media.
And we bring you more stories. Authorities say it's all systems go for the President's third SONA today. And later we learn more about their security preparations from NCR PO Regional Director Chief Superintendent Guillermo Eleazar.
And aside from the President's speech, fashion will also take the spotlight at the SONA. Later, we sit down with fashion designers to give us a preview of the SONA red carpet trends. This is New Day on CNN Philippines.
Stay with us. With us on CNN Philippines, I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo.
Good morning again, I'm Andre Felix.
And this is New Day on CNN Philippines, where the news comes first. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas.
All right, speaking of news, we still have a lot in store for our viewers in the next half hour. Today, President Rodrigo Duterte will deliver his third State of the Nation address, and we have you covered from security to Batasang Pambansa to the protests outside.
There will also be a lot of rerouting on the roads, and also the commuters and the motorists. The MMDA bears its traffic plan for President Duterte's third State of the Nation address. The northbound stretch of Commonwealth Avenue will be closed to traffic And also, we will give you more updates on the northbound stretch going beyond Batasang Pambansa and also from the southbound stretch as well. So again, stick around. We have more stories for you coming up. You are watching New Day on CNN Philippines.
President Rodrigo Duterte will be delivering his third State of the Nation address. But before that, sources say there is a possible shakeup in the leadership of the House of Representatives, as some lawmakers plan to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. We are trying to get comments from lawmakers, including Alvarez himself, regarding this developing story.
Our correspondents are on the ground monitoring developments inside and outside the halls of the House of Representatives. Our correspondent Joyce Ilas is at the Batasang Pambansa. Cecil Lardizabal will be at the opening of session at the Senate.
Outside Batasan, our George Cahiles and Rex Remitio will also be monitoring activities of pro and anti-Duterte protests. In a few minutes, we'll also talk to NCRPO Chief Superintendent Guillermo Eleazar to check on the security preparations of the police for SONA this afternoon.
President Duterte is in good health ahead of his third State of the Nation address. That's according to presidential spokesperson Harry Roque, after the president went to the Cardinal Santos Medical Center for a routine checkup last night. Roque says Mr. Duterte spent about an hour and a half for the examination. Duterte, now 73 years old, will deliver his third SONA at 4 p.m. at the Batasang Pambansa. He earlier said that he will only talk for 35 minutes. Authorities say security measures are now in place as protesters are expected ahead of the SONA. But unlike the previous years, rallyists will not be allowed near the Batasang Pambansa. Our George Cahiles joins us live from the Quezon City Circle. George, can you describe the situation where you are?
Well, Ria, early today, members of Urban Poor Group Kadamay messed up at the Commission on Human Rights compound, and as of this moment, they are now marching towards here at the National Housing Authority to carry out their early morning protest called Gisingin ang Bayan. This is part of their actions in relation to the State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. Aside from housing projects for homeless urban poor communities, the group denounces the alleged human rights violations to the poor of this government, as well as the rising costs of goods because of the train law. Now, upon arrival here, the group is expected to carry out a program. Now, members of Kadamay will also join groups that will stage protest in Commonwealth Avenue this afternoon at around 2 p.m. Now, Milton Group says their actions today, or the protests that will be happening today, is the biggest and broadest under the Duterte administration. Ria.
All right, thank you very much, George Cahiles there, reporting live from the Quezon City Circle. The Philippine National Police deploys up to 7,000 personnel to help secure the president's third SONA. We now talk to NCRPO Chief Guillermo Eleazar live from Batasang Pambansa. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning, Ria. Good morning also to our televiewers.
Okay, sir, this is a special day for the police force. How would you describe the situation on the ground right now? Have all the policemen been deployed already to their respective stations along Commonwealth?
Yes, Ria, we have already deployed all our personnel, at least 7,000 uniformed personnel of the Philippine National Police, augmented by some 500 troopers from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, of the Joint Task Force NCR. We are also augmented by at least 1,000 personnel from MMDA, 500 from the Department of Public Order and Safety of Quezon LGU, as well as elements of Bureau of Fire Protection and Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, as well as the Barangay Tanods coming from the three barangays affected here, which are Batasan Hills, Commonwealth, as well as Barangay Payatas.
Okay, is there a specific threat to this year's SONA?
Well, we haven't received any specific threat against the president, as well as those who will be conducting a protest here. So, but just the same, we are continuously coordinating with appropriate agencies as well as the intelligence community to monitor these things, and we can do something about this with the proper intervention.
Sir, given the numerous killings of elected officials in the past few weeks, is there extra security being extended to the congressmen and senators that is different from the past years?
Well, that's true, Ria. That's why we have 21 security sub-task groups consisting of 13 CDM contingents as well as 8 support groups. Ito ay nakadeploy sa paligid natin to ensure that the safety of the President, the Vice President, the members of the Cabinet, lawmakers, BIPs, as well as those who will be here to join the protest, pro and anti groups, and also the police should be protected as well.
Okay, PNP Chief Oscar Albayade is expecting protesters to reach as many as about 10,000. The militant groups say they might reach 30,000. Do you notice any protesters there as early as now?
No, Ria. Based on our coordination, they will be coming here after lunch. Actually, kagaya nung mga previous SONAs, the leaders of the different groups have been coordinated with us. And based on the experience, naging maayos ito dahil sa aming pag-uusap. You know, kung meron kasing pag-uusap, chances are meron kang sunduan or agreement just like what has happened here. And since there is an agreement, nakapaglatag tayo ng mga guidelines and panuntunan for everybody to follow. And so we're expecting na susunod sila doon sa ating usapan. In fact, itong mga setup natin kung saan sila nakalagay, this is because of this upon their request. We are offering the IBP road just like what happened for the past 2 SONAs, but they opted to occupy Commonwealth Avenue. That is why the pro-Duterte group, dito natin ilagay sila sa IBP road para hindi sila magkasama at magkatabi. And we are expecting that they will follow the guidelines that we have set. And the police now, just like the 2 previous SONAs, the directive of our Chief PNP is wala tayong container ban, no barbed wire, and the police have no firearms. Yung mga members ng ating CDM contingents.
Okay, so certainly everything seems to be in place. Last year, the president went out and actually spoke to the protesters. He's promised not to do that this year, but he is also known to go off script and do things that are very unplanned. In case he does go out to speak to protesters, is our PNP ready for this?
Yes, based on our assessment, maliit lang probability that the president will come out again and talk to protesters, whether those members of the militant groups or the supporters of this administration. But just the same, we have contingency plans, and we are coordinated with the presidential security groups and other security forces na pwede makatulong just in case na lumabas ang ating presidente.
All right, thank you very much, NCRPO Chief Guillermo Eleazar, speaking to us live from the Batasang Pambansa. Next on New Day, aside from President Duterte's speech, one of the most anticipated events in his annual State of the Nation address is the fashion statement of some guests. Later, we sit down with fashion designers to give us a preview of the SONA red carpet trends. Details ahead. Keep it here on CNN Philippines.
Got a message for us? New Day would love to hear from you. Email us at feedback@cnnphilippines.com.
Okay, welcome back to the program. Aside from the president's, speech, outfits of the SONA attendees will also be taking center stage.
That's right, Christine. And this morning, we will be having 2 fashion designers to tell us more about the State of the Nation address trends, or the SONA trends then and now. We have in the studio Michael Leyva and Jorel Espina. Good morning, Michael, and good morning, Jorel, and thank you for being with us here on CNN Philippines.
So were you guys busy the weeks prior to the SONA today?
Yeah, it's like and every day we're working on the dresses that we're going to be doing for this year's SONA.
Okay, well, can you both of you help describe, the trends, because it has changed, under President Duterte. It's taken more of a
simpler like outfits, as President Duterte calls for that, more mas simple, di ba? Michael and Jarrell, nag-design na kayo, di ba, for prior to President Duterte. How would you compare, as Christine was saying, yung past outfits to like the recent outfits in the SONA?
Well, I think this year there's really a big difference after the new administration also with President Duterte. He wants it simple, subtle, and subdued, because we know that our president is a man of the people. So he wants his fellow public servants to imbibe the same vibe also in mantra.
Okay. And Jura, how different would you say it is to design the outfits? Now, sometimes if it's simple and business-like, diba, mas mahirap yun eh. Diba? Because mas detalyado sa mga details.
Maraming mga accessories, maraming, diba?
Yeah, if it's simple kasi, it's more dapat mas malinis, mas streamlined tingnan. So, with this year, I noticed that medyo we're far from the past administration, that it's like more on the evening wear siya. This time it's more parang business naman, which is parang for a change.
Pero may pagka-business Filipiniana.
Yes.
Yung nga tatanong ko mas mahirap ba o mas madali bihisan kapag, let's say, Filipiniana or barong lang yung susutin compared to the business attire na coat, tie, suit?
Depende din sa aesthetic ng designer. If that certain person will come to the designer na it's more elaborate on design and dun naman siya designer na simple, it's okay lang. But, well, on my part naman, kasi I'm more on the evening gowns naman, which is parang bago siya sa akin. And so far, okay naman. At least natetest din yung style ng
And
ng
I'm sure with that, it has to be comfortable because these are going to be sitting down for a long time. Now, I want to talk about your design, Michael, especially for former presidential sister, Chris Aquino, right? As she was considered as one of the best dressed in the 2015.
I remember what she was wearing then, and she was trending for what she was wearing back in 2015. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, actually that dress was really life-changing for me as a young designer. At first, I really cannot believe that she's gonna trust someone like a young designer to design a gown for her. Especially this is SONA, and then she's the presidential sister. She's like the first lady by that time, so it's really a tough job for me to design a gown for her. But knowing Ate Chris, she really helped me a lot in my career.
Okay.
Yeah. You both design usually for celebrities, correct?
Yes.
Like beauty queens, celebrities. But is it considered more difficult or easier to design or dress up politicians and those who will be attending the SONA compared to your usual clients?
Yeah, somehow yes, because for a politician, it has to be something streamlined, it has to be clean, and it has to be defined based on the position that she's representing.
Okay, so Michael, you said that you were busy, days and I'm sure weeks prior to the SONA. People are coming to, but can you please design something for me? So tell us, did you dress anybody up here in the SONA? Okay. Are you allowed to say?
I'm allowed to say. I'm dressing up Jinky Pacquiao.
Okay.
This morning and this afternoon.
So tell us about her, what you designed for her.
What was your inspiration in dressing up Jinky Pacquiao?
Well, we wanted very simple, and then it should stand out. I mean, it's really hard to design something simple and yet it stands out from the rest of the others.
It's difficult. Yeah. So are there any particular color? Is it very traditional in terms of the Filipiniana design?
Well, it's a modern Filipiniana what I designed for her. This morning she'll be wearing a white Filipiniana with pantsuit.
Okay. At tapos may change costume?
Yeah, in the afternoon.
Aside from Jinky Pacquiao, who else?
Congresswoman Alonte, Congresswoman Swansing. Yes.
Did you vary, like you mentioned?
It should be.
Diba?
It should be different from one another because they might bump into each other.
Dun yung challenge.
Yes,
that is the challenge.
How will you vary? Because you're not designing just for one, like what you mentioned, for Jinky Pacquiao, for Congresswoman Alonte. So, paano mo iiba? Hindi i-base mo din ba dun sa personality
I think it should, every time I design something for a client, it should match her personality also. Because that will represent her. It's not me as a designer, but it's more of the personality of the one who's going to be wearing it.
Jorel, binanggit nga ni Michael na simple, di ba? May mga iba ba na hindi nagko-comply? What if sabihin na gusto ko pa rin medyo may hindi simple? Kumbaga may konting
yes, there is. Pero sinasabi ko pa rin na if you want to stand out, na if you want to parang maiba, let's parang follow pa rin the rules na it has to be something simple na medyo may twist para iba naman.
Yeah, because I'm sure naman like all of them, you guys are designing more than just one personality there. You know, hindi, I'm sure hindi maiiwasan na say, bakit mas maganda yung sa kanya? Teka muna, teka, bakit yung akin? So when does your professional talent and skills come out, and when does the desires of the personalities involved come out? Is there a nice balance correlation between the two?
I think it should be equally beautiful. Like if you're designing for different people, and then number one, it should represent their personality also, and then that will bring out how they're gonna carry the dress.
Okay.
Jorel, tell us more about your designs that we might think might be perfect for the SONA. Some of which are made of piña fiber and goosey. Let's talk. Let's see your work here. Walk us through.
My designs are mostly made of indigenous materials, so it's like a twist of a modern Filipiniana. So just like what I'm wearing a bomber jacket.
Wow.
So it's made of barong.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's made of barong.
Okay.
And somehow it's perfect for this year's trend in SONA na it's more simple, somehow with a twist, but with a modern touch.
In fact, when Senator Nancy Binay visited CNN Philippines, she was wearing your design. Tell us more about this and the inspiration that went through Senator Nancy Binay's outfit.
She's wearing almost every day. She's wearing me almost every day. Yeah. Senator Nancy Binay went to my shop in Iloilo. Then she's like, she said that I want something for my everyday outfit. So I presented this product that is made of hand-woven materials and mostly hablon. These are from Iloilo, and also I'm using indigenous materials from different regions also.
You know, I like that because they always think us like barong or the Filipiniana attire to be more of a formal thing rather than something that we can use every day, when in fact it is our national wear or costume. It should be, you know, part of our everyday life.
That's actually my advocacy of, like, you know, you cannot just wear a barong just for a formal occasion, diba? You can wear naman every day, kahit every day. So why not twist it and make it na parang pwede siyang
araw-araw.
Yeah.
So Michael, okay, guys, I will need your expectations for this year, SONA. What can you expect to see?
As you designed some of our personalities who will be attending the SONA, ano pa yung mga ini-expect nyong makita sa red carpet this year?
Well, I think because of the mandate dress code, the people that's going to be attending the SONA will be in subtle and subdued, but it should stand out still.
So wild colors or bright colors are allowed?
Pastel colors,
still
light colors,
pastel.
since it's a daytime event.
Okay, pantsuits, dresses.
I made kasi for a congresswoman this year, so she'll be wearing a patajong and a piña this morning, and in the evening, I think in the afternoon, she'll be wearing black with a patajong touch still.
Okay, and the men will still be their barong. Would they be more elaborately designed? Would they be more elaborately designed in terms of the barong?
Before we let you go, quickly follow up. Si Baste, who's making Baste Duterte's outfit?
I'm doing Baste Duterte's outfit.
Quickly, ano yung inspiration mo kay Baste?
Well, he's like his father. He's very simple. So the barong is really made of piña cloth from Lumban, Laguna, and then it's gonna be a simple barong with embroidery details.
All right, thank you so much for being here this morning, and we can't wait to see what our personalities or politicians will be wearing to SONA red carpet later on this afternoon. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Jorel. Again, just fashion designers Michael Leyva and Jorel Espina.
Thank you.
And
Time right now is 7:20 in the morning. If you're heading out just about now, expect heavy traffic on Commonwealth Avenue. This is near St. Peter Church in Quezon City. Right now, vehicles are building up heading south. Those are the lanes on the left side of your screen. You can expect major delays if you are off to the Quezon Memorial Circle. On the right side, the northbound stretch is closed to traffic, but the MMDA implemented a counterflow scheme on the southbound side of Commonwealth for motorists traveling to Batasan Road and Fairview.
Sources have told CNN Philippines there is a move to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez as the House of Representatives opens its third regular session, and former President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo will replace him. The three lawmakers who declined to be named confirmed that first daughter Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio asked for their support in ousting Alvarez and in electing Arroyo as the new speaker. One lawmaker said a congressman would move to declare the position of House Speaker vacant as soon as session opens at 10 this morning. Another lawmaker said that Carpio Duterte has been talking with Arroyo about taking over Alvarez's post since April. There's been bad blood between Duterte, Carpio, and Alvarez since early this year after the House Speaker allegedly declared her part of the opposition. He made the comment after President Duterte's eldest daughter formed a regional political party, Hugpong ng Pagbabago. Alvarez is Secretary General of the ruling party, PDP Laban. We are trying to get comments from lawmakers, including Alvarez himself, regarding this developing story. The National Police is now on full alert status ahead of President Duterte's third SONA this afternoon. The PNP is deploying 6,000 personnel stationed in almost all points near the Batasan complex. Our correspondent Rex Remitio is joining us live from there. Rex, what is the situation?
Well, Ria, you can see this stretch of the Batasan Road right behind me has been filled with police vehicles, fire trucks, and ambulance units. Traffic is strictly regulated that the police have been screening almost every vehicle that's nearing the Batasan complex. We have also seen army trucks and even helicopter units hovering around the skies as early as this time. The PNP is now on full alert status since 5 in the morning. Police personnel are deployed in almost all areas, as well as special weapons and tactics or SWAT units. Militants can only assemble up to the Commonwealth area, unlike in the past 2 years when they were allowed to get near the Batasan. The National Police is deploying 6,000 to 7,000 personnel stationed in different areas surrounding the Batasan complex. The so-called force multipliers, like the armed forces, the MMDA, and barangay tanods, will also complement the police forces. The PNP is confident they can handle the 7,000 to 10,000 protesters gathering for the President's third SONA. PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde says not all of them will come at the same time. Most of them will gather at around 3 in the afternoon. This is when the President arrives at the Batasan Pambansa and later to deliver his third SONA. Albayalde is also not expecting the protesters to become violent, as they have had dialogues with them this past week. But if the militants do, the PNP chief says they are ready to handle them with maximum tolerance and respect for human rights. Albayalde also says they haven't received any information that some groups like the communists will try to infiltrate the ranks of the protesters. The PNP, however, is not discounting any possibility, but they're still hoping they would protest peacefully. Ria.
All right, thank you very much, Rex Remitio there reporting live.
Several roads in Quezon City are closed to traffic today because of the SONA. For the alternate routes, visit our website, cnnphilippines.com.
And with that, that's it for us this Monday. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas.
New Day is back tomorrow at 6 on the dot. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo. CNN Philippines will bring you more on President Duterte's third State of the Nation address throughout the day. Stay tuned as well to our special coverage starting 2 p.m. Good morning. Have a great day.
Much for granting us this interview. Can we begin with this? What are you looking forward to in the President's State of the Nation address?
Well, maybe enumeration of the achievements of the Duterte administration for the past year, and then maybe a mention of the bills signed into law that affects directly the lives of ordinary citizens. Like, for instance, Free Irrigation Act, free education, college education in public schools.
Yeah, that was very well received.
Yes, tapos hopefully signing of the BBL.
And we are hoping, you are expecting
During
that
the
this will
SONA.
happen during the SONA.
During the SONA.
Talaga?
Yes.
During the SONA? Not
Yes.
even before, but during?
No, during the SONA.
Oh, so that might be one of the highlights?
Yes, because if...
So habang nagsasona siya, biglang
So in the morning, pwede naming aprubahan yung inaprubahan ng BICAM. And then, in the afternoon, during the SONA, pwede nang pirmahan ng presidente.
Yeah, that's going to be quite dramatic because a lot of people are looking forward to that. At the same time, it will be the first in history. As far as back as I can remember, no other president has signed anything during a SONA.
Yes, but it's possible.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. But what do you also hope and think we will hear apart from that, no, or see?
Well, maybe a reiteration of his advocacy, the war against illegal drugs, of course, the how to curb criminality, and maybe corruption.
Okay. Do you think he's going to detail exactly what he's going to, what he's going to do about the war on drugs and the war on crime?
I don't know, but alam mo naman si Presidente during his speeches, lumilihis siya doon sa prepared speech.
May bago ring parang feature sa SONA this year. Meron na kayong bagong seatmate, si Senator Tito Soto, Senate President.
Yes. I mean, that is most welcome.
Okay. Well, let's talk, Speaker, about charter change naman, no? The drive to amend the 1987 Constitution. So you have the Constitutional Commission submitting a proposal to transform government into a federal presidential. What is it about federalism that will guarantee what the Duterte administration has always said is its battle cry, a comfortable life for all?
Kasi hindi naman ito basta sabihin mong delegation of powers, no? But ini-empower lang talaga yung sinishare yung power ng national government doon sa mga regions. So, I mean, yung regions mismo can now chart their own destinies.
Okay. Well, if you chart your own destiny, part of that is also in taxation. Parang the power to tax will also be shared, kumbaga, no, with the federal government. How is that going to work? So we pay taxes at national level. We have big income taxes, and then we will also have federal taxes.
Yun ang gusto kong makita. Kung ano yung mga shared powers na pinopropose ng Constitutional Commission. Kasi kami dito, meron din kami, of course, na version namin doon sa revised Constitution. So, titignan namin paano kami mag-reconcile.
Yeah, okay. In essence, what is the version of the House of Representatives when it comes to taxation?
There are areas na exclusive sa region, may mga areas na exclusive sa national government, at saka may mga areas naman na shared between the region and the national government.
Can you tell us what those are?
I can't enumerate.
Wag na muna. Okay, sige. The minute you say charter change, and no other administration has gone this far. As a matter of fact, every past administration has always had problems kapag charter change ang pinag-uusapan. So how do we guard against another lengthy stay in power? Ano yung magiging mga safeguard mechanisms na?
May mga ang balita ko lang, no? May mga proposal yung Constitutional Commission na of course yung may provision doon sa anti-dynasty, tapos meron siyang term limits, no, na provisions. Pero for me, the way I look at it,
siguro okay yung maybe anti-dynasty, no, na provisions, but yung term limits, yun medyo kailangan pag-aralang mabuti. You know why? Kung titignan natin, nung wala pang term limits, walang dynasty. I think what triggered political dynasty, itong term limits. Kasi kung hindi na nga makatakbo yung yung official, so andyan na yung mga anak, andyan yung asawa, 'di ba? Kaya nagkaroon ng nag-evolve yung yung dynasty. Tingin ko naman yung provision ng political dynasty, okay 'yon. Pero yung term limits, bakit anong masama doon?
Yeah. Term limits for legislators, senators, congressmen. That's what we're talking about, right? Okay. What about...
Pero yung sa presidente, siguro one re-election. Parang sa Amerika.
Which is their proposal anyway, 4-year term tapos one re-election.
At saka pag pumili ka ng presidente, your vote for the president must be your vote for the vice president. Kung parliamentary presidential ka.
Ang term nyo hanggang ang mga congressmen and yung senators who were voted into office in 2013 hanggang 2019. So ngayon, ang iniisip ng mga tao, sabihin natin by next year may plebiscite, magbotohan na sa Constitution. Paano na ngayon i-adjust? May adjustments ba mangyayari? How is it gonna happen? If your term is until 2019, so...
Para sa akin lang, if we are damn serious in really revising the Constitution, let's be realistic sa schedule. Tinan mo, SONA tayo ng itong July 23. Ibibigay sa amin yung NEP, National Expenditure Program, for next year. So, kailangan namin bigyan ng ng oras yan. Tapos, medyo maiksi din yung namin, yung sessions, dahil may mga international commitments tayo. IPA, IPU, at
Interparliament.
Lahat ng mga ganyan, di ba? Na nagre-require ng attendance ng participation ng House at saka ng Senado. So, habang ginagawa natin yung budget, and then October, magpa-file ka ng Certificate of Candidacy mo. O paano yan?
Okay. So now you're saying, how are we going to squeeze everything, convening yourself into a constituent assembly? At the same time, you have your regular work that you need to attend to, October filing COC. So you're saying that
para sa akin,
let's be reasonable and allow a term extension. Is that what you're saying?
Kasi kung filing ka ng October, wala na, magkakampanya na yun.
Yes.
So ano pang time?
Yeah, wala na oras. So, let's go for term extension. Ang hindi lang natin ma-extend ngayon, sir, yung oras sa gap na to. Pero we'll just take a break. Sandali lang po. We need to take a very short break. All right, Speaker Alvarez, let's pick up from where we left off. You are arguing for, or you are advocating for a term extension for senators and congressmen precisely because you need to attend to this amending the charter.
Oo, kasi if that is the priority, so let's be realistic with the schedule. Diba? January, gagawin yan, and then may requirement ng massive information campaign, diba? So gagawin natin yan to educate the people who will be voting for the plebiscite. So, pagkatapos aprubahan niya ng mga tao, let's say na-approve, then still you need a transition government. So, ang proposal ko dyan is, dapat yung election, 2022. Sabay-sabay lahat yan.
So, term extension, you're saying no elections in 2019? Sabi mo
yun ang pinaka-practical.
Oo. Okay.
Diba?
When we also talk about term extension, people are also thinking of the term of the incumbent president and
hindi
vice
kasama
president.
yun. Kasi mag-i-expire naman ang presidente at vice president sa 2022. So doon mag-i-election tayo, sabay-sabay. Lahat.
Okay. So pagdating, kasi ang mangyayari, hindi po ba yung CONCOM magsasabit kay Presidente, si Presidente, dadalhin naman niya sa Congress itong proposal. When that happens, you convene as a constituent assembly.
Yes.
And when you do that, you will be convening separately, jointly?
Ganito kasi yan, Pia. When Congress convenes into a constituent assembly, magkakaroon ng panibagong life apart from our term as congressmen, senators. Para kang nag-elect ng CONCON, di ba? Constitutional Convention delegates, di ba? So magkakaroon ka ng panibagong buhay. Oh, kasi constituent assembly ka na eh. Hindi ito yung
Yeah, but you will still be senators and congressmen
yes,
functioning as the House and the Senate.
As parang delegates.
Yeah. In the past, when you convened jointly, for example, to extend martial law in Mindanao, malaking away pa yung do we vote separately, do we vote jointly. So this time, ano yung mangyayari? Vote jointly, separately?
Ang nakalagay lang, kahit nabasahin nyo yung provision, may required number of votes. 3/4 of all its members, of all Congress members. No? So pag sinabi mong of all its members, so it refers to Congress as a whole. Di ba? Both houses yan. Oo. Yung nag-i-espouse ng voting separately, siyempre sasabihin nila, pag sinabing of all its members, individual, no? May House, may Senate, di ba? So, gray area 'yon sa ating saligang batas.
Okay. All right.
Pero para sa akin naman, mas maganda na yung mag-usap yung dalawang both houses para wala nang
Yeah, well, last time you ended up voting jointly, but
wala
yeah.
namang problema.
Okay, let's move on, sir. Peace and order. No, in the first week of July, we had 2 mayors killed, 1 day apart. The mayor of Tanawan, Batangas, on a Monday. On Tuesday, the following day, the mayor of Janotino in Nueva Ecija. And then others, priests, many others. How is the Duterte administration and Congress in the supporting role going to deal with this, going to clamp down on all of this?
Kung pag-aaralan natin yung mga killings, different motives eh. Merong involved sa illegal drugs, merong involved o merong politically motivated kasi wala naman sa involvement sa drugs yung mayor, no, yung sa Nueva Ecija. So iba-ibang anggulo, no. So part to ng of course ng criminality sa buong bansa. I think General Albayalde is qualified to address these problems.
Okay. So it doesn't require kumbaga drastic action, state of emergency, martial law, anything that will require the attention of the national government.
No,
Hindi naman. So it is basically a peace and order, law enforcement issue.
Yes.
Well, what about, so you have that AFP uncovering the communist plot to unseat the president, terrorism, etc. There is this feeling that there's so much going on now. Do you see the Duterte administration coming in to deal with this decisively or no?
Well, para sa akin, yes. Kasi national security yan. Like, for instance, yung entry ng yung ISIS sa ating bansa, talagang big threat yan. National security yan. Yung ginagawa nung komunista, syempre, nung araw pa, ginagawa na nila yan. Diba? Pero hindi natin pwedeng hayaan na ganun na lang. We really have to address it also.
Yeah, okay. But how do we address it? Still, law enforcement, armed forces actions.
Magkasama yan dapat. Yung PNP at saka yung ating AFP.
Okay. Let's talk about the next Chief Justice and the next Ombudsman. First, the next Chief Justice. Who would you like to see as the next Chief Justice?
Well, para sa akin, as long as merong integridad, yung walang tililing, mas okay yun. Kasi mahirap yung Chief Justice na mayroong tama sa utak.
Okay. Do you have someone in mind?
Wala.
Wala, okay.
Palagay ko naman, wala nang ewan ko kung meron pang natirang may tililing dyan sa Supreme Court.
Meron pa ba?
Hindi ko alam.
Okay. Well, the 5 most, it's automatic naman po ba, hindi po ba yung the 5 most senior associate justices? So that's Carpio, De Castro, Velasco, Bersamin Peralta.
Or maybe from the outside.
Yeah, from the outside. Pero
Pwede
sir,
rin.
before we go to the outside, kung yung 5 most senior associate justices ang pag-usapan natin, so nag-bow out na si Carpio, out na siya, ayaw na niya, out of the running. Si Presby magre-retire, si Teresita de Castro din dapat mag-retire. So, kumbaga naiwan na lang, tira na lang si Bersamin tsaka si Peralta. You, knowing the president
Qualified
very well.
naman pareho yun. Qualified pareho.
Inunahan niya na ako sagot.
Qualified.
Qualified pareho.
Oh.
Pero sa tingin niyo, would you, could you hazard a guess who would the president prefer?
Mahirap.
Mahirap?
Yan.
Okay. Pero like you said, pwedeng outsider.
Pwede rin.
Oo.
Wala namang
Meron bang matunog na pangalan ng isang outsider na tingin mo yun ang...
Sa ngayon, wala akong naririnig.
Wala. Okay, you'd rather not venture a guess.
Mahirap eh.
Okay, we'll venture muna into a
Baka
short...
pag-usapan.
Yeah. Yun na nga maganda eh. But pag-usapan natin when we come back. We'll just take a short break. Speaker Alvarez. Alright, Speaker Alvarez, since ayaw niyong sabihin kung sino yung nababalita ang mag-Chief Justice, sa Ombudsman naman, may balita kayo?
Ombudsman,
End of July kasi magre-retire na si Conchita Carpio
wala
Morales.
akong balita. Wala rin.
Okay. We cannot really tell, no, what the President is
Mahirap
going to do.
pangunahan si Presidente.
Mahirap din siyang basahin.
Mahirap basahin. Mahirap.
Talaga. But you think he will go for what kind of an ombudsman, what kind of a Chief Justice?
Integrity. Integrity talaga.
Okay. When you say integrity, how would you define that?
Yung hindi mo pwedeng questionin yung kanyang pagkatao.
Let's talk about dissolution of marriage, the bill that is your kumbaga pet legislation, and yung civil union. Can we ano ba yung status update niya? What has happened to it so far? No?
Yung dissolution of marriage, no? Or yung iba tinatawag nilang divorce.
Bakit nga ba hindi divorce bill na lang? Para hindi masyadong...
Para sa akin kasi, nung final ko yung aking version ng bill, sabi ko, why should I call it divorce? Sa totoo lang, dissolution of marriage talaga yun eh. You file a petition to dissolve your marriage, di ba? Dissolution talaga siya. So, yun inaprubahan namin dito sa House of Representatives. So, nandun ngayon sa Senado yun. Hopefully, makita rin nila yung necessity nung batas na yon. Kasi Pia, ang dami talagang nag-aantay na maipasa yan.
And that's because they have difficulty getting an annulment.
Mahirap
for example, no?
Mahirap talaga. Because ang grounds mo ng annulment, kailangan nag-exist siya before or during the celebration of marriage. Hindi pwedeng after eh. Yung dissolution of marriage, yung grounds niyan after the celebration of marriage.
Okay, so kumbaga if you had a problem, pwedeng cropped up later on.
Halimbawa, infidelity, di ba? Yung mga ganon, yung mga nambubugbog, pwede mag-apply ito. Pwede siyang mag-petition for the dissolution of marriage.
Well, this bill is an interesting story because this is one of is it the only measure that was co-sponsored even by opposition?
Yeah, so far under my speakership, this is the only bill na nagsama yung majority at minority. Pati pa yung Makabayan Black, yung mga nagsama talaga.
Okay, so you're just waiting for the Senate to work on it. Yung civil union naman, hindi rin yung ito tinawag na same-sex marriage because...
No, it is not marriage.
No marriage.
Hindi talaga marriage ito. This is just a union between two persons, same-sex or opposite sex, na ayaw nilang pumasok sa marriage.
Okay, and this is...
Na nagsasama sila.
Okay. Ito yung parang living in.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. So these are, what are these? Parang the rules that govern benefits for people like these?
This is just civil union. Na merong protection yung two individuals living together, whether opposite or same-sex.
Okay. When you say protection, meaning?
Meaning, halimbawa, support from each other. Tapos, halimbawa, ngayon kasi, halimbawa, same sex or opposite sex, yung isang ma-hospital. May mga pinipirmahan dun sa hospitals.
Right, parang next of kin. And then, kung hindi naman kayo kasal,
Hindi kayo relative, hindi kayo magkaano-ano, hahanapin pa kung sino yung pipirma eh. Yung mga waiver, yung mga kung ano.
so you're saying this law will allow, will say na
Yes.
you, para bang recognized as next of kin? Ganon ba yun?
Oo.
Okay.
Oo, kasi kayo talaga yung magkasama eh. Oo. Tapos yung insurance policies, pwede maging beneficiary, di ba? Yung partner mo.
Yeah, okay. So in other words, very practical applications
Yes.
that recognizes relationships that like these that already exist.
Oo, para wala namang wala bang nagsasamantala.
Second to the last question about the church. So in the last month or so, last month and a half, the president, of course, has let go of very colorful words against the Catholic Church. What do you feel about it personally, and how do you think this can be resolved? Apart from the fact that nag-meeting naman sila, no, nagda-dialogue din naman.
Well, para sa akin, tama naman si presidente, no? Kasi ang problema sa Catholic Church, nakikialam sila sa gobyerno. Yung trabaho ng gobyerno, gusto nilang pakialaman. Yung doktrina nila, gusto nilang gawing batas ng gobyerno. Ginagalang namin yung separation of powers. Yun ang doktrina mo, yun ang paniniwala mo, go ahead. Pero, preach that doon sa mga membro mo. Hindi lang Katoliko ang relihiyon sa buong bansa. Dapat igalang nila yung trabaho ng gobyerno. Huwag nilang pakikialaman.
Yeah. And is that why the president can let go of all those very colorful words?
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
Okay. All right. Last question and then final words. The ombudsman indicted former President Aquino for the disbursement acceleration program that happened just in June. Kasama din si Butch Abad, no? You think this is the right move, even as it is also seen as the Duterte administration, quote unquote, going after the former or the past administration?
Para sa akin kasi, Pia, kahit na anong administrasyon, kung nakita mong somebody committed a crime, di ba? O kaya transgressions, di ba? Kailangan talaga panagutan yan.
Final words, Speaker?
Well, bilang Pilipino, sana magsama-sama tayo, magkaisa para sa mga kinakailangang pagbabago ng ating bansa. At wala naman tayong ibang hangarin kundi pagandahin ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino.
Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, sir, thank you very much for giving us this interview.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very young audiences. Parental guidance is advised.
Welcome to a special edition of The Source, where we combine the headlines with in-depth conversations with the newsmakers themselves. Today on the program. A campaign promise President Rodrigo Duterte vows to fulfill.
Nothing short of a federal setup would appease the morrow of Mindanao.
A shift to a federal form of government.
The antidote is federalism, because the essence of federalism is non-concentration of power.
The consultative body 2019 midterm elections and a possibility of a people's initiative. Consultative Committee Chairman and former Chief Justice Renato Puno joins us in the program. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pinky Webb. The Consultative Committee tasked to review the 1987 Constitution heated the President's call to add a provision that he is not interested in running should the government shift to a federal system. Malacanang says this will dispel rumors or speculations that President Rodrigo Duterte wants to extend his term in office. Meanwhile, House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez is determined to cancel the 2019 elections in order to speed up the transition to federalism, but senators oppose his proposal. Let's go straight to the source of the story. Consultative Committee Chairman and former Chief Justice Reynato Puno CJ. Thank you again for being here. It's good to see you, sir.
Yeah, thank you too, Pinky.
You're welcome, sir. 5 months of work by the 22-member Consultative Committee. How do you feel having been able to pass the draft Philippine Federal Constitution?
Well, we have done it in accordance with the timeline given to us by our President. The next hurdle should be the Congress of the Philippines.
You know, I'm going to bring this in because it was former Solicitor General Florin Hilbay said the intention could be good by the members of the Consultative Commission, but when it gets to Congress, that may be a different story, CJ.
That's right. Congress is a different venue, a different battleground. But unlike them, I would like to presume that Congress would act as representatives of the people in accordance with the best interests of the people. And so, I will not prejudge the action of Congress.
You have faith in the lawmakers, sir?
Yes, because, you know, the public pressure will be there. And I am hopeful that they will feel the public pulse and act accordingly.
5 months, I said, sir. Was that enough time for the 22 members to finish this draft constitution? Nagmadali ho ba kayo or did you need more time?
Hindi naman kasi marami na rin mga versions yung federalism. Mayroong version yung PDP laban. Mayroon ding version yung House of Representatives. At nung mga nakarang panahon, pinag-usapan na rin yung federalism, lalong-lalo na nung panahon ni Pangulong Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. At ito namang mga miyembro ng Consultative Committee, they're supposed to be knowledgeable, they're supposed to be experts. And that is the reason why they were appointed to the committee. And so, tama-tama lang yung timeline na binigay sa amin.
CJ, do you feel that there should have been possibly more representation from other members of different fields doon po sa Consultative Committee, sir?
Maaaring mas magaling ngayon kung mayroon mga ibang miyembro doon representing the other disciplines. But that did not prove to be a real hurdle to the members of the committee because we were able to call the experts on different fields in order to help us draft this proposed constitution.
Let's go to the nitty-gritty, sir. Himayin na natin some provisions, certain provisions of the draft Philippine Federal Constitution. One of the most talked about provisions in this Constitution or draft the Philippine Federal Constitution, sir, would be Article 22 of the transitory or on the transitory provisions. In fact, sir, binalik po ni Presidente sa inyo para ayusin ito.
Yes.
Let's talk about this. Section 1, the term of the President and the Vice President shall end on June 30, 2022, shall not be extended.
Yeah.
Would this mean, sir, the President, President Rodrigo Duterte, the Vice President Leni Robredo, will end their terms in 2022?
Yes, pursuant to the 87 Constitution.
Is it possible, CJ, that there could be some enabling law that may eventually be, that lawmakers can create that may extend the term beyond 2022?
Hindi siguro posible yun. A law can never violate or run counter against the Constitution.
Section 2, sir, the incumbent president is prohibited from running as president in the 2022 elections under the Constitution. Tell us more about this, sir.
Yan ang specific response ng ating Pangulo doon sa mga agam-agam, yung mga criticism nung kanyang mga detractors na itong draft constitution ay gagamitin lang niya para makatakbo uli sa 2022 election. Kanya ganyan ang naging tagubilin sa amin ng ating Pangulo na ilagay na ninyo dyan sa transitory provision in clear and specific language that he is banned from running in the 2022 election. At yan nga, noong bumalik sa consultative committee, hirap na hirap kaming gawin yung language. Kasi kung
Why, sir?
hindi namin nagkaroon ng mahabang debate kung ilalagay namin yung dahilan bakit binaban si Pangulong Duterte. Dahil kung ilalagay mo lang he is banned from running, yung makakabasa ng Constitution, lalong-lalo na sa ibang bansa, ay iisipin na siguro napakasamang tao nito. Kanya binan sa pagtakbo do sa eleksyon sa 2022. And that does not reflect the truth. Ang katotohanan, siya mismo ang nagsabi na ilagay nyo na yan, yung specific ban against me in the Constitution itself.
Is that why you did not include this in the original draft, sir?
Hindi ito sa original draft. Pinag-usapan na nga yan. Pero nung umpisa pa, yan ang palagi niyang sinasabi sa publiko na ayaw na niya na tumakbo pa sa susunod na halalan. Sinasabi niya yan sa publiko tuwing mayroong conference. At noong binuo niya itong consultative committee, yun din lang sinabi niya. Ayaw na niyang ma-extend yung term niya beyond 2022.
But because the President asked the consultative committee, specifically yourself, sir, na to explicitly say it in this draft constitution, kaya po napasok sa Section 2, the incumbent President is prohibited from running as President in the 2022 elections under the Constitution.
Yeah, that's the reason.
CJ, can the Vice President run
in the
2022 elections? Ang band lang po, just to be clear, is President Rodrigo Duterte.
And that is because he wants the ban.
Yes, sir. Siya ho ang humingi. Just to clarify that. All right. So here, so the Vice President can run sa 2022. Let's go to Section 3, sir. Within 6 months from the ratification of the Constitution, the President shall, so within 6 months, shall call for an election for the transition President and Vice President in tandem. The transition President and Vice President shall possess the same qualifications and be subjected to the same restrictions as provided in Article 8 of this Constitution. Tell us more about this, sir.
Again, the President did not only want to have another term as President, as a regular President. But in addition, he also did not want to be President as soon as the new Constitution kicks in. Kanya muli, sinabi niya noon na 6 months after the ratification, ay magkaroon na ng provision dyan na tumawag ng eleksyon para sa isang transition president at transition vice president. Sapagkat pagka nagkaroon na noon, ay bababa na siya sa katungkulan. In other words, during the transition, ang role ni Pangulong Duterte ay iisa lang, tumawag ng isang halalan.
Yeah. So, the problem though, CJ, I don't know if you will agree that some people see is that it's the president that does not want to be a transition president. Pero bakit parang nasasama, napipilitang masama dito si Vice President Leni Robredo? What will happen to her?
Ay pagka pagtibay na po yung bagong konstitusyon, lahat yung opisyalis ng 1987 na Constitution ay maaapektuhan. Hindi lamang po si Vice President Robredo. At natural po yan mayroon tayong bagong konstitusyon.
But what about the mandate of the people, sir? That goes for President Duterte and Vice President Leni Robredo, that they have been elected for a term of 6 years, sir.
Ang mandate nila ay doon sa 87 Constitution. Kung pinalitan na yung 87 Constitution ng bagong Constitution, may bagong mandate ang taong bayan. At yung bagong mandate na yun ay nandun sa bagong konstitusyon.
But would you agree that it becomes a little bit unfair for the Vice President because hindi naman siya nagsabi na ayoko na or gusto ko maging transition Vice President?
That change comes as a logical aftermath because of the new constitution, and everybody is treated indiscriminately. Walang discrimination doon. At kung yun ang mga taong bayan, ayaw nila yung mapalitan yung mga opisyalis natin sa 87 Constitution, hindi nila pagtitibayin yung bagong Constitution. So, ang bottom line, ito yung pinagtibay ng taong bayan.
CJ, you're saying basically, kung gusto nyo ito, vote for it during the plebiscite. If you don't want it, don't vote for it in the plebiscite.
That's the definition of sovereignty of the people.
All right, we'll be taking a short break. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Still to come, what are the chances that the anti-dynasty provision in the proposed charter will pass through Congress? Former Chief Justice Reynato Puna will still be with us after the break. CJ, so...
strong and enduring.
Simula pa lang ito. Because you have complied with all the requirements of the law.
Time we will launch. To join me in sending them up.
Ito mismo ang diwa.
Sa kanyang mga statements, he does not want any further involvement in government, whether in an elective capacity or appointive capacity.
But will the Constitution allow him to?
Ang wording po ng Constitution ay ban from running as president. Yes.
Yeah.
Pero para namang absurd yung situation na ayaw na nga ng taong mag-presidente, pero tatakbo pa na nga sa isang posisyon na lesser in capacity. Parang hindi
It goes beyond logic, is that what you're saying?
Seems to be very absurd.
Yeah, but sir, can people change their minds?
Well, the people can change their mind, but we will not anticipate that kind of a possibility but by writing it in a constitution.
But, so please answer the question. Can he run for another elective post?
Oh, yes.
Pwede. The president
Yes.
can run. Let me just go through very quickly because the CJ and I were talking during the break. So the president loses his mandate, sir. The vice president loses his mandate. Pero yung mga senador and congressmen and the local government officials shall continue.
They will also be losing their mandate under the 87 Constitution. But under the new Constitution, assuming it is ratified, they will be continuing in office in a holdover capacity. That is normal in every change of the Constitution. Otherwise, if you completely eliminate them, there will be a paralysis in government.
So they shall continue on a holdover capacity. Very quickly, though, I just want to go to Section 6, CJ. This talks about the Federal Transition Commission. So apart from voting for a transition president and vice president, we are going to have what is called the Federal Transition Commission, in which the transition president shall be chairman.
That's right.
And he shall appoint 10 regular members who must be, there it is, natural-born citizens. What is the mandate, or what is the job description, I guess, sir, of the Federal Transition Commission?
Well, the members of the commission shall be appointed by whoever will be elected as transitory president. And the task of this commission, who are independent, non-partisan, experts in different fields, would be to assist the transition president in effectuating the shift to federalism.
But it is going to be the transition president who will appoint the 10, sir? Tama
Yes,
ho ba?
because the power to appoint is essentially an executive power. But the president cannot just appoint any Tom, Dick, and Harry. The qualifications are specified
Are
there.
set forth.
And we don't find that kind of a transition commission in the 87 Constitution. We don't find that in the 73 Constitution or in the 1935 Constitution. Again, the purpose of the consultative committee is not only to form a team to assist the president, but to see to it that the transition is less characterized by political partisanship.
If we were to elect a transition president and vice president, Chief Justice, why not elect the 10? That will be part of the transition committee as well. Kung boboto na rin po tayo, bakit hindi na natin isama yung 10, sir? Napag-usapan ho kaya yun, CJ?
Hindi napag-usapan yun. Ang napag-usapan lang yung eleksyon ng transition president and vice president. Yes. At mayroong disqualification niyang mga tatanggap ng posisyon na yan. They cannot be elected in the next election. And,
Yeah.
Yes.
In the same token that the transition president, to be clear, and transition vice president cannot run in the 2022
That's right.
elections as well. For any position, no,
yes,
CJ?
ang role lang nila is strictly to make that smooth shift from unitary to federalism.
All right. Sir, the anti-dynasty clause, we had Senator Bam Aquino yesterday questioning the anti-dynasty clause. Mabuti po pakinggan na lang po natin ano yung reaction ni Senator Bam Aquino regarding this. Let's listen.
So in short, yung anti-political dynasty provision na propose ng CONCOM is political dynasty for everybody, but not the president.
And the vice president.
And the vice president, whoever that will be. Of course, hindi naman natin tinutukoy dito si President Duterte. It's prospective, but I found it very, very, irregular. So, that you would have an anti-political dynasty provision, but exempt the president.
Exempt the president and the vice president.
So in short, pwede ka magka-presidente, yung anak, senator, yung isang anak siguro, mayor, or at least meron kang dalawa, and then everybody else, basically bawal. So this was something very peculiar.
CJ, what's the wisdom behind exempting the president and vice president in this anti-political dynasty clause?
Exempting President Duterte?
No, the president, yung magiging presidente po and vice president in tandem. Because how
doon sa 2022 election.
Yes, sir.
Doon sa 2022 election, covered si President Duterte noon. In other words, halimbawa, yung anak niya, si Mayor Sara, cannot succeed President Duterte as president. Covered siya doon.
But if we have a new president, sir, in tandem with the vice president,
a new president
and vice president tandem in 2022,
yes.
How he's saying it, how the senator is saying, is that they are going to be exempt from the anti-political dynasty clause. Yung presidente, yung magiging bagong presidente and vice president, sir.
Yung anti-political dynasty na yun, that will be effective as soon as the new constitution sets in. At again, makikita nyo dun sa ginawa naming provision, yung ban ng against political dynasty, yung second degree.
Yes.
Yun ay pwedeng dagdagan ng ating Kongreso. Kanya kung halimbawa, sa pag-iisip nila, kulang pa yung ban na dapat masakop yan.
Third degree.
O third degree, or fourth degree, or yung sinasabi nilang presidente or vice-presidente, let them do it. At yan talagang binigay namin yung kapangyarihan sa Kongreso. In other words, yung ban on political dynasty na ginawa ng committee, that is just the floor. Kung gusto ng Kongreso, kagaya, di ba, sinasabi ni Senator Bam na kulang yan, di dagdagan nila. Walang problema yun.
I think, CJ, ang sinasabi po ni Senator Bam is yung anti-political dynasty clause should cover everybody from president down the line, sir.
That is the spirit. Kung palagay nila, dapat klaruhin yan, let them do it.
Okay. All right. A point raised, though, regarding the anti-political dynasty clause, sir, is that during the BICAM meeting on the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or the BOL, sir, natanggal po ito. What are the chances, you think, and how would you feel in the event that, of course, we understand this is draft constitution subject to the approval of both houses of Congress. Ano ho ang inyong magiging pakiramdam sakaling tanggalin po itong anti-political dynasty clause, sir?
Ay, ako, and I'm speaking only for myself. Kung tatanggalin nila yung provision on anti-political dynasty, ay hindi ko po susuportahan yung shift to federalism. At ang dahilan niyan ay inaalis nga natin yung power nitong mga political dynasties. Sa federalism, binibigyan ng more powers yung mga regions, mga officials ng mga local governments. Nandyan po yung mga political dynasties. Kaya kailangan natin itong provision na ito on anti-political dynasties. Kung hindi, lalong magkakaroon ng monopoly of political power yung mga dynasties. And that will be the end of federalism.
This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Coming up, lawless violence as one of the grounds in declaring martial law. Former Chief Justice Renato Puno will explain after the break.
President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Mahigit na 10 milyong Pilipino.
Beyond the symbolic significance,
Isang interesto ang kapakanan ng ating Diyos.
Pinag-usapan ng matagal ng consultative committee at unanimous ang voting namin dyan. At ganun ang spirit niyan to cover everybody.
everybody. Okay, at least that's clear from the Chief Justice himself. National territory again being discussed. Or I will try to condense what is ano ho ang parang kuro-kuro or apprehension dito. It's because that in the national territory article, that's Article 1, that's the first article of the Philippine Federal Constitution. It talks about the national territory, but questions were raised on why did you not include the West Philippine Sea and Sabah? Bakit ho hindi siya kasama as being siguro commented on by some critics?
Kasama po yung Sabah tsaka yung West Philippine Sea. Doon sa first paragraph ng national territory ay nakalagay dyan yung mga territory na mayroon tayong sovereignty. At ang isa dyan yung mga territory na mayroon tayong sovereignty by virtue of historic rights and title. Ang tinutukoy po niyan ay yung Sabah. Mayroon din tayong section 2 dyan. Yung namang sovereign rights ng ating bansa kung saan ma-exercise yan. At ang nakalagay dyan, yung maritime...
To the extent reserved to it by international law,
yes, maritime expanse beyond its territorial sea to the extent reserved to it by international law. Ang tinutukoy po dyan yung West Philippine Seas. So, very clear po yan. At saka yung provision na yan, sinasabi nilang wala, nandiyan yan eh. Yung provision na yan, wala sa 87 Constitution.
I guess the question is this, CJ. If you decided to put the word Philippine rice, the words Philippine rice, why did you not include the West Philippine Sea? To be very, I guess, particular about it, CJ, ano ho ba naging discussion regarding this?
Again, we are writing a constitution It's a matter of form, matter of style. Ang classic instruction dyan, yung Constitution, hindi dapat na detalyado yan, hindi dapat na pakahaba, dahil ang ginagawa mo lang dyan, yung framework of government. Kung isusulat natin dyan yung nangyari doon sa permanent
the Hague ruling
Court of Arbitration, mahigit 1,000 pahina yata yun eh. Gusto ba nila ilagay namin lahat yung pinagtalunan doon kung ano yung decision ng arbitration tribunal?
But you could have just put including the Hague ruling that, let's say, hindi ho ba? I guess the question is, why did you put Philippine Rise, sir? And you did not put the West Philippine Sea?
Dahil yung Philippine Rise, that's something new. Kaya nilagay natin yun. At yun, yung Philippine Rise na yun, yan hindi lang parte ng continental shelf. But it extends further. Kaya mabuti yung ilagay yun.
And what, sir? There's no need to put the West Philippine Sea?
Hindi, kaya yung mga nakakaintindi ng international law, hindi kailangan ilagay yun.
Would it have been so bad? I mean, what would have been the consequences, sir, kung nilagay nyo na lang po?
It could be limiting. Mine-mention mo lang yung West Philippines.
You can say including the Hague ruling.
Yes, but even then, you look at the other constitutions, that's not the way they do it. Ang importante, nandyan ba yan? Nandyan yan.
It's included.
Yes.
I guess because CJ, how do you feel when they say that you did not include this because of the pro-China stance of President Rodrigo Duterte, sir?
Well, again, some of these critics would impute malice when there is none. And let me just assure that when we made this draft, we acted independently. We acted on a non-partisan basis. And we are proud of saying that we did that.
How do you feel, though, with one of the CONCOM members, the former Senate President Nene Pimentel, he wanted to include it, hindi ho ba, CJ? Gusto niya isama yung sa Sabah?
Gusto niyang isama yung Sabah. Pero he was also satisfied that we put in there the basis of our claim for Sabah.
We were able to interview the former Senate President himself. Let's listen very briefly to what he said during the interview.
Ang gusto ko lang sana na in the definition of our national territory, of course, ang suggestion ng karamihan sa CONCOM na yung bang may meets and bounds lang. Pero gusto ko sana isali na Scarborough atin yun.
Ilalagay doon mismo? Oo.
Spratlys atin yun. Benham Rice atin. Because parang pinapatrol.
You want to be that specific po?
I wanted to be that more specific. Pero sabi nila kung gawin yun, ganun kakapal ang ating.
Kasi ililista mo yung territories.
So, general principles lang.
Will you invoke kunwari yung observe yung decision in The Hague or mga ganon? Ipapalagay niyo po yun?
Plus Sabah.
Okay.
Of course,
but that will be more specific. Ilalagay po yun.
Kung you-mention Sabah, pero by historic rights na lang yung sinasabi to include our claim over Sabah.
I guess CJ, ako po, no, if you tell me, which I do understand a part of it that you're saying that kasama naman po siya in Section 1, Section 2, but if it were included as the Philippine Rise and the Hague ruling and the West Philippine Sea, sir, you were saying, and together with the former senator, he was saying kakapal. They're mere words, sir. I mean, you don't need to include the ruling of the Hague in the draft federal constitution.
But again, you look at our previous constitutions, 35, 73, 87, wala naman yung mga ganong specific names doon. So, ang importante, sakop yun. And that is very clear. Yes.
But if we go back, I need to bring this further, sir. Kung the past constitutions did not mention it, times could be very different now. Hindi ho ba, CJ?
In what sense?
For example, the Hague ruling, we won that, 3 years ago? So, hindi naman po talaga siya masasama, for example, in the previous constitutions. Agawan sa...
pero nun, wala pang kaso nun. Pero kine-claim na natin yun.
All right. Okay, this is The Source on CNN Philippines. Up next, no elections. In 2019, or a People's Initiative, former Chief Justice Renato Puna weighs in after the break. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Our guest today, CONCOM Chairman and former Chief Justice Renato Puna. Another part of the article, sir, is the federal court. So, magugulat ho ang tao dahil hindi na isa, we don't have one Supreme Court except we have about 4.
Yes.
Okay. And then, just to put that, there will be a total of 38 associate justices, 8 each for the Federal Supreme Court, which is the first one, Federal Constitutional Court, and Federal Administrative Court, which we'll talk about later, while the Federal Electoral Court will have 14 associate justice in its bench. Sir, my previous interview, I understood the wisdom behind this para medyo ma-delineate yung functions ng bawat korte, every Supreme Court, sir. So, will this not cause possible confusion among the citizenry?
No, it will not cause any kind of confusion. The confusion may arise only when there is no clear delineation of the different jurisdictions of these 4 high courts. And we saw to it that the jurisdictions of these courts are clear and sharp in the draft constitution. So we are not thinking that there would be that kind of confusion. And let me say that this establishment of different high courts has been done in other countries, and with a lot of success, especially in the matter of reducing the backlogs of courts, in speeding up their justice system, and improving the quality of decisions.
If we stick to the 15 justices of the Supreme Court, CJ, matatagalan ho talaga ang pag-resolve ng mga kaso, is basically what you're saying, sir?
Oh yes, and that is established by empirical evidence. Ako naging Chief Justice ako, at talagang sobra-sobra yung inaakyat na kaso sa ating Korte Suprema. Hindi lang mga kaso. They have saddled the Supreme Court with non-judicial duties. Pag tiningnan mo yung mga konstitusyon ng iba't ibang bansa, tayo lang ang may ganyang klaseng Supreme Court na napakadaming kaso, napakaraming mga non-judicial duties. Kanya ganyang kabagal ang takbo ng kaso sa Korte Suprema.
CJ, what about the thought or the proposal, ba't hindi na lang damihan yung members ng the Supreme Court, the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court?
That is not a solution. At ang isang magiging problema niyan, pag dinamihan mo yung justices, dinamihan mo yung divisions, lalong dadami yung mga salusalugat na decision yan.
From one division to another,
yes,
sir, is what you mean. Yes. All right, but we are going to see if this happens for Supreme Court. Meron pong Chief Justice na 4, tama ho ba?
Opo.
For Chief Justices that are appointed by the President.
Ang again, dati-dati, yung appointment niyan ay galing lahat sa presidente. So, ang inisip namin ay bigyan ng parte yung 3 branches of our government in the appointment of these justices. Again, anong purpose nun? Para walang may monopoly ng power of appointment ng ating mga justices. So, binigyan namin ng karapatan na yung 1/3 should be appointed by the President, the other 1/3 to be appointed by the other political branch of government, yung legislature, at yung 1/3 to be appointed by the judiciary. So, ganun po yung naging pag-iisip namin dyan kung paano i-depoliticize yung power of appointment.
So that's actually where I wanted to go. How do you actually depoliticize the appointment of these justices? You just answered that, sir, by merely dividing the appointment powers of the justices and members of the 4 Supreme Court. Sir, very briefly, kasi this is also important, impeachment. Can you explain this, sir? Kasi parang ang lalabas, it's not really going to be the function solely of Congress. Parang mapupunta po siya dun sa isang federal, one of the Supreme Court, sir.
That's right. Again, sa ngayon, ang sistema ngayon ay yung impeachment process is a political exercise. Ang nag-iimbestiga, nag-i-initiate, nagpa-file ng impeachment case ay yung House of Representatives. Ang trial court naman, yung ang desisyon ay yung Senado, which is the other half of Congress, another political body. At nakita natin na may mga problema kung yung proseso ng impeachment ay purely political, nagagamit for partisan purposes. At kawawa naman yung mga impeachable officials. So, inisip namin na yung proseso ay ibahin. Pero hindi completely change. Ang ginawa namin dyan, yung power to initiate, investigate, would still be lodged with Congress. It's not only the House of Representatives where the power would lie, but with the Senate, para walang masabi yung Senate na sila'y inalisan ng kapangyarihan.
Joint po sila, basically.
Joint sila. Okay. Pero yung husgado na that will try on the merits, yung impeachment case will be the Constitutional Court. In other words, the process of initiation will be political, but the trial of the case will be judicial.
Got it, sir. Okay. Yung pong lumalabas na the economy that such moves to shift to a federal form of government. Nagsalita po si NEDA Chief Secretary Pernia at nasabi niya po that this federalism will wreak havoc to the economy. But I must say, sir, that presidential spokesperson Harry Roque said that nakausap na daw nila at si Secretary Pernia regarding this.
Yes, at parang napaliwanag kay Secretary Pernia kung paano yung magiging allocation of powers between the federal government and the regions, especially the division of the taxing powers. Kami po ay binigyan namin ng kopya, hindi lang si Pangulong Duterte, pero yung mga miyembro ng kanyang gabinete, advance copies. Hindi ko alam kung nabigyan si Secretary Pernia. Pero doon nga sa lumalabas na balita, parang na-discuss ni Secretary Roque itong allocation ng powers tsaka taxing powers. At napaliwanag daw. At after that, hindi ko na nabasa si Secretary Pernia na sinasabi yung ganong fear niya.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know, CJ, because of this possible shift to a federal form of government, lumabas po itong no election scenario. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Do
you agree?
Personally, I don't agree. Let the elections provided for by the Constitution push through. That is the will of the people when they ratify the 87 Constitution. But again, it's a personal view. At kami doon sa consultative committee, ang naging usapan namin yan ay we just do the substantive aspect of the work, produce the draft constitution. How this will be approved or whatever will be the action of Congress, we'll leave it to them.
But also surveys, sir, shows that Filipinos are opposed to charter change. Let's just briefly look at the Pulse Asia June 18 survey. Sir, 67% of Filipinos oppose charter change. 62%, sir, against federalism. 69% having little to no knowledge on federalism. And then SWS survey, 25% are aware, 75% unaware of federalism. How do you feel about that, sir?
To us, it's a challenge. But you look at also the survey showing that those who have heard about federalism, those who know about federalism are in favor of federalism. So in other words, it's a matter of informing the people about federalism. And in truth, our committee has not done that because we have just finished our draft. But I'm sure that as we go around the country, we'll be able to convince the people about the merits of federalism. Paano naman pong aayaw ang mga taong bayan dyan sa federalism, kagaya mga local governments, sa mga regions, ay binibigyan sila ng kapangyarihan. Hindi ko rin maintindihan bakit aayaw ang tao sa anti-political dynasty provisions, yung mga provisions banning turncoatism. Hindi ko mawari kung bakit i-reject ng taong bayan yan.
Very briefly, sir, as a last point, the shift could possibly lead to authoritarianism, according to lawyer and one of the framers of the 1987 Constitution, Christian Monson, sir. He said that we are in the slippery slope of authoritarianism and that this would allow dictatorship to flourish, basically, sir, in the next 3 years. Did that even cross your mind, CJ?
Hindi ko malaman kung anong base nila para sabihin na this federalism will lead to authoritarianism. It's a very general conclusion, and I want to know what are the reasons. Because the constitution that we drafted is pro-liberty, pro-freedom. In fact, ano ba itong essence ng federalism? To give more freedom to the regions. Sila naman ayaw nilang ibigay itong karapatan, itong mga essential rights ng ating mga regions. So sino ang authoritarian? Kami binibreak namin yung power Sila, they want to maintain the power. So, sino nga authoritarian dito?
We'll leave that question hanging. Thank you to former Chief Justice Renato Puna. Sir, I know that the job is not yet over. Hindi ba? Magmamasid kayo, aabangan nyo. You will monitor what happens in Congress regarding this. Well, we thank you, sir, for guesting. We are glad you're here and explained this to us and broke this down for us. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, CJ. Thank you, sir.
Magandang umaga, ako si Ruth Cabal. Ito ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ang mga balita ngayon. Ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte, kasado na. Paghahanda sa seguridad at kilos protesta, puspusan. Ikatlong sesyon ng 17th Congress magbubukas ngayong araw. House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, patatalsikin nga ba sa pwesto? At Bangsamoro Organic Law, inaasahang pipirmahan ng Pangulo bago ang kanyang SONA. Kasado ng lahat para sa ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Inaasahang ilalahad ng Pangulo ang kanyang SONA sa batasang pambansa mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Sinasagawa ang taunang tradisyon na ito upang iulat ang mga nagawa ng kasalukuyang administrasyon sa bayan at ano nga ba ang aasahan ng mga Pilipino sa mga susunod pang taon. Ngayong araw din magbubukas ang ikatlong sesyon ng 17th Congress. Inaasahan ding lalagdaan ng Pangulo ang Bangsamoro Organic Law bago ang kanyang SONA. Nakatutok ang buong puwersa ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Nasa Senado ang aming senior correspondent na si Cecil Ardizabal. Mag-uulat naman mula sa Batasang Pambansa ang aming correspondent na si Joyce Ilas. Ihahatid ni Rex Remitio ang pinakahuling balita hinggil sa seguridad sa SONA at mga aktibidad ng mga taga-suporta ng Pangulo. At nasa Quezon City naman si George Cahiles upang ibigay ang latest sa mga sinasagawang kilos protesta bago ang SONA. Nagbukas ang ikatlong sesyon ng Kongreso. Ang inyo pong nakikita ay ang mga live na kuha natin mula sa Batasang Pambansa at sa Senado. Yan po ang kuha ni Senate President Tito Soto mula sa Senado. At habang nangyayari nga po yan ay kinumpirma na rin, una nang kinumpirma ng mga source sa CNN Philippines, ang planong pagpapatalsik naman kay House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez ngayong araw. Bago ang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte mamayang hapon, nakakdaring magbukas ang bababang kapulungan sa kanilang ikatlong regular session ngayong umaga. Ilang sources ang nagsabi sa CNN Philippines na may nilulutong hakbang para patalsikin bilang House Speaker si Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. Naroon ngayon sa Batasang Pambansa ang aming correspondent na si Joyce Ilas. Joyce, ano nga itong nabalitaan natin na malaking pagbabago na inaasahan mula dyan sa Kamara?
Bruce, ito nga nagsimula na ang third regular session ng 17th Congress na sa harapan na nga ngayon si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Pero ang inaabangan nga ngayon dito ay kung matutuloy nga ba ang planong palitan si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto. At ang ipapalit nga raw bilang House Speaker ang dating Pangulo at ngayon ay Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Ayon nga sa tatlong kongresistang nakausap ng CNN Philippines, kinausap raw sila yung first daughter at Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte para suportahan ang hakbang para tanggalin si Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto at suportahan naman si Arroyo para maging bagong House Speaker. Ang plano nga raw, pagkasimula ng sesyon ngayong alas 10 ng umaga, ay may magmomosyon para ideklarang bakante ang posisyon ng Speaker. Kapag natanggal na si Alvarez ay saka may magmomosyon para inominate si Arroyo bilang House Speaker. Paliwanag ng isa pang kongresista noong Abril para kinakausap ni Duterte Carpio si Arroyo para palitan si Alvarez. May hidwaan kasi sa pagitan ni Alvarez at Duterte Carpio. Kung matatandaan, nagalit nga si Duterte Carpio kay Alvarez nang di umano'y sabihin ni Alvarez na bahagi raw ng oposisyon ang mayor ng Davao. Sinabi raw ni Alvarez ang komento matapos buuin nga ni Duterte Carpio ang regional political party na hugpong ng pagbabago. Balik sa iyo, Ruth.
Joyce, pakikwento mo lang sa amin yung mood dyan kasi di ba kanina nagkaroon din ng meeting, pero it's supposed to be a caucus para doon sa pagpasa ng Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Kanina nga nagpatawag si House Majority Leader Rudy Fariñas ng isang all-member caucus para nga talakayin ang Bangsamoro Organic Law. Ang pag sinabi natin all-member caucus, inaasahan na lahat ay darating o at least karamihan talaga sa mga kongresista dadating. Pero kanina, humigit kumulang 70 lang ang dumating sa all-member caucus at late na rin sila nagsimula sa pagkakakilala natin kay Fariñas. Stricto siya sa oras. Madalas nagsisimula sila on time. Pero kanina may 30 minutes late ito. So, ang dinig natin mula sa ibang mga kongresista,
Puntahan lang muna natin ang live. Joyce, puntahan muna natin ang live dyan kayo sa Batasan. Napapanood ay ang pagbubukas ng third regular session ng 17th Congress. Yan po ay kuha dyan sa Batasang Pambansa at ngayon ay nagkakaroon sila ng kanilang opening prayer. Nakikita rin po natin sa video na yan si dating Pangulo at ngayon Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo at nangyayari po ito sa gitna ng mga iniulat nga natin dito sa CNN Philippines ang ating exclusive report na magkakaroon daw ngayon ng imumove na vacant, ibabakante itong post for House Speaker para mapalitan daw si Speaker Bebot Alvarez ni dating Pangulo at ngayon Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Kanina ay kausap natin ang ating correspondent na si Joyce Iras at sinasabi niya nga ay nagpatawag ng all-party caucus itong si Deputy Speaker Fariñas. Joyce, balikan natin si Joyce. Joyce?
Yes, Ruth.
Ano nga itong nangyari kanina? Sabi mo 70 lang, medyo kakaunti lang yung dumating sa caucus kanina.
Tama yan, Ruth. No? Ito na nga, so far, ang pinaka-kaunti lang na all-member caucus na pinaka-kaunti nga bilang ng miyembro na umattend sa isang all-member caucus. Ang pagkakaalam nga natin, ayon sa ilang mga sources natin, ang ilang mga kongresista kasi may kanya-kanyang meetings kasama ang kanilang mga kapartido ngayong umaga. So, sinabi rin kanina na pagkatapos ng meeting na yan, nakausap natin si Cebu Representative Gwen Garcia at bahagyang nabanggit nga raw ang napag-usapan ang planong pagtanggal o planong pag-oust kay House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, pero hindi na niya inelaborate pa kung paano nga ba nila ito napag-usapan. Sa ngayon, nakikita natin nandito nga ngayon na si House Speaker Alvarez at nandito na rin sa session hall ang dating Pangulo nga na si Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
Joyce, yung ikwento mo lang sa amin, di ba, sa'yo kasi galing ikaw yung nag-report itong exclusive report mo na posible ng pagpapalit kay House Speaker Bebot Alvarez. Balikan nga natin, ano ba yung naging dahilan kung bakit pwedeng mangyari yan?
Ang narinig natin ay mula sa ating mga sources, nagtatawag daw tinawagan sila ni first daughter at Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte. Kasi Duterte Carpio, kung matatandaan nga natin, matagal nang may hidwaan itong si Duterte Carpio at si Alvarez. Nagsimula nga ito ng di umano'y sinabi raw ni Alvarez na bahagi ng oposisyon si Duterte Carpio matapos nitong buuin ng isang regional political party. Dahil dito nagalit si Duterte Carpio kay Alvarez at sinabi nito na he messed with the wrong person. Yes, Ruth.
Pakinggan natin itong pahayag ni Speaker Alvarez, Joyce.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. There's this old story shared to me some years ago, and I'd like to share it with you today. There was a person who would be born in the Philippines, and the Creator told him, "You may shape the society you shall be born into." The person looked at the Philippines, saw the poverty and despair spread throughout the land, especially outside the national capital region. Given what he saw, the person became cynical. Understandably, no one wants to be poor and destitute. That's why the person chose a family he would be born into, and using the power given to him by the Creator, concentrated the social advantages and opportunities to that family. Thus, the person would have a nice home, plenty to eat, and a comfortable life ahead. The Creator then checked up on the person and asked him, "Are you ready?" The person replied, "Yes, and I have also chosen the family I shall be part of and made beneficial arrangements." The Creator, taken aback, and said, "Wait a minute, you do not get to choose which family you will be born into." The person was shocked and disappointed given the uncertainty he suddenly had to confront. What if he were born into a poor and underprivileged family? He would hardly get a shot at a good and dignified life. The person therefore asked the Creator for more time. Out of kindness, the Creator accommodated his request. Rather than concentrate opportunities in the hands of a few, the person dismantled his previous design. Instead, he broadened and spread opportunities beyond Manila and made it accessible to all Filipinos. By doing so, regardless of where or to which family the person would be born into, he had a fair fighting chance at opportunity and the rewards that came with hard work during his life here on earth. This story, shared to me many years ago, has stayed in my memory. I will never forget the lessons it imparts, especially this one. At the end of the day, bilog ang mundo at lahat tayo, no exception, mayaman man o mahirap, makapangyarihan o dukha, ay kasama sa ikot ng kapalaran. My colleagues in the House of Representatives, we were elected by the Filipino people, all of whom had no say as to which parents and family they will be born into. Unfortunately, here in the Philippines, this genetic lottery significantly shapes the destiny of our people. And that is why it is our duty as their representatives to do what the person did when he was confronted and humbled by the uncertainty that comes with being underprivileged. We have to level the playing field and maximize as well as spread opportunities for all. This is the governing spirit behind what we have accomplished in this chamber for the past 2 years. From July 2016 and as of today, we have processed 2,929 legislative measures and enacted 133 bills that are now law of the land. During the second regular session alone, the President signed 128 bills into law. Our record is as follows. In the field of education, an investment in our youth, we created 13 additional public schools. We also increased the budget of the Department of Education by 10 billion pesos and made access to tertiary education in state universities and colleges universal. To protect our youth from the dangerous risks of joining societies and organizations, we strengthened the Anti-Hazing Act. We also enacted the Mental Health Act, which provides our people, especially students, with additional assistance in dealing with mental health concerns. Sound body, sound mind. We also worked hard to improve the standards of education and training through the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, which aligned domestic qualifications with international standards. Filipinos now have a better chance at competing with the best and brightest the world has to offer. Beyond education, let us talk about jobs. Without business, there will be no private sector jobs. And that is why we made it easier to do business in the Philippines through the Ease of Doing Business Act. To supplement this initiative, access to capital through formal financial institutions rather than onerous 5-6 arrangements is necessary. We have enacted the Financial Inclusion Act, transmitted the same to the President, and should he find it worthy of his signature, it will soon be law of the land. While businesses are important, we must be mindful that businesses, when left unchecked, may exploit instead of help, uplift its employees. To address this, we strengthen compliance with occupational and health standards in the workplace. We have also passed on third and final reading a bill which strengthens the security of tenures of workers. We took forward to working hand in hand with our counterparts in the Senate for this bill to hurdle the legislative process. It wouldn't make sense for Filipinos to educate themselves, work hard, and not taste the fruits of their labor. Hence, we reformed the tax code, which led to an increase in the take-home pay of Filipino taxpayers. There are, of course, inflationary concerns. These, however, are short-term hiccups and are vastly outweighed by the overall long-term benefits that our country will reap with this historic reform. Looking into the future, to sustain the gains we now enjoy, we have to invest in science and technology. Who better to help us in this other than Filipino scientists scattered across the world? Hopefully, we give them additional reason to come back home through the Balik Scientist Act. Another top priority necessary for the orderly function of society is peace and order. As we meet here today, our military and uniformed personnel are manning garrisons to keep the Filipino people safe from harm. We have fulfilled our promise to raise their salaries as reward for their hard work. This also serves as a deterrence against the temptations to engage in corruption due to the desperation that comes along with poverty. My colleagues, as you see, the 17th Congress and this administration has worked hard to spread opportunities to all by hitting key strategic areas for growth and development: education, health, labor and employment, business, finance, tax, science and technology, peace and order, and professionalism by curbing corruption in the ranks of those who protect us. These legislative accomplishments have no precedent in the history of the Philippine Congress. But we are not done yet. Through an arduous bicameral conference committee we have finally finished the Bangsamoro Organic Law. It will be presented to the President for his consideration. That piece of legislative document is a giant leap towards the promise of peace and prosperity, both of which have long eluded the island and the people of Mindanao. All of this could not have been possible had it not been for hard-working congressmen, the House leadership, our colleagues in the Senate, and committee chairpersons, their members, and the Secretariat staff. And of course, with a special mention of our very hard-working and intelligent Majority Leader, Congressman Rudy Farillas. I'd want to personally thank you right now, one by one, for all your efforts. However, time constraints do not allow me to do so. Nonetheless, please know that I am grateful and proud of your work you have done. Looking back at what we have accomplished, I do hope that the person I told you about, the one who will be born in the Philippines, will be less apprehensive and fearful. After all, he has seen that the Congress of the Filipino people, though far from perfect, has tried its best to broaden and spread access to opportunities for all. But admittedly, there is still much work to be done as we start the third regular session. And this involves dismantling one of the most extractive institutions that has robbed the rest of the Philippines, with the exception of a few cities, of its chance to fully realize its potential for growth and development. I'm talking about the 1987 Constitution. The primary reason why many critics claim there's no need for charter change is because the problems of the Philippines should be blamed at bad people running the government. They posit that people are the center of the problem and charters are inconsequential. Hence, no need to change the Constitution. This position is untenable. Experts from the fields of economics, political science, developmental studies, both here and abroad, have a consensus about what is necessary to cure an ailing nation. And they have pinpointed the fundamental issue that must be addressed. If for business, it's about location, location, and location. If for banks, it's about capital, capital, capital. When it comes to development of nations, it boils down to institutions, institutions, and institutions. And what is the mother of all institutions here in the Philippines? It's the 1987 Constitution. We gave it a head start of 30 years. Has it successfully produced a virtuous cycle that led to prosperity and opportunity for all? Or has it proven itself to be an extractive institution that benefits some at the expense of the many? Yes, Bad people are also responsible for the mess that we are presently in. But to miss the bigger picture and fail to understand the role that institutions play in the puzzle of prosperity and development for our nation will seal our fate and preserve mediocrity as status quo. We have to do something about this. There are many drafts proposing changes to our charter. The three most prominent ones are as follows. First is the draft of our Committee on Constitutional Amendments. Second is the draft by PDP Laban Federalism Institute. And finally, third, the draft from the Consultative Committee led by retired Chief Justice Renato Puno. The topics covered by said proposals are numerous as they try to address the deficiencies and flaws of the 1987 Constitution. These are too many to mention as we speak to you now, but will be further discussed in the committees and meetings. Nonetheless, a very important issue raised in the drafts that must be specially and specifically mentioned is the issue involving political dynasties. I have manifested and made public that I am amenable to anti-political dynasty provision as proposed by the Consultative Committee draft. However, I have also made it clear, based on my personal studies and consultation with peers, that political dynasties proliferated because of the unintended effects of imposing term limits. Let's push for the self-executory anti-political dynasty provision para rin wala nang pipilitin sa pamilya tumakbo kahit ayaw naman talaga. But I propose that term limits be removed. If we succeed, and I am confident we will succeed, that the difficult reforms we intend to accomplish, I am sure that the person I told you about, the guy who had no say as to where and to which family he will be born into, rather than worry about being born in the Philippines, he will just smile and say, "It's okay, I can be born anywhere in the archipelago. It doesn't matter which family I shall be as a child of, because opportunities are vastly spread to the point that hard work will have its rewards and privilege won't matter much anymore. This is the Filipino dream. Together, let us realize it." Thank you, good morning, and may God bless the Philippines.
Ang inyo pong narinig ay ang speech ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez kung saan sinabi niya nga na mula noong July 2016 ay 2,929 ang mga naproseso ng mga legislative measures ng Kamara at 133 bills daw ang na-enact at naging batas.
Cities and metropolitan area and party list organization.
Roll call of members by provinces, cities, and municipalities comprising districts and party list. National Capital Region, Caloocan City, 1st District, Honorable Dale Along R. Malapitan. 2nd District, Honorable Edgar R. Erice. Makati City, 1st District, Honorable Manuel Monsur T. Del Rosario III. 2nd District, Honorable Luis N. Campos Jr. Malabon City, Lone District.
Sa puntong ito ay nagkakaroon pa muna ng roll call ng mga mambabatas na present dyan sa pagbubukas ngayon ng sesyon ng Kamara. Balikan natin si Joyce Ilas. Joyce?
Ruto, kakatapos nga lang magsalita ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Binigay niya ang kanyang opening statement. Sa kanyang pahayag nga ay inisa-isa niya ang mga naging accomplishments ng House of Representatives. Sinabi niya nga na naging napakalaki rin ng accomplishments ng 17th Congress. Ito ay mula na umupo siya nga rin dito sa pwesto. Sabi niya sa lahat-lahat daw ay 128 ang bills na naipasa para maging batas. At kasama na nga dito ay ang ease of doing business o ang pagpapadali sa sa transaksyon o sa pagbubuo o sa paggawa ng negosyo dito sa ating bansa, at ang kasama na rin dito ang salary standardization law. Sa kanyang pahayag ay isinulong niya rin ang pagpapalit sa ating konstitusyon o ang charter change. Sinabi niya bagamat malaki ang naitulong sa atin ng 1987 Constitution ay kailangan na rin itong baguhin. Sa ngayon daw merong tatlong iba't ibang draft para proposing charter change. Kabilang na dito ang draft na binuo ng House Committee on Constitutional Amendments, ang draft na binuo ng PDP Laban Federal Institute o Federalism Institute, at ang draft na binuo nga ng Consultative Committee to Review the 1987 Constitution. Sinabi niya nga marami daw butas ang 1987 Constitution at ito ang planong solusyonan ng pagbabago ng sa ating saligang batas o ang charter change nga. Sinabi rin niya partikular na dito ay ang provision sa political dynasty. Sinabi niya pabor siya dito, lalo na yung sa bersyon ng Consultative Committee kung saan hindi pwedeng magkaroon ng mahigit sa isa na tatakbo sa regional government at kasabay ng mahigit isang tatakbo sa regional government at mahigit isang tatakbo na miyembro ng pamilya sa national government. Hindi rin daw dito pwedeng magkaroon ng succession sa pwesto. Pero sinabi niya nga ang gusto daw niya ay tanggalin ang term limits ng mga government officials dahil naniniwala siya kaya raw nagkaroon ng political dynasty sa simula pa lamang ay dahil nga dito sa term limits na ito. Dahil nga dahil naalis sa pwesto ang isang kamag-anak, ang mangyayari ay papalitan siya ng mga kamag-anak para ipagpatuloy ang kanilang kapangyarihan. So ngayon nga ay nag-roll call tayo dito sa Kamara. Balik sa iyo, Ruth.
Okay, Joyce. Babalikan ka namin mamaya at patuloy din nating tututukan yung mga nangyayari dyan sa Kamara. Samantala, kasabay na rin nagbukas ng sesyon ng Senado ngayong umaga. Ito ang unang beses na mangunguna sa SONA bilang Senate President si Tito Soto. Naroon ngayon sa Senado ang aming senior correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil, anong nangyayari dyan ngayon?
Rules ngayon ay binabasa na yung ibang mga resolusyon na ipinapasa ngayon ng mataas na kapulungan ng Kongreso. Pero 22 lamang yung mga senador na narito ngayon dahil kesa doon sa normal na 24 dahil bukod sa nakakulong sa Senador Laila de Lima ay nailuknok na rin bilang Foreign Affairs Secretary si dating Senador Alan Peter Cayetano. Yung isa sa mga inaasahan natin ngayong umaga ay yung agenda ay yung pagpapapasa ng isang resolusyon para ipaalam sa Pangulo na formal lang nagbukas ang sesyon, isang resolusyon para ipaalam sa Kamara, isang resolusyon para ipaalam sa Pangulo na handa ng makinig ang mga senador sa State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte. Kanina lang nagkaroon ng maikling talumpati si Senate President Tito Soto at ito nga ay nilalaman nung sinasabi niyang importansya ng mataas na kapulungan ng Kongreso. Sinasabi niya na kung sa mga maliliit na bagay sa lahat ng mga bills and resolution ay kinakailangan ng Senado, bakit daw sa pagpapalit ng konstitusyon ay bakit daw sinasabi ngayon na irrelevant at unnecessary ang Senado. Kaya sinasabi niya sa lahat ng bagay, pati sa pagpapalit ng konstitusyon ay kinakailangan ang Senado. Ngayong umaga ay inaasahang raratikahan ng Bangsamoro Organic Law na inaasahang dadalhin sa Pangulo para pirmahan nga mamayang hapon sa kanyang SONA. At ayon kay Senate President Tito Soto, sa Martes na nila i-anunsyo yung priority agenda ng Senado pagkatapos ng All Senators Caucus. At isang sa mga pag-uusapan ay yung pag-amyenda ng konstitusyon. At siyempre, Ruth, pagkatapos ng pagbubukas ng sesyon, ngayong umaga ay tutulak na pupuntang Kamara ang mga senador. Ruth.
Cecil, nabanggit ba dyan o natanong ba si Senate President tungkol dun sa sinasabing pagpapalit ng liderato naman sa Kamara?
Okay, naitanong natin yan kanina sa aming interview. Sinabi ni Senate President Tito Soto, wala siyang alam tungkol sa pagpapalit o ouster nga, possible ouster ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Pero sinasabi niya na walang implikasyon o hindi maapektuhan ng anumang priority agenda ng legislation dahil magpapalit ng pinuno ng lower house. Sabi niya hindi naman daw ito usapin ng personalidad, kundi usapin ng kung papaano ipaprioridad ng parehong kapulungan ng Kongreso yung mga agenda nila. So sinasabi niya wala daw epekto niya kung sakasakaling mapalitan man si House Speaker o hindi.
Okay, Cecil, puntahan muna natin dyan at pakinggan natin ng live yung nangyayari dyan sa Senate.
2018 and the 79th session, May 30 to 31, 2018, of the second regular session of the 17th Congress and consider them approved. I so moved.
Before I withdraw that, Mr. Majority Leader, the motion is to approve the journal.
Journals, yes.
Any objection? Senator, the Minority Leader, Senator Rilon, is recognized.
Mr. President, the journal of our previous session contained very substantial discussion, particularly on the amendments to the Bangsamoro. If there is no harm, Mr. President, can we defer the approval of the journal to tomorrow so that we'll have an opportunity to go over this as to our mind these are very crucial legislative records that will reflect the intention of the Senate in the approval of the Bangsamoro Basic Law. That's our submission, Mr. President.
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President?
The session is suspended.
Ang nangyayari po ngayon ay ang pagbubukas ng sesyon dyan sa Senado. Cecil? Cecil, nandiyan ka pa?
Yes.
Oo.
Pinag-uusapan nga lang tungkol dun sa pagdaratipikan ng Bangsamoro Organic Law na inaasahan niyang mamaya ay dadalhin sa Pangulo para mapirmahan. Pero meron lang ilang katanungan ng ilang mga senador, kabilang si Minority Leader Frank Drilon, at ngayon ay temporarily suspended yung session. Ruth.
Cecil, may mga ulat din na may mga ilang senators from the opposition hindi daw dadalo sa SONA mamayang hapon. Tama ba yan?
Sa ngayon, ang nakukumpirma natin ay si Senator Antonio Trillanes. Meron kasing alauna ng hapon ay nakaschedule silang pumunta ni Senator Riza Ontiveros sa isang misa, sa isang simbahan along Commonwealth Avenue. At pagkatapos niyan ay meron ding 5 p.m. na press conference na kabilang o kasama yung ilang mga opposition lawmakers sa opisina ng Commission on Human Rights. Pero kanina, nung nakausap natin si Senator Riza Ontiveros, sinabi niya ay dadalo siya para makinig ng SONA ng Pangulo. So ang confirm pa lang ay si Senator Trillanes ang hindi dadalo sa SONA.
Okay, Cecil, babalikan ka namin at patuloy namin nga antabayanan na ang mga kaganapan dyan sa Senado. Abangan! Bangsamoro Organic Law, inaasahang lalagdaan ni Pangulong Duterte, alamin ang magiging implikasyon ng batas na ito. At mga taga-suporta at kritiko ni Pangulong Duterte, naghahanda na para sa kanilang mga protesta. Kayo ay nasa newsroom ngayon. Ito ay isang special presentation ng CNN Philippines. Nanonood ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. Dumako tayo ngayon ulit sa Senado kung saan tinatalakay ang Bangsamoro Organic Law.
So important to this legislative achievement of ours. We'd like to also thank Senator Sani Angara, the head of the Mother Committee of the local government, and he also gave so much inputs
that was able to come up with the final and help us come up with the BICAM report. When it was issues about religious freedom and labor issues, we had there Senator Joel Villanueva, who was with us to make sure that there was religious freedom in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. And of course, we'd like to also thank Senators Sherwin Gatchalian, Senators Lauren Legarda, and of course, Senator Chis Escudero. Senator Escudero, thank you so much for the amendments that you gave to us to enhance our Bangsamoro organic law. Did I miss out on anyone? Okay. So, Mr. President, I believe this is a dawn of a new beginning for Mindanao. A dawn of peace followed by unhampered prosperity for our region that I'm sure could catapult our economy to double-digit growth rates and the effects felt all throughout the country. Many of our Filipino brothers and sisters do not really understand the Bangsamoro organic law as shown by the recent SWS surveys. But what the people should know is that this law may have local application in the Bangsamoro region, but the peace and prosperity we hope to achieve there in this area will be felt from Batanes to Tawi-Tawi. Mr. President, gone will be the days of the battlefield shown in CNN and BBC and other international news media, hopefully which will pave the way for more tourism, for more investments, not only in the country but especially in Mindanao. Mr. President, finally, to shorten this because I know we have a long day, finally, Mr. President, we can achieve a just and dignified peace for our brothers and sisters in Mindanao. Mr. President, I would just like to insert the explanatory note of the Bicameral Conference Committee report for the record and move, Mr. President, for its approval. To adopt and ratify, rather, the Bicameral Conference Committee report.
Is there no objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. President. Congratulations to the Senate and to the House of Representatives.
And congratulations
and all my colleagues.
Chairman of the ad hoc committee on the Bangsamoro organic law, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Now I can have restful night's sleep. Yes, we'd like to recognize some of the authors who would like to also give short messages, Mr. President, starting with Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, magandang umaga po. Assalamualaikum. We all know that unlike most laws, this act took an incredibly long, tricky, and arduous road. At the outset, at its helm, is a history of struggle that precedes all of us. A history of a region that is filled with narratives of violence and oppression. A region whose roads are paved with hunger, chaos, and countless deaths. But with the grace of Allah, here we all are. The entire process we went through, the deliberations on the bill, the public hearings in Mindanao, the arguments over provision per provision, was tedious and at times frustrating. That's why I salute all my fellow legislators, the peace advocates, the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, whose steadfast commitment to the process is unparalleled. The ratification today is a testament to our commitment to the democratic process. It is a sign that sometimes the system works, that all we needed was a shared and unwavering belief in justice, and that all roads lead to peace. Because in the end, Mr. President, the BBL is not our achievement. It is the success story of our Moro sisters and brothers who have been fighting relentlessly for what rightfully belongs to them and their children. And that is life and the future where they don't have to raise their children in evacuation centers, where they can sleep at night without waking up to the ripping sound of firefights and explosions, where their farmers and fisher folk can have a just share in their lands, waters, and other resources. They earned it, Mr. President. The end of strife and the beginning of a simple, comfortable life of providing for their families, seeing their children play, go to school, and grow up to pursue their dreams. With the enactment of this bill, carries our collective hope to see and realize Bangsamoro, a region that is living in harmony and peace, a place that will not be any more used as a ruse for unnecessary militarization and unending martial rule. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I voted yes. And let me say what I said when I co-sponsored this bill in the plenary with our great Senate Subcommittee Chair Mig Zubiri. The BBL is our recognition of the justness and legitimacy of the cause of the Bangsamoro people. It is the legislative expression of our commitment to the peace process. The enactment of the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region.
Napapanood ay ang kuha dyan sa Senado kung saan naratipikahan na nga po ang Bangsamoro Organic Law at sinasabi ng isa sa mga pangunahing authors dyan, si Senator Risa Ontiveros, na iyan ay isang success story daw ng ating mga Moro sisters and brothers. Sabi naman ni Senator Zubiri, ito ay nangangahulugan ng peace and prosperity di lamang para sa Bangsamoro Region, sa itatayong Bangsamoro Region, kundi para sa buong bansa. Inaasahan po na pipirmahan ngayong araw ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang Bangsamoro Organic Law bago ang kanyang State of the Nation Address. At para pag-usapan yan, kasama natin ngayon dito sa studio si UP Diliman Institute of Islamic Studies Professor Julkipli Wadi. Magandang umaga, Professor.
Hi, morning.
Ayan na nga po, katulad ng inaasahan, i-ratify na nga po sa Senate at expected na rin na i-ratify yan sa Congress para mamaya ay pipirmahan ni Pangulong Duterte. In general po ba, anong ibig sabihin nitong batas na ito, hindi lamang po para sa itatayong Bangsamoro Region, kundi para sa buong bansa?
Unang-una, mapapalitan na yung Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. May itatatag yung sinasabing Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. At itong pinakamahalaga, yung Moro Islamic Liberation Front ay magiging kaparte na siya ng pamahalaan at magiging kapartner nito sa mga gawaing peace and development sa Mindanao. Ito yung pinakamalaking, I think, contribution nitong batas. Sipin mo na lang yung dati mong kaaway. Ngayon siya pa ngayon na magiging kaagapay mo at tutulong sa mga gawaing mga programang pang-ekonomiya, peace and security. Sa Mindanao, subalit, kahit ano naman mga compromises, Ruth, may mga, as may kasabihan, you gain some, but you lose some. Kasi, siyempre, popondohan ito ng malaki ng gobyerno at malaking mga sharing ang makukuha ng Bangsamoro. Magkakaroon ba sila ng tinatawag na block grant na hindi na ibigay sa mga dating autonomous government administration nung araw. So, mapapansin natin na malaki talagang pagbabago na mangyayari. Isipin mo, sa parte ng Aymaya Left ay wala na silang threat na magagawa sa buong bansa. So, yung area kung saan meron siyang sphere of influence ay maaring hindi na magulo yan katulad ng dati. Ang problema lang, Ruth, sa epekto ng mainstreaming ay yung may iwan na puwang doon sa iiwanan na dating revolutionary tradition ng Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Ito'y may pangamba ako sa panahon na medyo lumalakas yung ibang mga grupo dyan. Nandyan yung Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters. Nandyan yung mga radical groups na may influensya di umano ang ISIS. So, dapat medyo maingat din ang pamahalaan tungkol dyan dahil kung ang puwang na yun ay hindi maayos, iiwanan mo lang basta-basta, marami mga puwersa nandiyan dyan. So, ibig sabihin, yung you win some and you lose some. Talagang harapin natin yan pagdating ng panahon.
But generally, this version po ay acceptable naman to a lot of quarters na stakeholders dito?
Well, kung susundin natin yung mga, I think, articulation ng Moro Islamic Liberation Front, yung liderato, at pati na rin yung kanilang body language, I think for quite a long time, nagpakita sila ng, in essence, high degree of acceptance dito sa sinasabing New Bangsamoro Basic Law. Although sinasabi ng ibang mga tao, mga sinasabi 50% compliant, 80% compliant, 90% compliant. But I think, on the whole, the leadership of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front subscribe and accept the new versions, now called the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro.
Pero paki-explain lang, ano po bang pinagkaiba? Kasi meron namang ARMM, di ba po? Bakit po tatanggalin yung ARMM at papalitan nitong Bangsamoro?
Kasi yung pagpalit ng ARM, bunsod yun ng Republic Act 1954, kung saan, although ano na yun, actually expanded autonomy na yun nung panahon ng Moro National Liberation Front. Ngayon na mayroon ng bagong batas at pamumunuan ito ng Moro Islamic Liberation Front, gusto ng Moro Islamic Liberation Front na palitan ito at hindi lang siya tawaging Muslim Mindanao, Autonomous Muslim Mindanao, pero Bangsamoro for Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao. Dahil sa tingin nila, hindi ito makapangyarihan, sapat ang kapangyarihan. Para sa ganun, makagawa ng mga, yung espiritu ng decentralization and autonomy. Dahil parang nagiging extension lang ang ARM ng unitary setup ng national government. Kaya ang gusto ng MILF ay magkaroon ng ministerial or parliamentary form of government sa baba, kung saan ang mamumuno ay hindi lang yung regional governor na alam natin katulad ng sa ARM, pero ang mamumuno dito yung members of the parliament, kung saan sila ang magpipili ng kanilang chief minister. Medyo maselan yun dahil isipin mo na lang, unitary tayo sa national government, pero parliamentary sila sa baba. Akala natin mahirapan ng Kongreso para ayusin ito, pero tinanggap naman nila. So ibig sabihin, kinilala nila yung kahinaan ng ARM at kinilala nila sinasabing asymmetric na tingin natin maganda na rin. Kasi kung kinaya natin gumawa ng mga political experiments ng ilang dekada, maganda naman kung may bagong experiment, ito na nga yung bagong batas, ay at least may bago tulad nitong parliamentary system.
But in the future, But in the future, Prof, kasi nga we're also moving towards federalism for the whole country. So anong magiging implication pag if and when maipasa itong draft constitution, federalist constitution?
Well, actually, maganda nga ang mangyayari dito dahil alam mo kung unitary ka sa taas, tapos parliamentary ka sa baba, hindi ka nag-federal, yung relationship of asymmetry talagang magkikreate yan ng polarization. May tension between the national government and the Bangsamoro parliamentary government. Now that the country is moving towards federalism, that would mean maha-harmonize yung system sa taas sa national government with the Bangsamoro and the rest of the so-called federated regions. So ibig sabihin, maiiwasan yung banggaan ng mga local or regional governments with so-called Imperial Manila. Therefore, mas less ang possibility na magkakatensyon. Katulad ng mga karanasan natin nung ARM, nung local government code and so on and so forth. So, maganda to sa I think yung parang mafa-facilitate kung ano man ang halimbawa, kung ano man ang kahinaan ng BBL, kung pagkukulang diyan, pwede pang ayusin yan.
So that's also the reason why talagang minadali itong para umabot tayo dun sa for federalism, ano?
Tama yun. Apart from, I think, gusto na rin ni President Duterte na maisama na niya yun sa kanyang SONA. Kasi next year, election na eh. So dapat may mangyari talaga. Kasi kung hindi, tuloy yung administration ng ARM. So ibig sabihin, hindi pwedeng mamuno yung transition authority na kung saan inaatasan ng Bangsamoro. Unlike ito, kung magkakaroon ng plebisito itong maaring mga last part of this year.
November daw no?
November, by next year, maaring mamumuno na yung transition authority. So ito na yung mamumuno sa papalit sa ARM at magdadala hanggang sa magkaroon ng federal setup of government.
Okay, balikan natin yung ating discussion tungkol dito sa Bangsamoro Organic Law. Magpapatuloy po ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte.
To read the title and text of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 2012 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
House Resolution number 2012. Resolution informing President Rodrigo Duterte that the House of Representatives has entered upon the exercise of its functions. Resolved, as it is hereby resolved by the House of Representatives, that President Rodrigo Duterte be informed that the House of Representatives has entered upon the exercise of its functions. Adopted. Signed, Rodolfo C. Pariñas, Majority Leader, and Danilo E. Suarez, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 2012.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 2012. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Resolution number 2012 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Concurrent Resolution number 18 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 18 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution number 18. Concurrent resolution providing for the Senate and the House of Representatives to hold a joint session to hear the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring that both houses of Congress of the Republic of the Philippines hold a joint session on Monday, July 23, year 2018 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the session hall of the House of Representatives to hear the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Adopted, signed, Rodolfo C. Pariñas, Majority Leader, and Danilo E. Suarez, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 18.
There is a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 18. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Concurrent Resolution number 18 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, in order to give the House Secretariat ample time to transmit messages to the Senate and the Office of the President on the resolutions we have just adopted, and until we have received messages from the Senate, I move that we suspend our session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended.
Kasalukuyan pong sinuspindi muna ang sesyon dyan sa Kamara kung saan kani-kanina lang ay binuksan ang third regular session ng 17th Congress. Kanina rin ay nagpasa na ng resolusyon itong Kamara para nga sa joint session kasama mamaya ang Senado alas 4 ng hapon para pakinggan ang mensahe ng Pangulong Duterte, ang kanyang State of the Nation Address. Mangyayari po yan mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. At bago niyan ay narinig din natin na nagkaroon nga ng speech, ng opening statement itong si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez kung saan inilatag niya yung mga naging accomplishments ng Kamara nitong huling second session ng 17th Congress. Sinabi niya na 2,929 ang na-process na legislative measures. At balikan naman natin ngayon si Joyce Ilas na nandyan, ang ating correspondent na nandyan sa Batasang Pambansa. Joyce? Joyce, go ahead. Joyce?
Kanina nga lang ay tama yung kanina lang ay inaprubahan ng House of Representatives ang ilang mga resolusyon. Kabilang na nga rito ay ang resolusyon para i-inform ang Senado na meron ngang quorum dito sa House of Representatives ngayon at handa na sila para sa isang joint session mamaya. Isa rin sa mga resolusyon na inaprubahan ng Kamara ay ang resolusyon para i-inform naman ang Malacanang o si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na nagsasabing handa na nga ang House of Representatives at ang maging ang Senado dahil concurrent resolution ito para pakinggan ang SONA mamayang hapon ng Pangulo. Sa ngayon ay sinuspende muna ito para mabigyan ng pagkakataon o ng oras ang Secretary General para makuha ang o para maipadala ito sa Malacanang at sa Senado. Ngayon ay nagsisimula na ulit o nagpatuloy na ulit ang sesyon dito sa Kamara.
From the Senate is
Okay, pakinggan natin ng live ang mga ganap dyan sa Kamara.
is instructed to read the messages from the Senate.
Your Honors, we are in receipt of the following resolutions from the Senate. Senate Resolution number 796 entitled Informing the House of Representatives that a quorum is present in the Senate and that this body has entered upon the exercise of its functions for the third regular session of the 17th Congress of the Philippines, and Senate Resolution number 797 entitled Resolution Informing President Rodrigo Roa Duterte that a quorum is present in the Senate and that this body has entered upon the exercise of its functions for the third regular session of the 17th Congress of the Philippines.
To the archives.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11 entitled Concurrent Resolution Creating a Joint Committee of the Senate and of the House of Representatives to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress, now convened for its third regular session of the 17th Congress of the Philippines, is ready to hear his State of the Nation address in a joint session of both houses.
To the calendar of business for the day.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11 is now in order. The Secretary General is instructed to read the title and text of the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11. Concurrent resolution creating a joint committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress, now convened for its third regular session of the 17th Congress of the Philippines, is ready to hear his State of the Nation address in a joint session of both houses. Resolved by the Senate, the House of Representatives of the Philippines concurring that a joint committee of both houses of Congress be created, composed of 20 members, 6 to be appointed by the President of the Senate and 14 to be appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress, now convened for its third regular session of the 17th Congress of the Philippines, is ready to hear his State of the Nation address in a joint session of both houses. Signed, Juan Miguel Absubiri, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11.
There is a motion to adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11, authorizing the creation of a joint committee of both houses to notify the President of the Philippines that Congress is convened and ready to hear his message on the part of the House, I move that all deputy speakers be appointed to the joint committee.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. All the deputy speakers of the House of Representatives are hereby appointed to the joint committee and are requested to immediately discharge their responsibility.
Mr. Speaker, in order to give the members of the joint committee time to perform their assigned task and until the House counterpart is ready to report back their accomplishment to this House, I move that we suspend our session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Session is suspended.
Sa puntong pong ito ay sinuspend muli ang sesyon ng Kamara kung saan nga kani-kanina lang ay tinanggap na rin ito yung Senate Concurrent Resolution para nga sa pagkakaroon mamaya ng joint session ng Congress kung saan makikinig ang mga miyembro ng Kamara at Senado dito sa State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Ilang oras bago ang ikatlong SONA ng Pangulo, pahigpit ang seguridad sa paligid ng Batasan Complex. Naka-full alert na rin ang nasa 7,000 pulis na nakakalat ngayon sa halos lahat ng sulok ng Batasan at Commonwealth Avenue. Naroon ngayon ang ating correspondent na si Rex Remitio. Rex, kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan?
Kung makikita mo ngayon sa aking likuran ay yung dami ng mga pulis na nakatalaga dito, yung pila ng mga sasakyan ng mga pulis at maging yung mga fire trucks at ambulance units. At kung magagawin rito ay asahan mo na ang matinding trapiko na iyong kakaharapin sapagkat matindi rin yung kanilang seguridad na ipinapatupad. Kapag ikaw ay nagawi dito, tatanungin ka nila kung ano ang iyong sadya at kung payagan ka man nilang makaalpas o di kayo makalapit doon sa may Batasan Complex, i-inspeksyonin nila ang iyong sasakyan at maging yung mga nakasakay puwera lamang doon sa driver ay pabababain din mula doon sa sasakyan. Yung mga K9 units dito ay nakadeploy na rin at mayat-mayat nag-i-inspeksyon upang masiguradong walang bombang makalulusot at makasasakit. At may mga nakita rin tayong truck ng mga militar at maging mga helicopter sa ibabaw ng Batasang Pambansa na umiikot bilang parte nga ng mahigpit na seguridad na ipinapatupad dito sa may area ng Batasan at Commonwealth. Sa kasalukuyan ay nasa full alert ang pambansang pulisya at nasa 7,000 ang nakatalagang pulis. Sa kasalukuyan naman daw, ayon kay PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde, ay wala pa naman silang namamataang kahit anong malaking banta sa seguridad. At hindi rin nila inaasahan na manggugulo yung mga militante dahil nga nakipagdialogo na sila sa kanila noong mga nakaraang araw. At sana hinihiling rin nila na maging mapayapa nilang idaos yung kanilang protesta sapagkat ayaw nila na magkaroon ng may masaktan. Bagamat handa rin sila kung sakali mang may mga grupo tulad raw ng mga armadong komunista na pumasok doon sa hanay ng mga militante at manggulo mamaya bago magtalumpati itong si Pangulong Duterte. Samantala ay nandito na rin yung mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Duterte na doon sa same spot kung saan nung nakaraang taon ay pinayagan ni Pangulong Duterte yung mga militanteng grupo na sa kanya'y galit na ngayon. No? At noong nakaraang taon nga, ikinausap pa niya ito kung saan hinarap niya rin yung pangbubu nitong mga militanteng grupo. Para doon sa mga nais pa raw pumunta, ayon sa mga organizer ay magsuot lamang ng puti at kung maaari ay mayroong mukha raw doon ni Pangulong Duterte. Ruth.
Rex Remitio, nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Magbabalik ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Duterte. Nanonood ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Niratipika na ng Senado ang Bangsamoro Organic Law. Inaasahan din ngayong araw na pipirmahan ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang nasabing batas bago ang kanyang State of the Nation Address. Para pag-usapan yan, kasama natin dito sa studio sa UP Diliman Institute of Islamic Studies, Professor Julkipli Wadi. Professor, etong sinasabi kanina, yung mga authors ng batas, si Senator Mig Subiri, sinasabi nila it will lead to a just and dignified peace and prosperity, hindi lang daw sa Mindanao, kundi sa buong bansa. Si Senator Risa Ontiveros is saying it's the success story of the Moros. Totoo po ba na inaasahan talagang magdadala ng pangmatagalang kapayapaan itong batas na ito?
Well, naintindihan natin yung mga ganyang matataas na expectation ng ating mga senador. Subalit sa karanasan natin sa haba ng kasaysayan ng problema sa Mindanao, Mindanao problem is so complicated that I guess a new law like the BBL, or now called the Organic Act, would simply say provide certain leeway or avenue in the way we address the problem. In other words, I think this will just elevate to a higher level the political dynamics in the area. But as to the long-term implications or effect, we could hardly say that because there are many players. Yung sinabi ko kanina na yung pangamba natin, yung puwang na maiiwanan ng More Islamic Liberation Front, dapat maayos yung may gagawin tayo maayos diyan kasi maaring punan yan ng iba't ibang mga grupo.
Grupo pa rin.
So, in fact, ang karanasan natin sa Mindanao ay tuwing may mga mahalagang dokumento pinipirmahan ang gobyerno at mga rebelde, ito naman ang nagiging hudyat ng pagbuo ng mga bagong grupo. Simula ng 70s, 80s, 90s, onward and so on. Now, would this break the cycle of that kind of dialectics between the Moros and the national government? We just hope ito ay magbabago. But then ang sinasabi natin ay marami pa tayong dapat gawin. Hindi ito parang pag napirmahan na yung itong bagong batas ay ayos na at mariresolve na lahat ang problema. Hindi ganun eh.
Professor, yung binanggit nyo lang, balikan ko kasi nabanggit nyo na rin yung mga new groups na pwedeng umusbong kasi sinabi nyo kanina, nandyan pa yung BIFF and then ISIS-inspired groups. But the Bangsamoro Organic Law also has provisions on security kung saan papasok na rin yung police, may sarili silang police. But the national security will still come in, yung mga national forces pa rin, ano? Paano ba yung setup? How will that...
Katunayan, Ruth, ito nga isang issue na kung papansinin natin doon sa version ng BBL, ng More Islamic Liberation Front, ay gusto nila magkaroon ng sinasabing Bangsamoro Police.
Police, opo.
Mayroon pa silang Bangsamoro Police Board. Pero lahat yan pinalitan dito sa bagong organic law dahil PNP at maggagawa lang ng opisina ang PNP doon sa Bangsamoro area. At ang panggagalingan ng batas ay yung Department of Interior and Local Government Code noong 1990, hindi actually itong organic law. So ibig sabihin, walang halos connection ang PNP doon sa Parliament except for minor consultation or coordination. Pero ang security talaga ay hahawakan ng PNP. Ang More Islamic Liberation Front ay mai-integrate lang.
Yun nga yung itatanong ko, will that help? Kung pumasok nga yung tatanggapin yung mga members ng MILF and MNLF, di ba po? Will that help?
Now, tingin ko isang masilang usapin na ito dahil yung karanasan ng Moro National Liberation Front nung nagkaroon ng integration noon, marami ring naiwan na hindi na-integrate. Kasi sa 1954, mayroon pa roong na parang provisions on security, regional security force na pag-uusapan ng dalawang panig, pamahalaan at ng Moro National Liberation Front. Subalit ito, hiniwalay. Walang provision na ganyan except for integration. Yung issue ng demobilization ay hiwalay sa issue ng organic law. So, hindi natin alam kung paano ngayon ang issue ng demobilization. Kasi isa sa phase ng demobilization, pag na-organisa na yung Bangsamoro Police, wala sa provision ng organic law ang formation ng Bangsamoro Police, integration ang sinasabi.
Kasi under PNP pa rin sila.
Under PNP. So, isang maselan na usapin ito, tingin ko pagdating ng panahon, sa dalawang...
Yung isa pa, Professor, yung issue on territorial jurisdiction and then the plebiscite, ano po bang implication nito? Ano mangyayari po dito?
Well, ito nga yung concern ng Lanao del Norte, lalong-lalo na si Congressman Khalid Dimaporo. Parang yung sinasabing opt-in, nakalagay na sa BBL at ngayon naaprubahan sa bagong organic law, ay tila bagang pinipilit yung 6 municipalities sa Lanao del Norte at yung 39 barangays in North Cotabato. Tapos na kailangan sa bagong batas ay dapat mayroong approval ang mother units,
Province.
Ang province at saka municipality. Kasi kung walang additional na on the part of the MILF, kung wala kasing additional na territory, ay masasabi natin na powers and responsibilities lang ang nabigay sa kanila, walang expansion ng territory. So, ibig sabihin, walang expansion ng bagong Bangsamoro area. Buti pa yung 1996 peace agreement in 1954, at least na-expand, yung arm. That's one. The other concern, Ruth, is sa banda naman ng Sulu area, sabi niya, kung may opt-in, dapat may opt-out. Dahil sabi nila, ang karanasan namin sa ARM ay hindi maganda. Mas gusto namin bumalik na lang sa national government. So, ito'y mga masailan na usapin. Tingin ko, magkakaroon ito ng mga diskusyon sa pamagitan ng MILF at mga liderato sa iba't ibang probinsya dahil masailan yung gagawing plebisito. Kasi isipin mo na lang, kailangan ng approval ng majority sa Mindanao, sa Bangsamoro. Ngayon, kung may mga probinsya na maaaring hindi makasama, baka konti lang ang teritoryo na makukuha nitong Bangsamoro. Baka mabawasan.
Hindi din ma-serve out ang purpose ng Bangsamoro. Okay.
Precisely. So, masailan na usapin ito.
Babantayan natin yan, Professor. Patuloy nating babantayan. At inaasahan daw na mamaya bago mag-SONA ay pipirmahan na yan ng Pangulong Duterte. Maraming pong salamat kay UP Professor Jul Kipli-Wadi. At inaasahan ng Bangsamoro Transition Commission o BTC Chair at Moro Islamic Liberation Front Vice Chair na si Gonzali Jafar na susuportahan ng mga Pilipino ang panukalang Bangsamoro Organic Law sa pamamagitan ng plebisito. Ayon sa panayam ni Jafar sa CNN Philippines, gagamitin ng komisyon lahat ng paraan, pati na ang media, para maturuan ng publiko sa mga probisyon ng bagong batas. Ang Bangsamoro Organic Law ang bubuo sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Government. May pahayag si Jafar sa mga tutol sa batas na ito, katulad ng Moro National Liberation Front founder na si Nur Miswari. Ayon kay Jafar, may mga miyembro ng BTC na magpapahayag ng kahalagahan ng bagong batas kay Miswari.
At doon po sa proceedings, masasabi ko po na satisfied kami. Maganda po yung proceeding at smooth ang proceeding by both the Senate and the House of Representatives. At doon sa provisions ng organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, more or less, nakararami po doon sa gusto natin, gusto ng BTC at gusto ng leadership ng MILF, pati na ng MNLF, na mapasama sa provision ng BBL, napasama po.
Naghahanda na ang mga kritiko ni Pangulong Duterte para sa kanilang protesta mamaya. Si George Cahiles ay nasa Quezon City ngayon. George, anong sitwasyon dyan?
Wala na mo, Ruth, daan-daang mga miyembro ng mga militanteng grupo na ngayon nandito ngayon sa UP Diliman. Nagtutumpok-tumpok na sila dito bilang paghahanda sa malaking protestang isasagawa mamaya dyan sa Commonwealth Avenue bilang bahagi o bilang kaakibat nga ng sasagawang State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte mamaya. So sa ngayon ay maaga pa lang marami ng mga grupo yung nagsagawa ng protesta. Dyan kanina sa area ng Commission on Human Rights, andyan yung grupo ng Kadamay hanggang dyan sa area ng National Housing Authority. At dito sa UP Diliman kanina ay maagang nag-mass up yung mga miyembro ng iba't ibang grupo mula sa Southern Tagalog Region at nag-energize sila kaagad, nagsayaw at nag-exercise bilang paghahanda sa mga protesta ngayon. At mula UP Diliman, dumiretso sila dyan sa Pilcoa at nagsagawa ng programa at sinunog yung effigy na tinatawag nilang Duterte Monyo. No? Yung pagsunog daw sa effigy kanina ay symbolism ng kanilang protesta sa sinasabi nilang anti-mamamayang mga polisiya ng gobyerno, highlighting various issues. Like for instance, itong presyo, pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin dahil sa train law, itong charter change na nakakasa, ito pang issue ng contractualisasyon, itong issue sa soberanya sa West Philippine Sea at sinasabing mga human rights violations na kinocommit down itong gobyernong Duterte. So ngayon, naghahanda na sila dito at maya-maya bandang alas 12 ng tanghali magkakaroon na ng programa. So nandito na yung mga miyembro buhat sa Southern Tagalog, Central Luzon at yung mga taga Metro Manila parating na rin daw. So meantime, Ruth, inaasahan natin na by 2 o'clock ay magmamarcha na itong grupo na ito papuntang Commonwealth Avenue kung saan isasagawa nila yung malaking protesta. According to organizers, at least 30,000 individuals yung sasama sa protesta dyan sa Commonwealth Avenue mamaya, Ruth.
George Cahiles, nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Magbabalik ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte.
President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Mahigit na 10 milyong Pilipino.
Beyond the symbolic significance,
Ay isang interest po ang kapakanan ng ating Diyos.
Nagbukas na ikatlong regular session ng 17th Congress. Alamin natin ang latest sa batasang pambansa. Naroon ang aming correspondent na si Joyce Ilas. Joyce, ano nang nangyayari ngayon dyan?
Ruth, kasalukuyan niyang nakasuspend ang sesyon dito sa Kamara ngayon. Kani-kanina lang ay inaprubahan nga dito sa Kamara ang concurrent resolution ng Senado, ang concurrent resolution na nagsasabi na dapat ay i-inform na ang Pangulo na handa na ang Senado at ang Kamara para tanggapin siya at para pakinggan ang kanyang SONA mamayang hapon ngayong araw. Ngayon, Ruth, base sa ating mga karanasan nitong mga nakaraang taon, sa tuwing magbubukas ang regular session at sa tuwing magkakaroon ng SONA ay ginagawa itong pag-aaproban ng resolusyon na to at ang pag-i-inform sa Presidente. Normally, pagkatapos aprubahan ang resolution na to, tatawagan ng Malacanang, i-inform na pasado na nga ang resolusyon at mabilis na natatapos rin ang opening ng regular session. Ang pinatatakan natin ngayong araw na to ay tila naging napakatagal at maraming suspensions ang opening ng session ngayong araw. Ilang minuto nga lang nakakalipas ay nakita natin na isa-isang naglabasan ang ilang mga kongresista mula dito sa session hall. Kanina nakita natin ang isang grupo ng mga party list lawmakers. Lumabas sila ng magkakasama at ang sinabi nga ng isang narinig natin, sinabi niya ay magkakaroon lang daw sila ng meeting sa taas. Ang napansin din natin kanina, ilang miyembro ng PDP laban magkakasama lumabas din dito sa session hall. Ngayon nakikita naman natin nandito sa harapan ng session hall ang grupo naman ng Liberal Party. Magkakausap sila ngayon at kanina pa rin ito, nakikita rin natin ang mga kabayan block, nag-uusap-usap din sila. Ngayon, nakasuspend pa rin ang session at nakastandby tayo sa mga susunod na mangyayari dito, Ruth.
Joyce, kasi yung una nating iniuulat no, yung talagang may plano daw na posibleng mapatalsik sa pwesto itong si Speaker Alvarez, no? Ayan ba yung nakikita mong dahilan kung bakit parang tila nagugrupo-grupo yung mga kongresista dyan ngayon?
Posible yan, Ruth, na isa nga ito sa mga posibleng pinag-uusapan o pinagmimitingan ng mga grupo ngayon na lumabas nga dito sa session hall. Kasi maging si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez at maging si House Majority Leader Rudy Farias, hindi na natin nakikita ngayon dito sa session hall. At yun nga, hinihintay natin ang kanilang pagbabalik dito sa session hall, Ruth. At kanina kasi, kung matatandaan natin, Ruth, nung umaga, nagkaroon na rin ng pagpupulong ang ilang mga political parties. At ayon nga sa ilan sa ating mga sources, ay ang rason niya sa likod ng mga pagpupulong na ito kaninang umaga ay para pag-usapan niya ang di umano'y plano para tanggalin si House Speaker Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto. Sa ngayon, sinasabi nga natin, plano pa rin ito. May ibang mga kongresista sinasabi, sigurado na raw ito, go na raw ito. Pero sa ngayon, marami pa rin meetings ang nangyayari. Antabayan na natin kung anong posibleng mangyari, Ruth.
Joyce Ila, saguulat mula sa Batasang Pambansa. Samantala, kasabay na rin nagbukas ng sesyon ang Senado ngayong umaga. Ito ang unang beses na mangunguna sa SONA bilang Senate President. Si Tito Soto, nandun ang ating correspondent, senior correspondent na si Cecil Lardizabal. Cecil, ano nang nangyayari dyan ngayon?
Ruth, pansamantalang suspendido na itong pagbubukas ng sesyon dito sa Senado at mamaya nga ay pupunta na ang mga senador doon sa joint session na mangyayari kasama nga ng mga kongresista sa Kamara de Representantes sa Batasang Pambansa. Pero kanina, nung habang sinasagawa yung ceremonial na opening ng third regular session ng 17th Congress, ay nirapatikahan na nga yung bicameral conference committee report ng Bangsamoro Organic Law. At kanina rin ay nagkaroon ng talumpati si Senate President Tito Soto at sa kanyang maiksing talumpati ay iginiit niya yung independence ng Senado at sinabi niya na sa lahat ng bagay ay iginiit niya kung ano ang importansya ng Senado sa malalaki o maliliit na bagay. Sabi pa niya sa kanyang speech, sa pagpapalit ng pangalan ng eskwela o paaralan sa isang liblib na sulok ng Pilipinas ay kailangan ng Senado. At sa pagtatakda ng umpisa at katapusan daw ng Christmas break ng Kongreso, kailangan ng Senado. Bakit daw sa pagpapalit ng pangalan, pagpapalit ng konstitusyon ay sinasabi ng irrelevant at unnecessary ang Senado. Kaya sinabi niya hindi daw siya makapapayag na mangyari yan. Samantala, kanina ay natanong din natin si Senate President Tito Soto hinggil nga doon sa balita na posibleng pag-alis kay House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez sa Kongreso. Sinabi niya sa atin kanina na hindi pa niya naririnig o wala pang talagang katiyakan tungkol dyan, pero sinabi niya na hindi naman daw maaapektuhan ang anumang priority agenda ng legislatura. Pakinggan natin yung kanyang sinabi.
I'm not aware of any, as of now, I don't know anything about that. I really don't think so because ang dapat ang pamamalakad namin sa gobyerno ay hindi personal. Dapat ang pamamalakad ay magkasundo yung Senate President, yung Speaker of the House, no matter who or she is.
Okay, sinabi ni Senate President Tito Soto na bukas na daw nila i-anunsyo yung priority agenda ng Senado pagkatapos ng All Senators Caucus. At isa nga doon sa mga inaasahang pag-uusapan doon ay ang pag-amyenda ng konstitusyon. At syempre pagkatapos ng bubukas ng sesyon, mamaya ay tutulak o kanina ay tutulak na rin papuntang Kamara ang mga senador. Samantala, doon sa katanungan na posible bang mag-convene sa isang constituent assembly ang Kongreso mamaya para nga isulong yung yung charter change, pakinggan natin kung ano ang sinabi dito ni Senator Soto.
That is not possible because it is not part of the resolution that we will agree on today. If you will notice, the resolution that we will be passing is to hear the address of the President. So there's no other business that can be done then. If ever that happens, I will adjourn the session.
Okay, maliwanag ang sinabi niya na hindi kasama sa resolusyon na ipinasa ng Senado ang anumang resolusyon na mag-convene sa isang constituent assembly. At samantala, inaasahan din natin na pagkatapos nga dito, sa ngayon kasi ay nagtatanghalian na ang mga senador at naghahanda na rin sila papunta sa Kongreso mamaya at inaasahan natin na nandun na sila bago mag-alas 4 ng hapon. Pero meron ngang ilang mga sinasabing opposition senator. Isa lamang na nakumpirma natin, si Senator Antonio Trillanes, na hindi dadalo ng SONA mamayang hapon. Ruth.
Cecil Ardizabal nag-uulat mula sa Senado. At magpapatuloy ang special coverage ng CNN Philippines sa ikatlong State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ako po si Ruth Cabal. Magandang umaga.
Senator Soto, thank you very much for granting us this interview.
It's my pleasure, Mia.
Sir, let's begin with this. This will be your first time at the Rostrum State of the Nation address on Monday. How does it, do you look forward to that? How does it feel?
Well, it would probably be something different after all these years, from 1992 to the present.
Yeah.
I've always been on ground zero, as sometimes we call it, because majority leader was the highest position that I ever had for quite a long time. So it will be the first time.
Okay, first time na nandun
Must
kayo
be
sa taas.
exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Pero cool na cool pa rin kayo. Para bang...
Oh, yes. I still feel like a regular senator. I don't feel like the Senate President.
Yeah, mas
And
marami-
that's how I want my colleagues to treat me, and that's how I treat them, as my colleagues.
Yeah. Later, in a bit, sir, we'll go back to what it's like being the Senate President. But first, I want to ask other questions muna. In terms of, what is it that you would like to hear in the President say in his SONA, and what do you not want to hear?
I'd like to hear him put a lot of emphasis on the universal health package. And if possible, if he could include also the possibility of finally free medicines for the Filipino. We're capable, and the government hospitals are capable. And if we have enough funding, then even the private hospitals may be subsidized by government when it comes to medicine. And of course, PhilHealth. And then hopefully, I hope the President also gives more emphasis on the issue of illegal drugs and drug abuse. He has emphasized illegal drugs and the problem of illegal drugs more on the issue of supply reduction strategy. But I hope that this time he would emphasize demand reduction strategy.
What do you mean by that?
When you say supply reduction, it's a concentration on enforcement and prosecution. Now, somehow, in the last 2 years, and that's what I like about the previous SONAs, is that the illegal drugs has finally been addressed head on, holding the bulls by the horn, so to speak. Pero the emphasis on prevention and rehabilitation has not been truly, placed in the forefront. So I hope the President will give more emphasis this time on preventive education and rehabilitation, and that composes demand reduction. You see, if we do not have drug dependence, we do not have addicts, there will be no drugs.
No market.
No
Nobody
market.
will want to buy the drugs now.
Correct. The bottom line is the day we stop buying is the day they stop selling.
Okay. Is that doable? Can we do that in this country?
It's doable as long as I said, this holistic approach is done. Not only supply reduction, but demand reduction.
Demand reduction. Would this be part of demand reduction? In the last few weeks, pinag-uusapan kasi yung halimbawa, testing school children, high school students. Yung ganun ba? Kailan ba natin gawin yon? Ano bang...
Actually, hindi na intindihan ng iba yung strategy na yun. Kasi akala nila yung strategy na yun is just to witch hunt those drug users. Actually, it's just an awareness program.
Okay.
It's part of preventive education. To inform them that there's drug testing. And why? Because drugs is bad. Because drugs will ruin your life, will ruin your family, will ruin your future. Those are part of the preventive education strategies. But I don't know how PIDEA is formulating it or presenting it. But if they present it as a preventive education program, it will not have
objections too much.
Well, sir, in the last 2 years, we've had quite a number of killings, and because of the the war on drugs, yung mga operations, halimbawa, ganun. And sometimes there has been a lot of criticism about these killings. No, how do we handle that?
There are rules of engagement and the courts that we can bank on. But then let us look at the figures also, not just condemn totally the police or the administration for what they termed as EJKs. And that's what I did in the last year.
Yeah.
We took figures, and I found out that there were as of March 2018. I don't know about the figures now. I'm talking about until March 2018. There were approximately 68,000 drug operations, police drug operations. In those 68,000 police operations, there were more than 78,000 arrests. Now, how many are the killings? It's less than 6. Less than 6,000.
Okay.
Di ba, ang admitted ng police na namatay sa kanila sa police operations is around 3,000. Nadagdagan, sabi nila, yung kaya daw ginagawang 6,000, o kwento daw ng iba is 10,000. Pero sinama nila yung figures ng homicide, riding in tandem ng mga assassination, all that. Hindi naman really in police operations. So if you look at that, then perhaps what some international media people are saying that the EJ cases all over the country, if that is true, then there should be 78,000 deaths out of the 68,000 PNP drug operations. These figures, the exact figures are with
So para bang pinapalaki lang natin yung issue? Ganun ba? We're going overboard na ba?
We're not looking at it in its proper context. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Senator Soto, I wanted to ask you also about yung charter change, federal presidential. What is the sense of the Senate, or more correctly, the 24 members of the Senate, when it comes to moving the elections in 2019? All of this, of course, ito na yung pinag-uusapan din. But we'll do that, sir, after the break. We just need to take a short break. Senator Soto, Senate President, sir, thank you again for being with us. I wanted to ask about charter change naman, federal presidential, the elections in 2019. Ano ba yung, alam ko naman sinabi naman po ninyo na July 24 pa yung caucus ng Senate, no? Pero
majority caucus, and then the all senators caucus.
Pero meron na ba kayong idea, what is the sense of the 24 members of the Senate when it comes to all these issues?
The way I size up some of my colleagues, it is quite difficult to convince them to join the perspective of postponing elections or extending the terms of the public officials. Most of them are not in favor. I really can't say until I talk to them personally and that we discuss it officially on Tuesday after the SONA.
Pero kayo po, personally, you feel that we shouldn't move the elections, we should have elections?
I'd rather ask first, I'd rather ask those proposing it the question of why do we need it? It is that easy to do it. It's very difficult to do it. Yes, there are 3 ways of doing it. One is constitutional convention, which is will take a long time. The other is constituent assembly,
which will take up all your time.
Most of your time, but cheaper because we're already there. Offices and employees are there. And the third is people's initiative. In order to call for a constituent assembly, both houses of Congress have to pass a joint resolution. And as far as the Senate is concerned, the only way we will pass a Senate joint resolution to call for a constituent assembly is if we are voting separately. I can assure you that that is the mentality of most, if not all, of the members of the Senate. So now, the recent proposal of a people's initiative in order to extend the terms of the public officials or to postpone elections, no, because we can't postpone. We can postpone the date, but we cannot extend the term of the elected officials. Therefore, they are proposing a people's initiative. The people's initiative in the Constitution needs an enabling law. There was a law passed in 1989, Republic Act 6735, that that mandated people's initiative. It was struck down by the Supreme Court later on to be inadequate, and therefore
there is no way.
Right now,
that
there
we
is
can
no
have a
people's initiative unless, again, both houses of Congress pass a bill or a law enabling people's initiative. That will pass the standard set by the Supreme Court on how a people's initiative should be done.
Okay. Sabi niyo kanina, we cannot extend the terms of elected officials. So that means June 30, 2019, which means if there is a postponement, if a postponement of elections, instead of the first or the second Monday of May, dapat before the June 30. In other words, I mean, ganun lang yun, wala nang ibang.
Then so what will fall into place would be the as may be provided by law, yung nakalagay sa Constitution na gano'n. Then we can reset the elections. We can reset it earlier. That is possible. But the terms of how can we do that when October is the filing?
Right.
You know, it's out of the question already. Because October is the filing. If we need to do anything to that effect, and you need to amend the Constitution to do that, you need to do it before October of 2019.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about the judiciary. So, wala tayong Chief Justice ngayon. Of course, si Presidente naman ang mag-appoint. Malapit nang mag-retire na rin si Ombudsman Conchita Carpio Morales. I wanted to ask you, who do you think will be chosen? Do you have an idea?
I refuse to answer because I have my own candidates.
Yun ang next question natin.
I'm supporting some. I'm supporting quite a few. Pero,
okay. For Chief Justice, who?
And for Ombudsman, well, I don't want to tell you.
Pero, well, yung automatic candidate kasi, like yung the 5 most senior associate justices. So one of them, one of the 5. Yes?
Yes.
Which one? The most senior?
It's just, my personal
Okay.
support.
O sige, without naming them.
I'd rather not say because
sige,
all of
don't
the
say
others,
lang who.
all of the others are my friends.
So don't say who, but can you describe na lang the person?
Very competent.
Wow, okay. So that would be who? Well, there are 5 senior associate justices, he says. Very competent.
All of them are competent.
Okay. So, Ombudsman naman, you also have someone in mind?
Yes. I hope. Keep my fingers crossed that because I know that particular candidate is very competent and level-headed.
Okay. And
very good record, very good reputation. And I refuse to give his name.
His name sa lalaki. Sa Ombudsman, sa CJ, lalaki din. Okay.
That's as far as I can go.
Okay.
Pia, can we move on to the next
We'll move on na ba? Sige, let's move on. Since we napag-usapan si Chief Justice Sereno, have you thought about what it would have been like if na-impeach na nga si CJ Sereno ng House? Tapos yung articles of impeachment forwarded sa Senado. So there would have been an impeachment trial. Would Sereno have been convicted? Would there been enough votes? Would there have been enough votes? What would have happened?
That would be very difficult to answer now. But my answer would probably be prefaced by saying that then I would not be Senate President. Because I refused to be elected before the impeachment trial. I'd rather not review and study rules of court.
You would not have wanted to preside over impeachment trial?
I'd leave Coco Pimentel to preside. Anyway, he was Bartap Natcher. He could do it better than I could.
So mabuti na rin yung nangyari. Tinanggal na lang siya ng kasamahan niya. Okay na rin. Pero tama din yun. Still constitutional.
Yes. it's in the provision that describes the Supreme Court.
Okay. Senator Soto, I wanted to ask this because this is something that Speaker Alvarez brought up when we interviewed him, and he's batting for these two measures, the dissolution of marriage and civil union, and he was saying that he's very hopeful that it would be well received here in the Senate. What are the chances?
Same-sex union. Union. I have no problem with that. To each his own. But same-sex marriage, or were you asking about divorce?
Civil union, na ayaw nilang tawaging same-sex marriage. Civil union, no marriage involved, just civil union.
What do they
So,
mean
no.
by civil union?
O kahit daw hindi magkasama, kunyari nasa ospital, tapos kasama yung live-in partner. Yes, it's parang more for practical reasons.
Once na nagkaroon ng marriage contract, marriage yun, it's...
Yeah. Hindi, pero halimbawa nasa ospital nga, kunyari magpipirmahan, tapos hindi kasi next of kin yung magka-live-in partner.
I'm sorry, but parang hindi ko makuha kasi yung sense ng sinasabi nilang civil union. Kung walang papeles, walang sinasabing married sila, walang problema. It's like same-sex union. But same-sex marriage, medyo, I don't think I can support.
So yung dissolution of marriage na hindi naman nila tinatawag na divorce bill, dissolution of marriage, how would that fare here in the Senate?
The dissolution of marriage proposal would merit a look or even a second look. But the chances of passing something to that effect in the Senate would be expanding the provisions of ano ba to, yung annulment.
Okay.
Kung luluwagan natin ang annulment, mas madali yun.
Alright.
Mas madali yun at baka mas katanggap-tanggap yun.
Yeah. I wanted to ask about the Catholic Church and God. But specifically, how you view the way President Duterte spoke about God and the Catholic Church, tsaka kung paano niya na-handle yung nangyaring criticism afterwards.
Well, binawi naman niya, no? Pero I don't understand kasi the context that he wanted to say then. So I really, on a personal note, I brushed it off.
Okay.
So, but of course, I'm a very religious person. Even up to the present, ako'y saradong Katoliko.
Well, from one president to another, I wanted to ask about President Aquino. He's facing charges on Mama Sapano, DAP, Deng Vaxia. What do you think is happening? Let's just reply to that very briefly after this break. Senator Soto, President Aquino, he's facing many charges.
Well, I believe that President Aquino believes in the justice system in the Philippines, and therefore he'll face them.
Well, speaking of facing, there's Facebook, there's Twitter. You are on Facebook, you are on Twitter. Kayo mismo yung nagtitweet?
Oo.
Talaga?
Dun sa actual na akin, hindi rin sa mga, anong tawag ito? Parodies.
Okay. Pero yung sa inyo, Soto, Twitter, no? Soto _Tito.
That's right.
But you have deleted tweets before?
Well, yes. If I think that it's not a good tweet or...
Okay. Okay. What do you like about being on social media? Do you like it?
Not really, but it's like it's a must. You should be adept because otherwise the millennials will be
yeah. So you
thinking that you're as old as you are.
Okay.
I mean, I'm talking about
as old
myself.
as you are.
As old as I am.
Okay. So you need to be there. Ganun lang yun. And then you...
And sometimes, really, it's engaging.
But you seem I was reading your tweets. Para bang you seem very candid. Talagang you say exactly what's on your mind.
Oh, yes. Most of the time.
Most of the time. Do you regret? And you regret it sometimes?
Sometimes. If I feel that I have offended someone or something, I remove the tweet.
Okay. Is there something you don't like about social media that you know?
Irresponsible. Kung minsan irresponsible, especially the fake news. And sometimes there are people who, when they see it in the internet, think that it's True.
Yeah. And anything they read is real. Tapos, share and retweet.
Yeah. Oh, that's the only setback.
Okay. But it doesn't mean...
Irresponsible, unlike real journalists and mainstream media, na you have to be responsible for what you say. You know, you counter-check.
We are accountable.
Yes, you are accountable. You see? So, yun lang. Ito, walang accountability.
Sir, kanina, di ba, pinag-usapan natin yung... and I wanted to ask you more about being Senate President. No? So, in your acceptance speech, sabi niyo kasi that you never thought you would get to this point sa inyong political career. And then you also said something interesting. Sabi niyo, you have a template of a Senate President because you served under 9 of them.
No, I said I just need to follow the template, of the 9 Senate Presidents.
Okay.
And I will probably be able to deliver of what my colleagues expect as a Senate President.
What specifically dun sa template?
The way you treat your employees, the way you treat your colleagues, especially both majority and minority.
Yeah.
And then push for the more important priority measures.
Sir, at the end of your term as Senate President, how would you like to be remembered?
Perhaps overall na, because I would, if you ask me how I would like to be remembered, I will say a musician by profession, a sportsman by affiliation, and a public servant by conviction.
Wow, you've done so much. In sports, when it comes to sports, golf,
and 10-pin
bowling.
I've had more medals and more wins in 10-pin bowling than in golf.
Then in golf, okay. And then but between the two, the sportsman Tito Soto and the senator Tito Soto, which one is which one is the Tito Soto? Or is it a combination?
It is a combination. I'd say even my being a musician.
Okay. You didn't say comedian or a writer.
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because Shakespeare was a comedian. Baka ang ibig nila sabihin comic.
Comic.
A comic is different from a comedian.
Yeah, oo.
Di ba? So,
Is it
perhaps joke namin nung araw yun eh. During the 9th Congress eh. Kasi during that time, Frank Chavez wanted to run as senator, so we called him si Solgen. And then Pong Biason was a senator general, became senator, we called him Senjen. And then si Freddie Webb was a basketball player, team captain, we called him Court Chen.
Oh, okay. So that's how you became...
And then I am the comedian.
Okay. Sige, sir. Okay. It's interesting you didn't call yourself a comedian, sabi niyo comic. So, you write your own jokes, right? Or is it
not exactly.
Right then and there, para bang impromptu, extempo ba yun? Yung,
medyo.
Kayong tatlo ni Vic and Joey?
Yeah.
You're just, parang banter lang?
Correct. Madalas yun extemporaneous kami. If there are ever jokes to be written, it would probably be Joey.
Pero pwede na rin kayo.
Okay din.
Okay na rin.
I get away with it.
So right now you're on leave from Eat Bulaga. Are you ever going to go back?
Yes. Well, the arrangement
yung buhay na yung showbiz life na yan, babalikan niyo pa ba yan? Or ano bang...
Siguro, pagkakailangan lang.
2022, your term ends. What do you do in 2022?
I'm thinking of retiring.
Already?
Yeah.
Why?
I'll be very old by that time.
Is there anything else you still want to do?
I want to put up again my own recording studio.
Oh,
and do music again.
Okay. So parang that is your first love, yun talaga, music.
As I said, I'd like to be known as a musician by profession.
Okay. Final words, Senator Soto.
Thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to a better Senate. We were good before under the helm of Senator Pimentel, but we hope to continue with that, and if not, try to be better.
Yeah.
I always believe that the Senate was created for us to be impartial, independent, fair, but courageous. We should be able to withstand not only public opinion, but also the presidential powers.
Senator Tito Soto, Senate President. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pia. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Salamat po. Thank you.
House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez plano umanong patalsikin ilang oras bago ang ikatlong SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Bangsamoro Bill lusot na sa Senado, pagbobotohan pa sa Kamara. Inaasahang pipirmahan ito ngayong araw ni Pangulong Duterte. Magandang tanghali, ako si Ruth Cabal. Sa loob ng ilang oras, ihahatid ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang kanyang ikatlong State of the Nation Address. Kaninang umaga, binuksan ang ikatlong sesyon ng 17th Congress. Sa Senado, lusot na ang panukalang Bangsamoro Organic Law o BOL, habang sa Kongreso naman, may mga nagsasabing balak palitan si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Nakaantabay ang puwersa ng CNN Philippines sa mga kaganapan sa loob at labas ng batasang pambansa. Nakatutok si Joyce Ila sa Kamara. Ang aming senior correspondent na si Cecil Ardizabal naman ay nasa Senado. Tututukan din ng aming senior correspondent na si Ina Andolong ang magiging pahayag ng Pangulo mula sa batasang pambansa. Sa labas naman ng Batasan Complex, binabantayan ni George Cahiles ang mga protesta laban kay Pangulong Duterte sa Commonwealth Avenue. Si Rex Remitio ay nasa Batasan Road kung saan nagtipon-tipon ang mga taga-suporta naman ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Nasa Cotabato City ang aming senior correspondent na si David Santos para sa inaasahang pagsasabatas ng BOL. Unahin nating makibalita kay Joyce Ila hinggil sa planong pagpapatalsik kay House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Joyce, unang narinig natin yan sa CNN Philippines yung balita na yan. So sabi ng ating source, may mga kumimpirma ng planong ito laban kay House Speaker. Pakikwento mo nga sa amin kung ano-ano na yung nangyari dyan ngayon.
Sa ngayon, Ruth, ay inaabangan pa rin natin kung matutuloy nga ba ang planong palitan na si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto. At yun nga, ang ipapalit daw bilang House Speaker ay ang dating Pangulo at ngayon ay Pampanga Representative na si Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Ayon nga kasi sa tatlong kongresistang nakausap ng CNN Philippines, kinausap daw sila ng First Daughter at Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte para suportahan ang hakbang para tanggalin si Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto at suportahan naman si Arroyo para maging bagong House Speaker. Ang planong araw ay may magmomosyon para ideklarang bakante ang posisyon ng Speaker at kapag natanggal na si Alvarez ay saka naman may magmomosyon para i-nominate si Arroyo bilang House Speaker. Pero sa ngayon, Ruth, ay nakasuspinde pa rin ang sesyon. Kanina sinuspinde ito para di umano ipaalam sa Presidente na handa na nga ang Kamara at Senado na pakinggan ang kanyang SONA mamayang hapon. Base sa ating karanasan noong mga nakaraang pagbubukas ng sesyon, mabilis lang dapat itong bahaging ito ng proseso. Pero ngayon, inabot na tayo ng halos 1 oras na suspensyon. Kaya nakapagtaka rin talaga kung bakit ba napakatagal ng suspensyon na ito. Ayon nga sa isang source natin na nakausap ay pinatawag raw ni Alvarez ang lahat ng miyembro ng PDP Laban na bumubuo nga sa mahigit kalahati ng Kamara sa kanyang opisina ngayon at pinag-uusapan nga raw nila sa kanilang pagpupulong ang planong tanggalin nga si Alvarez sa kanyang posisyon. Sa ngayon ay naghihintay pa rin tayo sa pag-resume ng sesyon na ito. Ruth?
Joyce, binanggit mo kanina si Mayor Sara Duterte yung kumausap doon sa ilang kongresista para matanggal sa pwesto itong si Speaker Alvarez. Balikan nga natin, ano nga ba yung naging issue dati dito sa dalawa?
Oo, Ruth, paliwanag nga ng isa sa mga kongresista na nakausap natin. Noong Abril pa raw, actually, plano o nakausap ni Duterte Carpio si Arroyo para nga kumbinsin siya na palitan niya si Alvarez. May hidwaan kasi sa pagitan ni Alvarez at ni Duterte Carpio. Kung matatandaan, nagalit si Duterte Carpio kay Alvarez nang di umano'y sabihin ni Alvarez na bahagi raw ng oposisyon ang mayor ng Davao. Sinabi raw ni Alvarez ang komento matapos buuin ni Duterte Carpio ang regional political party na tinawag ng hugpong ng pagbabago. Kasi kung matatandaan nga natin, Secretary General ng ruling party naman ng PDP Laban si Alvarez. Ruth?
So Joyce, ngayon, nakasuspend pa lang muna yung sesyon. So babalik pa sila kasi isa sa inaabangan din dyan yung pag-ratify ng Bangsamoro Organic Law, no?
Tama yan, Ruth, no? Nakasuspend tayo ngayon. Mamaya inaantabayanan natin ang pagbabalik ng mga kongresista kasi maliban nga dito sa planong tanggalin ang House Speaker ngayong araw na ito ay inihintay rin natin ang pagraratipika o ang pag-aapruba sa Bicameral Conference Committee report ng Bangsamoro Organic Law for the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Inaasahan niya na mararatipikahan ito o maaprubahan ito ngayong araw na ito para ngayong umaga para mamayang hapon ay inaasahan na pipirmahan naman ito ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang SONA.
Joyce Ilas, nag-uulat. Tumungo naman tayo sa Senado. Naroon ang aming senior correspondent na si Cecil Ardezabal. Cecil, ano naman ang nangyari sa pagbubukas ng sesyon dyan?
Ruth, inabot lamang ng 1 oras yung seremonya ng pagbubukas ng sesyon kaninang alas 10 ng umaga at kasama nga sa highlights yung ratifikasyon ng Bicameral Conference Committee report sa Bangsamoro Organic Law. Kanina ay hindi na nilitanya ni Senate President Tito Soto yung ilang mga achievements ng Senado bagkus ito ay isinumite na lamang niya sa plenaryo. Kasama dun sa kanyang maiksing talumpati yung sinasabi ni Senate President Soto ang kahalagahan o importansya ng Senado sa maliit o malaking bagay lang. At sinabi nga niya halimbawa na kung sa pagpapalit ng pangalan ng isang maliit na eskwelahan na nasa kasuluk-sulukan ng Pilipinas, kinakailangan ang partisipasyon ng Senado, bakit hindi doon sa pagpapalit ng konstitusyon? Ito'y sa gitna nga nung pagpupursige ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez na baguhin o amyendahan ang konstitusyon at sinasabi niya na hindi nakakailanganin dito ang Senado. Kaya doon sa tanong na kung magko-convene man mamayang hapon ng alas 4 ang Kongreso sa isang Constituent Assembly, sinabi ni Soto na ia-adjourn niya agad ang Senado. Narito't pakinggan natin.
That is not possible because it is not part of the resolution that we will agree on today. If you will notice, the resolution that we will be passing is to hear the address of the President. So there's no other business that can be done then. If ever that happens, I will adjourn the session on the part of the Senate.
Natanong din natin kanina si Senate President Soto hinggil doon sa sinasabing balak nga raw na pagpalit ng liderato ng mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso. Sinabi ni Soto na hindi naman maaapektuhan ang anumang legislation o mga panukalang batas na nakasaad ngayon na dinidinig ng parehong Kamara ng Senado at ng Kongreso. Narito't pakinggan natin.
I am not aware of any... As of now, I don't know anything about that. I really don't think so because ang dapat ang pamamalakad namin sa gobyerno ay hindi personal. Dapat ang pamamalakad ay magkasundo yung Senate President, yung Speaker of the House, no matter who or she is.
Pagdating naman sa priority agenda ng Senado, sinabi ni Soto na bukas na lang nila i-anunsyo yung kanilang priority measures pagkatapos ng All Senators Caucus na inaasahan din na kung saan ay pag-uusapan nga yung tungkol sa pagpalit o pag-amyenda ng saligang batas. Samantala sa mga oras na ito, Ruth, ay nagtulak na o nagsimula ng tumulak papuntang batasang pambansa yung ilang mga senador para nga pakinggan ang SONA ng Pangulo mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Ruth.
Cecil, may mga napaulat na ilang opposition senators ba ay walang planong dumalo mamaya sa SONA?
Ang nakumpirma pa lang natin sa ngayon ay si Senador Antonio Trillanes, pero kasama niya mamaya si Senador Risa Ontiveros na dadalo sa isang misa sa Commonwealth ng alauna ng hapon at pagkatapos ay kasama rin nila yung dalawang senador kasama ng ilang mga opposition lawmakers sa isang press conference ng alas 5 ng hapon na magaganap mamaya sa Commission on Human Rights sa office. Pero sinabi naman ni Senador Ontiveros na siya ay dadalo dumalo sa SONA mamaya. Si Senator Kiko Pangilinan naman, sinabi ay pag-iisipan niya kung ano ba yung magiging schedule niya, kung dadalo siya o hindi. So ngayon, ang kumpirmado pa lang na hindi dadalo ng SONA ay si Senador Antonio Trillanes. Ruth.
Cecil Rizabal nag-uulat. Umaasang pulisya na susunod sa kanilang guidelines ang mga makikibahaging rallyista ngayong araw ng SONA. Sa panayam kay Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Elazar, sinabi niyang patuloy ang kanilang pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga lider ng iba't ibang grupong magsasagawa ngayon ng mga kilos protesta.
Kagaya nung mga previous SONAs, the leaders of the different groups have been coordinating with us. And based on the experience, naging maayos ito dahil sa aming pag-uusap. You know, kung meron kasing pag-uusap, chances are meron kang susunduan or agreement just like what has happened here. And since there is an agreement, nakapaglatag tayo ng mga guidelines and panuntunan for everybody to follow. And so we're expecting na susunod sila doon sa ating usapan. In fact, itong mga setup natin kung saan sila nakalagay, this is because of this upon their request. We are offering the IBP road just like what happened for the past two SONAs, but they opted to occupy Commonwealth Avenue. That is why the pro-Duterte group, dito natin ilagay sila sa IBP Road para hindi sila magkasama at magkatabi. And we are expecting that they will follow the guidelines that we have set. And the police now, just like the two previous SONAs, the directive of our Chief PNP is wala tayong container ban, no barbed wire, and the police have no firearms. Yung mga members ng ating CDM contingents.
Samantala, sinabi rin ni Elazar na maliit ang posibilidad na makipagkita si Pangulong Duterte sa mga nagpoprotesta. Ngunit ayon kay Elazar, nakahanda pa rin ang pulisya sakaling mangyari ito. Mamaya sa balitaan, tatalakayin natin ang naging ratings ni Pangulong Duterte sa ikalawang quarter ng taon. Makakausap natin ang pinuno ng Pulse Asia at social weather stations.
President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Pilipino. Beyond the symbolic significance, tayo sa isang interest ang kapakanan ng ating Diyos.
Nagbabalik ang balitaan dito sa CNN Philippines. Ilang oras na lamang ibibigay na ng Pangulo ang kanyang ulat sa bayan sa kanyang ikatlong State of the Nation Address. At ayon sa pinakabagong survey ng Pulse Asia, karamihan ng mga Pilipino ang naniniwala na ang gera kontra droga ang pinakamahalagang nagawa ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Duterte. Lumalabas na 69% o karamihan ng mga Pilipino ang nagsabing ito ang kanyang pinakaimportanteng nagawa simula nang maupo sa posisyon noong Hunyo 2016. Kalahati ng respondents ang naniniwala na ito naman ay ang paglaban ng pamahalaan sa kriminalidad. Sinundan ito ng pagtaas ng sahod ng mga pulis at sundalo, paglaban sa korupsyon sa hanay ng pamahalaan at ikalima, ang pag-aproba sa libreng tuition sa mga state university at colleges. Samantala sa usapin naman ng kanyang mga dapat pagtuunan sa SONA mamaya, karamihan ng mga Pilipino ang nagsabing dapat bigyang tugon ng Pangulo ang mas maraming oportunidad sa pagtatrabaho, pagkontrol sa inflation o pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin at serbisyo, pagtaas sa sweldo ng mga manggagawa, paglaban sa kahirapan at ang pagbuwag sa endo o kontraktualisasyon. Tumaas ang performance sa trust ratings ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ilang araw bago ang kanyang ikatlong State of the Nation address. Sa gitna ng mga iba't ibang isyong kinasasangkutan ng kanyang administrasyon, paano kaya napapanatili ng Pangulo ang tinaguriang Duterte Magic? Makakapanayan po natin ngayon via Skype mula sa Kyoto, Japan, si Pulse Asia President Ronald Holmes. Samantalang dito sa ating studio, si Social Weather Stations President si Dr. Bahar Mangahas. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. Magandang tanghali.
Magandang tanghali po.
Okay, simulan lang po natin dito sa satisfaction rating on the part of SWS and Pulse Asia kasi ang nakita natin itong June medyo magkaiba po yung resulta kasi in terms of satisfaction rating we saw the President, simulan po natin sa SWS, we saw the President going up plus 45%, going down plus 45% ng second quarter to plus 56%, from 56%. Dr. Mangahas, paki-explain lang po yung naging proseso dito sa satisfaction rating.
Tingnan ninyo ang petsa. Yung sa Marso, yun ay Marso mga 23. Yung sa Hunyo, yan ang Hunyo, 27 to 30. Halos katapusan na ng Hunyo. Ito ay pagkatapos ng kanyang pagmumura na stupid God. So palagay ko nagkaroon ng effect yun. So kami naniniwala na kung ikukumpara yung Marso hanggang sa katapusan ng Hunyo, talagang bumaba. Pero good pa rin yung mababa. Kasi yung dati ay very good. Ito ay good na lang.
But that's an all-time low for the President's satisfaction rating since...
Pero good pa rin yan, so huwag natin i-emphasize.
And one of the factors is yung sinasabi niyo nga po yung mga naging statements niya against the church. And
yes, yan ang pinakabagong report namin tungkol sa kanyang pagbabastos sa Human Rights Council at yung mga iba. Kitang-kita na ang mga nagsasabing na yung mga pagmumura niya ay kabastusan, ang rating niya sa kanila ay moderate lang. Mga plus 28. At yan ay hindi na honeymoon yon. Yun namang nagsasabing okay yon, hindi bastos. Excellent siya dyan. So itong plus 45 na good, ito ay isang average lang ng mga galit sa kanyang kabastusan at yung mga okay lang sa kanila, no? Ito ang moderate laban sa excellent at ang average niyan ay good lamang.
Okay, puntahan naman po natin si Professor Holmes dito sa Pulse Asia, their approval and trust rating kasi pareho hong tumaas if you compare it doon sa ratings. Noong March, approval rating went up to 88% from 80% and then the trust rating is from 79% to 87%. Professor Holmes, paki-explain naman po sa amin yung naging resulta na ito.
Ganun rin. Sinagawa yung survey namin nung maaga pa ng June. No? Ito'y bago niya inihayag yung sinasabing controversial na remark na God is stupid. So ang remark na yun ay ginaganap pagkatapos namin nasagawa ang survey. Kaya dapat tingnan natin ano yung mga kaganapan bago ng survey na maaari nakapag-influensya doon sa ganitong opinion ng mas tumaas ang nag-aaproba at ang nagtitiwala sa Pangulo. Ito yung naganap bago nga doon sa pinaka-controversial na statement na kanyang nabanggit.
Okay, but at the same time po, yung ibang events ng mga panahon na yun, we had the suspension of peace talks and then the anti-tambay campaign. Naka-apekto rin po ba yun? Or, pero mas tumaas nga po yung yung kanyang approval and trust?
Maaari natin ugnay siguro doon sa sinasabi nila na nakamit ng pamahalaan nito nakaraang 2 taon sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni Pangulong Duterte. Karamihan ng mga Pilipino naniniwala na ang pinakamalaking accomplishment ay yung paglaban sa illegal na droga at ang pagsasaayos ng peace and order o paglaban sa kriminalidad. Kung kaya't ito yung tampok na pamantayan sa pag-aaproba at pagtitiwala sa Pangulo. Ngunit siguro sa mga sumusunod na buwan ay inaasahan nga nila, batay na rin sa aming survey, na mas bibigyan pansin yung mga material na usapin at ang pagganap sa ganitong mga usapin, pagtugon sa ganitong mga usapin na maaaring maka-influensya sa performance at trust rating ng administrasyon.
But in a general sense, balikan ko si Dr. Mangahas, sir. In a general sense, my question to both is yung nandyan pa ba, honeymoon period pa ba tayo? Or nandyan pa ba ang Duterte magic? And then let's compare it to the past presidents po.
Gaya ng sinulat ko, para sa amin, ang honeymoon ay ang rating ng plus 30 or more. So,
we're still at plus
yung
45.
Plus 45 ay nandiyan pa. Pero malaki ang pagbaba mula noong Marso. Napakalaki. So, kailangan tingnan yung mga ginawa na hindi masyadong acceptable sa mga Filipino people. Para sa akin, actually, ang pinaka-grabe dito ay ang lack of action tungkol sa West Philippine Sea. Doon nakikita natin na 4 out of 5 Filipinos ay sinasabing hindi tama itong walang ginagawa. At 9 out of 10 nga ay gustong may balik na naman sa kontrol ng Pilipinas ang West Philippine Sea. Kaya ito ang pinaka-unanimous na feeling ng mga Pilipino na kamalian. At yung trust rating ng China ay napakababa na naman. So kahit na anong gawin ni Pangulo tungkol sa China, talagang hindi naniniwala ang mga Pilipino sa China. So ito ang pinakagrabe. Lalo na this will affect the well-being of many generations of Filipinos to come kung mawala sa atin yung mga resources ng West Philippine Sea.
Professor Holmes, para po sa Pulse Asia, is it still katulad ba sa SWS na honeymoon period pa rin po ba?
Masasabi natin, siguro batay na rin sa nakaraang administrasyon, nakita namin noon na ang rating ni Pangulong Aquino, bumaba lang siya pagkatapos ng migit sa 2 taon. Hindi ako nagkakamali. Yung unang pagbaba ay noong Enero 2013. So kung ihahambing natin to sa kasalukuyang Pangulo, maaaring sabihin natin na maaaring magbago yung kanyang approval at trust rating habang nalalapit ang eleksyon. Pero depende nga yan sa pagtugon sa mga pangunahing usapin at sa aming mga survey, maliban sa nabanggit ni Dr. Mangahas na sumasang-ayon ng karamihan ng Pilipino na dapat aksyonan ang ating soberenya sa West Philippine Sea. Nangunguna o tampok rito ang mga material na usapin kasama na pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin, yung pagdagdag ng mga trabaho, pagtaas ng kita at ang paglutas sa problema ng suplong ng kahirapan. So, maaaring makita natin kung ito'y tutugunan ng administrasyon sapagkat ito yung sinasabi nga ng mamamayan na dapat bigyan diin ng Pangulo sa kanyang SONA sa araw na ito.
Pero sir, Dr. Mangas, traditionally po ba parang going into the 3rd year of the president, parang medyo bumaba, yun nga, natatapos yung honeymoon period, bumababa ang ratings. Ano pang trend po pag ganon?
Hindi pa. Hindi pa naabot ni Pangulong Duterte ang honeymoon period ni Cory at yung honeymoon period ni Ramos. Ang inabot lang niya ay yung honeymoon period ni Erap at si Gloria wala talagang honeymoon period. At ang pinakamahabang honeymoon ay ang kay Noynoy Aquino na umabot ng more than 3.5 years.
Na maganda, na good po yung ratings niya.
Good pa. So matagal-tagal pa. Baka abutin niya, hindi namin alam. Pero so far, ang inabot pa lang niya ay ang kay Erap at kay Gloria. Baka kung 6 months pa ay abutin na niya yung kay Cory. Tingnan natin.
But usually, anong binabantayan pag ganong period po?
Wala kaming tinitingnan doon. Basta tingnan natin lamang kung ganong katagal. Ganong katagal mangyari. Itong 3 years, kasi ngayon 2 years pa lang, no? Pero ang 3 years ay nangyari yan kay Ramos at kay Noynoy. So it's not unusual, di ba? Not unusual. Kailangan sumikap pa siya para i-match niya itong honeymoon period nila.
May several surveys din kayo kasi lumalabas dito sa Pulse Asia yung importante nga doon na achievement is in terms of the illegal drug campaign sa surveys po ng SWS.
Para sa amin, kung tatanungin kung tungkol sa paglaban sa drugs in general, syempre gusto ng mga tao na ma-put down yung mga drug problem. Pero tungkol sa feelings of the people, tuto lang mga tao doon. The people do not believe the police na nanlaban. For example, na yung mga the trust in the police is, on that score is very low. So the purpose is a good purpose, but the way of doing it definitely is not agreeable to the people. So if you're going to go on the EJK and so forth, syempre, tuto lang mga tao doon.
But overall, ang report card po ng National Administration, we see it here, the net satisfaction for the administration is plus 58%. In general po, performance, yes, February to March.
It's still good, just like the rating of the president. It's still good, but it's on the way down. Hindi pa natin nag-report ng report card. Maybe within the next 2 weeks, there will be a report. It's favorable but not as favorable anymore. Maraming bumaba, lalo na yung rating tungkol sa inflation. So we will see. We cannot report everything in one shot, But it's still positive generally.
Okay, I'll ask also the same question to Professor Holmes. Yung general overall ho na rating for the administration based on Pulse Asia survey.
Well, sa amin, yung rating sa paglaban sa kriminalidad ay medyo tumaas nitong nakaraang survey kung ikukumpara ng Marso. At bumaba naman ang approval rating sa paglaban sa pagtaas ng mga bilihin, sinasabi nga controlling inflation, kung saan hindi mayorya nag-aaproba sa pagganap ng administrasyon sa pagtugon sa ganitong problema. So maliban doon sa controlling inflation, ang approval ng administrasyon sa ibang mga usapin, kasama na ang paglutas sa kahirapan at ang pagdagdag sa trabaho ay nasa mayorya. Ito'y bahagyang bumababa, ngunit sa pangkalahatan ay majority, hanggang significant majority pa rin yung approval. Ito'y halos kapareho rin yung performance at trust rating ng Pangulo. Makikita natin na dahil nananatili yung kanyang approval rating, parang hindi pa siya pinapanagot sa mga umiiting na mga problema, particular na sa inflation.
Yung binanggit niyo, Professor Holmes, parang hindi pa pinapanagot, usually parang may, yun na nga, yung when the honeymoon period is over, how do you define that? Parang sinisingil po ba siya doon sa mga campaign promises or doon sa hindi niya nagawa? Ganun po ba yon?
Mahirap masabi kung pinananagot kasi hindi nga bumababa ang kanyang performance rating bilang isang presidente. Maaring ang binibigyan ng halaga sa kanyang pagganap ng tungkulin ay yung seryosong pagtupad niya sa kanyang pangako ng kampanya na lulutasin ng problema sa droga. Ngunit habang tumataas ang presyo ng mga bilihin, maaring ito'y magkaroon ng epekto sa pagtatasa ng mga mamamayan sa presidente mismo. Sa kasalukuyan, matay na rin sa mga report, yung inflation nito nakaraang quarter ang pinamataas na ating na-commit ng higit sa ilang taon na rin. At kung ito hindi matutugunan, maaring itong maaring magdulot ng paghihirap sa ilang mga Pilipino at maaring maka-apekto sa kanilang assessment sa Pangulo mismo.
Okay, maraming pong salamat kay Pulse Asia President Ronald Holmes at Social Weather Station's President Mahar Mangahas. At sa aming pagbabalik, kamustahin natin ang sitwasyon sa labas ng batasang pambansa kung saan nagtitipon ang mga taga-suporta at kritiko ni Pangulong Duterte. Manatiling nakatutok sa balitaan dito sa CNN Philippines. Kayo'y nanonood ng balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Nagsasagawa na ng programa ngayon ang mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Duterte malapit sa Batasang Pambansa Complex. Pagpapasalamat daw nila ito sa mga nagawa ng administrasyon sa nakalipas na 2 taon. Naroon ang aming correspondent na si Rex Remitio. Rex, kamusta ang sitwasyon ngayon dyan?
At sa bawat dagdag na
Sa ngayon, Ruth, nagtatalumpati yung iba't ibang opisyal ng pamahalaan ukol sa mga nagawa ng administrasyon sa nakalipas na 2 taon. Sa kasalukuyan ay si Finance Assistant Secretary Tony Lambino yung nagsasalita, nagbibigay ng kanyang mga opinyon kung paano nga ba naging matagumpay ang administrasyon sa pagpapatakbo ng ekonomiya sa nakalipas na 2 taon. Nagsasalita siya sa harap ng mga maralita di umano na kung saan ano yung mga naging benepisyo ng train law sa kanila at paano hindi ito nakasama sa kanila. Ito ay bahagi ng tinatawag na People's Summit na siyang pasasalamat na rin daw ng mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanya sa nakalipas na 2 taon. Sila ay nagsimulang magmarcha mula doon sa may panulukan ng Commonwealth Avenue at ng Batasan Road. Papunta dito kaninang mga alas 10 ng umaga. Sila ay nakasuot ng puti at ang iba sa kanila ay may nakalagay pang muka ni Pangulong Duterte habang ito ay kanilang suot. Bagamat may mga nakapula rin na taga-suporta raw ni dating Senador Bongbong Marcos at ni Ilocos Norte Governor Amy Marcos na siyang sumusuporta rin daw kay Pangulong Duterte. Ayon kay Special Assistant to the President Bongo ay hindi ito isang rally bagamat isang pagtitipon-tipon at pagsasalo-salo na rin bilang kanilang pasasalamat nga dito kay Pangulong Duterte. Sa ngayon ay nasa 1,400 yung bilang ng mga taga-suporta rito ni Pangulong Duterte. Bagamat mas mababa ito kung ikukumpara doon sa mga anti-Duterte na nagrarally doon sa may Commonwealth Avenue. At sa kabila ng medyo matahimik naman daw at wala namang any untoward incident na naitala dito sa bahaging ito ng Batasan Road ay hindi pa rin daw nagbabakasakali ang kapulisan kung kaya't nasa 7,000 mga pulis ang kanilang idineploy sa iba't ibang parte ng Commonwealth Avenue. Sa kasalukuyan ay wala pa naman silang namamataan na banta sa seguridad at hindi pa rin naman nila inaasahan na manggugulo yung mga militante na nandun sa Commonwealth. Bagamat handa rin naman daw sila sa kahit anumang mangyari kung sila man may manggulo o may mga iba't ibang grupo man daw na pumasok at manggulo nga dito sa nasabing pagtitipon.
Rex Remitio, nag-uulat. Inaasahan na pipirmahan ngayong araw ni Pangulong Duterte ang panukalang batas para sa Bangsamoro government. Makibalita tayo sa ating kasamahan na si David Santos na nasa Cotabato City. David, isa yung Cotabato City na kasama dun sa plebiscite kung gusto nilang makasama sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. No? Kamusta yung reaction ng mga tao dyan?
Well, Ruth, umikot nga tayo kanina sa isang plaza dito sa Cotabato City para pulsuhan ang opinyon ng mga residente dito at base sa mga ilan nila na nakausap natin, mukhang positibo naman ang kanilang pananaw sa bubuuing Bangsamoro government. Karamihan sa kanila ang sabi basta't makakapagdulot ito ng kapayapaan at kaunlaran, hindi lang dito sa Cotabato City kundi maging sa ibang bahagi ng Mindanao ay welcome naman ito para sa kanila. Pero aminado yung mga nakausap natin na limitado pa rin talaga ang kanilang kaalaman kaugnay sa panukalang Bangsamoro government. Kung pipirmahan ito ni Pangulong Duterte ngayong araw, isa sa mga hamon na kakaharapin ng gobyerno ay kung paano ipapaintindi sa mga mamayan dito kung ano ang Bangsamoro government. Lalo pat kung may matutuloy ang plebisito sa darating na Nobyembre, importante na may sapat na kaalaman ang mga botante dito kung pipiliin nilang mapabilang sa Bangsamoro government o hindi. Na bumisita rin tayo sa Camp Darapanan sa bayan ng Sultan Kudarat. Ito yung main camp ng Moro Islamic Liberation Front o MILF. Gaya ng kanilang mga lider, umaasa ang mga combatants o miyembro ng MILF, gayon din ang mga residente ng kanilang mga komunidad na pipirmahan na nga ng Pangulo ang Bangsamoro Organic Law. Pero kanina, naabutan naman natin ang Monday flag raising ceremony ng mga empleyado ng Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao o ARMM. Ito yung papalitan ng Bangsamoro government oras na maisabatas ang organic law at maratify ng mga residente sa pamamagitan ng plebisito. Siyempre, nalulungkot sila sa nabubuwagin ang ARMM pero hindi pa naman raw talaga malinaw kung anong mangyayari sa mga empleyado. Ito ay sa kabila ng mga usap-usapan na may mga mariretain at may mga matatanggal. Ganun pa man, pinaghahandaan na rin ng ARMM ang pagsalin ng kanilang otoridad o yung Transition of Authority sa buuing Bangsamoro government. Sa katunayan, matagal-tagal na raw nila itong pinaghahandaan mula pa noong unang pinanukala ang BBL noong nakaraang administrasyon. Hiling lang nila ng mga empleyado na sana ma-absorb pa rin sila sa Bangsamoro government nang sa gayon tuloy pa rin ang kanilang serbisyo. Ruth.
David Santos, nagulat mula sa Cotabato City. Mamaya sa balitaan, Pangulong Duterte nagpa-medical check-up kagabi bago ang kanyang State of the Nation address. At libo-libong rallyista inaasahang magtitipon-tipon laban sa SONA ng Pangulo. Manatiling nakatutok dito sa CNN Philippines. Espesyal na edisyon ng Balitaan para sa ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Tinututukan ng CNN Philippines ang mga kaganapan sa loob at labas ng batasang pambansa. Sa puntong ito, kausapin natin ang ating senior correspondent na si Ina Andolong. Ina, ano bang inaasahan natin doon sa magiging talumpati ng Pangulo mamaya?
Ruth, sa ngayon, 35 to 40 minutes ang inaasahang itatagal ng SONA ni Pangulong Duterte mamayang hapon. Yan ay batay sa kanyang naging rehearsal kagabi kung saan sabi ni Communication Secretary Martin Andanar ay noong binasa nga ni Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang prepared speech ay tumagal ito ng 35 to 40 minutes. Ngayon kung yan ang masusunod, ito ang magiging pinakamaikling SONA ni Pangulong Duterte na kilala para sa kanyang mahahaba at de-adlib na mga talumpati. No? Kagabi nga nag-rehearse para sa kanyang speech si Pangulo sa Malacanang kasama si Director Joyce Bernal at ayon kay Special Assistant to the President Bongo, tumagal ng 1 oras ang rehearsal na dinaluhan ni Pangulong Duterte matapos siyang magpa-medical check-up sa Cardinal Santos Hospital. Kagabi rin, ayon kay Presidential Spokesperson Harry Roque, routine medical check-up ang ginawa kay Pangulong Duterte at dineklara siyang in good health condition. Sabi nga rin ni Secretary Go, no, ready to go na ang Pangulo mamaya para sa kanyang SONA. So ano ba ang inaasahan na tatalakay ni Pangulo sa kanyang talumpati? Medyo magkaiba ang sinasabi ni Go at ni Roque patungkol dito. No? Ayon kay Go, inaasahan niyang tatalakay ni Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang mga naging achievements nitong nakaraang 2 taon, partikular sa kanyang kampanya laban sa illegal na droga, crime at corruption. Pero ayon kay Roque, continuation raw ito ng nauna ng 2 SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Kaya imbis na pag-usapan ang kanya ng mga nagawa, pag-uusapan daw o focus ni Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang mga gagawin sa parating na taon. Paliwanag ni Roque, yan nga ang isa sa mga bago sa SONA na ito dahil itong mga nakaraang linggo nagkaroon nga ng mga tinatawag na pre-SONA forum kung saan mga miyembro, iba't ibang miyembro ng gabinete mismo ang nag-report ng mga achievements nila sa kanilang mga ahensya. Ngayon, kabilang naman sa inaasahang maging legislative agenda ni Pangulong Duterte mamaya ay ang pagsusulong ng federalismo, ang Bangsamoro Organic Law, pati na rin ang proposed rice tariffication bill. Ruth?
Inaandolong nag-uulat. At breaking news, kapapasok lang na balita, in-adjourn ng Kamara ang kanilang sesyon ngayong araw. Ito ay matapos umugong ang balitang patatalsikin si House Speaker Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto. Alamin natin ang latest mula sa batatang pabasa mula kay Joyce Ilas. Joyce, so ano na mangyayari ngayon?
Ruth, oo, kanina nga, di ba, nag-suspend ang sesyon ng mahigit isang oras at ang huling rinig natin ay nagpatawag nga raw ng meeting si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez kasama ang mga kamiyembro niya sa PDP Laban. Kanina umaga nga, buong araw ngayon, naririnig natin ang umuugong na balita na meron niyang plano para patalsikin si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez mula sa kanyang pwesto. Pagbalik sa sesyon kanina, wala pang isang minuto, ay agad-agad na in-adjourn ito. Ngayon, kasama natin dito si Akbayan Party List Representative Tom Villarin. Sir, ipaliwanag lang natin, anong nangyari kanina? Bakit after na 1 hour na suspension, in less than a minute, nag-adjourn na po?
Well, una, may motion na to adjourn, no, si Deputy Majority Leader Bondoc, no. At although nag-object si Congressman Andaya, but it was sustained, no, by Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia, no. So ang mangyari is we would resume by 4 p.m. and that's already yung SONA ni Presidente Duterte. So ibig lang sabihin, yung mga nasa order of business dapat ngayong umaga ay hindi na natalakay. At bahagi doon yung Bangsamoro Organic Law na dapat ratipikahan ng Kamara at hindi yan na-ratify, no? And even the formalities nung pagtatawag ng SONA at pag-imbita para kay Presidente Duterte ngayong alas 4 ay hindi rin naaprubahan sa plenaryo. So ibig lang sabihin, may mga mahalagang business supposedly na itinakil namin ay hindi na namin tinakil, no? Because of this ouster plot against Speaker Alvarez.
Sir, balikan ko lang, yung BOL, Bangsamoro Organic Law, hindi na-ratipikan kanina. Ibig sabihin, hindi rin ito pwedeng pirmahan ng Pangulo sa SONA gaya ng plano nila. Tama, sir?
Yes, definitely. Because kailangan ng ratification ng House of the BICAM report at hindi naman pwede yung all-party caucus kanina na pinatawag on the Bangsamoro Organic Law ang papalit doon sa plenary ratification. So definitely walang mapipirmahan si Presidente ngayong araw na ito, no, kasi nga walang ratification from the House.
Sir, bakit biglang in-adjourn? Anong nangyari kanina?
Yung umuugong, no, yung usapan na merong motion to declare the post of the Speaker as vacant, no. So yan po ay klarong-klaro habang tinatawag yung attendance, no, ng mga House members, no. Mabagal yung pagtawag, no, pero yun nga may pag-uusap na, and all the political parties, no, were having their own meetings, no, including PDP, about this ouster move, no. So most likely kaya nga in-adjourn dahil seryoso yung threat na i-oust si Speaker Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto at mukhang hindi naman pumapayag din si Speaker Alvarez na umalis sa pwesto niya.
Sir, umaga pa lang daw yung mga political parties nagpupulong na. Tapos kanina, sir, 1 oras tayong nag-suspend. Anong nangyari dun sa 1 oras na yun, sir?
Well, doon kinukumpirma, no, yung mga posisyon, yung stand ng different political parties. And based po sa aking personal knowledge ay karamihan, no, or lahat ng partido political ay sumusuporta doon sa pagdeklara, no, sa post ni Speaker as vacant, no. At well, yung PDP has not come out, no, with a statement, but definitely hati din yung PDP about that. No?
And sir, paano naman yung, ibig sabihin sir, may number para madeklarang bakante yung posisyon ng House Speaker and in effect, matatanggal si Speaker sa pwesto niya? May numbers?
Well, as of this moment, dahil nga pina-adjourn nila early, no, yung aming session, definitely may numbers. No? If you gauge, tingnan natin dun sa ginawa ni Speaker na pina-adjourn niya yung session.
Sir, huli na lang, kasama kayo sa Party List Coalition and kaalyado na rin ng LP. Ano ang posisyon ng Party List Coalition dito sa Aust-Alvarez plot and ano rin yung posisyon ng LP, sir?
Well, I think, as I've said, lahat po ng political parties, no, and even the, except of course, PDP, na wala pang position, and of course, even the Party List Coalition are open doon to support that move to declare the post of the Speaker as vacant.
Tinawagan din ba kayo ni Sara Duterte, sir, gaya ng sinasabi ng ibang mga kongresista?
Well, marami siyang tinawagan. No? Actually, wala kaming direct na linya pero may malapit na kaibigan. No? At yan po ay ongoing yung tawagan sa ngayon. No? Kasi even individual members ng House ay talagang tinatawagan about this move. No?
Para maalis si Alvarez sa pwesto?
Yes, para maalis si Alvarez sa pwesto.
At ang ipapalit, sir, I see?
Well, they said that they would move for former President GMA not to be the next speaker, of which on our part, hindi din kami papayag at kami ay mag-abstain.
So you're in favor of removing Alvarez but not replacing him with GMA?
Definitely. We don't support GMA even for that post as speaker.
Sino ipapalit niyo, sir?
Well, we would look at from our ranks, Magnificent Seven, if we can still vie for the minority post, if ever na magkaroon din ng election for the minorities leader.
Magna-nominate kayo ng speaker kasi kailangan, di ba, sir, sa speaker yon. Sino pong ina-nominate natin, sir?
Well, offhand, we still would like to nominate Kong Teddy Bagilat for the post of speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yan ang latest dito ngayon. Ruth, balik sa'yo.
Joyce Ilas, nag-uulat. Sa aming pagbabalik, Pangulong Duterte, mabuti ang kalusugan sa gabi ng SONA ayon sa Malacanang. Manatiling nakatutok dito sa Balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Kayo'y nanonood ng Balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Libo-libong rallyista laban kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang inaasahang magtitipon-tipon sa Commonwealth Avenue. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si George Cahiles. George, ano nang nangyayari dyan ngayon?
Well, sa ngayon, Ruth, ay naghahanda na nga itong mga demonstrador dito, mga miyembro ng mga militanteng grupo sa kanilang isasagawang protesta maya-maya. So, ongoing yung programang isinasagawa dito sa UP Diliman at bandang alas 2 ng hapon nga ay magmamarcha na sila patungo sa Commonwealth Avenue. So nakita natin yung delegation buhat sa Southern Tagalog Region, Central Luzon, mga taga-NCR. Nakita din natin yung mga miyembro ng Kadamay, ng Kilusang Mayo 1 na nandito na sa UP Diliman. Ito kasi yung converging point nila sa ngayon. At maya-maya nga tutungo na sila dyan sa Commonwealth Avenue. Ang panawagan nila kanina, Aust Duterte, no? Patalsikin si Duterte, yan yung panawagan nila. At bit-bit nila yung iba't ibang issue, no? Na kagaya nga niya pangunahin. Itong pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin dahil sa train law, itong issue sa charter change, itong pagtaas ng sweldo, ang hiling nilang pataasin yung sweldo ng mga manggagawa, itong continuous na implementation ng contractualization at issue din sa teritoryo, lalo na dyan sa West Philippine Sea. So ang mangyayari dito, Ruth, ngayon ay sabi nila yung pagsasama-sama nila mamaya sa Commonwealth Avenue, yung pinakamalaki at pinakamalawak na protesta under Duterte administration, around 30,000 individuals daw yung inaasahan nilang lalahok at inaasahan din nila na may mga darating dyan na mga tao buhat sa iba't ibang organisasyon pa. So sa hanay naman ng mga pulis, wala naman daw silang inaasahang kaguluhan dahil nga last week ay nakapag-usap na sila ng mga miyembro ng mga militanteng grupo at nagkaroon sila ng ground rules, no? At kung masusunod daw yan ay magiging maayos at matiwasay naman daw yung isasagawang protesta dyan sa Commonwealth Avenue, Ruth.
George Cahiles, nag-uulat. At yan ang kabuuan ng balitaan ngayong Lunes, July 23, 2018. Ako si Ruth Cabal, manatiling nakatutok sa special coverage ng CNN Philippines para sa ikatlong State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Magandang tanghali.
When I took my oath of office, I knew that our country was reeling from a multitude of problems.
The state of the Philippines revealed in an annual address.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
President Rodrigo Duterte delivers a message to Congress and to the Filipino people for the third time.
The fight will be unremitting as it will be unrelenting. The fight will not stop.
A message to look backwards.
Marawi will finish it. Di ako nagbibiro until the last terrorist is taken out. Think of something that will compensate or make up for the damage, or I will tax you to death.
And to look forward. A presidential report card 2 years on. The accomplishments.
There is still so much to be desired, and if we are to completely eradicate the menace of illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, we must do it.
The challenges. And the administration's plans for the country. What is the true state of our nation?
Welcome to a CNN Philippines special presentation. We are live from the Batasang Pambansa. I'm Pio Ontiveros.
And I'm Pinky Webb. We are counting down to President Rodrigo Duterte's third State of the Nation address. In just 2 more hours, President Rodrigo Duterte will give his annual report to the nation. But already so much has been happening in Congress. The Senate and the House opened the third session of the 17th Congress, and CNN Philippines has learned from a number of congressmen that there is a potential shakeup in the House of Representatives. Our Pia Ontiveros is in Batasang Pambansa with Joyce Ilas. Pia, go ahead.
Yeah, Pinky, you know, very rarely do things go without a hitch. Every time the State of the Nation address of president, any president for that matter, rolls around, a little bit of a wrinkle for today's SONA. Just as you mentioned, President supposed to sign the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which was known previously as the Bangsamoro Basic Law. But we have, like you said, Joyce Ilas, who is our House correspondent, here with us to tell us what exactly happened. So Joyce, kanina, no, 10 a.m. nag-convene, nag-session ang House of Representatives para nga pag-usapan yung Bangsamoro Organic Law, i-ratify, etc. But there is, like we said, a little bit of a wrinkle because may problema, no, sa speakership. There's a struggle for the speakership of the House of Representatives.
Just to give you a background, no, since last night and until early this morning, maraming mga kongresista ang nagsasabi na meron ng plano na patalsikin na si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez sa kanyang pwesto. This morning, several political parties held meetings to discuss this plan. Noong nag-convene na para sa opening ng regular session kanina, nagulat kami kasi nagkaroon ng isang mahabang suspension ng session. And then we were informed, according to Akbayan Party List Representative Tom Villarin, nagpatawag pala si House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez ng meeting among PDP Laban members.
At ano nga ba yung tinatanong sa kanila doon sa caucus na yun?
Tinatanong daw sila, parang nagkaroon yata ng loyalty check doon sa meeting na yon kung sinusuportahan pa rin ba hanggang ngayon. Yan ay according to our sources, congressmen who attended the meeting earlier. Tumagal ito ng 1 oras kalahati, 1 oras mahigit. Nagulat na lang kami nung bigla na lang nag-resume yung session, pumukpok si House Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia at bigla na lang nag-motion si House Deputy Majority Leader Rimpy Bondoc to adjourn the session until 4 p.m. this afternoon for the SONA.
Was there any attempt by any other congressman to make a motion?
Yes, there was. Camarines Representative Rolando Andaya was repeatedly objecting to that motion kasi nga meron pang nakasalang na agenda, and that is the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law na kailangan nilang maratifikahan ngayon para mapirmahan siya ni Pangulong Duterte mamaya pag nag-SONA na siya. So ngayon ang plano ay according to House Deputy Speaker Miro Kimbo, they are planning to again convene a session later because some House members are saying that the adjournment was illegal because first there was an objection, but it was not recognized. And
sorry, Joyce, yung objection na yun by, like you mentioned, Rolando or Nonoy Andaya, na who was Budget Secretary to Gloria Arroyo, who by the way is, yun yung pangalan na lumilitaw, na siya dapat yung papalit, di ba, kay Speaker Alvarez.
Yes, yun nga ang sinasabi sa mga nakausap natin ngayon na once the plan actually is today is to declare the position of the House speakership vacant, and then after that somebody would nominate for President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo to be elected as House Speaker. Pero hindi na nga nangyari yun. Ang ginagawa nila ngayon ay kanina meron kaming nakitang manifesto. Ipinapaikot ito amongst congressmen. Pinipirmahan nila isa-isa expressing their support to elect Congresswoman Arroyo nga as the new Speaker. Sa manifesto na yon, walang nakabanggit na pangalan ni House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. It was silent on his ouster, but the mere fact that they want a new House Speaker is very telling na that they do not want House Speaker, they don't want Alvarez to stay in his post. And sinabi nga sa atin kanina ni Villarin na almost all political parties have already made a stand that they want Alvarez replaced from his post.
Pero ang tanong kasi ngayon is, pwede pa bang mag-session ulit, mag-resume ng session ang Kongreso, ang House of Representatives or the lower house, what they call the lower house, before the joint session of Congress at 4 o'clock? Is that still possible?
Ang sinasabi ni Deputy Speaker Miro Kimbo, that is possible. Pwede raw nilang gawin yon, mag-resume na session mamaya and mag-raise ng motion, i-explain na illegal nga yung naging adjournment kanina at ipagpapatuloy nila yung session. Pero kailangan nilang gawin yon bago mag-alas 4. Kasi merong ipinasang resolution din kanina na kailangan nilang mag-convene into a joint session later to hear the President's SONA. So meron tayong limited time to do that.
And when they resume session anytime before 4 or as the plan is or goes, they have to ratify yung Bangsamoro Organic Law. If not, the President doesn't get to sign it anytime today to mark his third State of the Nation address here at the Batasan. At the same time, doon nila ipapasok na yung pagpapalit sa liderato ng House of Representatives. Ganun ba yun?
Yes, I think that is the plan so far. Raratipikahan nga nila yung Bangsamoro Organic Law, and after that, posible na ipasok na rin nga nila yung pagpapalit ng leadership dito sa House of Representatives.
Because if they don't do that, then parang na-hostage yung hindi na BBL, BOL.
That's right, that's right.
Okay. Well, we're going to head back over first to the studios. Pinky?
All right, thanks a lot, Pia and Joyce Ilas. Thanks to both of you. This time of the year when the President delivers his State of the Nation address, the National Police and the military are on high alert. NCR Police Chief Superintendent Guillermo Elizar told CNN Philippines some 7,000 police personnel from the PNP are being deployed. The police force will get extra support from the AFP, the MMDA, and other government offices. Security officials say the risk of any violence happening is very low. We have CNN Philippines reporters standing by to give you the full report on today's SONA. As you just saw, our chief anchor and correspondent Pia Ontiveros is at the Batasang Pambansa. Senior correspondent Ina Andolong is also there, anticipating the president's speech and talking to cabinet members arriving. Joyce Ilas and Cecil Lardizabal have been following developments in the opening of the third session of the 17th Congress. David Santos is in Cotabato City ahead of the president's signing of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and monitoring the situation along Commonwealth Avenue are Rex Remigio and George Cahiles. And if you will remember last year, the president spoke directly to protesters after his State of the Nation address, but his security team is discouraging him from doing that today. We have our correspondents, George Cahiles and Rex Remigio, both on Commonwealth Avenue, where protesters have converged. First, to George Cahiles. Tell us, George, what are you hearing from the protesters?
Well, currently, Pinky, women and children's rights advocates are now here converging, massing up just right behind me here in Commonwealth Corner, Tandang Sora. And they are saying that their main point why they are here and joining the SONA protest is to lambast the president on his anti-women remarks. They are under this group called #Babae Ako. Now, as mothers, members said that they feel the impact of budgetary constraints, especially with high prices of commodities, as well as the increase in care hikes. And also some women are also losing their jobs, especially those contractual ones. They're talking about still a manifestation of contractualization here in our country. Among the prominent personalities that we saw here is May Wanna Change Paner, who is also a convener of #Babae Ako. So later at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're expecting that the group coming from UP Diliman will be converging with the group here, #Babae Ako, and they will march towards the area of St. Peter's Church, wherein the bigger protest will be happening later. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, our George Cahiles there reporting. Now let's go to Rex Remigio, who is with the protesters also in that area, and let's find out their concerns. Rex, go ahead.
Well, I'm here right along Batasan Road, and you can see right behind me are the police forces standing by ahead of President Duterte's arrival here at the Batasan Pambansa complex. And they are well positioned to not only to secure the area, but to strictly regulate the traffic here as well. And we've also seen army trucks and even some helicopters hovering around or over Batasang Pambansa to secure the area. And the PNP is now directing all of its units on full alert since 5 in the morning. And militants can only assemble up to the Commonwealth area, unlike in the past 2 years when they were allowed to get near the Batasan. The National Police is deploying 6,000 to 7,000 personnel stationed in different areas surrounding the Batasan complex. The so-called force multipliers like the armed forces, the MMDA, barangay tanods will also complement the police forces. The PNP is confident they can contain the militants coming from the Commonwealth Avenue since they have no tendencies, according to PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde, to be violent after having dialogues with them in the past few days. And Albayalde is also expecting that other groups commit violence ahead of the President's State of the Nation address. The situation is that it is generally peaceful.
We'll go back to Rex Remigio again and find out the situation in Commonwealth Avenue. Aside from the SONA, the president today is expected to sign the proposed Bangsa-Moro Organic Law. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, has more.
I'm Kong Baisandra Sema. I'm Kong Ruby Sahali. And we are the BFF for BBL.
For these congresswomen, lobbying for the passage of the Bangsa-Moro Organic Law was a personal cause. It was tough, long hours of deliberations, often dragging until past midnight, that lasted for almost a week. But these women didn't have to go through it by themselves.
Just only friends. Ako yung sundalo niya doon.
Actually, you needed a mate, you needed a partner. When you're down, she will try to cheer you up. In the same way, na ganun din siya. It really needs partnership dahil mahirap yung giyera na to.
Mahirap kasi kung mag-isa ka lang talagang nagtataguyod nito. Pero andito ako, andyan siya, so karamay kami.
In a society where women take a back seat to let the men make crucial everyday decisions, SEMA and Sahali seem to define norms commonly associated with Bangsamoro women. And there was quite a number like them. Moro women lawyers, experts, and staff who also worked overtime to meet up the demands of a grueling legislative process.
We know war. We suffered war. And actually, it's the women who is the most affected. Why? As a mother, may mga anak ka. As a sister, may mga kapatid ka. As a wife, may asawa ka. At the end of the day, you suffer the most.
SEMA o Maguindanao's 1st District and Sahali of Tawi-Tawi often sparred with fellow Congressman Celso Lobregat of Zamboanga City.
I can admit to you that in many times the arguments were sort of heated and many times it became personal.
Like most lawyers, Lobregat said he just wanted to make sure the provisions of the organic law were constitutional, also to safeguard his district from being included into the proposed Bangsamoro government.
While they're asking that we trust them, we are also asking for them to respect the position of people outside the army.
The days and nights of intense back and forth among BICA members were so toxic, some leaders often hinted about wanting to go on vacation, especially since Congress was on a break.
I'm actually more stressed than tired.
But whatever stress and anxiety lawmakers had to go through, it was never comparable to those who had to suffer because of the long-drawn conflict in Mindanao. For their part, Bangsamoro men fought in the battlefields for decades to assert their historical rights. Their women are stepping up and bringing the battle in Congress. It is something they had carried on as frontliners.
While your men fight, while your children suffer, pero ikaw yung may hawak ng lahat ng mga emosyon. Kaya inuubos namin lahat ng kaya namin dito to make this really, it's not perfect, but we can always start on something.
The deliberations, however, did have a happy ending. Before the BICAM committee approved the final draft law, SEMA stood up, flashing a note with the words, "Thank you." Her erstwhile nemesis, Lobregat, responded with a, "You're welcome." David Santos, CNN Philippines.
You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation as we await the President's State of the Nation address. You're seeing live pictures inside the plenary hall of the Batasang Pambansa. And of course, the President is expected to speak at 4 p.m. The guests, numbering, they say thousands of the guests, will be there or should be there between 3 and 3:30 p.m. CNN Philippines will be right back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation as we await President Rodrigo Duterte's 3rd State of the Nation address. Our lawmakers opened today the 3rd regular session of the 17th Congress. Our Cecil Lardizabal witnessed as Senate President Tito Sotto banged the gavel this morning. All right, Cecil.
Yes, Pinky, senators at this point are keeping track of the developments at the House of Representatives. One of the not so good developments, according to senators, is the non-ratification of the House of Representatives of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This morning, during the opening of the session at the Senate, it was ratified by the Senate, but Senator Mig Zubiri, who is a proponent and who's pushing for the Bangsamoro Organic Law, expressed disappointment that the House failed to ratify when he said it should have been ratified simultaneous with the Senate. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
It's not possible because it is not part of the resolution that we will agree on today. If you will notice, the resolution that we will be passing is to hear the address of the President. So there's no other business that can be done then. If ever that happens, I will adjourn the session on the part of the Senate.
Anyway, that was Senate President Tito Sotto telling us that they are not really expecting a convening into a constituent assembly by the House of Representatives, as they have not passed a resolution for that. Specifically, senators are going to the Batasang Pambansa to listen to the State of the Nation address of the President, and only that and no other concerns. And the Senate President is saying that if there will be convening a constituent assembly, then he will automatically, immediately adjourn the senators on the part of the Senate. And of course, one of the developments that the Senate or senators are keeping track of at the House of Representatives is the possible shakeup in the leadership of House of Representatives. Senator Soto, Senate President, is telling us that he's not expecting any impact or effect on legislation, as he said that it's not really a personal matter, but it is expected that both the leaders of the House and the Senate should work together to come with a common agenda for the people. And right now, Pinky, I believe that senators are on their way to the Batasang Pambansa to listen to the State of the Nation address of the President at 4 p.m. But of course, we've heard word from Senator Antonio Trillanes, who said that he is not going to listen to the son of the President. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, Cecil Lardizabal. Some 3,000 guests are expected in today's SONA, among them lawmakers, cabinet members, Supreme Court justices, members of the Diplomatic Corps, former presidents Minos, Noynoy Aquino, and other special guests. They're all expected to be seated by 3:30 p.m., at which point we should also expect the president to arrive. Let's go back to our Pia Ontiveros at the Batasang Pambansa. Pia.
Yes, Pinky. Well, you did mention the former presidents, former chief executives. They are going to be invited. But let's first talk about what's going to happen shortly before 4 in the afternoon when President Duterte arrives. So, like we said, shortly before 4 in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July. Today is the fourth Monday of July. A date that is set in the Constitution, the 1987 Constitution, by the way, the one that hasn't been amended or revised yet. A helicopter is that's going to be carrying the president. It's going to be landing on the helipad at the back of this building. In the past, long before protests became as much a tradition as the SONA itself, the chief executive would travel here by car. But now that we've had so many protests, and in this case, supporters of the incumbent president also rallying in his support, whether by car or chopper, the president disembarks, and he's going to be, as is tradition and protocol, welcomed by the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Carlito Galvez, who is now the Chief of Staff and the Sergeants at Arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. General Galvez passed by here on the other side of the hall just a while ago, so we know that he's here already. The symbolism for that is that General Galvez meeting the president before escorting him through an honor guard, marching him through that honor guard, and then turning over the duty of bringing the president in to the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House. Symbolism for that is that you have two co-equal branches of government, the executive and the legislative, in this very important government event, the State of the Nation address. Also, they are going to be marching up those steps, going in through what we call the rear entrance. So this is something that we see every year. From the rear entrance, they're going to be walking into, it's about a 5-minute walk from where I'm standing right now. They're going to be met first by a phalanx of lawmakers, everybody who wants to greet him, whisper a thing or two in his ear, or at least be seen with the president. From that rear entrance, he's going to be brought to what used to be known as the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, or the PLLO, and that is going to be his holding area. He's going to be ushered into there. Members, of course, ushered into there by the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. Senate President, of course, Tito Soto, and so far, Speaker of the House, Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. So he stays there in that holding area for just a little bit, of a chit-chat and a little meeting with the leaders of both houses before it's time to walk to the plenary hall. At that point, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, like we said, as of now, as of what time is it, 2:30 in the afternoon, it is still Bebot Alvarez. They're going to be going to the plenary hall, and then they will declare the joint session of Congress open with a bang of their gavels, the maces of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. These are symbols of authority. are going to be put at the foot of the rostrum, and then they're going to announce that the president is waiting to deliver his SONA, and then they will invite him to join them. That's when the president emerges from the PLLO and walks into the plenary hall of the Batasan, through the center aisle, down and up the rostrum, and that's when everything begins. But let's see what happens. We're also expecting a lot of a bit of a surprise. The president has said, Malacanang has said that he's going to be delivering a 35-40-minute speech. We never really know, but we're going to have a little bit more for you in just a bit. Thank you.
And that we'll find out later. As we've been saying a while ago, there is talk that the president will just be speaking for about 35 minutes, but even members of his cabinet and spokesperson would say that mahilig naman talaga mag-adlib ang presidente. So let's find out later at 4 p.m. But right now, joining us in the studio, our former presidential spokesperson, Edwin Lacerda, and Undersecretary for Disaster Resilience, Attorney Karen Jimeno, under the Presidential Management Staff. We don't want to call that PMS, no? Yusek Karen. All right, let me start with Yusek Karen, and I will put you on a spot. You were not surprised about what happened this morning at the House of Representatives regarding this ouster, this plan to oust Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. You were with Mayor Sara Duterte.
Yes, I was with Mayor Sara Duterte this morning, but I was also surprised because I didn't know of any plan to oust her, but I did start getting calls from some people in Congress asking for guidance or what they should do, and I said, I don't know. You're all adults, you should decide for yourselves. But I just heard from people this morning who were asking what was going to happen, because they said they were being called for a caucus in Congress, and they said it's because there are talks of an ouster of the speaker.
So is it true that Mayor Sara Duterte was calling the congressmen?
I have no personal knowledge of that. I was with Mayor Sara Duterte this morning because there was a Tapang at Malasakit Alliance event, which is a non-political alliance. And it was because we launched an advocacy program for women, OFWs, and for solo parents and LGBT communities in Quezon City.
So you said, Karen, when you were with the Mayor, Sara Duterte, and you were getting calls, you were getting calls from congressmen seeking advice, did you ask Mayor Sara what's going on? I mean, what can you tell us about this whole thing? What did she tell you?
But Mayor Sara was there in Quezon City to sign a sister city agreement with Quezon City. So that was on official business in her capacity as mayor of Davao, because they have a sisterhood agreement with Quezon City. And then by the time she arrived at our event for Tapang at Malasakit, we went straight to doing the event, which was for the advocacy program. So I just basically, she didn't say that there was truth to plans to oust the speaker. So I wouldn't say that she has a direct hand, because I don't have personal knowledge of that.
But did you ask her about it?
I didn't ask her about it because to me, I'm not in Congress, and it's none of my business.
But you're part of the cabinet.
I'm part of which is not part of Congress. There's really separation of powers. I'm part of the Tapang at Malasakit Alliance with Mayor Sara Duterte, which is for non-government advocacies for Filipinos.
So the congressmen were calling you, asking for advice?
They were asking kung totoo or kung anong gagawin nila. And I said, I don't know.
Yung kung totoo? Kung totoo yung plan to oust the speaker?
Yes, kung may totoo raw bang mga ganon na plans, or if what they should do kung mag-a-attend or caucus. And I said, it's their call. They can call their own shots because they're the ones who are part of Congress, diba? So it's really, it's their own business, but it's also their own judgment call. If there is, they can choose their own leadership. That's how Congress is. They have their own democracy there.
Well, it's common knowledge naman na hindi maganda yung samahan ni Speaker Alvarez at ni Mayor Sara Duterte.
I don't know if that's how we should call it, because I think for people, and this is just my point of view as an observer, I think people are entitled to their own opinions and their views. So, and it's always it's common for people not to agree on either political views or stand on issues. So if there have been those instances in the past, I wouldn't really label it as like enmity or animosity, but you know, we have people who are in politics. They are able to. One speaker is able to lead Congress. Mayor Sara is able to lead Davao City very well. So, for me, that's if they like answer issues publicly with respect to each other, that's totally their right. But I think to label it as hindi maganda samahan might be too much giving it making it personal.
All right. Let's move from one attorney to another. Somebody we haven't seen in a while, whom we used to see because he was the presidential spokesperson of former President Aquino. Sir, attorney Edwin Lacerda, how are you, sir?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good.
Good to see Karen also, by the way. We worked together in the Aquino government before.
Yeah, I know. At one point,
Yolanda rehabilitation.
Yeah, rehabilitation. I remember that as well. You have been not very visible, obviously, but you are active on Twitter, attorney. But let me go to what happened this morning. What were your thoughts? Was that a surprise for you? And talk is that if the Speaker Alvarez were to be removed, it's Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo who will sit as Speaker.
You know, in 6 years of being in government, one thing I have seen and have observed is that nothing happens in the House, especially in the House, without the say-so of the palace. I've seen that in the 6 years. So this particular move to oust Speaker Alvarez shows the tenuous hold of Speaker Alvarez. It also shows that Mayor Sara Duterte is a power center in and of herself. And so whether there's enmity, whether there is the public dispute between the two is quite known. So whether it was engineered by Mayor Duterte, it shows that she has influence. It shows, in fact, you should give credit to Mayor Sara Duterte for being able to do that. Because nothing happens again without the say-so of the palace. At least in my 6 years. Kasi ang House, hawak yan ng presidente. The Speaker always has the blessing kung sino magiging Speaker. Ang Senate, iba. Senate is, you know, the typical description of the Senate is each senator is an independent republic.
It's a little bit more independent than the House of Representatives.
If it's the House, it doesn't... You saw the statement of Deputy Speaker Miro Kimbo, deputy na ni Speaker yan, and yet you still have to call for a session supposedly after. Those things don't... It's a very strange occurrence and shows very tenuous ang hold ni Speaker Alvarez ngayon.
What does that say, though, you think, for the PDP laban? Let's look at the Senate. We had Aquilino Pimentel as Senate President, natanggal po siya, pinalitan ni Tito Soto from PDP laban. And then you have a Speaker Alvarez also from PDP laban. Potentially, if he is removed, what happens to that particular party?
But I think, if Karen can correct me here, but I think Mayor Sara Duterte is no longer part of PDP laban.
She was never part of.
She was never part.
I'm talking about the former Senate President, Pimentel, who was part of PDP laban, and the Speaker Alvarez, who is also PDP laban.
I have a different information on that because I understand that former Senate President Coco Pimentel and Senate President Tito Soto had a power sharing agreement. It was supposedly been implemented prior to, but circumstances changed. Ngayon lang natuloy. So sa akin, Senate President Tito Soto and former Senate President Coco Pimentel still belong to, or are still identified with the President. Whether it's tenuous, I don't think so, because like I said, I've heard of a sharing agreement before.
Whether they belong to different political parties.
Pero sa House talaga, it's very, very concerning.
Yeah. But it's clear to you. You attended 6 State of the Nation addresses, attorney, and it's very clear to you nothing happens in the House without the blessing of the President.
At the very least.
At the very least. But si Attorney Karen, Karen speaks like an attorney. She has no personal knowledge of the situation.
Well, it's because it's true. And I would prefer that because I still recognize the separation of powers,
Yeah,
which is
true.
what's provided for in our constitution. Executive is separate from legislative.
But that's what
I would answer that way also if I was in government.
No, you would answer that way if you were still presidential spokesperson.
No, by the way, it would have happened immediately. If something happened, it wouldn't happen on the very day that the president is going to deliver his SONA because you're taking away the focus on the president.
disrupt it.
Today is the president's day. You should offer him the full measure of devotion.
So you don't think any plan to oust the speaker will happen today? Kung di nangyari kanina
I don't know. I don't know. This is we're living in a strange world. So.
All right. We'll continue our discussion in a bit. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation as we await the President's State of the Nation address. Live pictures there inside the plenary hall of the Batasang Pambansa. We are expecting the President to speak at about 4 p.m. Also, by this time, members of the Senate should be making their way over there at the House of Representatives, together with former presidents. And of course, Vice President Leni Robredo will also be in attendance in today's State of the Nation address. CNN Philippines will be right back. Welcome back. You're watching the special coverage of CNN Philippines on President Rodrigo Duterte's third State of the Nation address. At this point, we'd like to show you this live picture. Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza is expected to hold a news conference anytime now. Why? Because earlier today, there were reports of moves to oust Speaker Alvarez from his post. The session today at the House of Representatives was adjourned suddenly, and this did not sit well with some members of Congress. Let's find out more. And what is happening in the Batasan complex? Our Pia Ontiveros is there. Pia, what's the latest there?
But Pinky, years ago, a newspaper columnist described the State of the Nation address as as political theater. SONA, a speech that sets direction and vision. It's also a lot about performance and projection, soaring rhetoric, catchy phrases, human props, such as Gloria Arroyo did back in 2001. But puts the winds in the nation's sails. It also is meant to tell us where the president wants to take us. When I say us, I mean us, meaning his audience, the audience outside the batasan, the audience inside the batasan. And when we talk about the audience inside the batasan, we're talking about, of course, lawmakers, because the Constitution says the president must address both houses of Congress, meaning the House of Representatives, members of the House of Representatives, and members of the Senate, minus, of course, Senator Laila de Lima, who is still in detention. But among those members of the Senate, a senator standing beside me right now is Senator J.V. Ejercito. Senator Ejercito, thank you for joining us now. Tell us what you expect. What is it that you want to hear from President Duterte?
Well, of course, we expect Pia that he will outline all. He will talk about his accomplishments, but I'm more interested on which direction that the president would want to take his administration. I'm hoping that he would give updates, especially on the infrastructure development.
You mean build?
The build, because I've always been pushing for massive infrastructure, because I know that this will spur economic growth, and I'm sure that this will help mitigate or help soften the impact of inflation right now, as being experienced by most. So with the domino or with a multiplier effect brought about by massive infrastructure projects and development, it will definitely help in addressing the inflationary effect. So I'm hoping that the president would talk about this.
You also want to hear about healthcare, universal healthcare.
Yes, Pia, being the chairman of the Committee on Health, the president has already certified the universal healthcare program as one of the priority measures, and I'm hoping that he would mention this so that we will start the ball rolling. I'm hoping that to be able to sponsor this and to be able to pass this before the year ends.
Your father is expected here as a former president. He is invited. So he is going to be here because last year I think I spoke to you and him.
Yes,
Sabay. So
yes.
hinahanap ko sa'yo siya.
Probably he will be coming later on because I came from the Senate. It was because of the inclement weather, but now it's better now that I went straight here.
All right. Well, Senator J.V. Ejercito, thank you so much for joining us. As Senator J.V. mentioned, his father, former President Joseph Estrada, is expected here. So is, Gloria Arroyo, of course, is an incumbent congresswoman at the center right now of quite a bit of controversy. And also, Fidel Ramos expected here as a former president. The only former president who isn't going to be here, Noynoy Aquino, who is facing or is about to face different charges, Dengvaksha, Dapma Masapano, and they're not the very best of friends with President Duterte, the incumbent right now. So, Pinky, back to you first.
Thanks a lot for that, Pia. Maybe we can ask Attorney Edwin Lasherda a little later on. Maybe there are other reasons why President Aquino is skipping the third SONA. Although he did say that he'd rather watch it at home because there's less distractions at home.
I suppose, yeah. And also, this administration is not exactly friendly to him. And, he's been a subject of several suits not by this administration, but at least by the people, people who were not happy with him previously.
All right, Attorney, we'll just go back to the Batasan Pambansa. Our Pia Ontiveros is there. She's with presidential spokesperson Harry Roque. Pia, go ahead.
Do you want to say?
Ikaw naman, oo.
Sorry, Pinky. I was just speaking to, I'm about to introduce him now. So I'm so sorry for that. I was just speaking to Harry Roque, presidential spokesperson. And you, Pinky, you have a former presidential spokesperson there in studio. But let me talk to Harry Secretary Harry Roque. Harry, let's begin with this. So we don't have so far, it is, what time is it? It's 2:45.
Yes.
We don't have the ratified Bangsamoro Organic Law. Well, the Senate did their job. The House, medyo nabinbin, a little bit of a wrinkle there. How's Malacanang taking this?
Well, of course, we're a bit disappointed. We've had to modify the SONA address of the president because the plan was to sign
during the
BBL
SONA, right?
during the speech, no?
Yeah.
So there was going to be an indication in the speech that he should stop and announce that he's about to sign the BBL as he's talking about the advantages and the virtues of the BBL.
The president knows already, who
Yes.
told him, and how did he react?
Well, I've had to...
Totoo ha? Ano talaga yung sinabi niya?
Well, wala naman siya sinabi sa totoo lang. Dahil it was really a message to the speechwriters to omit that portion because last night we rehearsed it and it was his idea that maybe I should just sign it while I'm delivering the speech and he identified where in the speech he intended to sign the BBL. So
where?
I just had
Saan
to...
dapat?
Well, as he was talking about the BBL itself. No?
Okay.
And of course, I've had to tell them, well, now there's not going to be a signing because it was not ratified.
But there are other surprises, right?
Well, there are other surprises. Watch out for what he intends to do with inflation and specifically what has caused the increase in the price of rice. No? So he's going to be very emphatic on that point.
Okay, emphatic meaning he's going to say what?
Of course,
What?
if
The
I'm
prices
going to
are
say
gonna
what
go
he's going to say,
We don't want to
if I
preempt
tell
him, do
you,
we?
yeah, if I tell you, then it wouldn't be a surprise anymore.
Okay, what else? What else can we expect?
Well, aside from inflation, of course, he will not actually go to a litany of what his accomplishments were for the past year. That's precisely why he had a pre-SONA
Right, those
involving
three
the 4
cluster-
clusters. No?
Okay.
So he will go beyond that. He will talk about what he intends to do the coming year. He will give priority to his legislative agenda. And of course, included in the legislative agenda is a counter-inflationary measure to check on the rising cost of rice.
Well, will there be any mention of, I was just speaking to Senator JB Ejercito, universal health care?
Yes, it's going to be definitely mentioned. Yes.
Okay. Like what?
Well, there's going to be universal health care. There's going to be, I think, the creation of a new department that will lead government response in
Disaster
cases of
resiliency,
disasters. No?
Okay.
So I think that's a very important measure as well.
Is there anything he will leave out? And I guess this is one thing about the president. Everybody expects him to deliver an extemporaneous speech, to go off script. Is he going to go off script or will he stay on script?
Maybe not, because we had a very long rehearsal yesterday because it wasn't just a rehearsal. It was really him editing his own speech. No? So since he's been able to edit his own speech and he added and deleted portions that he wanted to delete, I expect that he will stick to the speech this time, because he's had the opportunity to make his inputs already.
But what made him change his mind this time around? I
Which
mean,
one?
apart from, because sanay na kami, sanay na tayo lahat that he will go off script, that he can go on and on
I
for an
guess
hour, 2 hours.
He just wants to manage his time now. And this is also the first time that he, I guess, took time out to actually go over the speech and make his contributions to the speech.
Will there be any mention by him? I mean, well, he will have to, at the very beginning of the speech, acknowledge the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. The Senate President, Tito Soto, who he just replaced Coco Pimentel a few weeks back. And, well, as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, it is still Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. But, all this talk about him being replaced by Gloria Arroyo, will there be any mention, any, say anything in jest or anything at all?
Probably not, because we know that the House of Representatives is part of Congress, and Congress is an independent branch of government. No? The president is a lawyer, and he actually adheres to the separation of the powers. No? So he leaves the issue of leadership to each chamber of Congress.
Did he say anything about his daughter, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio, who is reportedly, according to the reports, behind this move to replace Bebot Alvarez? So she isn't on very friendly terms with anyway.
Well, all I can say is I know that Mayor Sara Duterte is very close to the president, and I know that Mayor Sara is probably the closest advisor to the president. No?
All right. Well, Secretary Harry Roque, presidential spokesperson, thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Pia.
Hope to see you later kasi baka may surprise mamaya sa
Sure.
speech para pag-usapan natin yon. Let's go back to Pinky, and she's with the former presidential spokesperson, Edwin Lacerda.
Presidential spokesperson to another. A little bit of a teaser there on what to expect from the President's State of the Nation address from presidential spokesperson Harry Roque. Presidents usually give promises to the people during the State of the Nation address. We didn't hear much of that from President Duterte's SONA last year. In Ina Andalong's report, we'll see how the President opted to use his speech to warn his enemies and make appeals to different sectors.
Instead of promises, were appeals and warnings. President Duterte's second State of the Nation address wasn't too much about new plans. He used his speech to hit his enemies, like those in the illegal drug trade.
The fight will be unremitting as it will be unrelenting. Despite international and local pressures, the fight will not stop.
Criminals and corrupt officials, too, were not spared.
There is still so much to be desired, and if we are to completely eradicate the menace of illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, we must do it. I therefore ask Congress to act on all pending legislations to reimpose death penalty on the heinous crimes, especially in the trafficking of illegal drugs.
He wants the death penalty back, but it's having a tough time in the Senate. The bill seeking to reinstate capital punishment has passed a third and final reading in the House of Representatives, but most senators say they're not for it. Anti-drug operations have continued, but even as President Duterte warned narco mayors over and over in the past months, only less than a dozen high-ranking former and incumbent officials have been arrested for drug charges since the start of President Duterte's term. Add to this, Osamis City Mayor Reynaldo Parohinog Sr., who was killed in a drug raid. The Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency released a list of barangay officials allegedly involved in the illegal drug trade, but officials are still in the process of building cases against them. Another sector the president said he was closely looking at, mining. Mining companies were told to replace and rehabilitate forests and other areas destroyed by their operations. If they fail to comply, the president had this warning.
You have to come up with a substitute, either spent to restore the virginity of the resource, or I will tax you to death. Think of something that will compensate or make up for the damage, or at least the income restored. Yeah, otherwise, I'll have to stop mining.
For now, that remains to be an empty threat. There's no new tax scheme for mining companies, even with the Environment Secretary expressing support for higher taxes for industry players. President Duterte last month was still singing the same tune, giving the same warning, only this time he said he may ban open-pit mining if mining companies don't get their act together by year-end.
I decide by weeks and months. Baka ipagsara ko talaga ang mining na open pit. You know, we get about 70 billion in taxes mining. But I'd like to announce now, we'll have to compromise. We'll have to limit the destruction of the environment.
To lawmakers, the president asked for a review of the government procurement law to ensure faster delivery of goods and services. No significant development there. But his call for the establishment of a new office or department that could help Filipinos better respond to extreme disasters has seen some movement recently. The cabinet just approved its creation. But he did get what he wanted for the reproductive health law. The president called on the Supreme Court to lift the temporary restraining order on the reproductive health law. The High Court halted the distribution of 2 contraceptive implants pending a certification from the Food and Drug Administration that they are not abortifacients. The FDA has since issued them, effectively allowing the implants distribution. The president made it clear he's not just out to get the abusive rich. He said he'll also go after ordinary people creating trouble in the streets.
I will also enforce laws against anarchy, disturbance, and create trouble.
Urban poor group Kadamay wasn't allowed to occupy idle housing units anymore. And so-called tambays were initially ordered arrested. The president wanted them arrested for loitering, which is not a crime in the country, but he took it back days later and said that loiterers should just be sent home. Another highlight of the last SONA, his message to the United States. He wants the U.S. to return the Balangiga bells of Samar, spoils of war which were taken by American troops after they retaliated against Filipino guerrillas who killed their men in an unexpected attack.
Give us back those Balangiga bells. They are ours. They belong to the Philippines.
It was one of the most applauded parts of his last SONA, but the bells still aren't back. Ina Andulong, CNN Philippines.
Let's show you what's happening outside the Batasang Pambansa. Protesters are already marching along Commonwealth Avenue carrying their placards, no, and streamers, no to Chacha. And, there are about 7,000 policemen who will be manning the area inside and outside the Batasang Pambansa. Other streamers saying patalsikin si Duterte, sobra na, tama na. There's been, of course, a number of meetings between the protesters, the leaders of the group, also with the police. The police already saying that this time around there will be no container vans. Of course, there is this sense that this will be a little bit of a smooth, possibly, protest from the thousands already marching along Commonwealth Avenue. This is a CNN Philippines presentation of the State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. We are expecting the President to speak in about an hour. We'll be right back.
When I took my oath of office, I knew that our country was reeling from a multitude of problems.
The State of the Philippines revealed in an annual address.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
President Rodrigo Duterte delivers a message to Congress and to the Filipino people for the third time.
The fight will be unremitting as it will be unrelenting. The fight will not stop.
A message to look backwards.
Marawi will finish it. Hindi ako nagbibiro until the last terrorist is taken out. Think of something that will compensate or make up for the damage, or I will tax you to death.
And to look forward. A presidential report card 2 years on. The accomplishments.
There is still so much to be desired, and if we are to completely eradicate the menace of illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, we must do it.
The challenges and the administration's plans for the country. What is the true state of our nation?
In just one more hour, we will be hearing from President Rodrigo Duterte. Live from the Batasang Pambansa, I'm Pia Ontiveros.
And I'm Pinky Webb. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. We are expecting the President to speak at 4 p.m. That's about an hour from now. Let's go to Presidential Spokesperson Harry Roque. He's at the Batasang Pambansa. He's speaking to members of the media. Let's listen in. Okay. All right, we'll try to bring that speech of the presidential spokesperson in a little while. But Pia Ontiveros was able to speak to him a little while back, and he gave us a preview of what to expect during the president's speech at 4 p.m. Let me give you a little bit of what the presidential spokesperson said. He said that one thing, they had to edit the speech of the president because of the non-ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law at the House of Representatives. The president was supposed to have signed this during his speech, so that will not happen. Also, he will be talking about the increase in prices of rice, inflation, and also a new agency or department, maybe an agency called the Disaster Resiliency. Let's find out more about that from the person who actually told us about not possibly removing the NDRRMC to changing it to something else. Yusek, Karen Jimena, can you tell us more about that again, please?
Yes, Pinky. So in 2017, during the President's State of the Nation address last year, he called out on both houses of Congress to craft a law that will establish a central authority or department that can handle efficiently the 21st century natural disasters. And from his experience as a mayor for over 25 years, he could see that you really need to act fast and make decisions quickly. So one thing he does not like about the current setup based on RA 10121 or the Republic Act that created the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. The name by itself mahaba na eh. Doon pa lang matagal.
Ganun na ba? NDRRMC na ba during your time?
Nabubulol-bulol kami before. Actually, ang hirap i-pronounce ang NDRMC.
Also at that time, it was already NDRRMC.
It was a law that was passed in 2010.
Yeah.
And it created a council that is composed of the Secretary of Defense as the chairperson and then co-chaired by the Secretary of DSWD for Relief, Secretary of DILG, and then the Secretary also of the DOST for Planning.
Okay.
So
he wasn't happy with this?
Because I think even President Aquino felt like the challenges of having this set up. Because imagine when you're calling this council, those are just the co-chairpersons. You have members who are all numbering to over 40. Just to call them for a meeting, can you imagine the volume of people who have to sit down and make decisions? When in fact, when you're talking about disasters, kailangan mabilis even the decision making, the reaction time. So
the releasing of funds.
Yes. So those were the problems that have been identified, and this law, which was passed in 2010, contains a sunset review clause that allows the Oversight Committee to evaluate and assess the effectiveness of this law and to amend if necessary. But since 2015, which was the time of the sunset provision that could have been used, wala pang amendment. So last year, the President himself, during his SONA, said that he was calling on Congress to create a central authority or department that can handle disasters. And from my end...
And what was it going to be called?
Well, right now we're calling it the Department of Disaster Resilience, but of course it depends on what Congress will pass into a law. But from the time I was appointed in May, we worked, the presidential management staff worked with all the other government agencies and consulted, and we even had meetings with the disaster resilience officers at local level. And we came up with a draft proposed legislation, which I presented along with the PMS acting head and even Secretary Lorenzana, who's the current chairman of NDRRMC. We presented it to the President last May 9. To the President and to the Cabinet. Just last May 9, 2018 of this year. Yes, I presented it and along with Chairman and Secretary Lorenzana, and they approved it.
And maybe the President will be talking about this in the SONA, as presidential spokesperson Harry Roque said. Parang pag-uusapan nga itong Department of Disaster Resilience. That's what it's supposed to be called right now. Let's just go back to what's happening outside Congress. Again, hundreds or possibly thousands, hard to estimate by now, the protesters marching. I believe that they're only allowed to go to a certain part, which is the St. Peter's Church. I think the agreement really was to just stay until that particular area, because according to the police, marami silang mga tatanggalin in terms of security, the container vans na I'm sure si Attorney Edwin Lacerda, nasanay na kayo doon, di ba? Meron talagang nakabalandra na barrier na mga container vans during all of the 6 SONAs of President Aquino?
I don't remember all, pero there were presence of mga barriers. Normal naman yan.
All right. But also one thing good to note is if we remember the State of the Nation address of the President last year, after that was an unexpected event. Bigla na lang niyang pinuntahan yung mga protesters. I'm sure both Karen and Attorney Edwin remember that, na kinausap niya yung mga protesters. I don't remember the former President doing that.
No, he never did that.
At any time, ano?
Yeah, but I think Bongo already said that will you show up when they're burning your effigies or something?
Sinabi niya yun this time around. But then, just looking back to last year, that's what the president said. And it seems like, I'm sure that was a security nightmare for his security. Pero hindi na daw yan ulit mangyayari ngayon. So anyway, we're going back. Anything different, Attorney Edwin, from what you're seeing now in the past SONAs of President Rodrigo Duterte, just watching it right now?
Well, you know, the only time, if I recall, the only time that the president follows his speech is when he speaks before a military audience. In any event with the military, he follows his speech strictly. So it would be even in SONA, the first two SONAs, he never followed the speech. So it would be something of a message discipline on his part if he does follow the speech strictly. The only time that he does that. And the thinking is, you respect the audience, that's why you follow the speech. But this time, it would be good to see if he will indeed follow the speech. But that's something. And also the length of the 35 minutes, if he's going to...
Because that's what they're saying. Yusek, Karen, also 35 minutes. These are the pictures sent to us by the special assistant to the President, Bongo, together with the director for today's SONA, Joyce Bernal. Na they had what happened yesterday, and I'm sure you both know that the president went to the hospital, Cardinal. It was a routine checkup, and right after that went to do some sort of a rehearsal for the SONA. I think that lasted about an hour, and apparently it's all good. Ganun din ba? Is that normal in the past that there would be such a thing as a rehearsal the day before?
We rehearsed on the day itself with the prompter because the president is very detailed with the speech. So the preparation of the SONA speech starts at February pa lang. So because you collate all the materials, you collate all the data, then it passes through several scripts of several stages, drafts of speeches yan. And unlike si Secretary Harry Roque, we were told not to spill any kahit na. So we were very under strict orders not to give any clue, and that's why it's good to have Yusek Karen to speak about disaster resiliency, which is good.
Yeah, because sinabi nga ni presidential spokesperson Harry Roque na I'm sure with the prodding of PIA yan, kaya naman napasalita na din sigurado si...
No, we were scolded once.
Really?
When we gave a clue, 1 year. So why are you giving? I would like the Filipino people to listen to it directly from me.
Yeah.
So ever since that time, I think that was the second year. So ever since that time, as the Malacanang press corps, they couldn't get anything from.
Wala talaga silang makuha. All right, we'd like to, of course, say thank you to both our guests, the first two in a series of guests that we'll be having throughout the day. Former presidential spokesperson, Attorney Edwin Lacerda. Good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you too.
Is there anything you want to hear from the president in his SONA today? Just one thing.
I have no idea, actually. I mean, I want to see, he wanted to, what I'd like to hear were his accomplishments. So how does it reflect on reality?
What would you grade him, though?
No, Pulse Asia just came out with their survey. In fact, there's only one area where he exceeded 50%, and that was fighting drugs. Even fighting criminality was just 50. The rest were all below 50. That speaks volumes in terms of satisfaction.
Okay, but the SWS survey shows that he's still on honeymoon period. He's got a plus 45 net satisfaction rating, which is still good. Pero ang sabi ng SWS, I believe, sir, is that President Aquino had a 3 3/4, parang maganda yung result.
Surveys are snapshots in time. That's not how you look at surveys. You look at surveys as a part of whether there's a trend going up or going down. Yeah. So that's what you observe. One snapshot would not do justice to the satisfaction of a president.
Okay. Attorney, thank you so much, and we hope to see you again. And Yusek, maybe it's also good. Can you tell them that maaari mo bang sabihin that are you still gonna be with the presidential management staff?
Pinky, sir. Si Pinky always prodding, yeah.
He's gonna.
I'm going to be studying soon. Yes.
So she's leaving the she's leaving the cabinet.
Yes,
right?
to take another master's degree.
All right. So I'm sure the President thank you for all your help. Maraming salamat to Yusek Karen Jimeno. Nakilala naman talaga namin na si Attorney Karen Jimeno. Attorney, thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much, Pia.
Thank you so much and talagang good luck on your studies. Maraming salamat. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation as we await the President's State of the Nation address. We're taking a short break. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. Live pictures here inside the plenary hall of the Batasang Pambansa. We are expecting the President to deliver his third State of the Nation address in about 40 minutes. But outside of the complex, protesters already marching. I believe they are, or they will be allowed to march all the way to St. Peter's Church, and there are possibly hundreds or thousands of them already converging along Commonwealth Avenue. Since his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte has consistently said the war on corruption will be one of his main priorities. In a State of the Nation address last year, the president warned anew he would let go of officials tainted by even just a whiff of corruption. Our senior correspondent, Ruth Cabal, looks at what has happened to the president's corruption campaign.
Over the past year, more than 30 officials of the Duterte administration have resigned or were removed from their posts based on data gathered by CNN Philippines News Research. The list includes resigned Secretaries Juan Dateo of Tourism, Vitaliano Aguirre of Justice, and Rodolfo Salalima of Information and Communications Technology. Several undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, and commissioners. Most of them left amid allegations of corruption. Among the most controversial of the resignations is that of Tourism Secretary Juan Dateo, following a string of controversies, including the placement of a 60 million peso advertising contract of the DOT on her brother's programs on government network PTV4. Add to that, her husband Roberto Teo was part of the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, an attached agency of the Tourism Department. Critics raised concerns on nepotism. The Civil Service Commission defines nepotism or nepotic appointments as those made in favor of a relative of the appointing or recommending authority, up to the third degree of consanguinity and affinity in government agencies, and up to the fourth degree in local government units. The CSC explains why nepotism is considered a form of corruption and abuse of authority.
Under the Constitution, there is a mandate that appointments in government should only be based on merit and fitness. Nepotism destroys merit and fitness because the consideration for appointment in nepotism is the relationship rather than the qualifications of the appointee. Public service is not family business. So there are others qualified, who are qualified to assume the position. Why do you have to give it to your relative?
In Secretary Teo's case, her camp disputes claims of nepotism, insisting she did not appoint her husband as TIEZA board member. Roberto Teo was appointed by former President Noynoy Aquino in 2014. Following the controversy, Malacanang confirms Roberto Teo has resigned, though the president's spokesman refused to comment when asked about the propriety of husband and wife sitting on the same board. The CSC says nepotism is still prevalent in government, but since 2015, only 6 cases of nepotism have been filed at the agency. Of this, only 1 case has been resolved, but meted only with preventive suspension. Cases can also be filed at the Ombudsman. In recent years, it has dismissed several officials. Nepotism, conflict of interest, political dynasties, a few practices showing the power of families in politics, which mostly undermine good governance and democracy and worsens corruption.
The reason why there is corruption is because mababa yung chance na ma-discover at malaki yung benefit. So kung aalisin mo yung check and balance, di mas mababa nga yung chance na madidiscover yung corruption activities na yan.
Lalo na kung magkakamag-anak.
Lalo na yung magkamag-anak dahil magtataguan lang sila.
The Dean of the Ateneo School of Government says such practices persist because of an environment conducive for political families to keep their grip on power.
So dapat sana yan, matetemper yung tendency na yan by actually developing the country, by empowering people, by empowering citizens, by strengthening the accountability mechanism. So pagka impunity ka, inaabuso mo yung posisyon mo, pumatay ka ng tao, nagnakaw ka ng pera, dapat ikulong ka. So tapos kaagad yung expansion mo, right? Hindi ka na makakataba as a fat dynasty. Hindi natin kaya yun dito.
Mendoza's study shows that over the years, instead of diminishing, dynastic families are even on the rise. In Congress, nearly 80% of its members belong to political dynasties. It comes as no surprise that in the recent bicameral deliberations for the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the anti-dynasty provision was scrapped. The consultative committee drafting the new federal constitution, meanwhile, is pinning its hopes that a provision banning political dynasties will be included in the new charter, insisting it is a prerequisite for the proposed shift to a federal system of government. Ruth Cabal, CNN Philippines.
And to help us analyze the achievements and plans of President Duterte, joining us in the studio are former Finance Secretary Gary Teves, former Defense Secretary and Senator Orly Mercado, political analyst Dindo Manhit, and CNN Philippines business anchor and correspondent Mike Alimurong. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so we're looking at 30 minutes before the State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. Let me say it's good to see you again. Senator, especially Secretary, good to see you both. Let's talk about the achievements or the campaign promises of President Rodrigo Duterte. Let's start with corruption. Secretary, how do you think the President has fared so far in his anti-corruption drive?
He's done relatively well, as without doubt, and asked a few cabinet officials to resign. So he was quick in that respect. I guess that's one area that was very clear. There are more challenges, but I guess there's more time to look into the other aspects during the next few years.
So good, but there needs to be more done.
Yes.
All right, sir, let me just go first to back to our to Pia Ontiveros at the Batasang Pambansa. She's with DFA Secretary Alan Peter Cayetano. Pia, go ahead.
Well, Pinky, we keep talking about who's expected here at the House of Representatives. Of course, among those expected from the executive branch of government, of course, the president's official family. That means members of his cabinet. Just a while ago, we were speaking to presidential spokesman Harry Roque, and now standing here beside me is Foreign Secretary Alan Peter Cayetano. Secretary Cayetano, thank you very much for joining us now. Can you tell us, will there be any mention by the president of the West Philippine Sea, the South China Sea disputed territory?
Well, first of all, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. It's a privilege to be interviewed by the two glamorous women, ready kay sa SONA, and to the very good panel that you have today. I didn't see the speech, and I wasn't, but I wasn't part of those who drafted it. But each department was asked to give their input, and what I can assure people is that our patient, prudent, result-oriented foreign policy, which has gained a lot for us in the fight for the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, will be continued. So I'm not sure if he will mention it or not, but unless we have a better idea of how to handle it, that will give us actual gains. No, mas matapang yung approach dati, pero mas maraming nawala sa atin. Sa ngayon, wala ni isang square inch na nawala sa atin.
So you're saying dahil hindi matapang ngayon,
no,
we have gained
I'm
more.
saying that their approach is confrontational, is loud, noisy.
Their approach meaning?
The Aquino approach. The Aquino Del Rosario approach. No? But then look at the results, di ba? Our fishermen stopped fishing in Scarborough. China got the control of Scarborough. Right now, we have co-control. Our fishermen are there. Tama yung sinabi ni Justice Carpio na...
Although minsan kinukuha kasi yung isda sa kanila.
Yes, but we're assuming that we started at a point na lahat pwede mangisda. The Aquino government started at the point na lahat pwede mangisda. So tama din yung sinabi ni Justice Carpio na bantayan yung oil and gas. And that's what we're doing now. With the Aquino approach, there's no way that we can harvest any of the oil and gas there. But with the Duterte approach, mukhang may light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay. Secretary Cayetano, ilang beses nang sinabi ng Malacanang ni spokesman Harry Roque that the president will stay on script, that he has a 35 to 40-minute speech, and that he's going to stay within those confines, within those boundaries. Do you think that's going to happen? Because we all expect
he'll try, but Duterte is Duterte.
Yeah. Okay. So he may surprise us all. In every State of the Nation address, members of the diplomatic corps headed by the papal nuncio are expected, the dean, what we call the dean of the diplomatic corps, and of course there'll be quite a bit of more focus, not just the usual thing, no? Traditionally, the focus was on the U.S. ambassador. This time it's Sung Kim, of course. But there may be more focus on the Chinese ambassador, Zhao Zhenhua, and the Russian ambassador, Igor Kovayev. And that's because the president has been on very, very friendly terms, friendlier terms even, with those two countries, right?
Well, diba, in the Bible they said Jesus came for the sinners, not for the sinless. So in the same way that you get doctors for people who are sick, no? So the reality is we value the traditional ties with the U.S., with Europe. Having said that, we feel that there has been some areas when President Duterte started that we were taken for granted. On the other hand, we saw that we have a problem with China, so of course we have to sit down more often, di ba? So, kung wala akong problema kay Pinky at close kami, kahit hindi kami nag-uusap, you'll see less engagement. Pero kung tayong dalawa may tampuhan, natural that I'll try to sit down with you. Yun yung nature ng foreign affairs. Of course, there's been some abrupt statements and some hiccups in our relationship with the West. But I think most of that, if not all, has been repaired, has been strengthened, has been addressed.
Yeah,
no?
well, the president himself describes it as an independent foreign policy. Although critics will describe it otherwise and say we are literally moving away from the traditional allies, turning our backs on them, and moving into uncharted territory.
Well, you know, from our point of view, we used to just follow what the West said. Whatever EU, US said, doon na tayo pati sa botohan. Now, we analyze every situation, what's best for the Filipino, we go for that. Now, if you listen to the critics, so kanina tinanong ako, tuta daw ng Chinese President Duterte. Nakita ko naman sa internet, sa isang news, may tuta na mga kaliwa, tuta naman ng US si Duterte. So, of course, in a democracy, anyone can say anything.
Yeah.
But I again refer to the results. Look at the results. Is our relationship with Russia, with China, with ASEAN, with the US, with bearing fruit?
Yeah.
You know, if you look at tourism, ang laki ng tinaas ng tourism natin sa Korea and US, which is our traditional partners, and with China. Fastest growing is sa China. So, for me, in the level of economics, which is one of the pillars of democracy, of foreign policy natin, it's working.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Dindo Manhit, who's sitting in the studio, in the studio panel, it has quite a bit to say about this. No? And
it's healthy. It's healthy that there are...
Yeah. But I wanted to ask about something else. And I know, Sec Alan, I'm going to preface this by saying that, syempre, you are a former legislator, not just from the Senate, but from the House of Representatives. Tell us, just off the top of your head, what do you think of this move to, unseat Bebot Alvarez and replace him with Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo?
That's the irony, you know. Everyone keeps saying masyadong strongman, authoritarian, we're going to a dictatorship. But if you look in the Senate, diba, the president wanted me to be the Senate president then, at first, then Coco later. Having said that, the senators made their choice. We all respected that. Sa Commission on Appointments, marami nang nireject ang CA. And then now, the leadership dito sa House, it's in the hands of the congressmen. So it just proves that the president respects the judiciary, respects Congress, both houses, and this is all part of democracy. No, walang kamay ang ating Pangulo dito, to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, Secretary Alan Cayetano, Foreign Affairs, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Mabuhay ang CNN.
Secretary Alan Cayetano there. Like we said, members of the cabinet here, members of the diplomatic corps, including the dean of the diplomatic corps. We also just, kailangan natin isingit ito because, of course, apart from the SONA, the other big story today is how much longer is Bebot Alvarez going to be Speaker of the House of Representatives? Earlier, when we started this coverage, we were talking to Joyce Silas about what was going on the floor. And Joyce is joining us right now, and she has a little bit of an update. Joyce, something happened right just a moment ago.
Yes, earlier we were talking about a plan to still resume a session earlier today, this afternoon, to push through with the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and also the ouster of House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. Now, at around 3:15 this afternoon, Camarines Sur Representative Rolando Andaya stood up in front of
This is the same congressman who tried to speak
Yes,
earlier.
the same congressman who was trying to block the adjournment of session early today. He stood up and he said that as of now, there are 161 congressmen in the plenary hall, and they are from the majority bloc and also from the minority bloc. And then he started to talk about what happened earlier today, the adjournment. He was saying that adjournment was problematic because it was done in a haste, and he was trying to object, but he was not recognized. And then suddenly, his microphone was cut off. We couldn't hear him anymore. Now, what we can see from our camera footage inside the plenary hall is that congressmen are still in a discussion right now. We can see Carlo Nograles holding the House Rules book. He has been talking to congressmen, reading the House Rules book. We can see beside him yung nakasama up sign, that is Congressman Doy Leachon. Kanina sinabi ni...
I just spotted somebody, Joyce. That's Lito Atienza. He's like a row away from them.
Yes.
Wasn't Lito? Sige, go ahead.
Yes, na. Kanina sinabi ni House Deputy Speaker Miro Kimbo na yun nga, plano nilang ituloy yung session ngayong hapon kasi nga naniniwala sila na illegal yung adjournment kanina.
Okay.
At pagkatapos nito, right after that adjournment, a manifesto was circulated amongst
Ilan na ba yung
congressmen.
nakapirma doon?
At around 2 o'clock, at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, some congressmen were saying that they already have a majority number of signatures.
How many is that?
That is 147. 147.
Is that enough to unseat?
Yes, according to the House rules, you need, in order to declare the position of the House Speaker vacant, you need the vote of the majority in the House of Representatives, and that is 147. And they have 161 right now, so pasok siya sa majority. Kung boboto sila lahat, they can actually declare the position of the House Speaker vacant. But of course, the question now would be, is this constitutional? Is this valid, what they are doing right now? Because I think this is the first time that this happened.
Yes, this is
here at the House of
this
Representatives.
is the first time in any post-Marcos Congress. This is the first time that we have a scene, and that's putting it mildly. We have a scene on the floor just an hour or so before the president speaks, before Congress.
We can't hear what they are saying, but we can see Nograles speaking, looking at the House Rules book from time to time, and we can see Doy Leachon doing a thumbs up sign. So we can surmise that perhaps they are casting their vote, because that is how they usually do it. They hold a thumbs up sign to...
Pero hindi pa ito suspendido, di ba? This is not, the session has not been suspended, right?
Kanina sinabi ni Rolando Andaya when he spoke na we are gathered here, all 161 of us. Yun yung sinabi niya.
Okay, so it's already 3:35. That's just 20 minutes before the president is scheduled to speak before a joint session of Congress. This is something mandated by the 1987 Constitution before it is either revised or amended. It is, in other words, this is practically set in stone. No matter what happens, kailangan nagsasalita si Presidente at 4 o'clock. So, no matter what happens, whether or not matapos yung Bangsamoro Organic Law at maratify ng mababang kapulungan ng BOL, and whether or not matapos yung gusot o yung gulo doon sa issue ng sino ba yung magiging Speaker ng House of Representatives, tuloy pa rin ang SONA at maisasantabi itong nangyayari ngayon.
Yan. Dalawa kasi ang kailangan nilang gawin ngayon. Una, yung i-ratify yung the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, and to ratify a bicameral conference committee report, it's only a viva voce vote. It's a voice vote. You only have to say ayes or nays. So if they want to do that, they can just propose a motion and they can just shout ayes or nays. They can
Joyce,
do that actually.
pwedeng i-ratify nila yung BOL, tapos saka na yung gulo sa speakership. Pwede nilang ipabukas yon, hindi ba?
Pwede yun. But again, the question is the validity of this action they are doing right now, because this is the first time that we are doing this.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Well, let's see what happens. So, Joyce, Silas, thank you very much. I'm sure you'll update us in just a bit. In the meantime, let's go back to studios right now. Pinky there with the panel.
All right, Pia and Joyce, thanks a lot. We'll be pausing for a break. Please stay tuned to CNN Philippines. Pictures inside the Batasang Pambansa just a couple of minutes before President Rodrigo Duterte's State of the Nation address. The congressmen and congresswomen huddled. This was reported by CNN Philippines since this morning or early afternoon, that there's a plan to oust Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez as Speaker of the House of Representatives. What really happened this afternoon or this morning was that the session was adjourned suddenly, and some congressmen very unhappy with what happened at the House of Representatives. There is, if we were to really look at what's happening inside there, some of the congressmen looking at the rule books, finding out if the adjournment was legal. I guess, was it legal or not, because there was an objection from Congressman Andaya. We have here Secretary Teves, who was a 3-term congressman, of course. And sir, can you help us understand the situation there right now? If the adjournment was suddenly, it was done, his mic was cut off, would that be considered as, illegal?
Well, first, I understand that an adjournment is an debatable issue.
It's a debatable issue.
Undebatable.
Undebatable. Okay.
No questions or no issues arising from that. So any motion will have to be deferred until the House or the Senate will reconvene. So the proposal will have to wait until the House reconvenes. No? So I guess it's a little awkward because this is the first time it happened since 1987. No. I don't know what they will do with it. They can probably allow the Speaker to continue for the sake of peace and harmony. They can continue debating on it and making a decision after the SONA, or maybe tomorrow or the following day.
But gentlemen, let's look at what's happening right now at the House of Representatives. It seems like they're signing a document, Lido.
It's a manifesto.
It's a manifesto, right?
To
possibly
remove the Speaker. So I think from what I've gathered, 184 signatures already. So maybe that's what they're passing on.
So ito po yung sinasabing, are you sure?
I mean, I'm not, somebody who texted me is a member of Congress, but of course you wouldn't know whose siding they are with. But because I texted them earlier, how is it? But that's what we're seeing there is a resolution.
Manifesto.
Maybe, or manifesto, maybe seeking the Speaker Alvarez to vacate his position.
To declare it vacant, siguro.
And from there, if they get majority of the support, they can simply say that before 4 o'clock. But it's confusing right now because awkward. That it's the day of the SONA and we're reorganizing the House of Representatives.
This is sad because, in my experience as a senator, I don't think, Gary, during our time, we've ever had a situation wherein these things were not planchado na. As far as we're concerned, it was almost ceremonial, and we were there ready to listen to the president, not only speak of his achievements, but give us our assignment, or give us, these are the legislation that we need for the programs, and this is the justification. But now, as a communicator, I see this particular kink as grabbing the headlines away from the message of the president. And because this is the exciting thing, I think the substantive debate on the issues that the president is going to present to the Senate and the House.
Gentlemen, how important is that before the State of the Nation address of the president?
Yeah, this thing could have been solved before, or it could be postponed after, because it's not going to change really, except it's very uncomfortable. What will happen to Bebot right there?
He's supposed to be seated at.
Yes.
Yeah. Pero okay, so if let's just say, let's be transparent here that we're not confirming that it's a manifesto.
Yes.
What Dindo is telling us is that he was talking to his congressman friend. Isa lang ba?
Some.
Some, kasi we need at least two. Stick to the two-source rule here.
Yeah.
So they're saying that it's a manifesto.
And your network also showed that piece of paper. So I saw it also. So it intrigued me. So I texted some friends and they said there seems to be something moving.
Okay, and then here it is. They're taking photos of possibly, hindi, ayan, tapos meron ng applause. Something obviously is going to happen. We will break that as soon as we are sure. As we reported a while ago here on CNN Philippines, there were moves to take Pantaleon Alvarez out as Speaker of the House of Representatives and put Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Speaker. Secretary Teves, you were Finance Secretary of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, and they're shaking her hand. Di ho ba?
Yeah. Well, two things
What
can
do you
happen.
surmise, sir?
Two things can happen. One is, even if the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo has the majority,
vote,
she can actually say, let's pause, let's allow the president to speak, and let Speaker Alvarez continue. We can have this on another day. No, the other is Speaker Alvarez might say, okay, the majority has spoken, I'll give way. So I think either one of these things will happen, but to me it looks very awkward that this thing has happened today.
Yeah, but it is happening right now as we speak, and we'll give you more information on this, on what's going on inside the plenary hall of the Batasang Pangbansa. The congressman again huddled together and now applauding. We are still unsure. We can't tell you for sure exactly what's happening, but now we're seeing Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo up on the rostrum. Anong ibig sabihin yan, Dindo?
It seems that maybe the resolution that we were talking about
looks like
has settled the question. And
And here.
Yeah, the Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo speaking, but we can't hear exactly what she's saying right now. Again, bear with us, stay with us, because we'll give you the latest. All right, the latest information from inside. We're trying to read her lips. I guess that's what we're doing right now. Again, for those who may have just joined us, CNN Philippines has been reporting this since this morning, that there were moves to oust Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez and put Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Speaker at the House of Representatives. Just a couple of minutes ago, we saw congressmen huddled together. It looks like they were signing, well, a piece of paper or possibly even a manifesto. Joyce Ilas telling us that indeed, if this were to happen, they need a vote of about 147 members. That's 50% plus one of the total members at the House of Representatives. But Gloria Macapagal Arroyo banging the gavel.
We can't hear.
What
Not
does
yet. Wala pa. I don't think she has banged the gavel yet.
but there's no reason for her to be on the.
There's no reason for her to be up there.
Up there.
Something's happening. What's unfortunate is that something like this is happening at this time. It takes away the attention from the State of the Nation address. And if you're from a layman's perspective, it raises the question of what for, right? Why are you diverting attention to have something else to talk about.
Ganun ba yun? Sa galit lang ng the members of the House, Senator, Secretary, Dindo, Mike, sa galit lang nila because adjourned unceremoniously, merong objection, pinatay yung mic, tapos hours later, bumalik sila sa loob ng plenary para mag-sign ng manifesto.
We don't know why it was adjourned. But, you know, they had pending business. One of the controversial bills that they were supposed to approve, and this is already the conference committee report, was the BOL.
Yeah, the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Was the motion to adjourn, which is an non-debatable motion.
Senator, pasensya na ho kayo. Puntahan lang natin si Pia Ontiveros at the Batasang Pambansa. Pia, what do you have for us?
SONA po wala po tayong maririnig kahit ano.
Pia? Pia has been monitoring the developments there at the Batasang Pambansa together with Joyce Ilas, and they will give us the latest, the update there from the Batasang Pambansa. Pia, can you hear me?
Very unusual images. You know, the last time that Pampanga Congresswoman and former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo ascended the rostrum was in 2009 when she delivered her last State of the Nation address, the 9th SONA. And right now, Joyce Ilas is here with me. We're going to try and explain what's going on. Joyce, just a while ago you were saying, and we can see, all those congressmen there on the floor, they're trying to, kumbaga, inaayos nila yung gusot, dito sa issue ng speakership. Dahil kanina, and like you were saying earlier, kine-question kasi nila yung abrupt okay.
Right now, I think she is taking her oath. That congressman in front of her is Congressman Lawagan. He is the youngest congressman here at the House of Representatives. And as we know, the House Speaker takes his or her oath before the youngest representative here at the House of Representatives. Before that, we saw congressmen para silang nagbobotohan kanina holding their thumbs up sign, and then after a couple of minutes we saw them clapping their hands, and then biglang tumayo si Arroyo and then kumaway siya sa mga kasamahan niya. Tapos pagkatapos nun, umakyat siya sa rostrum, and ngayon nga, ayan na, nasa harapan niya na si Congressman Lawagan. Kanina itinaas niya yung kamay niya as if to take her oath.
So now, Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo is the new Speaker of the House of Representatives, replacing Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. This took a few hours, just a few hours since. We're gonna listen in first. All right, we don't have the audio, but just as Joyce, you were explaining, Gloria Arroyo just took her oath of office as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Just a while ago, I was also saying that the last time she ascended that rostrum was when she was president. She was delivering her 9th and last State of the Nation address back in 2009. And this, in a way, is, well, vindication for her. I mean, after what she went through, hospital detention during the first 3 or so 4 years of the Aquino administration, she is back.
And she's trying to address her colleagues right now. And if you can recall, Pia,
she's trying to do that because wala silang mikropono.
They don't have a microphone. They started that supposed session with a microphone, but then a few minutes into the speech of Congressman Andaya, their mic was cut off. So as I was saying, if you can recall, Pia, that Congresswoman Arroyo used to be a deputy speaker here at the House of Representatives, but she was removed from her post after she voted against the death penalty. That was a death penalty, revival of the death penalty bill.
Well, while we're looking at those images of Gloria Arroyo ascending the rostrum and taking over the speakership of the House of Representatives from Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez, we're told that President Duterte has arrived here in Congress about 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. I was saying that among those who will be welcoming President Duterte will be, of course, the Senate President, Tito Soto, who just a few weeks back took over from Tito Soto. And I said 10, 15 minutes ago that as of that moment, that it would be Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez now. But now it seems like it is going to be Gloria Arroyo who will be welcoming President Duterte. She herself, like we said, gave 9 State of the Nation addresses. That's, of course, because she took over in the last half of the 6-year term term of President Joseph Estrada after EDSA II, and she ran for re-election in 2004, and she was president for another 6 years. That was a total of 9 years. We're going to bring you those live pictures of President Duterte arriving here at the Batasan in just a bit. But what you're still seeing are pictures of Gloria Macapagal Arroyo addressing her colleagues at the House of Representatives and, banging that gavel. The first and now the second time that she's done so as Speaker of the House. So in about 10 minutes, it is she, alongside Tito Sotto, who's going to be welcoming President Duterte. Now, of course, right now it is 7 minutes before the hour of 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, every 4 in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July, a date that is set in the Constitution, the 1987 Constitution that hasn't been revised or amended yet, a helicopter carrying the president landing on a helipad in the rear entrance area of the Batasan. Now, long before protests became as much a tradition as the SONA itself, the chief executive could travel here by car. So whether by car or chopper, the president will be disembarking. And there you see that there's going to be one or two of two choppers that are going to be landing. The president will be disembarking very soon. And like we said, the ones who are going to welcome him just after he goes through the honor guard will be new faces of both the Senate and the House leaderships, Senate President Tito Sotto and House Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Now, what's going to happen is just as after the president disembarks from the chopper, and as is tradition and protocol, he's going to be welcomed by the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces. This time is General Carlito Galvez. General Galvez, of course, this is going to be his one and only SONA because he's retiring in December. And also the president going to be welcomed by the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. Now, General Galvez will be escorting the president through and as he reviews the honor guard, and at the end of that honor guard formation, that's where the Senate President Tito Sotto and the Speaker of the House, the new Speaker of the House, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, will be welcoming the president. We're showing you on the left side of your screens just a little bit of replay of Gloria Arroyo's oath-taking as Speaker of the House. I was just telling Joyce Ilas just a while ago that this is some kind of a vindication for her after those years that she spent in hospital detention during the first few years of the Aquino administration. And of course, we all know that it was during the administration of President Duterte, who is disembarking from the chopper. And you see him there right now on your screens. It was during Duterte's administration that she was set free. So those on the left side pictures taken just a while back. And on the right side, you're seeing the president being welcomed there by the Chief of Staff, General Galvez. And he's going to be escorted very soon through the honor guard. Now, at the end of that, and just as he goes through the honor guard, he's also going to be welcomed by the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. At the end of that honor guard, like we said, also the Senate President, Tito Sotto, and the new Speaker of the House of Representatives, Gloria Arroyo, will be waiting for the president. You still see General Galvez and the president walking up to where the honor guard is. It's a very short formation. This is at what we call the rear entrance of the Batasan Pambansa. This is tradition as it is a welcome ceremony for the chief executive, for the commander-in-chief. At the end of that honor guard is the leadership of both the Senate and the House. Now, this arrival, of course, very symbolic. The President and the Chief of Staff, the Executive. Oh, okay, what we have here right now is Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez still welcoming the President and Tito Sotto still. We're going to try and clarify what is going on, because right now, what does this mean? Maybe we have two House speakers at the moment, but we'll clarify that in just a bit. But anyway, what they're following now is protocol. This is what happens at the rear entrance. The president met by a phalanx of lawmakers. They all, of course, want to get to talk to him. He's being led first to a holding room. It is the old presidential, what used to be known as the Office of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. The president is going to be staying there for a little bit of chit-chat and a meeting with the Senate president and the House Speaker. I need to correct myself, because just a while ago we were saying, because we were seeing pictures of Gloria Arroyo taking her oath as Speaker of the House, but in these pictures, these are live pictures of Tito Soto and Bebot Alvarez welcoming the President in the PLLO. Now this is going on while the President is going to wait. That's why it's called the holding room, no? But anyway, what's going to happen in just a bit, Senate President Tito Soto and the Speaker of the House, and well, we can see Bebot Alvarez on screen right now, are supposed to proceed to the session hall, where they will declare the joint session of Congress open with a bang of their gavels. But just a while ago, we were showing you live pictures of Gloria Arroyo taking her oath. We are as a Speaker of the House, so we're not quite sure how this is going to turn out. But anyway, what's going to happen is the Senate President, Speaker of the House, are going to proceed to the session hall. Like we said, they'll declare the session open with a bang of the gavels. Both the Senate mace and the House mace, the symbols of authority, are going to be put on display at the foot of the rostrum. And that's when the announcement will be made that the President is waiting to deliver his SONA, and he will be invited to join them. I'm not sure if you can hear the background music. It's really very loud. It is a new version of Freddie Aguilar's song. I'm told by our Ina Andulong that it is a new version of Freddie Aguilar's song for President Duterte. It's a song that they always play every time the President walks into an activity or an event. So what's happening is there's a little bit of kwentuhan, if you will, a little bit of usapan by the leaders of both houses of Congress together with President Duterte. But we did, well, since we're talking about presidents, let's talk about very briefly, while we're waiting for the president to exit the PLLO office. Former presidents, of course, who as former heads of state, are invited. There are only 3 reasons why a former president would not be here: if he or she has passed away or is gravely ill, if he or she is in detention, as was the practice, quote-unquote, beginning when Gloria Arroyo was president and Joseph Estrada was in detention, which also happened to Arroyo, as we were pointing out just a while ago, when Noynoy Aquino was president, or if they are not on very good terms with the incumbent. Now, for this, Duterte's third SONA, we are expecting Fidel Ramos, Joseph Estrada, and of course Gloria Arroyo as Congresswoman to be here, and who are here. Although I'm not, we haven't seen on video former President Fidel Ramos or former President Joseph Estrada. But when Duterte became president, former President Noynoy Aquino has not been attending all the SONAs, not after all those cases filed or poised to be filed against him for DAP, Dingbaksha, Mama Sapano, and other things. Now, from the executive, the vice president will be here, although she and the president aren't exactly the best of friends at the moment. Now, earlier this month, July 10, the president was asked who should be transitional president if there would be a shift to a federal form of government. He all but ruled out Leni Robredo, saying she is incompetent. Now, this testy relationship, of course, between president and vice president, hopefully it's going to be a thing of the past for those who want to amend or revise the 1987 Constitution. Still a little bit of serious discussion there in the former PLLO office. We did spot also Executive Secretary Salvador Bingbong Medialdea and the president's other officials are very close to him, including Special Assistant to the President, Bongo. Now, also from the judicial branch of government, since the Judicial and Bar Council still in the process of coming up with a list of nominees to replace Maria Lourdes Sereno, who was ousted by her colleagues in the Supreme Court, we still expect that Antonio Carpio who as the most senior associate justice was made the acting chief justice, to be in attendance. Also, Ombudsman Conchita Carpio Morales, even as she is expected to retire in 2 or 3 days, and the Sandigan Bayan presiding justices. All branches of government are invited and are represented in this State of the Nation address. Now, this usapan, this little bit of a chit-chat going on at the former PLLO office is taking a little bit more time. Like I said a while ago, the president should be, as the Constitution provides, delivering his speech at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But if my watch is correct, it's already 4:02, 2 minutes past the hour of 4. And there must be something interesting that's being discussed at the moment. And, well, they do have very serious faces on right now. With Senate President Tito Soto is Mig Zubiri, the majority floor leader of the Senate, and with well, let's call him Speaker first. Speaker Bebot Alvarez is Majority Leader of the House, Rudy Farinas. Now, earlier we were speaking to Harry Roque, and he repeated what he said back in July, just a week or two ago. He was saying that the president will be delivering a speech. It's about 35 to 40 minutes. Of course, many of us are very used to the president not sticking to or not staying on script. So we can't really be sure until the speech itself. The only thing for sure, I guess, is that the president is most unpredictable. But prepared script or not, the president has been known in many other of his speeches anyway to veer off script and deliver extemporaneous remarks. So we're waiting for President Duterte to emerge from the PLLO. But like I was explaining just a while ago, the protocol is that the Senate President, in this case Tito Soto, who's still there seated with a very serious look on his face, and the Speaker of the House, to the President's left is Bebot Alvarez, but just a while ago, like we said, we were showing pictures of Gloria Arroyo taking her oath as Speaker of the House. What happens before the President delivers his SONA is that the Senate President and the Speaker of the House are supposed to go to the plenary hall and convene the joint session of Congress, call it to order, and announce that the President will be joining them. That's when the President can start walking from that room towards the plenary hall. But apparently, that's not what's happening right now. I suppose it's a little bit of an uncomfortable situation. All of them in that room looking very serious. Some of them, their heads bowed. I think they're trying to figure out how to go about this. But that is what is supposed to happen if we are to follow tradition and protocol. Before the President leaves the PLLO office, he has to, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House have to go ahead of him and, in a way, announce his arrival at the plenary hall. But like we said, that isn't what's going on right now. This is the first time that this is happening in a State of the Nation address where there is a ruckus about the leadership of the House of Representatives, and it was in full display on the floor of the plenary hall. Talking about other firsts, a while ago, there was some mention about will the President repeat a meeting with militant groups, but although he did, the first time he did that was last year, right after his own SONA. However, it was not the first time for a president to do that, because that is what exactly former President Joseph Estrada did in his first SONA in 1998. He met with militant lawmakers just in front of the plenary hall's main lobby entrance. The president then, Joseph Estrada, walked out of the Batasan Pambansa building in front of the plenary hall area, and he did meet with the militant lawmakers. Now, you can see what's going on here. On the right, there are people waiting outside the PLLO office. I spotted Congressman Nograles there. His back is to the camera right now. But it was he who was with Gloria Arroyo just a while ago. On the left, what we're showing you is file footage now of what happened moments ago on the floor of the plenary hall, where you see Gloria Arroyo taking her oath as Speaker of the House of Representatives. In a way, it is a vindication for her after those years of detention, hospital detention, during the first few years of the Aquino administration. Let's do a little bit of a time check. It is 4:06 in the afternoon, 6 minutes past the hour of 4. Like we said, the president still inside the PLLO. Apparently things aren't going as planned because, and it's very obvious that Tito Soto, Senate President, and, well, the Speaker of the House, Bebot Alvarez, still with the president inside the former PLLO office. And what we need to happen for this SONA to take place is the Senate President and the Speaker of the House walk out of the PLLO and into the plenary hall, call the joint session of Congress to order, and then announce that the President is joining them. But so far, that is not what is going on right now. A while ago, I was talking about SONA. Well, this was something a newspaper columnist, a term that a newspaper columnist used to describe what SONA is several years ago. It's interesting because he used the term political theater to describe what SONA is. And in a way, this is political theater at its best. It is now 8 minutes past the hour of 4, way beyond the time, the appointed time that the president is supposed to address this joint session of Congress. And you still have him inside the holding room with the Senate President Tito Soto and Bebot Alvarez, who was supposed to be the Speaker of the House. So this, in a way, is political theater. It's being played out in full view of not just the Filipino audience, but if you know, I mean, the world is watching. This isn't exactly. This is not a tradition anymore. This is not. This is way beyond tradition and protocol. We only got as far as the holding room, and now we're stuck there. Nothing is happening yet. No one is telling us yet what's going to happen next, because you know, I've been covering the SONA since 1994, and everything here goes by clockwork. It is all precision. It is supposed to happen. Things are supposed to happen. It happens, and this is the very first time, at least since I started covering the SONA, that this is going on, that this is happening. You have the president still in the holding room, and it is already 9 minutes past the hour of 4. Like we said, the appointed time, as prescribed by the 1987 Constitution, for the president to address a joint session of Congress. Now, while we're waiting for the president to emerge from that former PLLO office and now turned into a conference room, let's talk about this building first. The Batasang Pambansa, inaugurated in 1978. It was built by former First Lady and now Ilocos Norte Representative Imelda Marcos, who was one of the very first to arrive this morning here at the Batasan. And this building was built to house what her late husband, former President Ferdinand Marcos, called the interim Batasang Pambansa. Now, the year 1978 is significant. That was just 6 years after declaring martial law and dissolving Congress and throwing many of its members into prison. The Batasang Pambansa also was known by a term, and it was known as, quote-unquote, a rubber stamp parliament. And as they always say, the rest is a very dark period in our nation's history. Now, emerging from that period in our history, democratic institutions such as a bicameral legislature were restored with the 1987 Constitution, which is, like we said, about to be overhauled either by amendment or by revision, while the Senate occupied at first the old Senate building, which is now the National Museum, and then has moved to its present location, rented space in the GSIS building in Pasay. The new post-Marcos lower house occupied this building, the Batasang Pambansa building, where every president after Marcos and since Cory Aquino has delivered his or her State of the Nation address. Now, Cory Aquino delivered 5 SONAs here. Her first one spoke about democracy restored, the price and challenges to preserve it, and the latter SONAs, her aversion to staying in power longer than what the Constitution prescribed. Fidel Ramos delivered 6 SONAs here. Joseph Estrada delivered only 3 throughout his abbreviated term as president. But like I said earlier, he was the first president to allow militant groups to enter the Batasan complex during his first SONA in 1998. Now, Gloria Arroyo, like I said earlier, delivered 9 SONAs here because she served out the last half of Estrada's term and then ran in 2004 to win a fresh 6-year term. Now, Mrs. Arroyo is best known for her 2001 SONA where she used human props. Now, that's called the Lenny Skutnik. You remember the Bangkang Papel Boys, the 3 Bangkang Papel Boys. And she's also remembered for her SONA in 2005, where she steered clear of the most serious threat to her presidency, allegations that she manipulated the vote in 2004. Now, Noynoy Aquino delivered 6 SONAs here, most of the time critical of his predecessor. Well, let's go back even further in history. Every president since Manuel L. Quezon has delivered a State of the Nation address, whether it was known by other names, delivered in months other than July, and in other places other than the Batasan. Now, again, let's do a little time check. It is 12 minutes past the hour of 4. We're waiting for live footage from inside the holding room where President Duterte is still. We're showing pictures from RTVM, supporters of the president waiting to hear his address. This is, I saw that was Executive Secretary Bingbong Medialdea. And we're waiting to see what's going to happen next because, like we said, 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 4th Monday of July is the appointed hour for the president to address a joint session of Congress and deliver a State of the Nation address. Like we were saying just a while ago, the SONA has been described by a newspaper columnist, John Neri, as a political theater. He made this description several years back, but this seems to be a very apt description of what is going on right now. Now, just a while ago, I was also speaking to Foreign Secretary Alan Cayetano, also presidential spokesperson Harry Roque. We were talking about what is the president likely to say. Is he going to stay on script, which has always been a challenge for him. But Harry Roque, of course, repeating what he said back in July 9, that was about 2.5 weeks ago, that the president had said that he was going to stick to a prepared speech that would just last 35 minutes, perhaps even 40 minutes. However, we can't really be sure until the speech itself, which is, as we're speaking, already delayed by 14 minutes, 14 minutes. But the only thing for sure is that the president has always been most unpredictable. But prepared script or not, the president, on many other occasions, has been known anyway to veer off script and deliver extemporaneous remarks. I spoke also to Senator J.B. Ejercito earlier. He was saying that he hopes that the president talks about the universal health care bill, for example. He also wants to hear more about build. And people, of course, fully expecting that he will be talking about drugs, crime, and corruption. And he may have some very choice words again for people he has considered his enemies or adversaries, like Maria Lourdes Sereno, perhaps even Laila de Lima, Ombudsman Morales, perhaps, who retires later this week. The president sure to talk about foreign relations. So there will be talk about China, Russia, the United States, and a new independent foreign policy that he says we are charting. He's likely perhaps to talk about Marawi and terrorism, Mindanao and martial law. The rest, let's put it in question form. Is the president likely to talk about who he may or will appoint as ombudsman, as Supreme Court Chief Justice to replace Sereno? Is he going to be talking about the Marcos family, about Bongbong Marcos, who has that electoral protest against Leni Robredo? What will the president say? Will he talk about the Catholic Church, about God? What will he say about the killings of local government officials? Train, build. That's something J.B. Ejercito wants to hear about. Charter change, federalism, inflation, prices, the economy, Dengvaksha, Mama Sapano, DAP, Boracay perhaps. And, well, now it's clear that he's not going to be signing the Bangsamoro Organic Law into law now because, as we all know, that got stuck in this plenary hall of the House of Representatives. You're watching CNN Philippines special coverage of the State of the Nation address, the third State of the Nation address of President Duterte. Like we said, and again, a little bit of a time check, 16 minutes past the hour of 4. This is way beyond the appointed hour. Check your Constitution, 4 o'clock in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July, the President is supposed to address a joint session of Congress. We haven't had a live video from inside the holding room where he's sitting with congressional leaders, but a while back we could see him welcomed by and then sitting with Senate President Tito Soto and Speaker Bebot Alvarez of the House of Representatives. But then again, we saw that scene unfold in the plenary hall of the House of Representatives, where we saw Gloria Arroyo taking her oath as Speaker of the House. You're still watching CNN Philippines special presentation. This is President Duterte's third State of the Nation address. It has become, in a way, political theater because we've had a little bit of a hiccup because of what has happened in the problems within the House of Representatives. A little bit of a tussle, a struggle even, a power struggle even, between those who were hoping that Bebot Alvarez would still be Speaker of the House and those who are hoping to install, or those who's, well, as the video showed just a while ago, successfully installed Gloria Arroyo as Speaker of the House. Now, again, for those of you just joining us, it is 18 minutes past the hour of 4, which is the appointed hour for the Philippine President to address a joint session of Congress on the fourth Monday of July. Today, we are supposed to be hearing the President's third State of the Nation address, but apparently there has been a big hiccup because of this leadership row in the House of Representatives. If I'm not mistaken, that is former First Lady Imelda Marcos speaking to some of the VIP guests in the plenary hall. We're cutting away to video from the RTVM of the President's supporters just outside the Batasang Pambansa. But of course, everyone waiting with bated breath for the President to emerge from that holding room. And I'm sure many of you know this. The announcement was made an hour or so before 3 o'clock this afternoon. We don't have cell phone signals. We got notices from the two telco firms, Martin Globe, that we are not going to have cell phone signals between 3 to 7 o'clock, 3 in the afternoon to 7 o'clock this evening, while President Duterte is here at the Batasang Pambansa. Now again, for those of you just joining us, we are still waiting for President Duterte to deliver his State of the Nation address. This is going to be his third SONA. Last year's SONAs was incredibly long, but now this time around he has promised through himself and by those speaking for him that he is going to be limiting it to a 35 to 40 minute prepared speech. However, this delay is most unusual. The President is here at the Batasang Pambansa building complex. He is in a holding room with leaders of Congress. With him are Senate President Tito Soto and Speaker of the House, Bebot Alvarez. Even as I said a while ago, we were showing you video of Gloria Arroyo taking her oath as Speaker of the House. There was a bit of may konting gulo sa speakership kasi, no, sa leadership ng House of Representatives. And we're only surmising that is the reason why there is a bit of display. Now, I'm saying this because everything here for every SONA should be going by clockwork. And a while ago, you saw the President disembarking from the chopper. He was met by the Chief of Staff, General Carlito Galvez. He reviewed the honor guard, meaning he walked through the honor guard, and then he was met by the congressional leadership and then by other lawmakers. Then he was brought to the holding room. Now, from the holding room, the leadership of both Congresses, both houses are supposed to go to the plenary hall to bang their respective gavels, put the maces on the rostrum, and announce and call for the joint session of Congress to convene, and then to announce that the president is going to deliver his SONA. But that hasn't happened yet. That was supposed to happen like clockwork, and it isn't happening until this point. It is 21 minutes past the hour of 4. For those of you just joining us, this is a CNN Philippines special presentation of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's third State of the Nation address. Things were, like I keep saying, supposed to have gone by clockwork. This was supposed to be a run-of-the-mill event here at the House of Representatives. However, apparently a problem with the leadership of the House of Representatives has stalled things just a bit, because what you saw in the last 10 minutes before 4 o'clock was Gloria Arroyo at the rostrum taking her oath as Speaker of the House. A while ago, Joyce Ilos was explaining to us that by tradition, the youngest member of the House is the one that administers that oath. And that is what was happening just a while ago. So we were fully expecting that the one who would represent, or the one who would welcome President Duterte, just as he disembarked from the chopper upon his arrival here at the Batasan complex, would be not just Senate President Tito Soto, but also the Speaker of the House. And we were expecting that it would be Gloria Arroyo, because apparently she had taken her oath as Speaker of the House. And I mentioned just a while ago that we weren't able to, we don't have, I'm checking signals now, but apparently there really is a problem. You know, what we reporters normally do is that we try to make phone calls and send text messages, but we can't really do that right now, so we can find out exactly what is going to happen next. Like I was explaining a while ago, just as the president arrived via chopper, he disembarks, met by the chief of staff, met by the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. He reviews the honor guard and is met by congressional leaders, and then the PLLO, which serves as his holding room. That's where he goes. But that's as far as things went. And it is now 24 minutes, almost half an hour since 4 o'clock. Again, 4 o'clock is the appointed hour. That's when the president should be addressing a joint session of Congress and delivering his State of the Nation address. Now, there are only two other occasions that happens when Congress, a joint session of Congress happens when there is when Congress convenes as what we call the National Board of Canvassers, when it canvasses the vote in a presidential and vice presidential election. And the other occurrence, the other time this can happen, a joint session, and this was very rare. This happened in the middle of last year, sometime July, just a few days before SONA, when a joint session of Congress tackled the extension of martial law in Mindanao because of the war in Marawi. In the meantime, while we're waiting for things to pan out here and to hopefully get back to clockwork as we fully expected, we're going to head back over first to studios.
Pia, thanks a lot. Let's go back to our guests here in the studio. Senator Orly Mercado, Dindo Manhid, and of course, Mike, let's talk about briefly your thoughts on what happened today.
Well, to begin with,
just a couple of minutes ago.
Well, I just have a very short reaction. For me, today was supposed to be about a ceremony. And this is a very important ceremony. It's in the Constitution. The President delivers the State of the Nation address, his achievements, and then his legislative plan. But the focus now is in an unceremonious removal of a speaker. And that became the story, unfortunately. I feel that this will, to a great extent, derail the message. But maybe there are other ways later on.
Yeah.
But sayang eh. This is an opportunity. And it could have been done in a more professional and
Mature.
more, you know...
You know, the senator was saying that this will not happen in the Senate. I mean, during your time.
Well, the point is that you have to give somebody, somebody you're deposing in leadership forum like the House, a way out. Napaka-importante ng...
A polite way out.
Oo, you have to save face. Hindi naman nag-aaway talaga yan eh.
Well, Secretary Teves, you were, of course, the finance secretary during the time of President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. She's back, as we reported, as Speaker, and I believe she's the first female Speaker of the House. What does that mean? What can that stand for?
It means that economic legislation will be her priority.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So bills like amending the Public Service Act, which will allow power, telecommunication, and transport will be allowed. I mean, foreign investors can invest in this without limitations on what they call foreign equity,
foreign ownership.
Foreign ownership. Yeah. And then on the charter change, there will be more emphasis on the lifting of the restrictive economic provisions. Right now, the draft does not say so, allowing Congress to do the adjustments. I would rather see that the draft really lifts those economic restrictions, because we're one of the few countries in the world that has these economic restrictions embodied in the Constitution.
Much talked about. Ever since past presidents, when they talk about charter change, there's always that segment that says, why don't you just look into lifting or amending the economic provisions in the 1987 Constitution? Former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, an economist, you know. She's known to buckle down to work, a very smart lady. Yes. And you know, you are a testament to how hard she works.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And she will continue to make sure that the macroeconomic fundamentals will remain strong.
Well, you know, we're saying that because that is somehow the forte of Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Tindo, was this a surprise? What would be the implications of this? And what's happening right now?
There was noise about it when they ended their second regular session. Two names were floating. Former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, a young member of Congress, also was mentioned. But it's possible that this is the only time they have convened, and they were able to gather enough signatures to push whatever resolution or manifestos that was moving around among members of Congress. The question is, how do we move forward now? There's one thing noticeable was that there was no maze, or there was an adjournment earlier. So who reconvened them also again? So technical questions that might be used to delay this, but at the end of the day, it's numbers that will dictate who leads the House of Representatives. And right now, the President is sitting with both leaders of Congress, maybe Speaker Alvarez, Senate President Soto. But at the end of the day, Speaker Alvarez represents the House of Representatives at this time. So those are things that need to be considered. But I agree with former Senator Mercado that this is about the President. I was hoping that we will discuss substantive issues that can set the directions, basically in his third year in office, addressing certain or what we call emerging demands from him. We've seen it in different surveys. Economic issues that hopefully a new leadership can focus on. Challenges of what train law brought about in terms of the cost to ordinary people. So
inflation.
And these are things that I believe we should be focusing on. But again, as you see it on live TV, you tend to be more focused now on what is happening.
We came here prepared to talk about the State of the Nation address of the President, Mike. Talk about the economy as well, but we have been sidetracked, to say the least, to find out really what's going on. Mike, also please share your insights on what just happened.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit unfortunate that this thing happened at this time. You would like to think that the president is well aware of what's going on. Perhaps to some degree he may probably be aware of this. Maybe the timing less certain. The president has a tendency to, in some cases, leave it up to his people to really make something happen. In some cases, I think the general direction he may give. But really how it's done. I think he was ever since he's been very focused on saying I'll put you in place and it's really up to you to drive it from there. And if you don't, I'll remove you. I think that, and so in some cases, he may be well aware of it. But again, it's just like everybody else, unfortunate that the focus has shifted from hopefully focusing on what we're going to do in the next few years.
All right, so a delay, of course, in the president delivering his third State of the Nation address. Maybe before we go on a break, what do you think's happening? Why the delay?
They're trying to sort out the leadership of the House of Representatives.
To handle the recent vote on the ouster of Speaker Alvarez, how to work on the face-saving mechanism. I don't know really what's going to happen.
Because it's a little bit, I don't know, I guess a surprise when the president arrived. And I have to get used to it. Senate President Tito Soto and
still Speaker Alvarez.
Pantaleon Alvarez meeting President Rodrigo Duterte. So, and then in the holding room, it's as usual, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of both Houses of Congress, they're still the ones in the holding room from last we saw on our live video. Yeah. So, is it maybe Secretary, sabi niyo they're trying to save face for, I don't even know how to call him, to be frank with you. Yeah. Speaker Alvarez or ex-Speaker Alvarez?
Well, normally when you're in the previous position, you're still called Speaker.
like Orly Mercado is still...
There's always a senator. Or secretary.
Once a senator, Secretary of National Defense.
The only title I now allow myself to be called comes from being an eminent fellow of the Development Academy. I want to be addressed as Your Eminence.
All right, so let's see what's happening. Let's find out. We'll find out eventually what's going on, really. But yes, a delay in the president's speech. Let's talk about the SONA. Let's breathe a little bit and talk about what to expect in the president's third State of the Nation address. Secretary, let's start with you. What do you want to hear? What are you expecting to hear from the president?
Well, I expect the president to talk about charter change. No? I expect the president to say something on how he will address the current problems like inflation, to create more jobs. No? Of course, he will talk about something he's comfortable with. That's issues on corruption, peace and order.
Drugs,
yeah. So basically, those will be the main topics that he will talk about. No? And what are the steps that he will take, given the recognition that there needs to be some improvement on what he has done so far.
So let's talk about that before I go to Senator Mercado and Dindo. Let's talk to Mike and Secretary Teves because we're talking about the economy. When we talk about the inflation, again, the prices, the increase in prices of goods in the market. Sir, how is inflation right now affecting the ordinary Filipino, especially with the implementation of the first package of the trade law?
Yeah, it's hurting the Filipinos. First, because the reality is that they have been affected by the increase in the price of crude oil as well as the deteriorating peso. The combination of this really contributes to the inflation. The train added to that trend. So based on the estimates of most economists, without the train, the inflation rate, as officially seen, would have been less by 0.5%.
Which should be at?
Which would be about 4.5%.
Okay.
As against 5%. No? So, but unfortunately, most of the lower income people do not really appreciate the distinction between the contribution of the dollar price of oil and peso depreciation and the effects of the train. No? Unfortunately, many of our countrymen really do not have sufficient income, and they're affected by transportation costs. So the cost of goods and services will go up, even if the effect of the train is not so much compared
Not as
to the
big.
dollar price
Yeah,
of
as the currency exchange rate.
So that is how it's going to be done. So what is controllable actually is one big component of the increase in the price of goods and services, and that is rice. No? It's very important to get that rice immediately, the imported rice, to dampen the effect of inflation. And secondly, in terms of legislation, Pinky, they should pass immediately the so-called rice tariffication bill, meaning allowing private sector to import rice instead of the NFA.
Yeah, but if you remember what presidential spokesperson Harry Roque said, he said there will be an announcement on rice. Mike, let's bring you in the discussion as well. Your thoughts?
Yes, I think the part of the challenge is that one thing we have to remember is that even oil prices at some point were higher than what you see today. I mean, a few years back we were as high as $100 a barrel, at some point. And so a lot of people are saying is the effect of oil prices being high, it's really one effect, but a lot of the Filipinos have been in that environment before and yet are still seeing higher prices today. And while legislation like the train law generally are a good legislation, many of the Filipinos who probably are not in the taxpayer base or counted in the taxpayer base are all going to be affected by rising prices. And so that's what the effects that the people are feeling. And the common person who perhaps would not have benefited from reduction in income taxes because maybe they're already in the minimum wage, exempted. They probably were exempted or not. They are all being affected by the same thing.
All right. Senator, what would you like to hear?
Well, actually, in terms of the peace and order situation and national security, there have been very serious challenges, but at the same time there have been things that were done that actually bolster our capability. I think they're now implementing the modernization law for the armed forces, and that's good. You have to have a credible military establishment to be able to back up your diplomatic moves. On the matter of peace and order and crime, I think we are facing up to the challenge, but the real challenge is that there are vestiges of problems that are organizationally based, meaning we have to fix the tools by which we have to fight crime. What are your tools? Your police. You have to reform it continuously. Of course, they're doing their best now. They're trying to clean it up. But, there was a time when so many policemen were able to enter. Some of them were bribing their way to become PO1 or PO2. And, these are the people who are now giving us problems. So there are many serious challenges. But I think in the area of peace and order and also national security, sayang I was waiting for the passage of the BOL because that will help contribute to stabilizing Mindanao. A lot of work has been done in the past already. Then the second is that we have to continue negotiating with the Communist part of the Philippines and finally get to an agreement so that we can put this behind us and move forward.
So you feel that should be continued?
Yes, obviously.
Peace talks with the CPP and PNDF. I guess that would be a little bit the opposite of the sentiment of the National Defense Secretary.
No, I don't think so. The way I look at it, if you study other countries like Colombia, for example, they were really fighting. That's even aggravated by the presence of drugs. The issue there really was to be able to come up with something acceptable by both, and they have their own stakeholders here. I think we will get there, but unfortunately sometimes we get derailed by words and some histrionics like what we've seen today.
But let me add this. I also wanted to get your thoughts on majority of Filipinos want the government to retake the West Philippine Sea.
Well, actually, this is where we have to have a larger view. By larger view, we have to have a strategic view. Now, it is very important that we have good relations with our neighbors, especially a very strong economic and military power like China. But at the same time, I think we have fallen into the false dichotomy of choosing between war and living or having better relations, economic relations. We can have both. There are many, between war and rejection of, or between war and accommodation, I think there are a lot of things that we can do towards peace that do not require us to get into trouble.
To eventually say, we're not ready to go to war. Because the president always says that. We are not ready to go to war.
I do not subscribe to that dichotomy as far as I'm concerned.
All right, Dean, the surveys. Let's talk about the surveys recently. The president, SWS, still having a good rating of 45%. We're talking about the net satisfaction rating. And they're saying that this is still, well, considered the honeymoon period. Good pa rin si presidente.
Yeah, I think so. To be more specific, that's basically 65% of our total population supporting the president. Then, of course, a week before that, a survey was done, 88%, that's Pulse Asia. So it shows a strong support for the president, enough political capital to use to address demands of the public, especially in areas of the economy. I think jobs, issues of inflation, poverty continues to be a challenge to a lot of people. So these are things that you hope the president will try to address as he delivers his SONA and also delivers a marching order to his allies in both houses of Congress to push certain legislation like the Public Service Act mentioned by Secretary Teves. If we will focus on amending our Constitution, why focus on political things instead of economic provisions that will create jobs, that will address livelihood concerns of the public. So, and these are reflective, again, of surveys because it just came out today on where the president has been perceived as having accomplished things, which is limited to issues of peace and order, issues of addressing drugs.
The war on drugs.
The war on drugs. But if you will compare that to what the public sees as very important, it's basically got issues of livelihood, poverty, jobs, which addresses their challenges of dealing with higher cost of living. So here we are. I've always believed governments exist for the public, and public policy should at least address some of these concerns. And it's good that we have survey firms that offer us a snapshot of where the public is.
Right. We are continuing to monitor the developments inside the Batasan Pambansa. Delay in the President's third State of the Nation address. We will find out more about that, what's causing the delay. But it's been 45 minutes since. You're seeing live shots from the, well, outside rather, the Batasan Pambansa. The protesters are there. The police have said that they have deployed about 7,000 policemen in and out of the complex to preserve, of course, the peace around the area. The president last year, if you remember, met some of the protesters after he delivered the State of the Nation address. It doesn't look like this will happen this year. And our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros, is still in the Batasan Pambansa. We'll get more updates from her. Pia?
Pinky, alam mo to, no? When we do live reports, that's because we have something to report and because there is news. However, we are disappointed to tell you that there is still no news. It is already 45 minutes past the hour of 4 o'clock in the afternoon of this 4th Monday of July when President Duterte, well, any president for that matter, is supposed to address a joint session of Congress. That means both the Senate and the House of Representatives, its members, coming together in joint session to listen to the President's State of the Nation address. But as you saw about an hour, I'm sorry, not an hour, 45 minutes ago, we had the President disembarking from the chopper, reviewing the honor guard, being welcomed by the Chief of Staff, General Galvez, and by the Sergeants at Arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then we were surprised to see, well, apart from Senate President Tito Soto, that Bebot Alvarez was, as Speaker of the House, welcoming the President. The reason why we were surprised surprised about that was because just 10 minutes before that scene, we watched as several congressmen, and Joyce Ilas is going to fill us in on all those details. We watched as all these congressmen on the House, on the floor of the plenary hall of this building, elect Gloria Arroyo as the new Speaker of the House. So, Joyce, take us through first what happened earlier. No? Balikan na muna natin kung ano nangyari right before President Duterte arrived here.
At around 3:13 or around 3:15 in the afternoon, bigla tayong may narinig nagsalita sa microphone. It was Nonoy Andaya, Congressman Camarines Representative Nonoy Andaya. He was saying na nandito tayo ngayon, we are gathered here, and there are 161 of us from the majority and from the minority. And then he started to explain what happened earlier when they held the session. He was explaining how the session adjourned abruptly, saying that after session was suspended, session resumed, but it was adjourned immediately after. He was trying to object. He was trying to move he was trying to object to the motion of adjournment, but it was not granted by Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia.
Okay, tapos pinatay yung mic ni Nonoy, hindi ba? Pinatay yung mic ni Nonoy Andaya, Congressman Nonoy Andaya, who, by the way, was Budget Secretary to Gloria Arroyo when she was President. And then we thought that was it, right? Na wala nang mangyayari sa floor ng plenary hall. Biglang meron pa palang nangyayari. Naggagather pa rin sila, andun pa rin ang mga kongresista on the floor, and that's when you were pointing out to us, and we're showing it just now, they were gathered on the floor of the House and they were conducting business, right?
Right after ma-adjourn abruptly yung session kanina, nakausap natin yung ibang mga congressmen because they came back. Even after the adjournment, bumalik sila doon sa plenary hall kanina. And according to House Deputy Speaker Miro Kimbo, he was saying that some allies of the former president and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Arroyo are planning to hold the session again. Itutuloy daw nila yung session ulit ngayong hapon kasi nga naniniwala sila na illegal daw yung naging adjournment ng session kanina. Kasi nga, nag-o-oppose siya, merong opposition sa motion for adjournment pero hindi ito na-recognize ng maayos. So ang plano daw ay magsasesyon sila ulit at doon nila gagawin yung mga hindi nagawa nung session kanina. Kabilang na nga dito yung una, ratification ng Bangsamoro Organic Law and also the plan to oust House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez from his post and the plan to elect Arroyo as the new House Speaker. Ngayon, nung supposedly nag-gather na nga sila ulit, kanina lang nakausap ko si ACT-OFW Party List Representative John Bertiz. Nakikita ko kasi siya kanina, nakasama nga siya doon, isa siya sa mga nandoon sa loob nung nagsasagawa nga sila ng tinatawag nilang session. Sabi nga ni Bertiz, doon sa session na yon, there were 186 congressmen in attendance. 186 daw sila lahat na nandun. Kasama doon sa mga ginawa nila, they held, somebody moved to declare the position of House Speaker vacant. After that, the viva voce vote was done. That was a voice vote or sumigaw lang sila ng ayes and nays. Ayes for those in favor of the declaration of vacancy and then nays for against. So nanalo daw yung ayes. So after manalo after ma-declare na vacant yung posisyon ng House Speaker, what happened was somebody moved to nominate Congressman Arroyo as House Speaker for the House Speakership, and then they started doing a nominal voting. And then all in all, Arroyo got 182 votes in her favor. And sabi ni Bertiz nga na they are now, because of the 182 votes she got, they are now recognizing her as the House Speaker. Because
How did they get the 182? Paano nila nabilang yon?
They conducted a nominal voting.
Okay.
Kung makikita natin...
So yung SecGen ng House was there? There was a representative of the SecGen who was counting. Sila-sila lang? Or?
Sila-sila lang. According to Bertiz, some congressmen assumed the roles of House officials. For example, it was Nonoy Andaya who assumed the role of the chairperson of the House, and I think it was Ferdinand Castro who assumed the role of the majority leader.
Yeah,
And it
Joyce.
was, I think... Yes.
Sorry, Joyce. This video that we're showing, it's obviously a little bit grainy. It's your cell phone video. These are the congressmen that are signing that manifesto.
Manifesto, yes. Earlier, right after the abruptly adjourned session, a manifesto expressing the support of Congressman Tu Arroyo as the new House Speaker was made its round amongst congressmen. So, kumuha daw sila ng mga pirma dyan. Sabi ni Bertiz, I think around 161 congressmen signed that manifesto. But in the end, sabi ni Bertiz, they got 182 congressmen to vote in favor of Arroyo as the new House Speaker.
So, kanina may nakausap kang isang kongresista. Tinanong mo kasi sa kanya, paano ba ito natanggap? Yung itong balita na ito, paano ito natanggap ni President Duterte? And this congressperson told you something, right?
Yes.
Pwede bang pag-usapan na yun?
I'm not sure if I can identify that congressman as of now, but I asked that congressman if the president, I was able to talk to another congressman, and I asked that congressman if the president recognized the House speakership of Arroyo, and that congressman said yes, but she would tell me something else later.
Okay.
So naputol daw kasi they are currently in a meeting with the president right now.
Yung kausap mong kongresista kasama sa isang meeting ngayon.
Yes, with the
Kaya hindi na pinapakita sa atin yung RTVM video ng kanina. The last we saw of the president was siya kasama si Senate President Tito Soto at si dating or incumbent, depende na sa kung sino kausap mo, Speaker of the House, Bebot Alvarez. Kanina nasa holding room sila. That is our last visuals of the president today. So kaya pala hindi na natin sila nakikita dahil nag-uusap sila. Nag-uusap na the president with leaders of the House of Representatives.
That is possible.
Yeah, okay.
That's
Well, of course, we have to remember also, Joyce, hindi ba? So this is a State of the Nation address. Kanina, binabanggit ko lahat ng mga present tuwing may State of the Nation address. Siyempre, yung members ng Ekutibo, the members of the President's official family, his cabinet, no? Nandiyan rin ang mga former presidents. In this case, we are supposed to have only 3 former presidents here. Fidel Ramos, Joseph Estrada, and Gloria Arroyo, because she's Congresswoman. No? We also have diplomats. We have the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. I'm presuming he is present. That is the Papal Nuncio or the representative of the Vatican. We have other ambassadors, I'm presuming, present today. That is because this is an official state function that is attended by everyone concerned, no? So this is all playing out, and like I said earlier, this is like political theater in its in the truest sense of the word. Although I'm sure, kasi si John Nery, no, newspaper columnist, was the one who used that term to describe SONA. I'm sure that's not exactly what he meant, but this seems to be like political theater. There's so much drama involved here, and drama in the sense that it's 54 minutes past the hour of 4. In all the years that I have been covering SONA since 1995, that's like how many years? 20 what? I can't remember anymore. I lost count. Ngayon lang to nangyari. Diba?
Tama. Doon niya sa nakausap pong isang kongresista kanina, sinabi niya, nung nakausap nila si Presidente Duterte kanina, one of the concerns that he raised is that while that session of the 186 congressmen was happening, they weren't the only ones in the room. There were guests there already.
Everyone was seated there,
Everyone
right?
was already
Lahat
seated.
ng mga binanggit na natin na darating ngayong hapon para sa SONA ni Presidente, nandoon sa plenary hall.
And that was one of the concerns of the President. One of the concerns the President raised to, I think, to Arroyo and to Alvarez was that to quote the congressman I spoke to, sabi niya, nakakahiya raw sa mga diplomats yung nangyari na sinagawa nila to sa harap ng mga bisita natin, supposedly here to listen to the speech of the president.
Okay. Like we said, no, this is the first time this has happened. There has been delay in the past. Minsan 4 minutes, 5 minutes, pero yun na yung pinaka-maximum. So ngayon, 4:55 na, no? So 55 minutes. Kanina nga may kausap akong ibang mga media, nagtatawanan na lang kami, no? Parang, ano ba, uwi na ba tayo? O ano, o sino bang interview? Tayo na lang mag-interviewhan, no? Kasi, and we were checking with each other. First time ito, no? I said, yeah, first time ito sa post-Marcos Congress, no? You've been covering Congress for how many years? 2, 3 years. This is your what?
Years.
Third,
this is my
fourth?
8th SONA.
Your 8th SONA,
Sa 8th
no?
SONA.
And you yourself can say that this hasn't happened, right?
This is the first time that this happened. This is the first time that, this is the first time that we have technically 2 House speakers right now during this SONA. Because what we have now are 2 realities. We have first the reality of Arroyo and her allies who believe that she is now the House Speaker, and we have the reality of Alvarez who believes that he is still the House Speaker because he wouldn't welcome the president if he doesn't think that that is not his task anymore. So that is a first. Dalawa, yun nga, pinag-uusapan niya natin kanina. Ang tanong, sino kaya yung uupo mamaya doon sa rostrum pag nag-deliver na si Presidente ng kanyang speech? Kasi tuwing mag-deliver siya ng speech, iba, umuupo sa likuran niya yung Senate President and yung House Speaker. Ang tanong, sino ba yung uupo mamaya doon sa likuran niya? And that, I think...
Mamaya, ha? Para bang later pa we're expecting later. I wanted to ask you, Joyce, I've covered them also before, so I was thinking of former speakers of the House, like Joe De Venecia. I didn't see him myself. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if he is here today. Or Manny Villar. His wife is a senator, Cynthia Villar. But Manny Villar was a speaker of the House, former Speaker of the House, JDV. We call him JDV. Tawag nga sa kanya before, Sunshine Joe, Rainbow Joe, no? Siya, tsaka si Speaker Arnulfo Fuentebella, halimbawa. Even Congressman Sonny Belmonte. He's a congressman now, no? Ano kaya yung iniisip nila? Ano kaya nasa isip utak nila ngayon? What is going through their minds, perhaps, no? Looking at how this is all playing out.
Isa sa mga na-observe ko, Pia, when they were holding that so-called session, was that many of those in the group are relatively younger lawmakers. Si Fredenil Castro, I think, was on his first or second term. Si Carlo Nograles din. And relatively younger ones. And hindi ko masyado makita yung mga mas nakatatanda. So I'm not sure what they think of that, if they support that or not. Let's hear from them later pag katapos ng SONA.
I wonder if they would be willing to
It
talk
would be
to us.
very interesting to hear what they have to say about this.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're all waiting here. Kanina nga, paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, no, na I kept doing a time check. And then, like I said just a while ago, as Pinky was turning over to us, no, na normally, magbabalita kami kung may balita, meaning may bago. Pero wala pa rin. But anyway, we just try to, give a little bit of perspective to what is happening here dito sa Batas ng Pambansa. But in the meantime, let's go back first to studios.
All right, Pia. Thanks a lot, Joyce. Maraming salamat. And kami may balita dito. Let's talk to Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza. He's on the line right now. Congressman, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, Pinky.
Sir, kayo na po magkwento sa amin. I saw you. You were in the middle. You were at the thick of things. What happened, sir?
Well, simple lang naman nangyari. We had a change of leadership. A great majority of the members of Congress wanted a change, so we all signed a manifesto declaring our full support for change, and then supporting former President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo to be the next speaker. Tapos nagkaroon kami ng ramp session dahil ayaw mag-session ng dating speaker. Tago na yata. Dala-dala niya yung mace. Hindi naman pwedeng hostage sa buong Kongreso by one hand. Yun na nga issue sa kanya. He's acting like he has a kingdom in Congress. The great majority of our members just decided to replace him. That's exactly what happened. eleksyon, ang nanalo si dating Pangulong Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, the new Speaker of the House.
So you wanted change and you wanted, well, many, as you were saying, members of Congress, to put Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo as Speaker. So there was a, sir, kasi I saw a piece of paper around, this was around probably 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m., sir. Ito yung papel, ito na ho ba yung manifesto, sir?
Yun po yung aming pinaikot, pinirmahan sa mga members. Those who agreed with the philosophy and the principles involved, pumirma.
Pumirma na, ano yung nakasulat? Ano yung pinipirmahan nila doon to put Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo as Speaker, sir?
Dalawang bagay. We wanted change of leadership, and we wanted President Arroyo to take the place of Speaker.
I see. And in that manifesto, sir, do you know the number that signed it, sir?
Yes, almost 180.
180.
Alam mo, during the session, that called by Congressman Andaya and the acting majority leader. Nagkaroon na ramp session na Dahil wala si Speaker Gonzales, wala yung mga tauhan niya. At nagka-session on the basis of people, the majority wanting to hold the session. We have very important matters to take up, like the BPL was pending. Bigla na lang iniwanan kami rito. Paano yan? Yung BPL, hindi namin aksyonan. That is definitely one of the main reasons why we don't want him anymore.
Yes.
He acts as if Congress is himself.
So,
only one man in Congress.
Ano pa, Congressman, ano pa ho ang mga rason bakit gusto niyong patanggal or why Congressman wanted the Speaker out? Aside from your saying that it's as if he has his own kingdom at the House of Representatives, what were the actions done by the Speaker that wanted a majority of you to remove him from the post?
The latest issue, I know that was really felt by members of Congress and everybody felt bad. Yung kanyang insistence on Noel election. That is not the sentiment of the majority of the members of Congress. We feel very bad about that. When he talks for the Congress, he talks for the congressmen, but that he doesn't reflect the genuine feelings and sentiments of members of Congress. So ayun, palagay ko that was the straw that proverbially that brought the camel. Sabi ng members of Congress, tama na yan. Kumuha tayo ng leader na meron namang responsibility at meron din namang sense of collegiality and respect for each other.
Sir, why GMA as Speaker?
Yun ang siyang nakita, siyang figure ng leadership. Marami rin siyang kaibigan, maraming tagasunod, at maraming may kilala sa kanya. Naalala mo namin hearing gagawin ng ganyan. So, para sa akin, I'm just narrating some hearing from the members because this manner.
Congressman Atienza, sir, pasensya na ho kayo. Medyo garbled yung last sentence niyo. When I asked, sir, sabi ko, bakit po si Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo? Sabi niyo po, she has followers, she has friends. What else did you say, sir?
She was a former president, she was a senator, a lawmaker, executive. In other words, among all of us, we looked there as the embodiment of somebody who would be very, very sensitive on her kind of leadership, representation for the rest of us.
I see. Sir, the Speaker, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, was at the rostrum, sir, no? She took her oath before the youngest member of the House of Representatives, and she was saying something kasi nga po patay ang mic. Can you tell us ano po yung sinasabi ni...
Again, that reflects very poorly or very clearly on the character of the former Speaker. Ba't mo gaganyanin? Unang-una, itatakbong mo yung mace. Tinago yung mace eh. Pangalawa, sinaran mo yung sound system. Ginagawa lang ng mga sound na yan. Ginagawa yan ng mga napapastos. Kaya lalong nang mabuo ang damdamin ng mga miyembro, tama lang. Hindi tayo dapat ginaganyan.
Congressman Lito, what was Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo saying nung wala pong mic? When she was addressing the congressman?
Hindi nakialam si Speaker in any way. That's checking, or complaining, or asking people to support her. Wala nang ganon. I would call this whole thing as spontaneous combustion, pent-up emotions of those who want change.
Okay. Speaker, Congressman, hindi ho kasi namin narinig kung anong sinabi ni Speaker Arroyo when she was at the rostrum. Can you please tell us ano po yung sinasabi niya nung umakyat po siya?
Alam niyo, frankly, hindi ko rin narinig.
Kaya niyo hindi sinasagot ang tanong ko.
Tama. Exactly.
Okay.
She was trying to plead. Makinig naman, bigyan naman kami ng sound system.
Opo.
Wala eh. Ayaw makinig ng mga tao ni Speaker.
Pasensya na ho kayo, Congressman. Matanong ko lang ho kayo because I'm seeing live pictures right now. And if I'm not mistaken, sir, si Speaker, is it Pantaleon Alvarez, sir, who's at the rostrum right now?
Ngayon na, kararating lang niya. Kararating niya, he sat on his chair. Again, he got what he wanted. He wanted to continue presiding as Speaker, but at this point in time, I don't think mababago pa ang damdamin ng nakararami sa amin.
Sir, but
he may sit now. He may sit through the State of the Nation address, but I'm sure tomorrow he will be deposed again.
So, is he the Speaker right now, sir?
No, right now, what appears to be who is the Speaker is still Speaker Alvarez, because he's the one seated together with Senate President Soto. If I were him, I wouldn't take that seat anymore. Mahihiya ako. Out of delicadeza, I would not occupy the Speaker's chair because inalis niyo ko eh. I will have the honor and the honorable exit of maintaining my dignity. If you don't like me, wala akong magagawa. Pero ayaw niyo ako Speaker. Hindi nyo na ito.
Pero pwede rin ho ba, sir, na wala rin kayong magagawa kasi gusto niyang umupo dyan?
Nagsaka yun, wala kami magagawa. Pagkatapos ng SONA, now he has the whole Congress again hostage. Nakahiya, nandito si Presidente. Kahiya, nandito ang buong representasyon ng ating bansa. The diplomatic corps complete here. So it is all so embarrassing for all of us members of Congress. Pati na po yung majority ngayon, pati na po yung mga who caused the changing of the guard. Nakakahiya na makita ng buong mundo itong ganito. Pero what can we do? We have a spoiled Speaker.
Sir, just to be clear about this, who is the Speaker right now?
Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. She was the one who was voted on.
But if she's the Speaker, she should be the one sitting at the rostrum beside the Senate President, sir.
You're begging the question. Ayaw nga nung spoiled Speaker.
Hindi po, sir. Kasi I need to be clear myself on who to address as Speaker.
Dito natin makikita ang pagkatao ni President Arroyo. May delikadesa at may dignidad. Pinilit siya, sige, diyan ka na muna, tumabi ka yan. Ako pa rin nakaupo rito. She didn't cause a furor. She didn't cause any trouble. She wants to honor the presence of the President and for all of us to listen to his message.
Okay, Congressman.
Kaya ako lalo lang ako umahanga kay Pangulong Arroyo, Speaker Arroyo.
Let's move forward. So, ayan na po ang nakikita natin ngayon. Nandiyan po si Speaker Alvarez, si Senate President Tito Soto. What can happen next? Ano ho ba ang plano ng House of Representatives after the State of the Nation address of the President?
I'm sure that the issue of leadership will be taken up again. Kasi kung gusto niya, mag-election ulit. Tingnan natin kung magbabago yung posisyon ng majority.
Kailan ho, sir?
Malamang bukas na yan.
Okay. Papabayaan na ho. Papatapusin na po yung State of the Nation address ni Pangulo.
Sabi niya, yun ang gusto niya eh. Siya raw ang mag-preside for the State of the Nation. Fine.
How did you know that, sir?
Yung usap-usapan stage when all of these things are pending here on the floor. Nakakaya because all the people are here. As I said, special guests here, foreign and local media are complete. Tapos ganito ang pinakikita natin. I admire Speaker Arroyo for taking the higher ground. Sige, patuloy dapat gawin natin ngayon. Sige, gusto mo mag-preside ka. Ako hindi ako nagpipili. Tama yun. I admire her for that and I'm ready to vote for her again.
Is Congresswoman Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo on the floor, sir?
I have not seen her yet. She may be sitting with the president.
I guess as a last question, sir, how awkward is that position? Is that scenario right now?
We're starting now, Pinky. So, sorry. We're starting now.
Okay. All right. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza. Let's go to Pia Ontiveros. Pia.
What you're seeing right now in the last few moments are Senate President Tito Soto and Speaker of the House, Bebot Alvarez. I hesitate to say Speaker because just a while ago, what we witnessed was Gloria Arroyo taking her oath as Speaker of the House. But anyway, this is what was supposed to happen earlier from the holding room where President Duterte is staying. The Senate President and the Speaker of the House are supposed to go to the plenary hall where they are supposed to call Congress to convene in joint session so that they can announce that the president is waiting to speak, and then they invite the president to speak, and that's when President Duterte walks to the plenary hall. Now, what is supposed to happen is that we have both the Senate President and the Speaker of the House banging the gavels, just as the mace of the Senate and the mace of the House of Representatives are set up in the at the rostrum at the floor of the lower floor of that rostrum. You can see those oddly shaped containers, wooden containers there at the rostrum. That's where we're supposed to see the mace. That will tell us that the session of Congress is about to begin. Now, that is what is supposed to happen. We don't have live pictures yet of President Duterte. The last we saw of him was about 30 minutes ago, or 35, 40 minutes ago, where he was still in that holding room, the old PLLO, or Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. We haven't seen him since then. So what's supposed to happen now is that they are supposed to call for that joint session of Congress. We don't know exactly why that isn't happening right now. But as you can see, all right, well, right now this is the president emerging. Finally. Wow, I can't believe I'm actually saying it. Finally emerging from the holding room. It is 5:13 in the afternoon. This is a 1 hour and 13-minute delay, but he is finally on his way to the plenary hall. This is what we have been expecting for an hour and 15 minutes. So he is supposed to be heading now to the plenary hall to deliver that State of the Nation address, his third State of the Nation address. And like we said, after an hour and 15 minutes of waiting, because of this problem with the House leadership row, this quarrel over the leadership of the House of Representatives. A very serious President Duterte there, emerging from that holding room and walking to the plenary hall of this building of the Batasang Pambansa. So this is still the president walking towards the lobby, the main lobby that is right in front of the plenary hall. When he goes through that lobby, he's going to go straight down into the plenary hall and down the center aisle. Just a while ago, you could see honor guards lining that center aisle. That is where the president is going to be walking. Now, earlier, we had been promised that the president would be delivering a 35 to 40-minute speech. However, the wait for the president to finally come out into the plenary hall was delayed. Let's listen in first.
Why am I here? I am here because I love my country and I love the people of the Philippines.
Tayong lahat kay Rodrigo. Para sa tunay na pagbabago. Ikaw ang Pangulo para sa pagbabago. Sawa na ang bayan ko sa magnanakaw na tapo. Madilim na kahapon, ikaw ang mag-aahon. Sa piling mo, di ko
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is called to order.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by the Tagum City Chamber Chorale.
Bayang magiliw, peles ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang inirang, duyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisikin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bagaw, na dinagang pula at awit sa pagyayang minamahal, ang kisat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin na araw niya kailan pa may magdidinig, lupa ng araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the nation's prayer to be led by Ms. Lovinia Mia L. Sugitan.
Dakilang Panginoon, aming Ama, dinggin ninyo ang aking panalangin sa ngalan ng aking mga kapwa kabataan. Itinataas ko sa inyong pangalan ang aming bayan. Bigyan ninyo ang aming Pangulo, inyong karunungan na hindi masusukat. Tapang ng kalooban na piliin ang tamang daan. Kahit gaano kahirap na ito ay tahakin. Idinadalangin ko sa inyo ang lahat ng namumuno sa amin na mapagtagumpayan nila ang bawat pagsubok, na gamitin ang kanilang kapangyarihan bilang sandata. Bagkus nang may pakundangan tulad ng pagkalong sa isang bata. Pinapanalangin ko din po ang mga lider ng iba't ibang relihiyon na marinig nila ang iyong salita, makilala kayo sa kanilang mga puso, na sa kanilang pagluhod, kami ay dalhin sa trono ng inyong pagpapala. Ipagkaloob ninyo sa inyong mga anak na lubusang nananampalataya at nagtitiwala sa inyo. Kagalakan, kapayapaan, at kapanatagan ng kalooban sa isang bayan na masagana at nagkakaisa. Ang lahat ng ito samo at dalangin namin sa inyong makapangyarihang pangalan. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Congress of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Kindly. Thank you for your courtesy. Senate President Vicente Soto III, the members of the Senate, House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, and the members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Joseph Hercito Estrada, and Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, His Excellency Gabriel Cacha, and esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdia, and the members of the Cabinet, Acting Chief Justice Antonio Carpio, and the Justices of the Supreme Court, my fellow workers in government, mga kababayan. About 2 years ago, I solemnly took my oath as a worker of the national government. I was inspired to institute real changes for the greater good of the Filipino people. As I was greatly overwhelmed then by the daunting challenges that lay ahead. 2 years later, my solid commitment to directly and decisively address our nation's collective challenges remains. It has not wavered. In truth, it has even gotten stronger through adversity and the desire to give the people the most we can within my term in this government. Let me begin by putting it bluntly. The war against illegal drugs is far from over. But before the war resulted in the seizure of illegal drugs worth millions of pesos, today they run billions in peso value. I can only shudder at the harm that those drugs could have caused had they reached the streets of every province, city, municipality, barangay, and community throughout the country. That is why the illegal drugs war will not be sidelined. Instead, it will be as relentless and chilling, if you will, as on the day it began. These drug dealers know fully well that their business is against the law. They know the consequences of their criminal acts, especially when caught in flagrante delicto, and they violently resist arrest. They know that illegal drugs waste away lives, dysfunctionalize families, and ruin relationships. They know that once hooked, addicts will die slow deaths, and yet they persist in doing what they do, oblivious to the terrible harm that they cause to the people and communities. And when illegal drugs operations turn nasty and bloody. Advocates of human rights lash at and pillory our law enforcers and this administration to no end. Sadly, I have yet to hear, really, howls of protest from the human rights advocates and church leaders against drug lordism, drug dealing, and drug pushing as forceful and vociferous as the ones directed against the alleged errant enforcers in the fight against these social scourges. If you think that I can be dissuaded from continuing this fight because of our demonstrations, your protests, which I find the way misdirected, then you got it all wrong. Your concern is human rights. Mine is human lives. The lives of our youth are being wasted and families are destroyed, and all because of the chemical called shabu, cocaine, cannabis, and heroin. Human rights, to me, means giving Filipinos, especially those at the society's fringes, a decent and dignified future to the social and physical infrastructures necessary to better their lives and freedoms, and the hard-earned property of every Filipino whose condition we wish to improve shall be protected from criminals, terrorists, corrupt officials, and traffickers and contrabands. You worry about the present. I am concerned both the present and the future. I worry about the future because I know what crimes can do to the youth of this country if not stopped. Crimes can make human cesspools of succeeding generation. I will not allow it to happen, not during my term. Time and again, I have stressed that corruption must stop. Corruption is like a leech that it bleeds the government of funds, program, infrastructure, and social development projects. It saps the morale of dedicated and honest government workers, and corruption destroys those who succumb to its temptation, and eventually it is the innocent who will suffer and bear its horrible consequences. The love of money is corrosive, and sadly, the desire to make the easy kind of being imaginative and manipulative corrupts absolutely. Stolen wealth does not make the thief respectable. Neither will the trappings of wealth mask or cap the stink that thievery exudes. One day, justice will catch up with those who steal government funds. And when the day comes, it will be the public who will have its retribution. While we run after those who steal the people's money, we are also enhancing the government's delivery of frontline services. I thank Congress for the swift passage of the ease of doing business, which is significant. Fight against corruption and improving service of delivery. We need to sustain our momentum, and I hereby direct all government units, makinig sana kayo, and government agencies to faithfully implement this law. and simply simplify the process. Hinihingi ko yan sa lahat na sa gobyerno under my control and supervision. Huwag ho kayong magkamali. I particularly call the attention of the agencies with the number of red tape-related reports from the public. Make your services truly customer-friendly. Our people deserve efficient, effective, and responsive government services. They deserve nothing less. Kayo lang ayaw eh. Gusto ng tao, kayong yung binabayaran, make your living from the pockets of the people, and you have a lousy and corrupt bureaucracy. I have friends and political supporters whom I appointed to public office and then dismissed or caused to resign. I need not mention their names or recount the circumstances surrounding the removal or resignation. Media has more than amply reported that. I value friendship. Make no mistake about it, but it has its limits. This is a lonely place I am hemmed in. Do not make it lonelier by forcing me to end our friendship because you gave me the reason to end it. It pains me to no end the loss of friendships, and that is why I appeal to you to help me in my cause so that our friendship will endure. For as long as I can remember, the bulk of the income generated in Mindanao used to be remitted to what we in Mindanao refer as the Imperial Manila, to fund national projects primarily in the Metro Manila area, leaving a pittance to Mindanao as its share thereof. Mindanao was dubbed as the land of promise, and Mindanaoans say in derision that is so because what it got from government through the years were promises, promises, and more promises. We aim to rectify that derisive observation, and as a matter of fact, we are now in the process of fulfilling that promise through significant increases in the budget for Mindanao. At the end of my term, I hope to see the promise of Mindanao fulfilled, or at least at the very least, approaching fulfillment. Be that as it may, Mindanao pauses at the crossroads of history. One road leads to harmony and peace, the other to war and human suffering. Despite all that has been said or against the Bangsamoro Organic Law by all sectoral groups, I make this solemn commitment that this administration will never deny our Muslim brothers and sisters the basic legal tools to chart their own destiny within the constitutional framework of our country. When the approved version is transmitted and received by my office, the law has been passed actually, and I intend to give me 48 hours to sign it and ratify the law. Babasahin ko pa bago ako pipirmahan. Baka may siningit kayo dyan na hindi maganda para sa ibang tao. We will need loads of understanding and patience to endure and overcome the birth pangs or pains of the new beginning. To me, war is not an option. We have been through the catastrophe in Marawi. We have seen the horror the devastation and the human toll and the displacement of both Christians and Muslims alike. I have made a pledge that ISIS terrorists or groups or its allies will never gain foothold in our country. Yet, when what remained of the decimated Maote ISIS group in Marawi finally saw the error of their ways and expressed their desire to be reintegrated into society, we welcome them with open arms and embark on a genuine efforts to embrace a peaceful, productive life for them. We owe it to our fallen soldiers and police officers in Marawi and elsewhere to put an end to the bloodshed and seek the path of true peace, a peace that will last beyond this lifetime and whose dividends our children will reap. On international relations, we shall continue to assert and pursue an independent foreign policy. Our long-term national development and national security goals come first. We shall continue to reach out to all nations regardless of their prevailing political persuasions or proximity to or distance from our shore, so long as this nation wish us well. Our stronger bonds with our ASEAN friends have made possible our trilateral border patrols with Indonesia and Malaysia, which has since then put out of business sea pirates, piracy, and other terrorists who used to infest our shared seas. This is a testament to the readiness of our country and our good neighbors to make regional peace and security our shared responsibility. We have successfully hosted the 50th ASEAN anniversary and the 31st ASEAN Summit last November 2017. We have shown the world that we are capable when we work together. The ASEAN events showcased not only the world-renowned Filipino hospitality and organizational capabilities, but also our artistic talent. I would like to commend the National ASEAN Organizing Council, led by no less than my Executive Secretary, Salvador Medialdia. Our re-energized relations with China has also led to an unprecedented level of cooperation between our nations on the war against transitional crimes. Our shared intelligence led to the discovery and dismantling of the clandestine Shabu laboratories and the arrest of Chinese chemists with the Dragon organization called Wu Syndicate. Our improved relationship with China, however, does not mean that we will waver in our commitment to defend our interests in the West Philippine Sea. This is why we engage China through this bilateral and multilateral platform, such as the ASEAN-China and the Philippines-China bilateral consultation mechanism. Opening lines of communication and amicably managing differences have led to positive development that include renewed access of Filipino fishermen to the areas in dispute in the Philippines, West Philippine Sea. Participation in the ASEAN-China dialogue has also resulted to the draft framework for the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea, which intends to resolve peaceful disputes by peaceful means. We admire our Filipino migrant workers for their selflessness and courage in enduring the hardships of living away from home to provide for their families. You epitomize the innate resilience of the nation. You have shown your willingness to toil and sacrifice day in and day out for the long-term good of your family, loved ones. You have also contributed greatly to the national economy, even as you help in small and big ways to the economies of your international partners. This is why we strongly condemn the deaths and abuses experienced by Filipino migrant workers in the hands of their foreign employers. I have said this before and I say it again. I am a worker of government, and it is my vow to make sure that your well-being remains our foremost foreign policy concern. It is for this reason that we are continuing to work with the host nations to ensure the welfare of our countrymen. I appeal to all host governments to help us as true and dependable partners in this endeavor. I have always believed that no matter how well-intentioned a leader is, no matter how well-conceived may be his mission, if he lacks the political will to do what needs to be done, they can only end up a failure and a hopeless dreamer. As a worker of government, I promise to do whatever it would take to give all Filipinos a comfortable life, fighting powerful interests and making sacrifices. My obligation is to promote and uphold the greatest good for the greatest number. Our campaign against Endo has resulted in the regularization of the more than 300,000 workers as of early this month. On May 1 of this year, I signed Executive Order 51, which sought to protect the workers' right to security of tenure. Read my lips. I understand that this does not satisfy all sectors. I share their sentiment. I truly do. Much as I would like to do the impossible, that power is not vested upon me by the Constitution, and neither will I make both ends meet, even if I will violate the laws to achieve that purpose. Simply, it is not part of my territory. That is why I add mine to their voices in asking Congress to pass legislation ending the practice of contractualization once and for all. Our farmers, especially our coconut farmers, form a significant part of the basic sectors of society. It is from the toil of their hands that we put food on the table. It is my hope that we finally see this through. I urge you, Congress, to convene the bilateral conference committee and pass at the soonest possible time the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund. I pray that you will do it. My administration remains firm in its resolve to ensure that the country's telecommunication services are reliable, inexpensive, and secure. A draft terms of reference for the entry of a new major industry player is at hand. The terms will be fair, reasonable, and comprehensive. It will be inclusive, so it will be open to all interested private parties, both foreign and local. The only condition is that the chosen entity must provide the best possible services at reasonably accessible prices. However, our efforts to usher in a new major player shall render futile if we do not improve its odds of success in an industry that has long been dominated by a well-entrenched duopoly. We shall therefore lower interconnection rates between all industry players, not only to lessen the cost to the customers, as it will also lower the cost of incoming players to access existing networks. A market environment that is more conducive to competition, this is a policy which is crucial to ensure that our solution to our telecommunication problems will be both meaningful and lasting. In the last 2 years, experience has taught me that lack of consultation or insufficiency of information can, at times, lead to rash judgments. Often when I am unsure of the most appropriate course of action to take given the problem, it's a factual menu, and the desired end, I never fail to consult to discuss options with persons whom I trust and whose advice I value. When I decided to establish malasakit centers in Cebu, Tacloban, and Iloilo, my longtime aide, Bongo, and his team became instrumental in arriving at the right decision through proper consultation. Deliberations with the proper agencies also made me decide to push for and eventually approve both the Tertiary Education Act and the increase in the salary of our men in uniform, our soldiers, and our policemen. Boracay Island, widely regarded as one of our country's treasures and admired worldwide for its natural beauty, has sadly become the representation of governance and government's negligence, including mine. I could not allow this decay to continue. Decisive action has long been overdue, recognizing that we are mere stewards of our natural resources, and I said, enough is enough. We intend to restore its environmental integrity alongside measures to alleviate those whose livelihood were momentarily affected. Environmental protection and ensuring the health of our people cannot be overemphasized. Thus, our actions in Boracay mark the beginning of a new national effort. This is just for the other tourist destinations needing urgent rehabilitation and enforcement of environmental and other laws shall soon follow. I urge local government units to proactively enforce our laws and not wait for us to swoop down on your areas just to do your duty and work. Some other time, I would have to discuss local government units. What has happened to Boracay is just an indication of the long overdue need to rationalize in a holistic, sustainable manner the utilization, management, and development of our lands. I therefore urge the Senate urgently pass the National Land Use Act to put in place a national land use policy that will address our competing land requirements for food, housing, business, and environmental conservation. We need to do this now. To help safeguard the present and future generations, we have to earnestly undertake initiatives to reduce our vulnerabilities to natural hazards and bolster our resilience to the impact of national disasters and climate change. As I have stated last year, we must learn from the experiences from the Super Typhoon Yolanda and other mega disasters, and from global best practices. We need a truly empowered department characterized by a unity of command, science-based approach, and full-time focus on natural hazards and disasters, and the wherewithal to take charge of the disaster risk reduction, preparedness response, with better recovery and faster rehabilitation. Hence, we in the Cabinet have approved for immediate endorsement to Congress the passage of a law creating the Department of Disaster Management, an interagency. Just like FEMA, we don't know if it's an effective agency in the United States government. An interagency crafted and a high priority measure aimed at genuinely strengthening our country's capacity to reliance on natural disasters. I fervently appeal to Congress to pass this bill with utmost urgency. Our people's safety requirements cannot wait. Ours is a rich and beautiful country. Indeed, add to that a great number of people equipped with technical expertise and professionalism, and you have a country poised to soar and take this place among the world's economic and financial eagles. God willing, inshallah. Nature enjoyed us with its wealth to be taught for the benefit of all generations. My policy in the utilization of these resources is non-negotiable. The protection of the environment must be top priority. And extracted resources must be used for the benefit of the Filipino people, not just a select few. Do not just give me taxes. I can get it from other sources. Give me what needs to be given to my countrymen. To the mining industry, I see this once again, and maybe for the last time. Do not destroy the environment or compromise our resources. Repair what you have mismanaged. Try to change management radically, because this time you will have restrictive policies. The prohibition of open pit mining is one. It is destroying my country. It is destroying the environment. It will destroy the world of tomorrow for our children. I again warn responsible miners along with their patrons to stop destroying our watersheds, recharge areas, forests, and aquatic resources. You can no longer fish in our rivers. It's all contaminated. And the color is not even brown or purple or white. It's black. You want to see it? I will invite you. We can go to the Walwal and the other mining areas. And I'm sure you will puke with what is happening to this country. Expect reforms, radical ones. I do not intend to quarrel with anybody who demanded, but for as long as I'm here, I said, you will just have to contend with me. Expect you to do your part in ensuring our nation's sustainable development, starting now. Exhort all concerned agencies and local government units to uphold the concept of intergenerational responsibility in exploring and the utilization of our mineral wealth, protection, and preservation of our biodiversity, anchored on the right to a balanced and healthy ecology. I applaud Congress for the timely passage of the train law. You have made funds available to build better roads, bridges, and improve health and education, and strengthen our safety and security. Some have incorrectly blamed our effort towards a fairer tax system for all the price increases in the past months, and some irresponsibly suggesting to stop train implementation. We cannot and should not. We need this for sustainable growth that leaves no Filipino left behind. Train is already helping poor families and senior citizens cope up with rising prices. We have distributed unconditional cash transfer to 4 million people and will help 6 million more this year. Following the 1 peso discount per liter in gas stations, we have also started releasing fuel vouchers to public utility, jeeps, and other valid franchises. Further, we have fast-tracked the distribution of energy rice to provide affordable rice for all. Excuse me. This year, we are giving 149 billion pesos worth of subsidies to the poor and vulnerable. Next year, the amount will be increased to 169 billion pesos. But no amount of subsidy can help the poor if some businesses take advantage of their situation to make more money. I ask businesses to cooperate with us in charging a fair price. To help stabilize rice prices, we also need to address the issue of artificial rice shortage. I now ask all the rice hoarders, cartels, and their protectors. You know that I know who you are. Stop messing with the people. I hate to power sometimes is not a good thing, but I hope I would not have to use it against you. Consider yourselves warned, mend your ways now, or the full force of the state shall be brought to bear upon you. I am directing all intelligence agencies to unmask the perpetrators of this economic sabotage and our law enforcement agencies to bring them to justice. We are also working on long-term solutions on top of this agenda to lower the price of rice. We need to switch from the current quota system in importing rice to a tariff system where rice can be imported more freely. This will give us additional resources for our farmers, reduce the price of rice by up to 7 pesos per kilo and lower inflation significantly. I ask Congress to prioritize this crucial reform, which I have certified as urgent today. Alam mo, ako humingi talaga ng tulong. Business is really for profit. I understand that. But Philippines has always been a playground for, scoundrels and those who do it without really considering the plight of the others. It's all conscience. When I run for public office, I promise to do whatever it takes to give all Filipinos a comfortable life, even if it means fighting powerful interests. I am committed to a comprehensive tax reform, and I ask Congress to continue the job. Package 2 will be lower corporate income taxes, especially for our small businesses. Lower taxes mean they will have more money to invest and create more jobs. More than 99% of our businesses are micro, small or medium enterprises and employ around 65% of our workers. The enactment of the package 2 is what stands between today and the millions of jobs in the near future. Congressman Coa, Gonzales, Abu, and Green, and Botocabi as well as the Swansing family filed versions of Package 2 last March 2018. Salamat po. And I support their push to shepherd the bill. I hope the Senate will follow suit. Maybe tomorrow, sir? This matter is urgent. Do not be part of the problem by ignoring it. I hope to sign Package 2 before the year ends. I urge Congress to pass it in form that satisfy our goals and serve the interest of the many, not just the wealthy few. By the end of July 2018, all 5 packages of my tax reform would have been submitted to Congress. Apart from train, rice tarification, and Package 2, they include the mining, alcohol, and tobacco tax increase, reform in property valuation, reform in capital income and financial taxes, and an amnesty program. I urge Congress to take them seriously and pass them in succession, for there is no chance that we can deliver our promises without an equitable tax system. One of the most important thrusts of this administration, medium-term development plan, is to cover all Filipinos against financial health risks. That is why I have directed concerned agencies to streamline the various sources of financial assistance for the people with health-related needs. We're currently institutionalizing the unified implementation of the no-balance billing policy, through which the government and our private healthcare providers can work out a system that will provide an order of charging of medical expenses. Much needs to be done to improve our healthcare system, which remains highly fragmented, resulting in disparity in health outcomes between the rich and the poor, and in the urban areas and rural. While investments in health have increased over the several years, several policy and operational bottlenecks have constrained universal health care for this country. We shall pool our resources for health services under the Philippines institutionalized primary care as a prerequisite to access higher level of health care and supplement human resource gaps in the LGUs through a national health workforce support system. This will ensure that every Filipino gets the appropriate, affordable, and quality health services in appropriate facilities and will be protected from financial burden due to sickness. To this end, I urge the speedy passage of the Universal Healthcare Bill authored by former Representative Harry Roque. Strong political determination, not political ambition, is the guiding light. I have no illusions of occupying this office one day longer than what the Constitution under which I was elected permits, or under whatever Constitution there might be. 4 administrations before me have tried to amend the Constitution to be able to introduce amendments and revisions to the Charter, but none of them was successfully done for one reason or another. I therefore consider it a distinct honor and privilege to have received earlier from the consultative committee that I created a federal constitution that will truly embody the ideal aspirations of all the Filipino people. I thank all the members of the committee, especially those who came out from their retirement, for their valuable services in crafting this draft federal constitution. I would like to extend my particular gratitude to former Chief of Justice Renato Pono and former Senate President Aquilino Pimentel Jr. I am confident that the Filipino people will stand behind us as we introduce this new fundamental law that will not only strengthen our democratic institutions but also create an environment where every Filipino, regardless of his social status, religion, or ideology, will have an equal opportunity to grow and create a future that he or she can proudly bequeath to the succeeding generations. My countrymen, I will not bore you with the litany of this administration's projects completed otherwise in the process. That would be too self-serving. I have instead caused to be prepared a written report on what was and what has been done in the months and probably in the years to come. The report shall be made available within the next few days. I was informed that satellite facilities were set up by the Presidential Communications Operations Office in certain far-flung barangays. So as of today, the residents of these communities can watch the state of the nation and for the first time see you on TV. I hope you'd have enjoyed the experience. In ending, may I quote, I have always quoted, but in my previous talks, one American that I salute, the great Abraham Lincoln. And this has been, I've been in government for the last, if I complete my term, inshallah, God willing, I would have served government for 40 years. And I came across this statement which has been with me since I was a fiscal in the 70s. And he said, if I were to try to read, much less answer all attacks made on me, this shop, the presidency, might as well be closed for any other business. I do the very best I know how, the very best I can, and I mean to keep doing so until the end. If the end brings me out all right, what has been said against me won't amount to anything. But if the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels of God swearing that as I was right would make no difference. Dakang salamat kaninyong tanan.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned.
I guess we can say that the president's, he did not deviate from his script during today's State of the Nation address. That was less than an hour from my count, and the president still speaking too. He acknowledged him, Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez and Senate President Tito Soto. Some of the highlights of the president's SONA would, of course, number one would be his war on drugs, saying this will continue, it will not be silenced, and it will be even more chilling. He says that critics call him out on human rights when he's actually saving human lives. Also, a part of the president's speech telling the public that he will not stay a day longer in his position under this constitution or any other constitution that may replace the 1987 constitution. For those who are thinking that possibly some of the provisions of the train law may be suspended, the president said this will continue, in fact, thanking Congress for the train's passage, as this has funded education, also conditional cash transfers, roads and bridges. And also the president warning agencies with records of red tape that they should end this as the ease of doing business has been passed into law. Let's talk to our guests right now. Highlights of the speech. What was most important to you, Secretary Teves?
Well, what you said, plus, of course, being in the area of economics, I like what the President said about making sure that the law on easing the cost of doing business is implemented, because this will help really encourage more foreign investors to come in, fund the different projects of the government, and create more jobs. No? I like your statement on having the land use act,
National Land Use, yeah.
National Land Use Act finally getting that priority. Also on the Cocoa Farmers Trust Fund, I think we need to help our coconut farmers. No? And this passage of the train law, you mentioned that, because that will also improve the finances of the government, but with also continued support to the very poor through these conditional cash transfers and other mitigating measures.
Right. Senator, what about you, sir?
Well, to me, I think the fact that the president has addressed existential issues shows that he has a very clear strategic view of where we are going and in terms of survival. Because if you do not address that issue of environment, the Land Use Act actually proposal has been mentioned already last year, and yet Congress has not passed it, and he has repeated it, and that's the reason why I said, my God, that really means that is a clear indication that he is he's calling them to task and asking them to do it. And he's even asking the uniformed personnel, the military, and to focus also on issues like economic sabotage. Normally, these things are in the fringes, but they are critical because people are very conscious about now about the dynamics of pricing, especially of basic goods and services. And now that there's going to be a new speaker who has had vast experience in economic planning, I think this dovetails exactly, this speech dovetails with the personnel and the leadership requirement in the House of Representatives.
Just very briefly on China, he talked about that. In spite of the improving relations with China, he said that we will not waver in our interest in the West Philippine Sea. How do you understand that, sir?
Well, I think that is a clear indication that we have not swung to the other end of the pendulum. Because one of the problems that we've had is the perception that we are running, we're moving to the other end of the pendulum, to China from the United States. No, it's not that.
You don't see it as that?
Yeah, as far as it's saying, okay, here we are. We have to have good relations with all countries, and we cannot deny the reality of China. However, we have to be just as vigorous in stating our case, because that is the strategic requirement for us and for the next generation.
And we can't keep using that extreme of we can't go to war, as you mentioned a while ago. Dindo, what stood out?
When you listen to the president, especially the way he started his State of the Nation address, what struck me is he was focusing on issues that the public perceived as his accomplishment. War on drugs, criminality, even salary of personnel, even the free tuition fee. So subtly he was talking about his accomplishment, and the public knows this. And from there he built on where he plans to bring this country. I was just hoping that beyond subsidy or mitigating measures on the economy, which continues to really challenge ordinary people, we could have built on how can we really create an environment that will create jobs and livelihood. And I find that lacking as of now. I'm happy when the President emphasizes independent foreign policy. I'm a great believer of that. But my belief on that is it's about building stronger relationship multilaterally.
What about
building more than what we perceive as his closest to certain nations.
Because you were talking about jobs, I just want to bring this in. What about the contractualization issue that the President mentioned, that it is beyond his mandate?
Yes, he speaks of Congress addressing this through legislation. We all know that there is a definition that allows contractualization, but that's we need a balance really on that, because that might turn off not only foreign but even domestic investors when it creates additional cost to business. What the President emphasized and tied it up with good governance or anti-corruption was the ease of doing business. We have to give credit to members of the Senate, because that was never part of the agenda of the President. Because it's good when the executive branch sees the beauty in certain initiatives by other houses of government.
Right. Something spearheaded by Senator Mig-Zubin, the Ease of Doing Business Act.
I remember that because I was one of those that were involved in the initial part of it, and it was fascinating that now when you see executive and the legislature working together,
complementing each other,
we can create initiatives that can really improve environment in the Philippines vis-a-vis job creation on one hand, good governance on one hand. So a lot of things can be done together.
Okay. All right, let's go to Mike. Mike, what about you?
I think it was good that the President was consistent with a lot of the pronouncements he's made in the past. So he mentioned a lot of those. At the same time, it's clear that he needs Congress's help. And so what I liked about his State of the Nation address is he gave a lot of directives, many things that we've probably heard before, but they're consistent. Things like continuing with the tax reform. I think he mentioned up to 5 possible packages. Ease of doing business, which I think was heard. I like the universal health care was being pushed. National land use for sure, and really made it clear a reduction of corruption and red tape is also there. But he did steer clear of certain things that people are concerned about, things like inflation he stayed clear of, weakening peso, for example, what to do with exports, perhaps rising debt and things like that. He did stay clear of those.
All right, I'd like to thank you guys for your reactions, but we'll get back to you. I just want to bring this in, what you're seeing on your screens right now. Also, a while ago, we'll show them again. Right now, it's the protest outside the Batasang Pambansa. Earlier, former Chief Justice Sereno was also there speaking before the crowd. She addressed the protesters outside the complex, and that will continue on again. Maybe no surprises this time from the President. As we remember last year, he did go out and meet some of the protesters. Still, live shots now of the President, possibly going to meet with lawmakers. Our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros, is still inside the Batasang Pambansa to get more reactions and feedback from the lawmakers, members of the diplomatic corps, maybe even Vice President Leni Robredo. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation of the State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte, and we will get some more feedback from our correspondents in and around the Batasang Pambansa. So again, let's go back to our guest here, sir. What was the one thing you wanted to hear that you did not hear the President talk about? Let's start. Well, Mike, you mentioned some already a while ago.
Well, the other thing that he didn't actually, I think he touched on it briefly, but he really didn't talk a lot about the Build program. So I think perhaps it's something that's been talked about a lot, and so he decided probably to stay away from it. But it would have been nice to hear a little more about how that program will progress and how it will be funded. Perhaps how the investment climate can be strengthened a little more, because a lot of uncertainty exists, and investors are looking for clear pronouncements on what will happen.
All right. Maybe I'll jump to Secretary Teves in relation to that.
And perhaps the economic team can amplify his speech indirectly by pursuing the comprehensive tax reform package 2. This will really help fund the Build program, and also I mentioned earlier that opening up the economy through the charter change will also be helpful. What was helpful also in the president's speech was his declaration that he will not be running for re-election.
Yeah,
that will
is clear,
improve the chances of the charter being approved by Congress.
Okay. Forgive me, sir. Let me just bring this in, of course. Live pictures inside the Batasang Pambansa. The president there meeting his family. Mayor Sara Duterte, I believe is the one in blue, about to sit down near the president, and his son, Paolo Duterte, former Vice Mayor Paolo Duterte, also there. Mans Carpio, the husband of Mayor Sara Duterte, beside her. As I mentioned a while ago, Vice Mayor Paolo Duterte. I saw him a while ago. And the other son, Baste, also supposed to be there. I guess before meeting the lawmakers, he meets with members of, well, his family. Let's go back to some of the highlights of the president's speech. Very early on, and it's not a surprise, I'm sure, to most of us that he talked about the war on drugs. Very telling was when he said that, you know, his critics are against the war on drugs because it violates human lives, when in fact the president says he's more concerned about human lives. Let's go back to the particular soundbite of the president.
If you think that I can be dissuaded from continuing this fight because of our demonstrations, your protests, which I find the way misdirected, then you got it all wrong. Your concern is human rights. Mine is human lives. The lives of our youth are being wasted and families are destroyed, and all because of the chemical called shabu, cocaine, cannabis, and heroin. Human rights to me means giving Filipinos, especially those at the society's fringes, a decent and dignified future to the social and physical infrastructures necessary to better their lives and freedoms, and the hard-earned property of every Filipino whose condition we wish to improve shall be protected from criminals, terrorists, corrupt officials, and traffickers and contrabands.
Again, we just heard the President's State of the Nation address. That lasted for less than an hour. And some of the highlights, of course, of that speech would be the President talking about the war on drugs, the train law, federalism, the National Land Use Act, and a number of other issues. So we still have our guests here in the studio. We'll be talking to them in a little while. Our Pia Ontivero still at the Batasang Pambansa. And we will just be taking a very short break. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. We'll be right back.
Must stop. Corruption is like a leech that it bleeds the government of funds, program, infrastructure, and social development projects. It saps the morale of dedicated and honest government workers, and corruption destroys those who succumb to its temptation, and eventually it is the innocent who will suffer and bear its horrible consequences.
Drugs, crime, and corruption, of course, very important for President Rodrigo Duterte. I want to ask our guests right now, Secretary Teves, let me begin with you. How has this administration fared in its fight against corruption?
It's doing according to its target, but the President himself indicated that there are areas for improvement, like, for example, in the implementation of the ease of doing business. Making sure that the approval process is adhered to, very short and not very long. The rice tarification bill, which he mentioned, will help in that respect too, because it will allow the private sector to import the rice instead of the NFA allocating quotas to different individuals. And
that's a good idea, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea. What's important is he specifically mentioned that this will help reduce the price of rice by 7 pesos. And the proceeds of the tariffs will be used to help the farmers reduce their cost of production. So it's possible to do both, reduce the costs and at the same time make it profitable still to the farmers.
Senator Mercado, what about you, sir?
Well, me, as I was listening to the speech, the thing that went to my mind is, you know, I teach public administration courses now, governance. One of the biggest problems that we have in the country is the fact that the world of public policy making and the world of policy implementation are two different worlds. You can have the public policy, but the implementation is not there. Because there is a overused political word, but no political will, and it's not sustained. Now, the president has been known when it comes to peace and order, to crime, drugs, he is really focused. And I think he is taking off from that particular stance to put it as well in other issues that may be soft issues compared to drugs. And I think this is the turning point. If it can be implemented with the same fervor, with the same grit as you implement the anti-drug war, then I think we will see a catching up of the implementation of measures of public policy and the actual the laws that exist.
All right. At this point, let's go to our George Cahiles. He's covering the protests along Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City. George, did the protesters hear the President's State of the Nation address, and what was their reaction? Were they appeased?
Well, actually, unlike in the past SONAs, they did not listen to the President's State of the Nation address, and they did not even give their criticism or reaction to that State of the Nation address. But what happened today, they call it actually a show of force. Now, various organizations critical of the Duterte administration joined forces today here in Commonwealth Avenue in relation to that State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. Protesters say they reached 40,000 individuals, but the police say that they picked at 15,000. But regardless of the number, the organizers say that this is the biggest and the broadest protest that they have organized under the Duterte administration. Now, currently, they are wrapping up their program, and some of them are actually leaving the Commonwealth Avenue area. Earlier, former Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno went up on the stage, actually openly criticizing the Duterte administration, particularly on the issue of killings under the Duterte administration and proposed charter change. Now, They pointed out several issues here: alleged human rights violations, increasing prices of goods due to the train law, low salary of workers and contractualization, alleged attacks suppress freedom and other civil liberties, and some territorial issues. Now, protesters say that these issues are enough for them to call for the president's ouster. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, George Cahiles. One of the senators who did not attend the President's State of the Nation address is opposition Senator Antonio Trillanes. He's speaking now. He's at the Commission on Human Rights. Let's listen.
Segundo, hindi niya sinabi kung sino man yung drug lord na nasa likod nun. Doon sa isang presidente na galit sa illegal drugs, ito na ang may pinakamalaking drug hole na nangyari sa ating bansa, pero wala siyang sinabi tungkol dito. Wala siyang sinabi tungkol dito sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin. Bagkus, nagsinungaling pa siya na sinabi niyang meron siyang mga solusyon dito sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bigas. Ngayon, sinabi rin niya na itong endo raw ay natapos niya. Doon sa sinabi niya, doon sa pinirmahan niyang directive noong May 1. Ito ay malaking kasinungalingan. So itong presidente natin ngayon ay nakita natin nang hina na. Siya ay bumitaw na. At pinabayaan ng ating bansa dahil talagang hindi niya kaya ito. At nakita natin yan bago nagsimula yung SONA. Nakitang-kita at ramdam na ramdam yung kahinaan nitong administrasyon na to na pinag-aagawan na ng mga kaalyado niya dati. So yan po ang aking mga reaksyon.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Faith po from TV5 News. And what grade will you give to President Duterte given his performance or dun sa na-mention po niya dun sa State of the Nation address? Thank you.
Okay. Ang sa akin pong grado niya nung 2 taon, sa akin po 0 eh. 0 dahil 20+ thousand na Pilipino ang pinatay niya. Walang grado ang pwede mag-justify nun. Aside pa dun sa kalbaryong binigay niya sa mga kababayan natin, yung mga taong naging biktima nitong anti-tambay policy, paano natin gagraduhan yun? So, yun po.
Pasensya na, mukhang nauulanan kayo ngayon. Pero mukhang pati langit naiyak yata doon sa sinabi ni Duterte kanina. Nabahala lang ako na muli sa simula ng pangatlong SONA ng ating Pangulo. Binugbog na naman niya yung kanyang paboritong bugbugin. Ang konsepto ng karapatang pantao o ng human rights. Tingin ko naaangkop na ngayong gabi, narito tayo sa Jokno Freedom Park dahil ito ay isang lugar kung saan ating kinikilala, ating ginugunita ang isang tao na napakalaki ng kontribusyon sa ating lipunan. At ang kontribusyon na yan, isa sa mga kontribusyon na yan, ay ang pagtaguyod ng kahalagahan ng human rights o ng karapatang pantao. Kanina, si Pangulong Duterte, sinika pang magbigay ng parang pagkakaiba. Nung sinabi niyang hindi daw siya for human rights, siya daw ay for human lives. Unang-una, mali na yun. Dahil ang human rights, ang pangunahing pakay nito ay depensahan at pagbutihin ang buhay ng tao. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng human rights. Pangalawa, kailan pa naging for human lives si Pangulong Duterte? Sabi nga ni Senator Sani, mahigit 20,000 na ang namamatay sa ilalim ng kanyang pamumuno at walang regret, walang pagsisisi, walang hiya ang patuloy niyang pagsuporta dito sa war on drugs na nagaganap. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, dinagdagan pa itong war on drugs sa isang war against mga tambay. Kaya sa 2 taon ng panahon na sa pamumuno ni Pangulong Duterte, klarong-klaro na hindi lang siya hindi for human lives, pero ang kanyang relasyon lamang sa human lives ay ang pagkuha nito. Siya ang pinakamalaking numero ng mga Pilipino na pinatay, na pinahirapan, at nilabag ang karapatan. Klarong-klaro pa lang nung simula na hindi malinaw o hindi gusto ni Pangulong Duterte ang konsepto ng human rights dahil mayor pa lang siya ng Davao, yung mga human rights advocates at yung mga kawani natin sa Commission ng Human Rights ang sumisingil sa kanya. Ang nakakahanap ng tapang na sitahin siya para doon sa ginagawa niyang kamalian nung siya pa lang ang mayor. Kaya ang unang-una niyang ginawa nung siya ay naupo bilang presidente ay siraan ang CHR, ipakulong si Senator Laila de Lima na pangunahing advocate ng human rights sa Senado at dating chairman din ng Commission on Human Rights, at patuloy na sirain yung konsepto ng human rights. Kaliwat kanan ang kanyang batikos, ang kanyang banta sa mga taga-UN, sa mga international observers na pumupuna sa kanya dahil sa kanyang masamang human rights record. Pero kaninang hapon, dun sa kanyang talumpati, ko lang na-realize na hindi lang sa hindi gusto ni Pangulong Duterte ang human rights, talagang hindi niya naiintindihan ito. Wala siyang alam tungkol sa karapatang pantao, wala siyang respeto dito, at wala tayong aasahan sa kanya kailanman habang siya ay presidente na tataguyod niya at puprotektahan ito. Kaya yan yung isang nakakalungkot na marinig mula sa isang presidente. Ito lang yata yung buong pagkaalam ko na nagkaroon tayo ng Pangulo na talagang tinatakwil yung konsepto ng karapatang pantao na nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon. At kanina, nung kanyang in-announce na balak niyang baguhin at ini-endorso na niya sa Kongreso yung proposal ng Consultative Commission para magkaroon tayo ng bagong konstitusyon, klarong-klaro din dito na isa na naman itong hakbang para lalo pang kitilin ang konsepto ng karapatang pantao. Kung hindi pa niyo alam, isa sa mga pinakamalaking pagbabago na gustong introduce ng bagong konstitusyon ay tinanggal ang salitang human rights doon sa dapat nirerespeto ng ating Estado. So, klarong-klaro, si Pangulong Duterte, simula pa lang, hindi lang war on drugs, hindi lang war on the poor, pero war on human rights ang kanyang sinasagawa. At sa tingin ko,
that's Vice President Lenny Robredo's lawyer, Barry Gutierrez, saying that, well, critical, of course, of the president's statement when he mentioned that his critics are for human rights and that the president is for human lives. Attorney Gutierrez actually saying that there will be no human lives if you don't take care of the rights of the people. Before that, Senator Antonio Trillanes, a vocal critic also of the president, saying that the president disregarded the biggest drug haul, the 6 billion peso shabu shipment coming from China that slipped past the Bureau of Customs, also hitting the president for contractualization, saying the president was not successful in his one of his campaign promises to end contractualization. And when asked to grade the president, Senator Antonio Trillanes gave him a 0. President Duterte said in his State of the Nation address he needs 48 hours to sign the Bangsamoro Organic Law. It was earlier ratified by the Senate, but not by the House of Representatives. Let's go to our David Santos, who is now in Maguindanao. David, how did the residents react to this?
Well, Pinky, what a day it has been. The mood shifted. This day started off with people here having the spirit of cautious optimism. Even before the president had delivered his State of the Nation address, they've been really cautious, setting high expectations if indeed the president will indeed sign the BOL. But that throughout the day, by midday, that optimism shifted to slight disappointment, especially with the lower house failing to ratify it, and now with the speech of the president, some sort of confusion whether where is the direction the passage of the law is taking. Now we are here this afternoon here in Sultan Kudarat, Maguindanao town, where earlier today, marami itong tao, punong-puno itong taong ito, itong gymnasium na ito, ginather yung mga residents here, led by the mayor to watch the speech of the president. And of course, had the BBL was passed, this should have been the backdrop of the president kung saan may celebration, may jubilation for the passage of the law. But of course, that did not happen. Of course, dito sa Sultan Kudarat din, nakabase ang camp ng MILF, yung main camp nila na Camp Darupanan. Earlier, we spoke to them. At sila din, they were very optimistic na sana nga ay mapapasa na itong BOL at matutuloy na ang pagbuo ng Bangsamoro government. At syempre, ngayon, medyo confused sila. No? Sinabi ni Presidente na 48 hours. So may question whether na-ratify na, well, of course, na-ratify na ng Senate, but sa House, what is going to happen now, especially kung naging political circus kanina sa lower house. So everybody seems to be confused, but still, I spoke to some of the people here and they're still very optimistic na sana nga at ay mapapasa pa rin ito. So sabi ng mga ibang tao dito, they've waited for years for this to happen, especially yung mga sympathetic to the MILF. They've waited for the BBL or now BOL to be passed into law. They would not mind that they would have to wait for a few more days para lang masiguro na ito ay magiging batas na, Pinky.
Oo nga, David, understandable. Ano, the president, actually, it was presidential spokesperson Harry Roque who said that they had to kind of edit the president's speech. Dahil ang plano daw is a surprise, he will sign it, no? The Bangsamoro Organic Law during his speech. Dahil hindi nga, unfortunately rather, hindi nga nangyari yon for those people waiting for this to happen. But he said, as you mentioned, 48 hours from the time he receives it, he will sign it. We will monitor the developments with, of course, the signing of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Maraming salamat sa iyo, David Santos. Meanwhile, thousands of President Duterte supporters are still near the Batasang Pambansa complex. They are holding what they call a People's Summit, highlighting the administration's accomplishments. Our Rex Remigio is still there joining us live. Rex, what's the situation there so far?
Well, there are over 3,000 supporters of President Duterte who are still camping out here. They patiently waited beginning at 10 in the morning until they listened to President Duterte's speech at past 5 in the afternoon. They're still hoping that President Duterte would come here and speak to them just like what he did with the militant groups last year. And because now they're applauding every significant accomplishment the President has mentioned. They're also taking the President because he has changed their life for the better. All day long, supporters have listened to government officials who talk about economic policies that have benefited them. One of them is the tax reform or train law. Despite criticisms, it is anti-poor. Now, most of the supporters are wearing green and white. They brought with them banners and posters to show their support. We have also seen supporters of former Senator Bongbong Marcos in red joining this event. A while ago, I talked to Agrarian Reform Secretary John Castriciones. He is also the national president of supporters of the Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte National Executive Coordinating Council or MRRD and ECC. He says the crowd here were not paid but voluntarily came to support the president. Castriciones also denies they use government funds to finance
All right, seems like we lost Rex Remigio there. He's, well, with the Duterte supporters. We'll get back to him a little later on. Let's go to our chief correspondent, Pia Ontiveros. She's with the Chinese ambassador to the Philippines, Zhao Zhanhua. Pia.
Pinky, you know, we were talking earlier before the President's SONA about how there would be some special emphasis on China. And true enough, during the President's State of the Nation address, he did speak at length about China and re-energized relations between that country, China, and the Philippines. And standing here beside me now is the Chinese ambassador to the Philippines, Zhao Zhanhua. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for granting us this interview.
For having me.
Yes. Well, Mr. Ambassador, tell us what you thought of the speech. The President, again, had very nice words for your country.
I think his remarks concerning China-Philippine relationship is fairly objective and is good. The reason why I say it's objective, because what he said reflects the facts. Despite the differences we have over the South China Sea, we have made tangible progress in the areas of cooperation, particularly in terms of trade, tourism, infrastructure. And I think the Filipino people have already benefited from the cooperation that have been being carried out by China and the Philippines based on the consensus reached by the two presidents, President Duterte and President Xi Jinping.
Mr. Ambassador, you've been here for 4 years now. That means that your last 2 years has been during the Duterte administration. So that means your first 2 years was during the Aquino administration. Can you describe to us how the shift in the relationship happened and what you felt and thought all that while?
First and foremost, given the over 4 years of experience as Chinese ambassador in the Philippines, I have a strong sense that the Filipino people really cherish the traditional friendship with Chinese people, despite the difficulties we're facing. Of course, the relationship have dramatically and significantly changed ever since President Duterte took office. As he said in his SONA speech, that he pursues an independent foreign policy, and the Philippines wants to be friends with every country, including China. I think what he's doing in terms of international relationships is really something that he's basing on the interests of the Philippines.
Okay. It's interesting that you use that term, the same term that Mr. Duterte, the president, used, independent foreign policy. Although there is criticism for that, people saying, why do you say independent foreign policy? That, we can be moving away from the U.S. and the West, but we are moving towards China and Russia. What do you think of that criticism?
Well, we are living in a global village. For a country like the Philippines, by pursuing an independent policy, is not just moving away from one country and moving closer to another country. I think the independent foreign policy is being implemented on a basis of dynamic balancing, meaning that they are pursuing foreign relations with other countries in accordance with the interests of the Philippines and the interests of the Filipino people.
Mr. Ambassador, can you tell, we already know what China has done for the Philippines in terms of partnership. Now, can you give us an idea, some clues as to what is in store in the next 6 months to 1 year when it comes to Philippine-China relations?
Well, we have been very hardworking together with the economic team of the Duterte administration to further implement the list of infrastructural projects. Actually, we have seen some great groundbreakings, and the groundbreaking for the 2 bridges over Pacific River funded by Chinese grants, and also the Chico River pumping project financed by Chinese soft loans. There are over 10 infrastructural projects in the pipelines.
Can you tell us more about those?
Well, it includes railways and bridges, also other irrigation projects.
Which bridges are we talking about and which railway? Which bridges are we talking about?
Well, bridges such as the Iloilo, Guimaras, and Negros. We have offered to do the feasibility study. The railway include the South Rail long haul, and they have the economic team of the Philippines have already presented their request for a soft loan. And it also includes a irrigation program that is a Chico River Dam, which will ensure additional water supply to Manila, Metro Manila. So there are many that we are working very hard together with the Filipino economic team to facilitate the implementation of these projects.
Mr. Ambassador Zhao Zhenhua of China, sir, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Let's turn over back to the studios, Pinky.
All right, thanks a lot, Pia Ontiveros, reporting to us there from the Batasang Pangbansa with Chinese Ambassador Zhao Zhenhua. Of course, the Chinese ambassador talking to us about the gains of, well, the Philippines from this renewed friendship, revitalized friendship with China, groundbreaking of certain bridges, and of course, more infrastructure projects in the pipeline. I'm still with my guests here, Secretary Gary Teves, Senator Orly Mercado, political analyst Dindo Manhit, and of course, our CNN Philippines business anchor, Mike Alimurong. Let's hear some final words. I know you've been with us for many, many hours, and we'd like to thank all of you. Let's start with Secretary Teves. Go ahead, sir.
Well, in summary, what is very helpful in this SONA, the third SONA of the President, is he focused on what needs to be done in the next 12 months. And there was already a signal by indicating the bills or laws that he'd like to see that will help improve the situation of the Filipinos as well as the country. This is a signal to both the House and the Congress to try to align their proposals so that we can have a common executive and legislative agenda, which, by the way, will also be helpful if the President can convene the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, maybe on a monthly basis, so that he can monitor and supervise together with the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, together with the leaders in Congress, and also monitor, by the way, the Build program, which will help generate jobs.
Right.
So that is very helpful. And the Build is also very important in the sense that based on the situation right now, about 78% of the Build program is projected to be funded by official development assistance.
BAs, yeah.
About 13% or 14% from the GAE or the budget, and only 8 to 9% from the private sector. Now, we relate this to the charter change. We can have more investors come in, fund some of these build projects, minimize the revenues that the government will use for these projects, and use these resources for social and educational projects.
You know, Secretary, you mentioned the LEDAC. It's been said that apparently the President convened the LEDAC 4 times the past 2 years. So they're saying that napakakonte nung times na nagkita-kita o nagsama-sama ang LEDAC. Secretary Teves, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Senator Orly Mercado.
I'll take off from this discussion about LEDAC. Gary and I have been in Congress before. We've seen it work. And I do remember that at the beginning there were reservations amongst other senators about, committing ourselves without having a caucus first. But it proved to be beneficial in crafting the legislation because many of the substantive issues were already being discussed and we had access to information instead of holding those long hearings which get to be postponed many times. Napakabilis nung ang dami namin nagawang batas on that particular basis. So my suggestion, and I support the idea that they should be convened as often as possible. The other thing that I like about the speech was the fact that the local government units are now being held responsible for their actions, especially as regards the environmental issues.
Protection, yeah.
The environmental protection. Everybody has to make to protect.
It's about time, huh, sir?
But by gum, we have to really do it at the local government units level.
Agree, sir. All right, Dindo.
Yep. Again, when you speak after 2 great minds, I think I just would like to emphasize that the SONA is actually a time for the President to lay out a roadmap for the coming year, his 3rd year. But what makes his 3rd year different is that we're entering an election year.
Right.
So we can expect the focus of our members of Congress would be on the re-election. So it's good to organize themselves through processes like the LEDAC, engage with the executive, and really accept what can be done with maybe with the new leadership of the House, with the recent change also in the Senate with Senator Tito Soto, and really build what they can build, with being driven by simply, I hope, the concerns of the Filipino people at this moment, which is really economic in nature. Poverty, jobs, living with the challenges of inflation brought about maybe by other causes, but in their minds, it's the train law. And I believe the President has benefited in the sense that people don't see it as his output. He's not being made accountable for it yet.
Yeah.
So, but one of these days it will bite on him, and that's a greater challenge to the populist style of leadership of the President. They need to address this with substantive policy initiatives instead of mere statements. So we need government to follow up what the President said when he said there are mitigating measures, which I've not really seen.
Let's find out what the mitigating
So it's about
measures are.
execution.
Yeah, I guess, as he mentioned, it would be definitely the rice imports.
Yes.
That would be one of them. But there is a second round, a third round, a fourth round of this tax reform package, the second one to happen sometime January next year. Mike?
So I think a lot of the things that the President said really exhibit where his passions are, and the SONA allowed him to really mention to everybody where his focus areas are and really what he's demanding from people. At this point, a lot of already has been said, and what really the people want is the results. And so going forward for the next remainder of the term, what we really need to see is the real impact on the people for all of these pronouncements and initiatives that he's asked people to do.
All right, Mike Alimurang. Thank you. Mike, Dindo Manhit, as usual. Maraming salamat kay Dindo. Senator Orly Mercado, so good to see you, sir. And of course, Secretary Gary Teves, it's good to see you also, sir. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you to our guests who have stayed with us since, about 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. We'll be right back.
This is a continuing CNN Philippines special presentation of President Rodrigo Duterte's third State of the Nation address. There's no other way to say it, but it has been a very, very long, hard day, especially for those of us who were here from the beginning here at the Batasang Pambansa complex here in Quezon City. Of course, what we witnessed was a very long introduction before the President introduction, and that is putting it mildly. Before the President could deliver his State of the Nation address. That's because there was a little bit of a wrinkle when it comes to the House leadership. There was that struggle between House Speaker Pantaleon, Bebot Alvarez, and what others claim now, her allies claim, is the new Speaker of the House of Representatives, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. You all witnessed it earlier today during the morning session. First, there was that failure to ratify the Bangsamoro organic law, which should have happened in the morning. And then later on in the afternoon, congressmen allies of former President and Pampanga Congressman gathered in the session hall, in the plenary hall, to vote her or to elect her as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives. And before that, of course, there was that attempt to circulate that manifesto of support for her, asking that she be elected as Speaker of the House of Representatives. However, when President Duterte arrived, and again, I'm sure you all saw that, what we saw was Senate President Tito Soto and Bebot Alvarez acting as Speaker of the House, welcoming President Duterte as he arrived. And then that's when the 1 hour and 15-minute wait occurred. We waited for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Please remember the appointed time for the President to address a joint session of Congress is 4 o'clock in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July. That is when the President should be addressing Congress or a joint session of Congress and delivering his State of the Nation address. But that didn't quite happen. That didn't quite happen for an hour and 15 minutes. And then the president was finally able to deliver his 48-minute long, the shortest ever, at least by President Duterte standards, his SONA. Now, standing beside me is Congressman Lito Atienza, one of one of Congresswoman Gloria Arroyo's allies. And of course, Congressman Atienza is saying that Gloria Arroyo is the new Speaker of the House. Is that right, Congressman Atienza?
Yes, because we had an election. The majority of the congressmen voted for her, so we recognize her as the new Speaker. Before all of this happened, before the SONA, before the President even arrived, as first thing in the agenda, in fact, during the lunch hour, when the majority of congressmen present insisted on holding a session in spite of the former Speaker Alvarez refusal. He refused to continue the session when we haven't even handled the BBL, the all-important subject matter for today.
Which the president should have signed today.
Yes.
Sir,
the problem is that he just stepped out the moment he felt that there would be a motion to declare his position vacant.
Congressman Atienza, if, as you say, Gloria Arroyo is the new Speaker of the House, why wasn't she the one who, alongside Senator Tito Soto, who is Senate President, welcomed the President?
Because the Speaker, Alvarez, like a spoiled child, refused to accept the verdict of change. Ayaw niyang bumaba, nakakaya naman kay Presidente na naghihintay. He arrived on time, before 4, but since the former Speaker insisted that he be recognized like a spoiled child, as I said, dinipose siya. There's such a thing as a loss of confidence.
So why did it take 1 hour and 15 minutes? What was the struggle?
Because Speaker Alvarez refused to accept the results of the election. Meanwhile, the new Speaker waited there.
Waited where?
This lounge namin. Patiently waiting for him to realize he's no longer accepted as our Speaker. Pero ayaw niyang tanggapin yun. So, si Speaker GMA na nagbigay. Sabi niya, sige, kung gusto mong ikaw pa rin Speaker, kasi ang kanyang request, hanggang SONA raw, kinalin siyang Speaker.
Okay.
O yun, pumayag si GMA doon.
Sige. Well, we don't have much time. Like today, we didn't have all that time. But my last question is, tonight, you, allies of Gloria Arroyo, are still going to attempt to hold a session, correct?
There's a session going on. In spite of the fact, ayaw pa rin bigyan ng electricity, ayaw bigyan ng sound system, tinago pa rin yung maze. We're like a bunch of kids right now here. Why? Because we have an irresponsible former Speaker.
Okay, well, Congressman Lito Atienza, thank you very much. And by the way, sorry, isa na lang pahabol. Kayo po ba, tama po ba yung information ko? Dapat, kung natuloy sa session itong pagtatanggal kay Bebot Alvarez, kayo po ba daw ang magmo-motion to declare the position vacant?
I couldn't have done that because I belong to the minority. It should be a member.
Who should it have been? Nonoy. Si Nonoy Andaya dapat.
Ang nangyari, si Nonoy Andaya, si Deputy Speaker Fred Castro, at si puro mga majority mga nagsalita. Kami, sumuporta lang kami.
Alright. Congressman Atienza, again, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, this CNN Philippines special presentation of President Duterte's third State of the Nation address continues. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to CNN Philippines special presentation of the President's State of the Nation address, his third State of the Nation address that happened a little past 5 p.m. And of course, as witnessed by many of you who have been tuned in to the President's or our coverage of the President's SONA, there was a delay because of the, initially the plan to oust Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza saying, of course, that was successful as they garnered about 180 votes for two things. a manifesto was signed. One is for a change in the leadership, and two, to put Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo as Speaker of the House. What happened really, part of the delay was because after Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo garnered the signatures needed, 180 of them, when you only need about, well, 50% plus one of the total 292 congressmen at the House of Representatives. When the president arrived at the rear entrance of the Batasan complex, it was Senate President Tito Soto and Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez who met the president, which in fact caused some sort of confusion because Congresswoman or Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo had, as you see a while ago, went to the rostrum, in some manner spoke to the congressman there. The reason was that there was no mic available, no audio available, as that had been, according to Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza, cut by Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez and possibly his team. That's why Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo was talking to her fellow congressmen and congresswomen in that kind of fashion. So moving forward, it was Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez who met the president, and eventually that took about I don't know, maybe possibly 45 minutes when they met the president together with Senate President Tito Soto. They went inside the holding room, which again, as I mentioned a while ago, caused some confusion on who the real speaker is. Because as tradition would tell us, it's the Speaker and the Senate President who should be meeting the President as he arrives at the Batasan complex. And this was, of course, taken at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In fact, President Rodrigo Duterte arrived exactly at 4 in the afternoon via helicopter, and they were walking, and then they made their way inside this particular holding room with a special assistant to the President, Bongo, and of course, the majority leaders of both houses of Congress. In the Senate, that's Senator Mig Zubiri, and at the House of Representatives, that would be Congressman Rudy Fariñas, again, of course, to the right of the President, the Senate President and the House Majority, Senate Majority Leader, rather, and to his left was the House contingent. So that took a while. Until about after around 5 p.m. we eventually saw the Senate President and the Speaker make their way into the rostrum. All right, so what we're seeing right now are these live shots. Okay, so here live shots. That's Congresswoman, rather. I'm sorry, Congresswoman or Speaker Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo in red. As we saw a while ago, she had gone up the rostrum. Congressman Lito Atienza telling us that there is still no audio inside the Batasan complex. So we'll try to find out exactly what's going on at this particular time. Our Joyce Ilas joins us from the Batasan complex. Joyce.
Yes, thank you. The allies of former President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo is once again reconvening the session of the House of Representatives today. What they are doing now is they are calling the roll to establish quorum, and if there is a quorum, then they would proceed with the session. Now, the agenda of tonight's session is to first, they plan to make a motion to formally vacate or to formally declare the position of House Speaker vacant. That would be done via viva voce vote or voice vote. And then after that, once the position of House Speaker has been declared vacant, and then somebody is expected to nominate Arroyo for the position of House Speaker, and then they would conduct a nominal voting to get her elected to the position. So they already did this earlier in the afternoon, at around 3 in the afternoon. They convened, they called the roll, they move to vacate, move to declare the position of the House Speaker vacant, and of course, and also they conducted nominal voting to elect Arroyo as the House Speaker. But according to Congressman Carlo Nograles, they are doing this again because there were some congressmen who were not aware that such a session was taking place earlier this afternoon, and they said that they wanted to join the voting. They wanted to be part of that session, so that's why they are doing it again today. We have been hearing different numbers. One congressman told us, Congressman Sandberg told us that during that session earlier this afternoon, around 180 congressmen or 182 congressmen have voted to elect Arroyo as the new House Speaker. But Nograles said that there was only around 160 congressmen who voted in favor of Arroyo. But the point is, in order to be elected as the new House Speaker, you need the vote of the majority, that is 50 plus 1, and the majority here is 147. So they have the numbers, and they have the numbers to elect Arroyo. The question now is the validity of what they are doing. Congressman Ed Salagman is saying that what they're doing right now, this session is a sham because it does not have the important factors needed to hold a session. For example, there was no mace. The logo of the House of Representatives wasn't here. But GMA allies are saying that the House Speaker or Alvarez's allies hit the mace, so that shouldn't stop them from doing what they are doing right now. And there is also no House Secretariat. The Secretary General is not here. They don't have sound system, but they do have a microphone now. We're just not sure where they are getting the audio from. But basically, Lagman is saying that what they are doing now is a sham and invalid. But according to Congressman Nograles, what is more important now is what the majority wants. The power or the authority should emanate from the majority, and they have the majority right now. So that should be enough to make the whatever it is, whatever decision, motion approved it is they have right now. That should be enough. The number of the majority should be enough to make them valid. Thank you.
Joyce, it's just really, as you mentioned, part 2 of what happened at 3 p.m. What happened at 3 p.m. is again happening now, or a couple of minutes ago, around 7 p.m. They are convening. They are calling a roll call, yeah, and then they will, as you mentioned, declare the speakership vacant and then nominate Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Speaker. I just wonder, among the points that Congressman Ed Salagman had raised, that this would eventually be a sham because of there's no mace, there's no sec-gen, there's no sound system, but as you mentioned, there's a mic, versus the will of the majority of the members of the House of Representatives. I guess that's where they need to decide which is legal or which is above board, which is the right thing to do.
Yes, that is the problem that we are facing right now, Pinky, because this is the first time that this happened here at the House of Representatives. This is the first time that such session is being held. But according to Congressman Lito Atienza, in his own words, House Speaker Alvarez and the House leadership are acting like a child. They are being childish by hiding the mace, by stopping Congress, by refusing to work. Because congressmen are saying that they want to work, but Alvarez and Salinas are refusing to work. So wala na sila ibang magagawa, kundi magtatrabaho na lang sila. They took it upon themselves to just work, even if the House leadership refuses to. So they wouldn't be stopped by the missing mace or by the lack of sound system. What is more important is their job.
Yeah.
That's what they are saying.
Yeah, kasi gaano ba ka-importante, that's a point they can raise, gaano pa ka-importante yung maize compared doon sa majority vote. As you mentioned, that's 50% plus 1. The magic number would be 147. And Joyce, what's telling here is they don't want to stop until Gloria Macapagal Arroyo is Speaker.
Yes, that seems like it, because as Congressman Lito Atienza said, they do not want Alvarez anymore in his post. They've had enough of him. They do not want him anymore. The last straw for them, they are saying, is his repeated statement that he is in support of the no election scenario.
That's right.
He said that it is misrepresentation for Alvarez to say that Congress is in favor of this, or that Alvarez is sort of projecting that the House of Representatives is in favor of the no election scenario.
That is the sentiment, Yeah. All right. So, Joyce, I know you will continue to monitor the developments there, as we will here in the studio. But for now, Joyce will be taking a short break. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. As I mentioned, we'll continue to monitor the developments at the House of Representatives, because a number of congressmen again are gathered inside the plenary hall to nominate Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Speaker. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's go to the House of Representatives. Our senior correspondent, Ina Andalong, is there. Ina, what's the stand of Malacanang on the House speakership?
Many are now asking who the Speaker of the House is as far as President Duterte is concerned, especially after seeing how this apparent leadership row somewhat delayed the start of the President's speech earlier this afternoon. Now, we were able to speak to two high-ranking Malacanang officials who confirmed to us that as far as President Duterte is concerned, right now, the House Speaker is still Pantaleon Alvarez. Now, these sources also confirmed to us that President Duterte met separately with Pantaleon Alvarez and Pampanga Representative Gloria Arroyo before he delivered his SONA. And after those meetings, he went on to deliver his speech. And as we saw earlier, it was Alvarez seated beside President Duterte, an indication, or rather a reflection of what our sources were telling us earlier. We did ask both these officials about what looked like an oath-taking ceremony held with Mrs. Arroyo earlier, and they both say that the President believes that there might be some legal issues with regards to that process. So right now, again, Pantaleon Alvarez is still the House Speaker as far as President Duterte is concerned. Now, we were able to speak to another palace official who was willing to go on the record about this, Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Salvador Panelo. However, what he said is actually contradicting to what our other sources told us earlier. As far as Panelo is concerned, he says he might even consider advising his good friend Pantaleon Alvarez to heed what some 180 lawmakers are saying, that they want him replaced by Gloria Arroyo. In fact, Panelo said he was able to speak to Gloria Arroyo, who told him a little about what she discussed with President Duterte. And Panelo said that Mrs. Arroyo seemed to have the impression that tomorrow, when a session resumes, she will be presiding over Congress. Pinky?
All right, thanks a lot to Ina Andalong. Let me just recap that. According to the sources, our sources from Malacanang, it's clear to them, according to the sources, that the Speaker is still Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. Again, according to sources from Malacanang, the Speaker is still Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. In fact, I guess, as Ina, the word used was the Speaker sitting beside the President during the State of the Nation address is a reflection of that particular statement made by the sources, our sources from Malacanang, that he is still Speaker. But again, there could be legal issues, as mentioned by the sources, because of how Gloria Macapagal Arroyo was elected as Speaker of the House. So, according to Ina, she also spoke to Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Sal Panelo. However, Sal Panelo was singing a different tune. He was saying that he would actually, if he could talk to Speaker Alvarez and consider to heed the call of about 180 lawmakers that they want Speaker Alvarez to be replaced. Again, that's what happened earlier. I believe that should have been around 5 p.m. when, together with Senate President Tito Soto, Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez was seated there at the rostrum waiting for President Rodrigo Duterte's, for him to deliver, rather, his State of the Nation address. So what is happening right now, just to keep you up to speed, is that there are a number of congressmen still at the plenary hall at the House of Representatives as we speak. They have a microphone, but the maze is still missing from the House of Representatives. They are doing a roll call, and as we are anticipating, a vote may happen to again elect, well, two things: declare the speakership vacant and nominate Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Speaker of the House. These are live pictures inside the plenary hall of the Batasang Pambansa. We will continue to bring you the latest there, what will happen, what could happen. Again, as our Joyce Ilas, our House correspondent, has told us, that scene happened at about 3 p.m., happening again now at 7 p.m., and we will continue to monitor the developments there, so please stay tuned to CNN Philippines. For now, we'd like to thank you for joining us in our special presentation of the President's third State of the Nation address. I'm Pinky Webb. Again, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Cherry Mercado, and this is a CNN Philippines special presentation of President Rodrigo Duterte's third State of the Nation address. We begin with this breaking news. The House of Representatives officially elects former President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as the new House Speaker. Our correspondent Joyce Ilas is at the Batasang Pambansa. Joyce, please tell us more.
Cherry, 184 congressmen voted in favor of electing Arroyo as the new House Speaker Monday night. 12 abstained from voting. Plans to oust Alvarez have been circulating for many months now, and on Monday, it finally happened, but not without Alvarez giving a fight. Some congressmen say a first daughter and Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio called some of them up to ask them to oust Alvarez and to support Arroyo as the new House Speaker. Alvarez and the first daughter had a falling out after he allegedly said that Duterte Carpio belongs to the opposition or is part of the opposition. Buhay Party List Representative Vito Atienza adds many congressmen have had enough of Alvarez's leadership. Atienza explains the last straw for many congressmen was when Alvarez made a statement pushing for a no election next year, which many congressmen are not in favor of, according to Atienza. The ouster was supposed to take place during the opening of the third regular session Monday morning, but the House leadership tried to block the plan to oust Alvarez by cutting the session short. Even if some agenda have yet to be accomplished, such as the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law for the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. But congressmen were determined to kick Alvarez out of his post. In the afternoon, congressmen returned to the session hall and passed around a manifesto expressing support support to elect Arroyo as House Speaker. And in the evening, after the SONA, 238 congressmen, or rather 244 congressmen, held another session where Alvarez was finally ousted, or was again ousted from his post, and 184 congressmen voted to elect Arroyo as the new House Speaker. Sherry?
Thank you very much, Joyce Ilas, reporting from the Batasang Pambansa. President Rodrigo Duterte lays down his legislative priorities in his third State of the Nation address. Thousands were there to witness the event, including lawmakers, cabinet officials, and foreign delegations. At the rostrum, President Duterte was accompanied, as practice, by the leaders of Congress, Senate President Tito Soto and House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez. They all witnessed the president deliver his speech at exactly 5:21 in the afternoon. That's more than an hour later than scheduled. The speech lasted for 48 minutes, a bit longer than the promised 35-minute speech. Let's now go to our senior correspondent, Ina Andulong, who's also at the Batasan. Ina, can you take us back to the highlights of Mr. Duterte's State of the Nation address?
Well, Cherry, many, if not most, of the issues President Duterte raised in his third SONA, we've already heard before. Right off the bat, he talked about his campaign against illegal drugs, how the fight is far from over. So human rights advocates who continue to criticize how law enforcers conduct the anti-drug drive, he called their protests misdirected, saying he still has to see these people, has yet to see these people condemn drug lordism and drug dealing. Now, the president also spoke of his anti-corruption drive, stressing that the people would eventually have retribution on those who steal from government coffers. President Duterte was supposed to sign the proposed Bangsamoro organic law during his speech, had the measure been ratified by the House of Representatives. But since the chamber failed to deliver, the president instead vowed that once transmitted to his office, the bill would be good as signed. Here's the president in his own words.
Version is transmitted and received by my office. The law has been passed, actually, and I intend to give me 48 hours to sign it and ratify the law.
Cherry, the president also talked about the train law, which many consumers are complaining about. He put his foot down, insisting that no, the law will not be suspended because he says it's needed to help poor families and the elderly cope with rising prices of goods. Now, to help stabilize prices, the president cited the need to address the problem of artificial rice shortage. He said he would order intelligence agencies to unmask rice cartels who are causing economic sabotage.
I now ask all the rice hoarders, cartels, and their protectors. You know that I know who you are. Stop messing with the people. I hate to power sometimes is not a good thing, but I hope I would not have to use it against you.
As for the shift to federalism, the president said he's confident that people will stand behind the proposed new constitution. On his priority legislative agenda, he called on Congress to fast-track the passage of the Universal Health Care Bill, among others, to ensure that Filipinos are protected from financial burden due to sickness. He said the government is also working on institutionalizing the implementation of the no-balance billing policy. And lastly, on the issue of contractualization, or ENDO, many people continue to wait for the president to keep his word that he will end ENDO. President Duterte said his administration has helped regularize more than 300,000 workers as of early this month, but he admits it's not enough and says he needs Congress's help to really end all forms of ENDO.
I understand that this does not satisfy all sectors. I share their sentiment. I truly do. Much as I would like to do the impossible, That power is not vested upon me by the Constitution, and neither will I make both ends meet, even if I will violate the laws to achieve that purpose. Simply, it is not part of my territory. That is why I add mine to their voices in asking Congress to pass legislation ending the practice of contractualization once and for all.
President Duterte left the Batasang Bangsa Cherry at around 8 p.m. after spending time with his family right after delivering his speech. Cherry?
Our senior correspondent Ina Andulong reporting. Senator Miguel Zubiri is disappointed after the House of Representatives failed to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. But Zubiri is keeping his faith the House will ratify the measure tomorrow. In the Senate's opening of session this morning, senators ratified the BOL, supposedly simultaneous with the lower house. But congressmen were preoccupied with ouster moves against Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez.
We know there's a bit of intramurals that are going on there now. So medyo politically magulo ang House as of the moment. So we respect that. It's not the end for BOL. It's just a temporary setback. You're looking maybe at a one-day.
Senate President Tito Soto says they will announce the chamber's priority agenda tomorrow after a caucus on amending the Constitution. President Duterte said in his State of the Nation address he needs 48 hours to sign the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Our David Santos tells us how residents in Cotabato City are reacting to this.
Residents here began Monday with cautious optimism, even if Congress had assured the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, making it a centerpiece for President Duterte's SONA. Now, that mood shifted to slight disappointment when the lower house failed to ratify the draft law following infighting among its leaders on what appeared to be a bizarre turn of events as to who should be the House Speaker. When it was the turn of the President to deliver the SONA, he did mention about the Bangsamoro Organic Law in his speech, but he also left some people here confused on the actual status of the bill's passage. We spoke to some of them, and despite the seemingly disheartening outcome of the President's SONA, residents here say they will still anticipate its passage soon.
Siyempre, disappointed. Dapat ay pasang bibil para sa Bangsamoro ng Mindanao.
Siguro hindi lamang po nagkaintindihan, no? But hopefully, no, magtutulong-tulungan din po yung Congress at especially yung Senate na may pasa po itong Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Magbigyan natin ng within 48 hours. Kung hindi yan comply, masunod, siguro may doubt na doon.
In a statement, President Peace Advisor Jess Dureza described the Bangsamoro Organic Law as a, quote, collateral damage brought about by the bickerings at the lower house, which involved, ironically, his former boss, former President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Arroyo. Now, Senate Majority Leader Miguel Zubiri, who co-chaired the bicameral committee deliberations of the bill, said it's not yet the end for the BOL. What happened Monday, Zubiri pointed out, was just a temporary setback. The More Islamic Liberation Front, or MILF, had waited for years for this day to come. Now, there's no question it would not mind waiting for a few more days to see its dream of an autonomous government become a reality. In Sultan Kudarat, Maguindanao, David Santos, CNN Philippines.
President Duterte says the improved relationship with China does not mean we will give up the West Philippine Sea.
Improved relationship with China, however, does not mean that we will waver in our commitment to defend our interests in the West Philippine Sea. This is why we engage China through this bilateral and multilateral platform such as the ASEAN-China and the Philippines-China bilateral consultation mechanism.
Fairly objective. That's how Chinese ambassador to the Philippines, Zhao Jinhua, sees Duterte's remarks on China. He adds the relations between Manila and Beijing have significantly changed.
I think his remarks concerning China-Philippine relationship is fairly objective and is good. The reason why I say it's objective because what he said reflects the facts. Despite the differences we have over the South China Sea, we have made tangible progress in the areas of cooperation, particularly in terms of trade, tourism, infrastructure. And I think the Filipino people have already benefited from the cooperation.
Later, Transport Secretary Art Tugade and Public Works and Highway Secretary Mark Villar joins us live to assess the President's State of the Nation address. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines.
I applaud Congress for the timely passage of the train law. You have made funds available to build better roads, bridges, and improve health and education, and strengthen our safety and security. Some have incorrectly blamed our effort towards a fairer tax system for all the price increases in the past months, and some irresponsibly suggesting to stop train implementation. We cannot and should not. We need this for sustainable growth that leaves no Filipino left behind. Train is already helping poor families and senior citizens cope up with rising prices. This year we are giving 149 billion pesos worth of subsidies to the poor and vulnerable. Next year the amount will be increased to 169 billion pesos. But no amount of subsidy can help the poor if some businesses take advantage of their situation to make more money. I ask businesses to cooperate with us in charging a fair price.
You're back to CNN Philippines special coverage of the State of the Nation address, and you've just heard part of the President's speech where he said the train law or the reforms in taxation are necessary for sustainable growth. He says the poor will benefit from the multi-billion pesos subsidies. And now for us to talk about the infra projects of the Duterte administration, joining us in the studio are Transport Secretary Art Tugade and Public Works and Highway Secretary Mark Villar. Good evening, sirs, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Good evening, Madam Sherry.
Good evening, Sherry.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you very much for coming right after the SONA. You went straight here to the studio.
Well, this is a special show, and therefore special attention is needed.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that. But how was the mood a while ago in the SONA? It was later than expected. It's supposed to start at 4. It started at 5:20. How was the wait like?
It was very focused. People were excited to hear what the president was to say. You know, it may have been delayed for one reason or another, but the moment the president got in, the environment changed. It was an environment of expectation and what people wanting to hear exactly what the president wants, what is the president's direction in terms of priorities.
Yes, the legislative priorities were definitely laid out, no. And he stuck to pretty much 35 minutes. That was 48 minutes, no. Was there any part of the SONA that you thought were the best part, or was there anything that he didn't mention that you would have wanted him to mention?
I think that he touched on the subjects that are important. Of course, in such a short span of course, in that time period, you cannot sa dami ng mga projects. And we've had actually, prior to his SONA, we've had pre-SONAs. So I think that the system, what the president did this year is very good in the sense that we will disseminate after the SONA all the details about the projects, because obviously there's so many projects that you couldn't possibly he didn't want to you couldn't possibly say them all at one sitting.
Hindi na inisa-isa, no? Yes. And he said that he mentioned in his speech that it was self-serving for him to mention all the accomplishments, that there is going to be a report to be given after the State of the Nation address.
That was sincerity on the part of the president. Sincerity in terms of communicating substance. Sincerity in terms of properly using the time of people in attendance there. Note, he said, we have a litany of achievements. Some have been done, many more will be done. But to enumerate them at this time can be self-serving. Perhaps the better approach will be just to put them on a written form, and it will be distributed, and for people to read and appreciate it in their own nice, sweet time. Remember, as pointed out by Secretary Mark, this is a twin action of what was done before the SONA. Nagkaroon niya ng mga pre-SONA, where the people who were in attendance were given a total glimpse of what was done, what will be done, and what is hoped to be achieved during the remaining term of the President.
I think this is one of the difference of this particular SONA, that there wasn't a litany of accomplishments, which is usually expected of the SONA. But let's talk about the litany, because you're both here, and the DPWH and the DOTR comprise the bulk of the BBB, which is going to be 8 trillion pesos in budget. That's not naman 1 year, That's until 2022. So, tingnan natin yung litanya ng mga proyekto, before I ask you further questions, para alam ng mga televiewers natin ano yung pinag-uusapan natin. As far as the DPWH is concerned, your projects, you have, according to your report, you have built 3,945 kilometers of roads. 1,900 kilometers of this were widening, 328 kilometers bypasses and diversion roads, 393 kilometers of missing gaps connecting national roads, 1,316 kilometers of access roads, widened 511 bridges, replaced 204 bridges, built 127 bridges, and you still have a lot of projects coming. Budget-wise, the DPWH had a 662 billion peso budget for 2017, and 610 billion of this are for projects, and 34.14% were disbursed, or a total of 222.66 billion pesos. So there's a litany. Definitely there's a lot of projects, and you want to connect the islands of the Philippines and improve a lot of road networks. But still, the COA is saying that there was underspending. And you have explained this, but just in a nutshell, para lang maintindihan ng mga kababayan natin, maraming proyekto, marami naman na-disburse, 222 billion out of 610 billion, pero bakit may underspending pa din?
I wouldn't call it underspending. In fact, the numbers would bear me out, because in the case of the DPWH, we've obligated 92%. That's never been done under the Duterte administration. We've obligated more than about 92% of our budget, and that's the highest that DPWH has ever achieved. At the same time, disbursements, last year we disbursed a little more than 400 billion pesos. That's also the highest percentage-wise and absolute in terms of absolute value. So I think that, of course, there is always room for improvement, and we will continue to improve. But under the Duterte administration, there have been significant leaps in terms of infrastructure implementation. Of course, let's bear in mind that infrastructure projects are multi-year. These flagship projects, they have a time span of 2 to 3 years. So the amount that you'll be dispersing is not at one time. It's spread out over a long period of time.
Hindi pwedeng ilabas lahat ng budget.
Yung pwedeng sabihin in 1 year tapos na. For both, in any infrastructure project, let's keep in mind that these big ticket projects take years. So hindi naman po lahat in 1 year madidisperse lahat po ng budget ng isang project.
And same with the Department of Transportation, sir.
Ma'am, to understand fully the meaning of the seeming delay, para bagang sinasabi, yung delay is attributable to us not performing our thing, to us neglecting to perform our job. There are 4 headings that we have to understand. Number 1 is the budget. Number 2 is the obligated portion. Number 3 is the unobligated. Number 4 is the actual disbursement. Para ho maintindihan ito, may budget ho. Pero meron dun sa budget na iyawas yung hindi tinatawag na na-obligate. Ibig ban sabihin yung non-obligated, hindi ginawa namin ang trabaho? Hindi ho. Dun sa transportation, there are 2 basic reasons why there is a substantial amount which is non-obligated. Bakit ho? Non-obligated because there was savings. And number 2, non-obligated because the projects were suspended or set aside.
Ito, sir, yung sinasabi nyo, yung unused part of 39 billion, yung pong pinapakita natin sa TV, that is part of that, you're saying, is savings dun sa 39 million na unused.
Savings yun, saka yung project na hindi natuloy o suspend like the BRT. Okay?
Cebu and Metro
The
Manila.
obligated, ito ho yung napunta na sa proyekto. Pero sinasabi nila, bakit ang na-disburse mo only 27? Kasi sabi nga ni Secretary Mark, yung isang proyekto, hindi mo naman gagastusin one time yan. It takes years. Sometimes also, there are certain requirements where you have to do actual expenditures. Does it mean that we are not doing our job? No. The expenditures are being scheduled. Hindi ibig sabihin, it's gone. It's to be shelved forever.
But there will be improvements as we go along, no? For this one, for moving forward. For example, you have mentioned, Sec Mark, na meron kayong contractors ngayon na iniimbestigahan, no?
Yes,
42 contractors in charge of 400 projects, and also changes with the procurement system of the DOTR. Can you give us a brief summary of these changes that we are to expect para maging mas efficient ang
well, one major change in the case of the DPWH is the use of a software monitoring for project management. I think that is what helped us identify those 40 contractors. Prior dati po kasi ang ginagawa ng DP it's mano-mano. May Excel spreadsheet, and it's very hard to collect information properly. So now that it's automated, now it's computerized, we can immediately use analytics we can see immediately who are the contractors who have high slippages. We can immediately act on these issues, and that's what happened. Now that this software this year came online, I think it's a big help in terms of the implementation of projects. So we expect that there will be major improvements in terms of the implementation of projects.
Are you going to be suspending some contractors?
We've already started. Disqualifying. Actually, we're looking at disqualifying 48 contractors.
This means there will be bidding again, no?
They will not be able to bid because they have pending issues with the department.
Secretary Togadet, moving forward?
Yeah, moving forward, one of the major change that will be done is the passage of the Anti-Red Tape Act. Remember, the President mentioned this in his SONA? And he said, this is designed to cut processing time. If you cut processing time, then you enhance the rationalization and realization of the projects. You have to follow this. When you follow this, there will have to be changes on people. Changes on people, set aside those who have cases, bring in those who are committed and have the passion for public service. On top of that, you'll have to address systems. In addition to what Secretary Mark is saying, there are changes in the system. For example, let me be specific. Under the present system, there is a notice of award. Then there is a notice to proceed. There is an interval here of 60 days. And what do we say? From now on, we will allow a situation where, when there is a notice to award, you issue the notice to proceed. So you save time.
Wala na yung 60 days in between.
Wala na. Pangalawa ho, ito ho yung tinatawag natin na wala ng advance or mobilization fund. Ibig sabihin, if you want to join government contracts, you must have the fund to initially sustain the project. Gone should be the days when contractors will wait for the down payment or the mobilization before they can start.
Dapat pera na nila.
Huwag mo nang antayin yung pera ng gobyerno, mag-start ka kaagad. Ito ho yung mga proseso. Dagdag dito, ginagawa ito ni Secretary Mark. Ito yung live streaming process.
Yes.
For the first time during the Duterte administration, we are now putting on live stream not only the bidding award but also the pre-bid conference. In other words, makikita mo yung proseso, makikita mo yung mga ginagawa sa bidding. On top of that, you have the Freedom of Information portal where anybody can just click the portal, the web page, and they will know what are the project, what is the status, how much is involved.
Tsaka siguro pangalawang taon ito, ano? Maybe next year we're expecting the projects to move a little bit faster because it's already the third year. Is that a
Yes,
correct
ma'am.
premise? Okay, before we continue, we also want to ask our secretaries here with us this evening on how do you think, no, how will the continuity of this project will be considering the scenario of federalism? But we will answer that when we come back. You're still watching a CNN Philippines special coverage. Please stay with us. Welcome back. Opposition group Tindig Pilipinas held a SONA viewing session at the Commission on Human Rights in Quezon City. There, critics and opposition lawmakers weighed in on the president's SONA. Our correspondent Makoy Popioco joins us live from there. Makoy, what did they say?
Cherry, loud jeers erupted when President Duterte took the rostrum to deliver his State of the Nation address. In a show of force, critics gathered to watch the president deliver his second SONA. And after the viewing, members of the opposition conducted a press conference to give their reactions. And there, Mr. Duterte's staunch critic, Senator Antonio Trillanes, says what he witnessed during the SONA was a president who has surrendered. He says the president did not address the biggest problems hounding the country today, like the rising prices of goods. Trillanes accused the president of lying when he said that the war on drugs is effective. During the SONA viewing, the audience made the loudest jeer when Duterte said, quote, "Your concern is human rights, my concern is human lives." Critics made loud remarks like sinungaling and mamamatay tao. Trillanes says the controversial change of leadership at the lower house before the SONA is proof that Duterte is a weak leader. Another lawmaker critical of President Duterte, Magdalo Representative Gary Alejano, says what happened at the plenary was a circus.
Yung sa pagbabalik sa poder ni GMA, in case matuloy yan, it shows na talagang walang anti-corruption advocacy itong administrasyon na ito. Kasi nung nakaraang administrasyon, noong 2001 to 2010, si GMA ang mukha ng korupsyon. Tapos ngayon, siya ngayon ang isa sa haligi nitong administrasyon nito. Ibig sabihin, talagang birds of the same feather flock together.
Parang nakakahiya naman itong ginagawa natin dahil SONA ito, tapos parang nagbabangayan at nagsisigawan doon in front of dignitaries, in front of officials, senators. Nagugulat ang lahat ano nangyari. No? Sa amin, sa minority, nag-agree kami na pabor kami doon sa declaration of yung vacancy position. Pero if ever na merong boto, kami ay abstain.
Cabinet members of the previous Aquino administration also lambast the president, saying the turn of events today is alarming. Former Social Welfare Secretary Dinky Soliman, former Human Rights Commissioner Eta Rosales, and the Vice President's legal advisor and former Akbayan Representative Barry Gutierrez were also in attendance. They condemn Arroyo's return to power. While they gave hard-hitting criticisms against the president, they praised him for one thing, that he finally did not curse during his SONA. Cherry.
Makoy Popioco there, reporting live from Quezon City. Earlier, thousands of individuals took to the streets to either support or criticize President Duterte, who delivered his State of the Nation address this afternoon. Our George Cahilas reports the street actions were peaceful.
They call it a show of force. Various organizations critical of the Duterte administration joined forces during the president's State of the Nation address. Protesters claim they are 40,000, but the police say they peaked at 15,000. But regardless of number, organizers of this year's anti-SONA protest say this is the biggest and broadest under the Duterte administration.
Kaya sasabihin natin kay Duterte, lalabanan namin ang Chacha, isama mo pa si Gloria!
Former Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno showed up on stage, openly criticizing the killings under the administration's war on drugs and the proposed charter change.
Kaya nga po, lumalaban na tayo. Sapagkat hindi katanggap-tanggap ang estado ng ating lipunan. Lalo na ngayong bistado na diktadurya pala ang layunin ng mga makasariling mga politiko.
The ousted Chief Justice looked very comfortable with her new crowd. She sang and danced to the tune of protest songs, together with other leaders critical of the government.
Liberating, you are correct. It is energizing. And we are now capable of really calling for the transformation of the nation.
Alleged human rights violations, increasing prices of goods due to the train law, low salary of workers and continued contractualization, alleged attacks to press freedom and other civil liberties, territorial issues. Protesters say these issues are enough to call for the president's ouster. Meanwhile, near the Batasang Pambansa, thousands of supporters of the president held a People's Summit, which highlighted the accomplishments of the administration. They applauded every accomplishment that was mentioned. They also thanked the president for changing their lives for the better. The police say pro and anti-SONA activities were peaceful and no untoward incident was reported. George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
At this point, we're still joined by Transport Secretary Art Tugade and Public Works and Highway Secretary Mark Villar. Okay, so this time we'll talk about the continuity of projects. Like for example, the DOTR, sir. You have a lot of projects, meron pang mga airport na may mga natapos na, may mga ipapatayo pa, continuously building ports, no? And railways from 77 kilometers, you want to build 1,900 kilometers of rails, and for air, no, we have according to your accomplishment report, the on-time performance has increased from 42% to 74%. Clark Airport, from having 7 flights per week, it now has 200 flights per week. The night rating of airports, night rating meaning mas marami ng airport ngayon ang pwedeng mag-operate ng gabi. So hindi na kailangan isiksik lahat sa umaga, which also contributed to less delays. Ano? So night rating of airports from 15 in 2016, ngayon 20 na ang night-rated airports. The air satellite surveillance system, 3 radar, ngayon 13 ang satellite surveillance system natin, covering the whole of the Philippines already. So for the airports, you have inaugurated Puerto Princesa, Mactan Cebu International Airport, Lalo Airport, and there's still a lot coming. No? There's Bohol Panglao, there's the improvement of Clark Airport, Bicol International Airport. Marami pa ito hanggang 2022 for both of you, no? Also for the DPWH. How will you ensure the continuity of the project, especially now that there's the scenario of federalism, which is one of the things that the president wants to push? Yeah.
It's very good, ma'am, that you mentioned in specific terms the projects of both the Department of Public Works and the Department of Transportation. If you were to sum up or describe these projects, they are all national in scope and in character. Meaning to say, whether the government is federal or constitutional or as is now, there will be no adverse effect, if at all, on the projects. Why? Because it's national in scope. Meaning to say, they provide the connectivity and mobility between and among regions and within the Philippines and outside. Meaning to say, whether it's federal, whether it's constitutional, yung project, nandoon. Hindi mawawala yan kung mag-shift ka sa federalism.
Kailangan ba, sir, naka-specify yon pag gumawa ng batas on federalism? Kailangan ba naka-specify na kailangan idire-diretso ang mga proyekto?
Well, I think it's also in what we've accomplished during this, what this administration has accomplished is we've created a pipeline of projects that, regardless of what form of government, is already advanced stage of planning. In other words, they're already shovel-ready. The feasibility studies are finished. Some we've started detailed engineering. So regardless of the form of government, we've, in fact, just to cite some numbers, when we came in, there was 50 billion worth of shovel-ready projects, pipeline. Now we have 800 billion worth of projects that have gone through the rigorous process of feasibility study, some through the NEDA. So the pipeline of projects for the future is set, whether with whatever form of government.
Pero hindi ba it's also a reality na pag sumunod, pag nag-iba na ng gobyerno, depende rin kung gusto nila yung proyekto na yun. In fact, these are one of the reasons why you have targeted the projects to finish by 2022 is because you don't want to pass on half-completed projects to the next administration because you want to finish it within this administration. But with the change in government, yes, sir?
That psyche must change. It must completely change. You know, let's go to the administration of President Duterte. Just because they were started during the time of President Aquino, does it mean President Duterte stop it? No. Ang sabi niya, if the contract is fair, if the contract is within the bounds of fairness and equity, and if the contract will benefit more people, continue with the project. That should be the psyche. Gone should be the days that when you have a good project, fully funded, and everything done above board, just because there is a change of individuals heading the administration, the project should be shelved. That kind of psyche must stop.
Mm-hmm. With federalism, pag nagbitiw ang Pangulo, to give way to a transition government, does that mean the cabinet will stay or will the cabinet also be changed?
Well, I think it's not clear yet what form, what will happen to the cabinet. Of course, of course, we serve at the pleasure of the president. So if there's a new head of state, then of course, I'm sure that will be part of his powers is to choose who he will want to as his cabinet. So. I think that, of course, we don't know yet exactly what might happen, but of course, whoever in another form of government, anything can happen. So.
And he did mention earlier also the importance of Mindanao, of course. And both DPWH and DOTR have a bulk of projects in Mindanao. The Mindanao Rail, for example, will be the first rail in Mindanao, and it's going to span hundreds of kilometers within Mindanao. And these are the projects that should be continued. Federalism, whether or not you're still the secretaries of these departments, right?
It should.
Your takeaway from the SONA, what do you think should people now, two complete years of the Duterte administration, we're entering the third year, how should we look at it? How should we look at the things that the president has done and is planning to do?
If you will look at the framework by which the SONA was delivered today, basically the president stated his legislative priority. He did not go into the details of what is being done. In other words, what the president was saying, yung nagawa, tapos na. In the remaining years, ito yung dapat sundan in terms of legislation. In other words, the president was laying the groundworks for continuity of the projects. So if many is already done in the first 2 years, he wants to achieve much more. And that is why he set his legislative priorities with drugs, graft and corruption, the train law, even the universal health care and all this stuff. Much more is to be expected. Much more he wishes to be done.
Sec Mark, but hindi na-mention ng BBB? You think it's because it's going and it's a well-oiled thing, or is there any other reason why the BBB?
Well, I think he said that he doesn't. It might sound self-serving if he just listed down, And there's a lot of projects. Another reason is, like I said, nagkaroon po tayo ng pre-SONA where we, one by one, we identified all these projects. And it took us more than an hour just to highlight major projects. Hindi pa kasama lahat ng projects. So I think that it's a more efficient and it's a better system that, and it's less self-serving that way. That we, we have a pre-SONA for each cluster where they will single out one of the projects. At the same time, after the SONA, we will also identify. So the people will also see, line by line and piece by piece, what the projects we've accomplished and what the projects that we are going to accomplish for the rest of the administration.
Okay, there are...
Actually, he mentioned about BBB, donut
He did,
BBB.
within the train.
He
no?
said, my mission is to provide comfortable life to the Filipino. The better way to provide comfortable life to the Filipino is precisely through the infrastructure of connectivity and mobility, which is exemplified in the BBB.
Okay.
Kaya sabi niya, look at the list. We'll prepare the list. Basahin nyo in your free time.
Okay, you're still watching our special coverage on the third State of the Nation address. Now, after the break, mixed reactions and even memes surface online following the events at the Batasang Pambansa. We'll read some of them when we return. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. Welcome back. We're at our last stretch of discussions, still with Transport Secretary Arto Gade and Public Works and Highways Secretary Mark Villar. So right now, I just want to, well, there are people asking about the MRT. We can't make you leave without asking about the MRT. Okay, so there's going to be one point of responsibility. Yun ang isa sa mga magandang nangyari sa MRT. At one point pala, 40 ang iba-ibang mga contractors for maintenance and rehabilitation.
Now, our objective is to have one point of responsibility. Pero bago ho tayo pumunta sa one point of responsibility, did you notice lately that the offload is not too often and too regular as it was in the past? Did you notice lately that maganda na yung takbo ng MRT kumpara nung mga unang buwan? In other words, ibig sabihin, nakakakita tayo ng improvement. Ngayon, you asked about a single point of responsibility approach. Yes, ma'am. Hopefully, we'll be able to finalize an arrangement with Sumitomo in the next couple of weeks.
Pero sabi niyo, sir, bago mangyari yan, magiging 12 muna yung train.
Hindi ho. Pag ginawa yung renovation at rehabilitation, baka mangyari dyan, magiging 12 yung available train. Papayagan ba namin yon? Ayaw ho namin payagan yan. Pagkat kung 12 yung train, nasa na yung objective natin na magsakay ng 400 to 500,000 per day? Hindi mo ma-achieve yun.
Exactly, hindi kakayanin ng 12.
So kailangan maging creative ka sa approach dyan. Kung paano madadagdagan yung targeted na 12 train pag naka-rehabilitate, nasa rehabilitation program yan ng Sumitomo.
So paano, sir? Ano yung magiging contingency para hindi maging...
Ang isang sinisilip natin ngayon, ma'am, na kung saan, on a generic approach, tinitignan namin yung Dalian. Remember, may problema sa Dalian noon. Para lang ma-address at makita yung tunay na istorya doon sa Dalian, we co-opted or hired an audit firm, okay?
Yes.
On rails, an international audit firm, na kung saan lumabas yung audit nila.
May mga kailangang ayusin.
May mga kailangan ayusin, may kailangan idagdag, may kailangan spare parts na dapat ilagay.
Mga kailan matatapos yun, sir?
Pag nakasundo-sundo na ho sa usapan at sinasabi ko naman sa kanila, lahat ng dapat ayusin, ayusin mo. Yung dapat idagdag, idagdag mo.
So ang sinasabi niyo ba, sir, aayusin muna itong Dalian trains and when they're running, when they are compatible already and they can run in the tracks, saka na ngayon magkukumpuni yung Sumitomo para meron
Hindi
na tayong
naman,
mga
ma'am.
train?
There could be a parallel approach. Remember, we have to address here some working relationships between the owners of Dalian and the Sumitomo technical people.
So this is China and Japan.
Yun ho, pinag-uusapan pa yun.
Okay, so August 20 magkakaroon ng high-level talks with Dalian.
Hindi ho. Yung August 20 will not be a high-level talk with Dalian. Ito ho, high-level talk on other Chinese projects. Sinabi ko lang sa Dalian, kailangan may posisyon na tayo final before August 20. Kasi pagdating ng August 20, we will raise this up in the high-level talks with the Chinese
Okay,
government.
so we'll get back to you on August 20 or after August 20 about that. We don't have a lot of time now, but I also want to ask you, because this is the question on a lot of people's minds, ano ang ating, kasi a lot of cautionary words against dealing with China. And we're dealing with China with some of our foreign-funded projects. Of course, they're helping us, but how are we, do we have any safeguards in place to make sure na yun daw mga nangyayari sa ibang third-world countries na tinulungan ng China na hindi na i-deliver ay hindi mangyari sa atin?
Yes, number one, we are looking into the safeguards. Number two, the President said it very succinctly during his SONA. He said, the friendship we are trying to develop with China, the bilaterals which we are trying to strengthen with China, does not necessarily mean that we will waive and waver with our sovereign rights. Ibig sabihin, sinabi na ng Pangulo, balansyado lahat yan at ibabalanse lahat yan. Pangulo na ho yung nagsabi.
Okay, Sec Mark, your last message.
Yes, regarding this China issue, we should also remember that China has a lot of major infrastructure projects. The longest bridge in the world was constructed by China. In fact, they're well known for their infrastructure. So, of course, maybe they can cite some, but for every example that you cite of a project, there's so many more Chinese projects that are very successful. So, at the same time, we have a very rigorous process of vetting these Chinese projects. It goes through the NEDA, it goes through technical studies, it goes through high-level meetings, just to make sure that we've covered all our bases in terms of implementation. So we just want to reassure the public that we're doing our homework, and it goes through a very, very thorough process before any of these projects get off the ground. So I think that our partnership with China is very fruitful, and we can expect that these projects will bear fruit, will come into reality very soon.
On that note, CNN Philippines would like to thank you, Secretary Togade and Secretary Villar, for joining us tonight on this special coverage on the State of the Nation address on CNN Philippines. Again, the breaking news at this hour, it's official. Former President and now Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo is taking over as House Speaker. Today was supposed to be President Duterte's day, but he found himself overshadowed by the leadership struggle at the House of Representatives. This was the scene about an hour ago when 184 lawmakers voted to oust Pantaleon Alvarez as Speaker. It was actually the second time the lawmakers did this today. The first time was just minutes before the President's SONA. But the results of that first voting were questioned because it was done after the House session was already adjourned. At the SONA, it was still Alvarez who took the House Speaker's seat at the rostrum. And right after the SONA, Malacanang said that as far as the President was concerned, Alvarez was still Speaker of the House. The palace has yet to comment on the latest developments at the lower chamber. Now, before we go, plenty of netizens are reacting to this year's SONA. This Twitter user calls the ouster of former House Speaker Bebot Alvarez the craziest plot twist in SONA history. She uses the hashtag SONA Loco Na and even asks whether this development was directed by Binibining Joyce Bernal. Netizens are also making memes of what new House Speaker Gloria Arroyo shouted before the House ahead of the SONA. This one suggests Arroyo channeled Meteor Garden Sanchai when she screamed for Dao Meng Shu. This one, meanwhile, thinks Arroyo may be singing Stupid Love, a song by rap group Salbakuta. And how about this picture from the Senate? The meme labeled all the senators with their possible roles in school should they have been in class together. And this has been CNN Philippines all-day coverage of President Rodrigo Duterte's State of the Nation address. I'm Cherry Mercado. Thank you for watching and good night. We'll leave you with the highlights of the SONA in 2 minutes.
You worry about the present. I am concerned both the present and the future. I was uninspired, as inspired. The war against illegal drugs is far from over. Your concern is human rights. Mine is human lives. Mindanao pauses at the crossroads of history. One road leads to harmony and peace. The other to war and human suffering. War is not an option. Our improved relationship with China, however, does not mean that we will waver in our commitment to defend our interests. I signed Executive Order 51, which sought to protect the workers' right to security of tenure. I could not allow this decay to continue. And I said, enough is enough. Thus, our actions in Boracay mark the beginning of a new national effort. So we, in the Cabinet, have approved for immediate endorsement to Congress the passage of a law creating the Department of Disaster Management. I have no illusions of occupying this office one day longer than what the Constitution under which I was elected permits.